Chapter 91. After looting Liebwa Mansion, Chi Xuan found a reason to leave without hesitation. As for the follow-up, it was none of Chi Xuan's business. He could hardly protect himself, let alone protect the burden. In fact, Liebwa Mansion was basically in a panic after his disaster. Many people had already fled to avoid dying in the experiment. Now there is no military protection, it will soon disappear. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the so-called Liebwa Mansion has only been around for a few decades. Liebwa Mansion was established by Chang Xiaoyong when he was young and assisted his father, and then it was passed to him. It seems that this opportunity is really in the so-called Yanichao family. Chi Xuan muttered. It must be said that the new batch of survivors is indeed different from the previous batch. The entire Yulong society is managed in an orderly manner, and it seems to be the ruling class. Chi Xuan judged the situation. Then he thought about how to kill. The Yulong society is similar to the Liebwa Mansion. Its power is about the size of a town, and its coverage area is not small. Therefore, unless Chi Xuan combines the floating cannon and turns it into the mode used to deal with the blood moon before, it will be very troublesome to kill them bit by bit. However, even if the combination is combined with the over-limit, the psionic ray cannot directly destroy the entire power area. Moreover, it would be too troublesome to really kill them all. Not only is it useless for Chi Xuan, it is also a waste of time. In fact, as long as this group of survivors is killed, the remaining natives will be honest. Chi Xuan will not stay here for long. After killing the survivors and taking away the opportunity, he will start hunting wild beasts as fuel and find a suitable place to take shelter. Otherwise the temperature will rise day by day, and he will not be able to survive. Tai Suishan does have a material module that is resistant to high temperatures, heat resistant, and heat insulating, but due to the low number of Tai Suishan's evolutions, the power of the SSS level module cannot be fully exerted. If it really rises further, the Sand Dragon scale pattern shell will not help Tai Suishan to continue to resist. The power of the module depends on the armor of Tai Suishan, which is basically 1 to 1, 1 to 10, 1 to 100, etc. And it can only be said that the basic armor, such as the virus blood colonization suit and the additional armor provided by the artificial crystal vein alloy, is not calculated in it. Then let's try it first and lure out the ancestor of the Chao family. Chi Xuan didn't wait until 3 days later to talk to the Chao family. After he finished looting, he ran over to attack at night. Intelligent Brain determined the location of the ancestor of the Chao family and blow him to death directly with the psionic storm. Chi Xuan said. It's right to lure him out, but the premise is that he must be alive instead of dead. If they died under the floating gun, Chi Xuan would just start killing them. It is not recommended to use the psionic storm, which may damage the chance. It is recommended to use psionic rays for point shooting. Chi Xuan thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. After all, the purpose of his coming here was for the chance, not just to kill the survivors. Okay, you go first. By the way, can the reconnaissance network determine the number of survivors? Chi Xuan asked the key question. The natives had no interests, so Chi Xuan was too lazy to kill them. But the survivors were different. They were naturally hostile camps. In addition, Chi Xuan killed them so many times that leaving them alive would definitely cause endless troubles. So they had to be killed. The approximate location has been marked, and the psionic storm can be used directly to clean up. The intelligent brain showed Chi Xuan the distribution of the survivors. At the same time, the attack did not stop. A floating cannon fired psionic rays directly at the position of the ancestor of the Chao family. This distribution is interesting. There are people sleeping in the big bunk bed, there are also private rooms, and there are even patrol guards. It seems that in the so-called ancient martial arts family, there are also clear classes. Chi Xuan can be sure that the people sleeping in the big bunk bed are definitely people like illegitimate sons of side branches. And the private rooms are either the direct descendants of the main family, or the so-called ancient martial arts geniuses. As for the patrol guards, this belongs to the Night Watch security system. Chi Xuan can't see it for the time being. It seems that the more modules, the stronger the modules are, and it is not unreasonable. Just right, kill them all, Chi Xuan said. Since the position of the survivor is clear, just use the floating cannon to kill him instantly. This survivor is extraordinary, but in Chi Xuan's eyes, he is actually ordinary, not even as good as the surgery of the immortal. Not to mention Chunyu who can be judged as a high-energy life form by the intelligent brain. At present, in the two worlds, only Chunyu has this title. Blood Moon and Nether God are outside the specifications and are not included. Yes, the intelligent brain received the order and took action directly. Under the floating cannon, a large number of psionic rays, and psionic storms burst out at the same time. As for the possibility of slipping through the net, this possibility exists. After all, his reconnaissance network has a limited range and cannot be completely covered. But from the distribution point of view, it has basically been mastered. There is no such thing as a 100% success. As long as there is enough confidence, Chi Suan dares to rush. No! In the psionic rays and psionic storms that come and go, an old voice shouted sadly. At this age, he is still full of energy. Is ancient martial arts so powerful? Chi Suan had already sneaked into the Yulong Society in the chaos after the attack, and headed towards the treasure map of the lost. As a result, he heard this noise. It can be confirmed that this person is the ancestor of the Chao family. Although he didn't know how the other party avoided the psionic rays, Chi Suan could guess that it was nothing more than an ability similar to intuition. Even Shuiyue and Chunyu, who couldn't withstand the attack of the psionic rays, he didn't think that this ancestor of the Chao family could withstand it. The floating gun has many advantages, but also many disadvantages. However, these disadvantages are not from the floating gun, but from Chi Suan. He couldn't bring enough fuel to Tai Sui God as evolutionary energy, which caused the locking, firing, speed, etc. of the floating gun to not match the attack power. Since you are here, don't stand outside the door. Chao Li's voice was full of hatred and anger. Chi Suan frowned. Can he detect us? The Shadow Navigator unit should be able to shield us. Yes, Tai Sui God is a bit too big because of too many modules loaded, so the enemy can see him. Chi Suan was also shocked. Okay, it turned out to be Tai Sui God's problem. Then why don't you just do it? You've seen it. Why don't you take the initiative? What are you waiting for? Waiting for the enemy to complete the transformation. You can get a corpse of an ancient martial arts survivor combined with the power of the limit. It can make you more convenient in the research of the power of the limit and ancient martial arts. You can really think about me. Chi Suan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he really thought so, he couldn't use the floating gun to attack next. Currently, only Blood Moon can survive under the psionic energy, and the others basically don't even have a complete corpse. Perhaps the special zombies that die too many times can evolve corresponding resistances, but unfortunately, he was burned into evolutionary energy by Chi Suan as fuel before he could evolve. You are very confident in yourself. Chao Li's voice fell, and he jumped out of the courtyard wall directly, rushing forward like thunder. Chi Suan's nerve reaction couldn't keep up at all. The ancient martial arts combined with the ultimate power, its physical attribute reached at least 3 points. It doesn't matter if he didn't react, it's okay if the intelligent brain reacts. According to the information collected in the previous world, under the control of the intelligent brain, Tai Sui Shan can be said to be the strongest fighter in the previous world. With the help of the floating cannon for gun fighting, he is directly on par with Chao Li. Yes, he didn't gain the upper hand, but he was on par. The opponent's physical attribute is high and his skills can actually keep up with the battle program of the intelligent brain, which is indeed very unusual. But this is normal. After all, he is from an ancient martial arts family, and is naturally good at fighting and killing. Therefore, his fighting skills must be far better than those in the deep world where Chi Suan is. Bang! Chi Suan just thought about it, and heard a gunshot. Then Chao Li fell down with disbelief in his eyes. The intelligent brain took advantage of his unpreparedness, and directly took out a pistol from the subspace stable pocket, and shot Chao Li on the spot. Wow, you have a wild imagination, right? Chi Suan looked shocked. He originally thought that the intelligent brain was going to kill the opponent with skills, but he didn't expect that it would shoot him with a gun in the middle of the fight. Then why don't you just use the gun? The opponent has some kind of extraordinary intuition, and must be paralyzed before the gun can be used, otherwise it cannot be hit directly. I understand. High dodge, close combat. You have a gun, but don't use it. Use martial arts? How can you become a martial arts master? This old guy is really out of date. Chi Suan can be sure that ancient martial arts are indeed good, but if they are so good, wouldn't it be more powerful if they are combined with hot weapons? Tai Sui grabbed Chao Li's body, and threw it into a freezer in the subspace stability pocket. After all, Chi Suan is going to use it as an experiment, and it must not be left randomly. Go get the opportunity first, and then kill all the remaining survivors. Before Chi Suan gave instructions, the intelligent brain had actually controlled Tai Sui to enter Chao Li's room. There was also a pile of carbonized particles in the room, which was obviously Chao Li's other half. As for whether it was a man or a woman, young or beautiful, it was unclear. The only thing that is clear is that Chao Li sensed the crisis in advance and avoided it, but it failed to avoid it. That's why Chao Li was so angry. By the way, why is the red dot on the map so bright and red? It feels like it's about to overflow. Qi Xuan looked at the treasure map of the lost, and this time it seemed to be different. It may be because you have completely eliminated the hidden danger of opportunity, or you are too close to the location of opportunity. This SSS level module is mixed with illusory luck and does not have enough data, so the technology side module of the intelligent brain cannot effectively summarize it. It can be determined by obtaining opportunities multiple times. This opportunity, how can it exist? Didn't a red dot flash on the map just now, and this red dot ran out of the town? Then it disappeared directly from the edge? Qi Xuan asked uncertainly, because the edge of the treasure map was refreshed and it ran out directly. Chapter 92. Qi Xuan did not immediately chase the opportunity that would run away, but first took the opportunities around him. An ancient martial art called Soul-Devouring Fist fell into his hands. It's not Yen-Yi Fist. After Qi Xuan entered it into the database, the intelligent brain began to clear all the survivors of the Chao family. And he began to look. As for Yen-Yi Fist, Qi Xuan could not find it, and he did not want to torture the survivors of the Chao family. Who knows if the other party would tell? On the contrary, the soul-devouring fist on hand looked very complete. The whole is divided into 3 parts: the method of cultivation, the method of training, and the method of fighting. Although it is suffixed with fist, it is not only fist, but also equipped with leg method, body method, step, and even pharmacology, conditioning, and other knowledge. It looks like a complete inheritance. Whether it is complete or not is just a guess of Qi Xuan. Soul-Devouring Fist is the first ancient martial art he has seen. It just doesn't look like a good thing. Qi Xuan found that this set of ancient martial arts was sinister and vicious, and the practice was also extremely demanding. In total, there are 3 realms: Yin Snake, Evil Dragon, and Evil Dragon. Ming, En, and Hua are the Yin Snake realm. Dan and Gang are the Evil Dragon realm. The last Jia Jin is the Evil Dragon realm. Each of the 3 levels has a secret ancient martial arts technique that can make its own strength undergo a qualitative change. The foundation of ancient martial arts is strength. Convert it, it's probably small success, great success, and perfection. But the problem is that this ancient martial art seems to be able to only be cultivated to the Yin Snake realm. Qi Xuan had read Chao Li's comments on Soul-Devouring Fist. From the chapter on Dan Jin, there were only a few comments, which obviously showed that he had not reached this level. Ancient martial arts have been collected for you. Yen-Yi Quan, the intelligent brain, suddenly reminded Qi Xuan. It turned out that when Tai Sui God slaughtered the survivors, he found the boxing manual of Yen-Yi Quan on a direct descendant of Chao's family. Qi Xuan opened it, and saw that it was a bit different from Soul-Devouring Fist. It only passed down to Gang Jin, and it has not been divided in detail, and Gang Jin is not complete. There are also many comments in it. According to the handwriting comparison, it should also be written by Chao Li, the ancestor of Chao's family. This Yen-Yi Quan should belong to the original. Qi Xuan watched the video playback, and saw that it was a young man. Judging from his appearance and age, he is likely to be Chao Li's grandson. After that, it doesn't matter. Intelligent brain, compare, and see if this Chao family ancestor used the Swallow-Wing Fist, or the Soul-Devouring Fist when he fought you. Qi Xuan asked. Qi Xuan suspected that Chao Li might want to change his foundation. Just now, the opponent had a high probability of breaking through to Dan Jin. However, if nothing unexpected happened, if Chao Li wanted to make further progress in ancient martial arts, he would probably have to choose the Soul-Devouring Fist or continue to improve the Swallow-Wing Fist. Normal people would know to choose the former. After all, if Chao Li really had this outstanding talent, he would not be stuck in Huajin at this age. Finally, under the stimulation of the limit force and the violator, he broke through in battle. It cannot be said that he has no talent, but it is not enough to improve the Swallow-Wing Fist. Data comparison in progress. Comparison completed. Among the techniques used by the enemy, 30% of them have the Soul-Devouring Fist fighting method. The training method and the training method cannot be seen, but as a fighting method of skills, it can be shown in battle. But this is enough. If you want to use the fighting style of Soul-Devouring Fist, you must be lean enough in the training method. As for the training method, this belongs to the Krypton Gold Road of food supplements, external and internal use, etc., that is, the resources needed for cultivation. It seems that I have indeed started to change my practice. But this Soul-Devouring Fist is really not a good thing. Qi Xuan did not mention the vicious fighting style, the desperate training method, and the life-threatening training method. Chao Li was able to change his practice, because he was originally an ancient martial artist at the peak of Huajin, and he was only one step away from breaking through Dan Jin. With the foundation laid by Yen-Yi Fist, it is not a big problem to retrain the ancient martial art soul-devouring fist. But if a newbie who knows nothing comes, he will die if he practices Mingjin. More importantly, I can't seem to practice. He knows that strength is nothing more than a skill. But in the hands of these survivors, strength is no longer a skill, but a source of some kind of extraordinary. Unfortunately, Chi Xuan didn't have this stuff at all. Not to mention Dan Jin, which involves the mysterious martial arts will. He could understand the previous Ming Jin, and Hua Jin, but Dan Jin seemed very idealistic from the beginning, involving changes in spirit. No, it should be changes in thought and consciousness. In this regard, Chi Xuan could only put soul-devouring fist aside temporarily. He needed to study Chao Li's corpse before he could find a way to make ancient martial arts useful for himself. He didn't have much idea about the fighting method, but the training method could actually enhance a lot of strength. As for the danger, Chi Xuan naturally didn't care. After all, he could be resurrected after death. But I always feel something is wrong. Chi Xuan instinctively realized that soul-devouring fist didn't seem to be very complete. Fuck, it can't be just half. Chi Xuan suddenly realized one thing, that is, the new opportunity appeared because he got soul-devouring fist and then refreshed. He doesn't understand ancient martial arts, but he knows luck. The protagonist halo has been used until now, and many things are actually connected. How is it solved? We have to pursue that opportunity as soon as possible. I suspect it has something to do with soul-devouring fist. Chi Xuan asked the intelligent brain. The intelligent brain is controlling Tai Sui Shin Tutu's entire Chao family and looting resources by the way. If the survivors are killed, we will go after the opportunity first, and it won't be too late to loot things when we come back. Chi Xuan asked hurriedly. All survivors within the Yulong Club have been cleared. Resources are being collected for you to study ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts are based on talent and willpower, followed by resources. Without resources, it is impossible to improve. If we leave now, people in the Yulong Club will definitely rob us. When we come back, you will suffer a great loss. Estimated time to complete the search: 3 minutes. Chi Xuan looked at the feedback from the intelligent brain and didn't have many ideas. As for the fact that the person has already run 160 kilometers, it doesn't matter. He believes in his luck. The treasure map of the lost is just a guide to the protagonist's halo, but it does not represent the protagonist's halo. So at the moment, when the other party formed an opportunity, he had already had some kind of mysterious connection with Chi Xuan. Unless Chi Xuan drags it out for too long, he can still wait for 3 minutes. After all, the opportunity has just been refreshed and the color is still very bright, so there is no need to worry about being intercepted by others. If it is really 3 minutes late, then Chi Xuan has nothing to say, and can only blame himself. Chao Ro looked at the friend column channel, and saw a survivor named Qin Sheng sending her a message. Qin Sheng, Rome, are you sure that the Chao family has soul-devouring fist and soul-devouring palm? Qin Sheng was her fiancé, who was arranged to marry her. At first, she was really disgusted with this arranged marriage. Later, she learned that it was because Qin Sheng's master saved her grandfather's life, and this rejection gradually decreased. Later, Qin Sheng went down the mountain to learn martial arts, and was ready to find her to get married, but he didn't expect the doomsday game to come. Then Qin Sheng and Chao Ro contacted each other in this way. During the period, through online chatting, Chao Ro was naturally impressed by Qin Sheng. As for the two ancient martial arts soul-devouring fist and soul-devouring palm, Chao Ro noticed that her grandfather was abnormal, so she told Qin Sheng about it. Chao Ro, yes, I also stole the soul-devouring palm. Qin Sheng, you did the right thing. I know these two ancient martial arts. They are extremely dangerous to practice, and more importantly, they need to be practiced together. The danger will be even more terrible. Qin Sheng, and these are two evil ancient martial arts. After practicing, not only will there be extremely strong backlash, but also need to kill people. Chao Ro, so terrible. Chao Ro was also shocked. Yeni Chao family is a first-class righteous ancient martial arts family. If people knew that Chao Li, the helmsman of the family, secretly practiced evil ancient martial arts, it would definitely cause an uproar. As Chao Li's granddaughter, she was naturally very favored, so she didn't realize that entering the doomsday game was different from before. At most she just felt that it was a little hotter than before. She didn't notice any other changes. When she was being affectionate with Qin Sheng, she heard the warning of the doomsday game, saying that the violator was 1 kilometer away from her. When she was about to tell Qin Sheng about the situation, she suddenly felt a hand pinching her neck. Before she turned her head to look, her neck was broken by the other party with a click. She died on the spot, But fortunately she died without any pain. On the other side, when Qin Sheng was replying to Chao Rou, he found that the friend channel in front of him was black, and then he was forced to quit. How is this possible? Qin Sheng's pupil shrank, and he saw that the name of his fiancée Chao Rou faded from his friend list until it disappeared. There is only one result in this situation, that is, the person died. Who dared to kill Roer? I want you to be buried with me. Qin Sheng was furious. Under the stimulation of this anger, the peak of the dark power, which originally needed a few days of grinding, directly stepped into the transformation power. The breath could not stop rising, like a god or demon. Damn it! Qin Sheng felt powerless. Chao Rou died too quickly, and her life ended before she could say who did it. Doomsday game, I want to find the murderer who killed Roer, and I can pay any price. Qin Sheng roared at the sky. It is detected that the law enforcer's request involves violators. As a reasonable request, relevant information is being provided to the law enforcer. Violators, I and you are irreconcilable. Qin Sheng saw the warning that Chao Rou heard before her death, which means that the violator is approaching Chao Rou. That means the murderer who killed Chao Rou is this violator. He opened the permanent event violators again, and saw a growing number. He knew where it came from without thinking. Chapter 93. Hey, there is actually a protagonist halo on him, but the amount is not very much, about 1/7? Qi Xuan found the problem after killing this female survivor. Wait, I didn't kill one of the female protagonists. Qi Xuan looked happy. Just like the Reborn and the Lucky Sisters, the former is the male protagonist and the latter is the female protagonist, but the latter is split into two, and is still being sucked blood by the male protagonist. The female survivor he killed now is also the latter. As for why he can feel that it is only 1/7, it is because this thing is really just a feeling. After killing the other party, and absorbing the other party's protagonist halo, this feeling is generated. After looting, he found an ancient martial art called Soul Devouring Palm from the other party. After reading it, it is a complementary type with the Soul Devouring Fist in Qi Xuan's hand. There are also 3 realms, namely the Ghost Cat, the Fierce Leopard and the Evil Tiger. It is a typical dragon and tiger correspondence. It can only be said that it is indeed an evil ancient martial art. In Soul Devouring Palm, there are also annotations by Chao Li, which contain his knowledge of these 2 ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts are divided into 2 categories, good and evil. Chao's Swallowing Fist is a serious ancient martial art of the righteous way. Even if it is practiced to death, it will not kill people. And it has a solid foundation and progresses in an orderly manner. The disadvantage is that it needs to be gradual. This is the foundation of the righteous ancient martial arts. As for the evil ancient martial arts, the characteristic is that it progresses quickly, but it has various negative effects, such as unstable foundation, cruel training methods, life-threatening training methods, and insidious and vicious fighting methods that are not in line with human nature. Qi Xuan's Soul Devouring Fist and Soul Devouring Palm can be combined into Soul Devouring Evil Skill, which is one of the top ancient martial arts in the ancient martial arts world. The only comparable one is the eternal immortal god and demon scripture of the righteous ancient martial arts. But this powerful ancient martial arts has been lost. As for where Chao Li came from, Qi Xuan didn't know. And there are even fewer people who can recognize the soul-devouring evil art, and unfortunately, it was recorded in the Yeni Chao family where Chao Li was. So after Chao Li obtained these 2 ancient martial arts, he planned to switch to practice. The Chao family's Yeni Fist handed down from the family. Not to mention the evil art after combined practice, even one of the single practices can't compare. Unfortunately, his talent is limited. Even with the Yeni Fist as a foundation, these 2 evil ancient martial arts can only stop at Huajin. He is a Huajin ancient martial artist, so he has a natural advantage in Huajin and below ancient martial arts, and his research progress is fast, but he himself has not made a breakthrough in Dianjin, let alone practicing high-quality ancient martial arts. Of course, their Swallowing Fist is also ranked high in ancient martial arts, and is ranked among the first-class ancient martial arts. After all, ancient martial arts are declining now, and those who can become Dianjin masters are rare, and those who can reach Huajin are all local figures. This is definitely not something that normal people can practice. Maybe only the protagonists of the ancient martial arts world can practice it. Qi Xuan knows that ordinary people will die in 3 days, at most after practicing Soul Devouring Fist and Soul Devouring Palm to the Mingjin level. Maybe the Eternal Immortal God and Demon Sutra is also in the hands of the ancient martial arts protagonist, and then cooperate with the Soul Devouring Evil skill to practice good and evil together. It can directly break through the ancient martial arts level above Jiajin. Qi Xuan still understands the routine. As a protagonist, this kind of good thing must fall into the hands of the opponent. For example, Qi Xuan got the soul-devouring fist and soul-devouring palm in their entirety. Kill the heroine first, then steal the secret book. This is a huge offense. Qi Xuan complained. But does this mean that the so-called opportunity is not the soul-devouring evil art, but the female survivor who is the heroine? These two top evil ancient martial arts are just a prerequisite. The real opportunity is the 1/7 protagonist halo. Then will the remaining 6/7 of the heroine's protagonist halo also bring similar opportunities? Qi Xuan thought. The biggest gain is not the top evil ancient martial art soul-devouring evil art, but Qi Xuan indirectly learned about the situation of the protagonists and the 1/7 protagonist halo. As long as he strengthens his protagonist halo, let alone the soul-devouring evil art, even the eternal immortal god and demon scripture can be delivered to him. According to your speculation, the probability is as high as 70%. The real purpose of the lost treasure map may be to guide and locate the protagonist's halo. The intelligent brain gave his guess at the right time. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental. Coincidence to this extent, it is not a coincidence, but the help of the protagonist's halo. Weaken the heroine first, then kill the hero, which is equivalent to clearing the helpers under the hero. Qi Xuan can be sure without guessing that the lost eternal immortal god and demon sutra will be in the hands of the ancient martial arts protagonist. As for coveting, he doesn't covet much. Anyway, the soul-devouring evil art in his hand is enough for him to study. Then find a place to turn all these things into strength for me next. Luck can be used as an auxiliary, and Qi Xuan also relies on the protagonist's halo, but if the strength is not enough, he may be killed by the opponent. After all, luck is part of strength, not all. If you really rely on luck, you will fail sooner or later. So the iron must be strong. Qi Xuan naturally understands this truth. A safe house has been determined for you, and I am heading there. The intelligent brain satisfies Qi Xuan in all aspects, especially when the number of Tai Sui's evolutions increases. The intelligent brain also evolves. Through the Windrider aviation system, Tai Sui rushed all the way and soon arrived at a location selected before. In terms of temperature, it is about 20 degrees lower than outside. Except that it is underground and dark and dry, there are not many disadvantages. What else can we do? At present, only the underground can avoid and indirectly isolate the high temperature. But even if it can be isolated, it is actually hot. Life form detected, suspected survivors through comparison. Do you want to execute the killing procedure? Don't kill, capture the other party alive. I need information related to ancient martial arts. Qi Xuan said directly. Before, the Yulong Society wanted to destroy the Chao family because the other party was a force. Qi Xuan killed their entire family and wanted them to tell the secrets of ancient martial arts. I'm afraid it's not a fantasy. On the contrary, this kind of casual person will most likely tell if tortured, but you can't believe it completely. However, the intelligent brain can detect lies through the other party's micro-expressions and some physical signs. Although it can't reach 100%, it is also a help. Hold your head with both hands, and then squat down. Qi Xuan's mechanical voice emerged. After entering, he saw a tall woman looking at Qi Xuan with a vigilant expression. Stop, violator. The woman scolded Qi Xuan without hesitation, with a warning and confidence in her expression. By comparing the posture, standing position, starting position, etc., there is a 90% probability of practicing the ancient martial arts uniquely. Preliminary determination is the remnant of Yeni Chao family. The location of the safe house selected by the intelligent brain is about 70 kilometers between Chao's Yulong Club and Chao Rou. So after killing Chao Rou, they walked back. Then it is normal for Chao's people to hide here. After all, the temperature here is not as high as outside. Qi Xuan was also muttering in his heart. Why is it another beautiful woman? Could it be that the protagonist halo he inherited from the reborn has the effect of peach blossom luck? Meeting a woman is not a rare thing, but meeting a beautiful woman is very strange. The other party is practicing Yin Yiquan, not to mention a body of tendons. It is impossible to be so curvy and exquisite. It looks like a dish served on the table. After thinking it over, Qi Xuan decided to proceed according to his plan. Tai Sui God immediately took action and injected 3 doses of anesthetic into the other party. First control the other party, then ask what you want. If you don't tell me, then torture him. Otherwise, what else can you do? Really follow the development of the protagonist's halo, and then bring a burden and weakness? This is the end of the world. In addition to the most dangerous natural disasters and man-made disasters, there are companions. He still remembers the reborn being backstabbed. You? The woman counterattacked with the Yeni fist without hesitation, but it was a pity that she was a step slower. As soon as she raised her hand, the anesthetic was injected into her body. Then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Too much medicine was used, Chi Suan sighed. Fortunately, there were only 3 people, so there wouldn't be any major problems for the time being. Then he tied it up, and found a suitable place to throw it. Experimental subjects, how could they be so precious? 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged ancient martial arts survivors are everywhere. Of course, it is really troublesome to find such a lone one. Then he sat down and began to further study the 2 evil ancient martial arts, Soul-Devouring Fist and Soul-Devouring Palm. As for the Soul-Devouring Evil skill, if you want to practice together, you have to get started yourself. It looks like 2 ancient martial arts, but in fact, it is 3. Practicing them together also belongs to one ancient martial arts. It does not mean that Soul-Devouring Fist and Soul-Devouring Palm will become part of Soul-Devouring Evil Art. Soul-Devouring Evil Art is more like a general outline, and these 2 fists and palms are branches that complement each other. All 3 are indispensable. Chi Suan certainly wanted to practice. He estimated that if he practiced these 3 top evil ancient martial arts to the level of robbery, he would definitely be able to improve his attributes. Of course, he would definitely not be able to practice them under normal circumstances. After all, he did not have the so-called strength. However, there is good news. Chao Li successfully broke through to the level of Dan Jin, with the help of the limit force combined with his own transformation force. This means that Chi Suan has a reference, and can improve himself, and these 3 top evil ancient martial arts to become evil ancient martial arts that suit him. As for the righteous ancient martial arts, Chi Suan abandoned them, because the progress was too slow. If you want to practice them, you have to practice them in winter for 49 days, and summer for 30 days, and then you will see results in 20 to 30 years. But the evil ancient martial arts are different. If there is no effect after 3 days, it means that the person is basically dead. If he is still alive, and still studies, and practices hard, then he has definitely entered the door. It is impossible to enter the door of the righteous ancient martial arts without 3 or 2 months. Chapter 94. A day passed in a flash, and Chi Suan successfully got a lot of information from the Chao family girl named Chao Luan. She was really stubborn at first, but with the cooperation of the intelligent brain and Chi Suan, she said whatever Chi Suan asked. Chao Luan's identity is quite special. She is the illegitimate daughter of the Chao family. Her mother is a street prostitute. Her father had her after a prostitute. Because she has the blood of the Chao family, she was taken back to the Chao family for raising. But no one in the Chao family likes her. After all, her mother's identity is really hard to talk about. Then Chao Luan secretly left the Chao family and settled down here. Life is pretty good, at least she won't die. Then she met Chi Suan. Later, Chi Suan learned about Chao Ro's situation from Chao Luan. As for the others, they are of no value. Chao Luan also didn't know about the Soul-Devouring Fist and the Soul-Devouring Palm. After all, she was just a marginal person. Only the eldest son of the Chao family knew about it, so there were only 3 or 5 people in total. So Chao Ro's information was the most important. There was a mysterious fiancé who was betrothed to her since birth. The reason why this marriage happened was because the master of the mysterious fiancé saved Chao Li's life. And he also gave Chao Li a Dehuan Dan, which allowed Chao Li to successfully break through to the peak of Huajin. Unfortunately, he was limited in himself. He didn't take the last step from middle age to old age to become a Danjin master. It was not until he entered the Doomsday game that he broke through before his death, because I forced him. Chi Suan was also quite speechless about this. There are 5 levels in the realm of ancient martial arts: initial stage, middle stage, late stage, perfect stage, and peak stage. Such a detailed division is a process of accumulating strength for Chi Suan. Then, there is a peak stage for ancient martial artists like Chao Li, who are stuck in Danjin, and cannot take the last step, and can only keep polishing Huajin. It means the representative of invincibility at the same level, so this realm does not exist, it is just divided for the purpose of pasting. In Chi Suan's view, there is no need to divide it into initial stage and middle stage. However, Chi Suan is very curious. Will 2 invincible peak stage Huajin ancient martial artists of the same level fight to the death? Will they die together? After all, both of them are invincible at the same level. Wouldn't it be too wasteful if they don't die together? In addition, Qi Xuan also learned about the situation in the ancient martial arts world. Although Chao Luan is not well received, he also practices Uniquan, and has a lot of knowledge about the ancient martial arts circle. It must be hard to live in the Chao family, but if outsiders want to bully Chao Luan, the Chao family will not just watch, but will choose to stand up for Chao Luan. No matter how much the family is not optimistic about her, she is still a daughter of the Chao family. As an ancient martial arts family, family affection is the bond of maintenance. You can bully your own people, but you can't bully outsiders. There are 9 Danjin masters, who are the strongest ancient martial artists in the open. 7 of them are the helmsmen of the ancient martial arts families, and the remaining 2 are strong people trained by the country. But even Danjin masters have to die with hatred in the face of overwhelming bullets. So the mainstream of their world is still technology. According to rumors, if you can break through to Gangjin, then ancient martial arts alone can resist firearms. But this is probably just a rumor. Jiajin can indeed withstand firearms, but facing a large caliber sniper rifle, your skull can be shattered. Qi Xuan is not without data. The upper limit of ancient martial arts is indeed slightly higher than the limit of strength, but it is still a younger brother in front of hot weapons. In the early and even mid-term, there is no need to worry that hot weapons will be eliminated. On the contrary, the 2 existing extraordinary systems basically require a lot of time and resources and sufficient qualifications. They are not universal at all. But then again, this batch of new survivors actually have no talent. Qi Xuan was puzzled by this. They all have an initial basic skill. Some people have basic boxing, some have basic body skills, or more comprehensive basic close combat. This basic skill can be upgraded and is self-selected. Most of the Chao family members choose basic boxing. After all, the suffix of their Yeni fist is fist. Even if there are more than boxing in the inheritance, boxing is the main one. Basic boxing can increase the power of boxing by 10%. And their ancient martial arts Yeni fist is also in the skill list. According to Chao Luan, Chao Li, the helmsman of the Chao family, upgraded the basic boxing to LV10 and sought to break through to a higher mastery level. The maximum level of basic skills is level 10, but this is not the end, but another beginning. As long as you can break through the level limit, you can improve the quality of basic skills. What a pity, I can't continue to get talents. Qi Xuan sighed. Of course, this is a pity. After all, without high-quality talents, Qi Xuan has no reference direction for transformation. It is estimated that the Doomsday game was to guard against Qi Xuan, so the original awakening talents were changed to basic skills. Of course, it is not that basic skills are not as good as talents, but basic skills not only defend Qi Xuan, but also more suitable for the ancient warriors in this batch of survivors. Ancient warriors are good at ancient martial arts. As long as they are combined with basic skills, they can definitely be more powerful. But doing so has made ordinary people suffer. Qi Xuan looked at the number of survivors. 95% of the survivors who were arranged here died, which was very fast. Although the difficulty of the Doomsday in the Polar Day world is much higher than that of the Doomsday in the Deep world, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to die so quickly. The comprehensive attributes of the survivors in the Deep world are not as good as this batch, and they can still survive the Earth-Moon impact of the Blood Moon. That's because talent helps survivors much more than basic skills. Basic skills are only useful for ancient warriors, and as ordinary survivors, even if they get basic skills, they can't use them without ancient martial arts. It's like entering the game without anything, and with a more difficult Polar Day world, it's hard to survive. The Doomsday game is equivalent to abandoning those ordinary survivors, and choosing ancient warriors instead. However, compared with ordinary people, ancient warriors are just a drop in the ocean. If nothing unexpected happens, the number of survivors will continue to decrease. Unless someone steps up to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Qi Xuan was stunned, as if someone could really do it. The protagonist of Guwu. Since the other party has a female protagonist, it is highly likely that she will not be a lone wolf like me, and there is a high possibility that she will gather a group. The simplest point is that the female protagonist can't hang around outside, she must be by his side. It's a pity that Qi Xuan didn't have any relevant clues. Chao Luan is just a marginal daughter of the Chao family. How could she know what Chao Rou's mysterious fiancé is like? However, many people are dissatisfied with this arranged marriage. After all, Chao Rou is the eldest granddaughter, how can she marry out? If she wants to get married, she must marry into the family. Even if she marries out, she must choose the second son of the Guwu family, with the Danjin master in charge, and the identity of the eldest son of the concubine. So many people in the Chao family are thinking about canceling this meaningless marriage, so that the Chow family can get close to a higher level Guwu family. If it weren't for the Doomsday Game, it might have been implemented. When Chi Suan heard this information, he almost laughed out loud. These people really wanted to die. They dared to send the protagonist's woman away, not to mention that you were not right. A group of uncles and aunts wanted to use the rest of their niece's life to exchange for their own wealth and glory. Why not sacrifice them, but sacrifice others to enjoy themselves? So they said it was for the Chow family, but in fact it was not for themselves. In this way, the contradiction came out, and Chi Suan could guess how it would develop later. It's a pity that such a good show was interrupted by the Doomsday Game. So the follow-up plan is to focus on finding out where there are large gathering places for survivors. In fact, there is another way, that is to capture the protagonist's fiancée as bait. But the problem is how to know if it is the heroine before killing her. You can only know after killing her, but the person is dead, and Chi Suan has no way to contact the protagonist through the dead. So this method can only be shelved. The Longquan sword in Qin Sheng's hand killed a wild beast casually. The eternal immortal god and demon Sutra records powerful sword moves, and he naturally used a sword. With the strength of Hua Jin, ordinary wild beasts are not his opponents at all. Thank you, young man. Wait a minute, are you Qin Sheng? A woman with a cold and beautiful face showed strange and complex eyes. Do you know me? Qin Sheng put the Longquan sword into the scabbard in a casual manner. This Longquan sword is an S-level equipment, which was passed down to him by his 7 mysterious masters. I, Shuep Pingjun, I saw you when I was 5 years old, the woman said hurriedly. Qin Sheng's face became a little uneasy when he heard this. Of course he knew Shuep Pingjun, one of his fiancées. The 7 mysterious masters each arranged a fiancée for him, and all 7 fiancées had extraordinary origins. Just like Shuep Pingjun in front of him, she is the only daughter of the chairman of the Million Billion Group, and later directly inherited this Million Billion Group. If it weren't for the Doomsday Game, the other party's net worth might be among the top 10 in the country. And Chow Rou's family background is indeed not as good as Shuep Pingjun, but the Chow family has Soul Devouring Fist and Soul Devouring Palm, which is why the other party became Qin Sheng's fiancée. Remember, you were short and fat back then, not as pretty as you are now. Qin Sheng really didn't expect one of his fiancées to be so pretty. Slippery tongue. Shuep Pingjun's face suddenly turned red, and then she said coquettishly. But she found that Qin Sheng's eyes did not have the lustful look that those lustful men had on her, but only pure appreciation. Qin Sheng had never seen a woman before. Before this, he had been in the mountains, and apart from the 7 masters, he rarely came into contact with outsiders. So he really thought she was pretty, and didn't have any other thoughts. Chapter 95. Through training, a special frequency similar to electromagnetic frequency is formed to strengthen the body and spirit. Practice Ming Jin externally, practice and Jin internally, and Hua Jin is the unity of internal and external. When you reach the peak of Hua Jin, you can have the prototype of martial arts intuition, and then the intuition will begin to transform. If the first 3 forces are only based on the body, Dan Jin begins to involve the spirit. This sentence is just Chi Suan's guess, not true. After all, what he can understand is relatively limited, and it is also the result of cooperating with the corpses of Chao Li and Chao Luan. Chao Luan was just a beginner in Jin when he was alive. It must be said that ancient martial arts is too talent-intensive. Those with good talent can enter Hua Jin at a young age, while those with poor talent may not even be able to get started within Jin. Chi Suan's talent is definitely gone. He is not a human in the ancient martial arts world, so how can he have ancient martial arts talent? Others are still uneven, but Chi Suan simply has never had it. But for Chi Suan, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have it, as long as the enemy has it. Especially since he has the body of Chao Li, the master of Dan Jin. Although he has just entered the Dan Jin level, many magical powers cannot be exerted. But it doesn't matter, Chi Suan doesn't want the Dan Jin level, but wants to study how to generate strength. There is no such thing in the ancient martial arts secret book, it just lets you practice, maintain, and fight step by step, cycle, comprehend, and then break through. There is no in-depth analysis to tell you why you should do this, and what benefits you will get from doing this. Anyway, you can just follow it. This creates a problem, that is, 8 out of 10 ancient martial artists have only elementary school education. They can only recognize a few words, and the rest are based on ancient books. So there will be a situation, that is, when this ancient martial arts secret book is practiced to the end, either change the school or stop here. Few people think of innovation, and they only think that they are not talented. But think about it, wouldn't it be much faster to change to an ancient martial art with a higher upper limit than to innovate by yourself, After all, creation is never an easy thing, and it may not be successful. Then the question is, how to solve the problem of strength. Qi Xuan roughly understood the operating logic of Ming Jin, and Jin and Hua Jin. Now as long as he has strength, he can practice soul-devouring fist and soul-devouring palm. Under normal circumstances, the first ray of strength can be born after practicing first. Because it is understood in an external way, the practitioner's movements and strength are very obvious, which can be seen and felt intuitively, called Ming Jin. It doesn't mean that you have to have strength first, and then find a way to turn it into Ming Jin, but Ming Jin is the initial stage of strength. So Qi Xuan's beginning was wrong. But there is no other way. If you don't have it, you can only find a way to create it yourself. Use the Yusui virus? Qi Xuan quickly found an alternative. He didn't have the strength frequency, but he had something similar. Combined with the slanting wind and drizzle, and the 3 top evil ancient martial arts, it should be successful. But in this way, I don't know what I will cultivate. Qi Xuan didn't have much confidence in his heart. After all, compared with the ultimate strength, the upper limit of ancient martial arts is higher, and the system is more complicated. The power of the limit is still in the rough exploration stage, while ancient martial arts already have a complete inheritance system. Fortunately, the soul-devouring fist and soul-devouring palm, he got are top martial arts. Evil is evil, otherwise if he really started with swallow-wing fist, Qi Xuan would probably choose to give up ancient martial arts directly. Swallowing fist is not bad, but it is too stable for Qi Xuan. But if the deep virus, specific hormones, and cells can be integrated into one, it would be a good thing. The biggest problem with Qi Xuan is that at first glance, they are all connected to each other, but in fact they are fighting each other. He has always wanted to integrate them together, but there is really not much chance. It is true that the upper limit of ancient martial arts is a little higher than the power of the limit, but its principles and effects are of great help to Qi Xuan. It can be combined with his own situation and completely integrated into one. As for whether it may affect the future, he doesn't know this, but if he doesn't seize the time to grow now, he probably won't worry about affecting the future. After all, his life is gone. If there are flowers to be picked, pick them now. Don't wait until there are no flowers and you have nothing to pluck. If he really wants to live for an uncertain future, even if he can survive this doomsday and kill all the survivors, then in the next doomsday, the doomsday game may directly pull in the survivors of the immortal martial arts category. What should he do then? The future will not become easier, but more and more harsh. So don't think about whether it will affect the future, you have to think about whether you can survive the present. This is a big project, and the projects on hand are piling up more and more. In order to study ancient martial arts, there is very little research on the Blood Moon Sample Organization. Qi Xuan could only sigh, he had no good solution. The hunting time has come, should we postpone it? The intelligent brain interrupted his thinking. Time is limited, so Qi Xuan has to arrange it reasonably. After all, he can't just think about himself, he also has to consider the fuel needed for the evolution of Tai Sui. So generally speaking, he will go out to hunt wild beasts in the hottest stage, and when the temperature starts to drop, he will come back to continue research. No need to postpone, just go directly. Is it 1 degree higher today than the day before yesterday? Qi Xuan asked. The intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui to pack up the experimental equipment and materials used by Qi Xuan for research, while answering Qi Xuan. Yes, the current temperature increase has not exceeded 2 degrees, but it has increased compared to before. If the data is correct, the increase will increase again soon. You need to prepare early, you can't install an air conditioner for Tai Sui, Qi Xuan complained. Your idea is very suitable. Qi Xuan's face was also condensed when he heard this. Are you serious? He is currently lacking many modules, so it is not necessary to install an air conditioner. To be precise, it is a heat dissipation or temperature regulation module. It is recommended that you choose the former to save your life. The Sand Dragon scale pattern shell may not be able to help with subsequent high temperatures due to insufficient Tai Sui evolution times, and additional modules are needed to make up for it. Qi Xuan's face darkened. If the temperature does not rise, it is indeed enough now. However, there is no if, the temperature rise is a fact. Okay, have you collected it? Qi Xuan asked. Yes, when I left Liebwa Mansion before, I had obtained the corresponding module. The preparation of the intelligent brain is still very sufficient. Okay, let's do as you say. Qi Xuan's face calmed down. Mainly, the words of the intelligent brain, that he was the first to save his life, convinced him. If the temperature is higher, will Tai Sui be unable to bear it? The premise of heat dissipation is to bear it. Qi Xuan suddenly found a blind spot. If it soars to 300 or 500 degrees, the SSS level module of the Sand Dragon scale pattern shell will be melted by the high temperature. After evolving to the SSS level, this thing was dragged down by Tai Sui, and it was not even as good as the original sandworm shell. It can only be said that one incompetent general killed the whole army. Take your life as the first priority. After the temperature reaches a certain degree, I will control Tai Sui to take you deep into the ground to ensure your survival as much as possible. The intelligent brain can't do anything. Tai Sui is a gold-eating beast. It is really impossible to grow to the terrible temperature of hundreds of degrees in a short time. The harder it is to let Chi Suian grow, he has become stronger, but it is even more unrealistic to let Chi Suian grow to the strength to resist such a high temperature in a short time. It is not as reliable as letting Tai Sui grow. At least Tai Sui can get the energy for evolution as long as he gives resources as fuel. Unlike Chi Suian, it can be said that every step he takes is to break through the upper limit of his original race, rather than really growing step by step. The upper limit of humans in the deep world is there. If you don't choose the divine container technology or the immortal surgery, the upper limit is 1 point, at most 0.1 point more. Chi Suian has opened up a completely different path. So the upper limit can only be expanded by Chi Suian himself little by little. There is no predecessor, and no way forward, only himself. Okay, listen to you. Chi Suian thought that if it really reached hundreds of degrees, it was indeed the only way to do it. And this high temperature of several hundred degrees is still a conservative estimate. It may be higher, and the entire surface of the planet may turn into a sea of magma. If the temperature seeps, Chi Suian and Tai Sui will really be finished if there is not enough heat dissipation. That's why the intelligent brain will prepare in advance. The end of the world due to natural disasters has always been very scary. Zombies, such man-made disasters, not only kill the survivors, but the impact of the earth and the moon of the blood moon directly kills the first batch of survivors. As Chi Suian spoke, the intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui to start hunting wild beasts. The armor is a little low, but the fire resistance is high. Chi Suian watched Tai Sui kill a wild beast in a few moves and threw it into the smelting furnace. The battle was resolved in just 2 minutes. Firstly, the temperature of this wild beast is relatively low. Secondly, the intelligent brain has obtained the fighting methods of the 4 ancient martial arts, namely Yin-E Fist, Soul-Devouring Fist, Soul-Devouring Fist, and Soul-Devouring Evil Skill. The combat model has been updated and iterated, becoming more powerful. Ancient martial arts are worthy of being a killing technique, but they are not very effective against animals. Chi Suian muttered. He knows the theory of fighting methods, but has not yet put them into practice. Also, most fighting methods require strength as the main body, otherwise it is just pure skills, and the performance is relatively limited. That is, the intelligent brain can handle it. If someone else does not have strength and uses the fighting methods of ancient martial arts, it will only be a fancy move. Chi Suian can see the flaws. During Chi Suian's analysis, the intelligent brain killed 3 more wild beasts as fuel. At this stage, ancient martial arts are more useful to Tai Sui God than in Chi Suian's hands. But then again, how can wild beasts grow and reproduce in such a poor resource? Chi Suian can only think of 2 sources of food. One is the wild beasts themselves, and the other is humans. Unless they don't necessarily need to eat, and can survive in the sun. Unfortunately, Chi Suian has too many projects on hand, so the research on wild beasts can only be postponed, and they can be used as fuel first. Chapter 96. Fuck go, this thing can't be defeated. Chi Suian watched Tai Sui Shin narrowly escape a tiger-like wild beast that was as big as an elephant. The skin was no longer furry, but covered with a layer of colorful scales that reflected the sunlight. Its speed was so fast, and its strength was even more ferocious. Chi Suian estimated that the natives, with a limit of 100 degrees of power, would only be a slap in front of this tiger. The temperature emitted from the opponent's body was not low. It can be predicted that the high temperature heat energy in the body was at least 300 degrees. Because it was isolated by the body, the upper limit could not be measured for the time being. This terrifying temperature was still restrained. Once it was released, Chi Suian could be sure that the strength of this tiger-like wild beast would definitely increase again. The strongest existence in the polar day world was not humans, but this group of wild beasts. They were no longer normal life forms. A ray of psionic energy suddenly emerged and directly hit the tiger-like wild beast. Because it came out directly from the subspace pocket, it caught the wild beast off guard and hit it on the spot. You can imagine what happened next. The whole wild beast was decomposed, and the high temperature in its body was the same. Chi Suian ignored the power of the nether energy, because for him, This was not something he could study at this stage. Didn't you see that the highest level thing he developed by himself was his A-level talent virus control, nether? As a result, he started to study the SSS level module, which was purely ambitious. Not only did he not research anything, but it would waste time, so he had to be down to earth. Just like the tissue sample of the blood moon, the progress so far is still relatively average. When the progress was not good, Chi Suan already understood that he was still far behind. Either the knowledge reserve should be kept up to use for analogy, or the strength should be kept up to make the brain work better. If neither of these two can keep up, then the progress can only be slow. The hunting time is over. Do you choose to return? The intelligent brain asked Chi Suan. In fact, there are about 10 minutes left before the end of the hunting, but the intelligent brain is not such a rigid person. It is not so easy to find a suitable wild beast within 10 minutes. Just like this tiger-like wild beast, it is obviously not suitable as fuel. Because of its too strong strength, Tai Sui-shan has no way to capture it alive, and can only kill it. So most of the hunting time is spent looking for suitable prey. As for proposing to change a weapon, neither Chi Suan nor the intelligent brain has this idea. The psionic energy of the floating gun is definitely the best in terms of attack. Anyway, except for the blood moon, no one can survive. The special zombie did come back to life, but it came back to life, not alive. So he never considered changing it. The purpose of evolving Tai Sui God was to become stronger, but in order to evolve, he dismantled the strong weapons. This is putting the cart before the horse. It will delay the progress, but it can't guarantee safety. He protected Tai Sui God, but who will protect him? If he fails, no matter how well Tai Sui God develops, he will only be a wedding dress for others. So he should focus on himself, not Tai Sui God. Go back. Today's harvest is average. Chi Suan looked at the progress bar of the armor value. If nothing unexpected happens, in another 2 or 3 hours, the armor value will be able to meet the standard, allowing Tai Sui to evolve. The main reason is that Tai Sui can defeat too few wild beasts without relying on the floating gun. However, in the battle, Chi Suan gradually found out the situation of the wild beasts. They really don't need to eat, they can survive by basking in the sun. Therefore, Chi Suan suspects that the ultimate power of humans and the birth of wild beasts are more inclined to some kind of radiation from the sun. Well, it's not quite right to say it's radiation, it should be pollution. Secondly, wild beasts will also prey on each other, and it seems that by swallowing the high-temperature heat source in the wild beasts, they can enhance their own high-temperature heat source. Although it can't be enhanced without loss, it can also absorb about 20 to 30%. As for why they eat people, according to Chi Suan's observation, he suspects it's because they are delicious. Yes, it's simply delicious. Those wild beasts are old, woody and hard, and the aborigines are naturally delicious compared to them. Chi Suan can see the difference with the naked eye. In addition, humans are also weak, especially humans without extreme power account for the majority, so the risk of hunting is much lower than hunting wild beasts. However, wild beasts did not massacre the natives, because the brains of wild beasts had not improved, but have declined. Therefore, when facing groups of humans, they will be afraid, and rarely appear to directly break into human gathering places for large-scale hunting. Instead, they have always lived in the wild. It is these factors that prevented the natives from being eaten by wild beasts. In fact, Chi Suan has another guess, that is, the fertility rate of wild beasts may be very low, resulting in the population size not increasing. As the number decreases, the chance of encountering them will be even smaller. Moreover, the areas where most wild beasts live are extremely hot and high-temperature areas in the eyes of the natives. And areas suitable for human habitation will make wild beasts feel uncomfortable. For example, the Gobian deserts before, where wild beasts are not only numerous, but also strong. It is completely a forbidden area for humans. On the contrary, in areas with lower temperatures, the powerful tiger beast that Chi Suan met today rarely appears. After the hunt, Chi Suan returned to the original safe house area. After returning, Chi Suan started his own research. And he also experimented on himself. Failed again. Chi Suan looked at his arm, and saw irregular twists. His experimental position was naturally to use his arm, mainly for clearer observation. Fortunately, soon, the twisted arm began to wriggle frantically, and a large number of Yusui viruses began to repair. Especially, with the support of abundant nutrients, the effect was very good. He has been hanging nutrient solution on his body, to make his attributes reach 2.5 points. After all, the enhancement obtained by fully burning cells with the ultimate power requires sufficient nutrition as a supply to improve. Unfortunately, the speed is too slow. However, Chi Xuan didn't care much. After all, what he valued was not the after-sales service, but the previous direct enhancement of his attributes to 2.1. Chi Xuan crossed out one of the plans and filed it, and then tested the next plan. Luck, help me. Chi Xuan actually didn't have any good ideas, he just tried them one by one. Then learned lessons from a large amount of failure data, and then succeed with enough experience. To say that it is successful in one go, this possibility is not impossible. If Chi Xuan kills the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world and possesses the protagonist halo of the other party, it is estimated that there will not be too many problems. The protagonist halo cannot send data to Chi Xuan out of thin air. It is already the best effort of others to send 3 top evil ancient martial arts. The things that are not available can only be added by Chi Xuan himself, and the protagonist halo can only have a place to exert its strength. Otherwise, there is no platform for exerting strength, and the protagonist halo is also a good cook without rice. If this thing is really omnipotent, Chi Xuan's can't be strengthened by +2. As for having 1/7 of it, it must be complete at least. Incomplete ones will not even have any strengthening effect. Even if it can provide help, it is a relatively limited type, not really giving it all. After another 3 hours, Chi Xuan's arms were either exploding or twisting, and Chi Xuan was also enlightened by this. Being able to see so many arm injuries is enough to see how terrible his experiment is. Most of them are sequelae of rejection reactions, cell conflicts, etc. I have to slow down. I have failed so many times that my arm feels like it is not mine anymore. Chi Xuan said softly, "You can take this opportunity to install the heat dissipation module for Tai Suishan," the intelligent brain reminded in time. The heat dissipation module is not a key module, so the intelligent brain did not choose to interrupt Chi Xuan, who was conducting experiments on himself. As for not installing it, if it is not used for the time being? What if you wait until you need it, and then install it? What if it is too late? Installation and upgrading also take time. Not to mention other modules, it doesn't matter, after all, as long as you don't go to the dangerous area. The biggest danger is still high temperature. Chi Xuan took a look and found that Tai Sui's armor value reached 17 points at some point, completing the 16th evolution. The next time is to reach 18 points of armor value. It seems that I have to move more recently. Chi Xuan directly installed the heat dissipation module and obtained a new module, SSS Black Dark Energy Crystal. This module can convert high temperature into radiation energy, which is then converted into evolutionary energy by the star core condenser. If there is only a single heat dissipation module, it simply dissipates the temperature, and with the cooperation of the star core condenser, it is further utilized. It is equivalent to the higher the temperature, the more evolutionary energy is obtained. Of course, there is a premise, that is, Tai Sui can withstand it, and is not damaged by high temperature. So this set of modules that seem to be very strong against high temperature, its weakness is Tai Sui itself. Unfortunately, the number of Tai Sui evolutions is a money-eating beast. Fortunately, it can be upgraded by hanging up, otherwise Chi Xuan would have to hunt from morning to night. As for why he had to move, it was naturally because the number of wild beasts suitable for fuel in the surrounding area was limited. For example, the area in this area that is more suitable for human habitation is not a suitable place for wild beasts to survive, so the number is originally small. There are many wild beasts that meet Chi Xuan's requirements, but it is difficult. After all, the land is vast, and the beasts are sparse. If there are wild beasts everywhere, where would there be so many gathering places for indigenous people? Smart brain, you plan first. We won't come back tomorrow. We will change places directly after hunting. Chi Xuan arranged the smart brain directly, and he started experimental research on his own. For him, the research on strength alone made him a little overwhelmed, so how could he have so much free time? Follow your instructions. After the smart brain responded, it began to plan data and map deduction to find a new safe house area for Chi Xuan. Chapter 97. It's done! It's finally done! Chi Xuan smiled. In order to improve himself, he did a lot of hard work. In the end, he transformed himself mainly with the Yusui virus, and used the slanting wind and drizzle state as nutrients. After all, there is an extreme force in it as a derivative of the extreme burning cell. After a transformation, Chi Xuan gave birth to strength. Well, it's called strength, but it's not really strength, but a kind of nerve reaction formed by the Yusui virus as the main body, and further expanded based on this. It just has a similar structure to strength, and can be used as a substitute for strength. In the body of ancient warriors, strength is actually an invisible and immaterial force, which is strengthened through the coordination of consciousness and body through the muscles, bones, internal organs, blood and other tissues. So it is essentially a combination of physique and spirit. Then the next step is further experimentation. Take Ming Jin, and Jin, and Hua Jin as one stage, and train first. As for the last three forces, we talk about them later. Dan Jin is a bit weird. After you get started with the first three forces, try to delete the so-called martial arts will and martial arts intuition. These weird things are one of the thresholds of ancient martial arts. Only those who have talent, perseverance, opportunity, and resources can successfully reach the top. If one is missing, he will be stuck from middle age to old age like Chao Li. If he hadn't entered the Doomsday Game, he would have only Hua Jin for his whole life. Unfortunately, Qi Xuan didn't have the talent that was needed first. Chao Li could still comprehend, but Qi Xuan couldn't. As a human in the deep world, how could he have the abilities that humans in the ancient martial arts world have? Ming Jin is mainly based on external training, mainly external strength and standing practice. Strengthen your own skin, muscles, and bones. For me, this is not too difficult, and it does not require slow work. Qi Xuan recalled the content of Ming Jin in Soul Devouring Fist and Soul Devouring Palm. As an evil ancient martial art, not to mention the fighting method, it is inherently vicious and cruel. The training method is very deadly. If it is just a single method, with its standing practice, one will be inadvertently injured, sequelae, and even death on the spot. And the nourishment method is a tiger and wolf medicine that is a great tonic. Most people can't bear it. With a deadly standing practice, if you don't get started within 3 days, you will be sorry for the word evil. And after getting started, except for taking your life, it can be said that the foundation is solid and the strength is pure and long. The problem with these two evil skills is that they are easy to die, and then they have the quick success of the evil way, and there will be no problem with the foundation. Qi Xuan is different. He does not practice a single stance, but 3 overlapping Ming Jin training methods of Soul Devouring Fist, Soul Devouring Palm, and Soul Devouring Evil skill. As long as he can withstand the poisonous tiger wolf nourishing medicine, the threefold stance, not to mention more, he will definitely reach the perfection of Ming Jin within 24 hours. It is a quick learning method, and it is also the top evil ancient martial arts. If it is slow, it will be useless. So as long as you are strong enough, it is definitely not an empty talk to ascend to heaven in one step. In my case, I can withstand the threefold stance, but the tiger wolf nourishing medicine is a bit difficult. Qi Xuan muttered. It's not because the medicine is too strong, but compared with Qi Xuan, this thing is not strong enough. Since the zombie apocalypse in the deep world, Qi Xuan can be said to be a person who has been soaking in medicine. In addition to his own unique deep cells, the effect of this thing is not enough to touch him. Then add 10 or 100 times the amount of medicine, and then use the deadly triple pile directly. Qi Xuan chose to add ingredients without hesitation. As for the possibility of death, this is guaranteed to die. Qi Xuan understands that whether it is pile power or nourishing medicine, it is either highly toxic or overloaded for ordinary people. And for Qi Xuan, it is also life-threatening. It's just that he may not die. After all, this thing is only at the Ming Jin stage. If it is replaced with the orthodox ancient martial arts, at most, it will be injured if it is not practiced well. How can it leave the so-called hidden injuries and sequelae? Death is a common thing, otherwise it is called the deadly triple pile. Of course, it is also because Qi Xuan practiced the triple pile. If he only practiced the pile power of the evil ancient martial arts, the risk of life would be much lower. However, the improvement effect is too different. The second is the 3 evil ancient martial arts itself. The reason why they can be called top is that special strength will be born in each stage. If one part is missing, then the final strength of Soul Devouring Evil skill cannot be practiced. And each special strength is a part of the evil skill, so if you want to fully exert its power, you have to practice them all to perfection. However, Qi Xuan also knew that he would never be able to practice to perfection. Ming Jin, and Hua Jin only involve the body. In the future, Dan Jin, Gang Jin, and Jie Jin may have to be changed to their own appearance. Let's try Zhuang Gong first, Qi Xuan said, and he swallowed the tiger and wolf nourishing medicine prepared by the intelligent brain in one gulp. The taste can't be said to be delicious, but it's better to pour it directly into the stomach next time, so as to avoid vomiting because of the taste. I don't feel it. My own strength is too overbearing, and my drug resistance is too high, so it doesn't seem to work. Concentrate it 10 times and pour another bowl. Qi Xuan knew that improving attributes was actually secondary. His attributes had already reached the standard in order to improve his strength. Because his strength was a man-made product transformed by his own body cells and the deep virus, it was different from the strength of the ancient martial arts world. They used strength to drive the body, and Qi Xuan at this stage could only nourish his strength to the level of his own body. So it didn't matter if he didn't feel it, as long as he could increase his strength. The intelligent brain decisively injected Qi Xuan directly into the stomach, so as to avoid letting the mouth, the middleman, make a profit. This time, the medicine finally had enough effect to start working. Intelligent brain, monitor in real time, and assist me in guiding the strength with the pile training. Because it was a triple pile, Qi Xuan could clearly feel the difference. Each one had its own strengths, but although the 3-in-1 had the evil side of the ancient martial arts, it had no omissions. Take the Yeni Fist as an example. It is always based on boxing, so the pile training in the Ming Jin stage is more inclined to use boxing. However, Qi Xuan can see from the monitoring data provided by the intelligent brain that these 3 top evil ancient martial arts can strengthen the body parts cultivated by Ming Jin to the maximum extent. No wonder you have to use the big nourishing medicine, otherwise the medicine is not strong enough, and you will die directly after practicing. Qi Xuan has not yet strengthened his physique, and has not specifically nurtured and improved his strength, and the consumption is so great. However, the corresponding growth is also extremely rapid, and the strength that was originally just a trace has become as thick as a thumb. This is already the level of Ming Jin perfection. After practicing once, Qi Xuan has achieved Ming Jin perfection in an hour. That's it. It's worthy of being an evil ancient martial art. The progress is fast. Multiple injuries detected in the body. Working for you, the intelligent brain quickly pointed out to Qi Xuan the various hidden dangers of the body caused by rapid learning. The foundation is solid, the power is pure, and there are hidden injuries. But then again, what are the sources of these hidden injuries? With my physique, it is far better than normal Ming Jin. According to the data, the quantity and quality of your Ming Jin are far more than 100 times that of normal Ming Jin ancient warriors. And it may be forming the embryonic form of 2 special forces, Chanxi Jin and Duanqian Jin, which will greatly increase the destructive power. Let's not talk about the quantity and quality for now. They are both top-notch, and will definitely be stronger than normal Ming Jin. The Chanxi Jin and Duanqian Jin come from the special features of the first stage of Soul-Devouring Fist and Soul-Devouring Palm. Their full names are Yin Snake Chanxi Jin and Yumao Duanqian Jin. It needs to go through Ming Jin and Hua Jin before it can be fully formed. Qi Xuan is only Ming Jin now, so it is just a prototype, but it also makes Qi Xuan's power initially special. There are 2 more special strength stages, and 1 combined strength training stage. Qi Xuan is not sure if he can practice successfully, so he put it aside for the time being. The so-called special strength is probably to let Qi Xuan use strength to attack with special effects. That is to say, these 3 evil ancient martial arts are too overbearing, so even I will be injured. No wonder Chao Li focuses on retraining, otherwise, if it were a newcomer, not 1 person would survive out of 10,000 people. Qi Xuan understood that this evil soul-devouring skill is best used as a secondary practice, not a main practice. As a main practice, no ordinary person can survive. The final outcome is death. Qi Xuan will accumulate hidden injuries with his dual attributes of 2.1, not to mention other ordinary people. If you choose to complete the practice within 24 hours, and do not double the drug concentration, you can avoid multiple injuries. The intelligent brain means that you are too anxious. Otherwise, you won't be injured. Okay, just kill it directly. Qi Xuan was too lazy to rest, and he could just perform death recasting to remove all the hidden injuries. Such a quick method, he naturally wanted to make good use of it. The deactivation work of the intelligent brain went very smoothly, and after Qi Xuan was resurrected, he felt a lot more relaxed. After I recovered, I found a problem, that is, the Ming Jin power in my body seemed to be a little painful, and it hurt more when it was activated. Qi Xuan found a blind spot. It's not that I didn't feel pain before, but compared with the intensity of other pains, the Ming Jin power was like a small karami, which was not enough to catch his eye. Now that I have recovered, the pain in my body has eased, and I feel that strange pain. The strength and amount of your power are too high, and you are only in the Ming Jin stage. The pressure in your body is too great. Complete the practice of the Yin Jin and Hua Jin stages as soon as possible. It means that you are unbalanced, and you have to strengthen other parts. But Yin Jin and Hua Jin are not that easy. Even if Yin Jin is faster, I still need 10 days. Chapter 98. When practicing dark power, standing practice has been eliminated and replaced by breathing. Through the frequency of breathing, the bright power is adjusted and penetrated into the internal organs, blood and meridians of the body. This process is internal training, which makes the body stronger and can withstand more and stronger power. And it makes the fighting style more powerful with the coordination of internal organs and blood. In addition, the bright power will also change in the process of penetrating the internal organs of the body, and then turn from the original external power to internal power. From the original sharp edge to the hidden mystery. Chi Xuan felt the changes in the power in his body. My organs, blood and other internal aspects do not need internal training, but I need to use the organs to transform the bright power into dark power. This is a process from the outside to the inside. Even the 3 evil ancient martial arts take 10 months. But in my case, it doesn't take that long. Chi Xuan muttered, feeling the pain in his internal organs and blood vessels. This kind of pain is just child's play for him. What really makes him uncomfortable is the time problem. As for the fighting method, it seems that the top level can be practiced directly. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the fighting method and soul-devouring evil skill, and he quickly gave up. Too troublesome, it's better to pierce the eyes and kick the crotch. The so-called fighting method is actually a skill based on the training method. As for the future involving martial arts, he suspects that it is a mutation related to mental attributes. But there is no evidence. This is not something Chi Xuan should consider now. Let's wait until he catches a real Dan Jin master. Moreover, he only used ancient martial arts as a channel to improve his attributes, not really intending to become an ancient martial artist. Use it if you have it, and change it if you don't need it, or just use it as the next upgrade. He is a pragmatist, not a martial arts fanatic or a psychopath who is loyal to martial arts all his life. But you still have to learn it if you don't need it, otherwise it's not a good thing to cram at the last minute. Chi Xuan looked at his schedule, and quickly set aside half an hour to learn the fighting methods of the 3 evil ancient martial arts. A gathering place for survivors was found and recorded. The intelligent brain suddenly emerged with such a prompt. While Chi Xuan completed the perfection of Ming Jin and broke through in Jin, the intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui Shen to hunt everywhere and changed the safe area. They did their own things and did not interfere with each other. Go over and scout to see if it is an ancient martial arts family. If so, stop hunting wild beasts and use them as fuel. Chi Xuan said without hesitation. Wild beasts as fuel definitely have a lot of evolutionary energy, but there is a problem here. That is, wild beasts are hard to find. There are few ancient warriors and aboriginals with extreme power, but the overall harvest is still relatively large. It can be confirmed that it is an ancient martial arts family, and there are a small number of aboriginals with extreme power. Chi Xuan couldn't help but look happy when he heard this. Good fuel, just do it. Don't use the floating gun this time, just catch it and burn it. Last time, if Yeni Chaoshur hadn't wanted to ensure that there would be no accidents when he took the opportunity, he would not have used the floating gun to carry out large-scale killings. Instead, they would choose to catch them and use them as fuel. He was jealous of the extraordinary now, and he wanted to stuff them all into the smelting furnace as fuel. The higher the number of evolutions of Tai Sui God, the more evolutionary energy he needed. Yes, sir, after the intelligent brain answered, it rushed to the gathering place as soon as possible. The name was not important. The important thing was that the intelligent brain started fighting directly. The psionic storm formed by the floating cannon directly caused a fatal blow to the entire gathering place. Chi Xuan did not ask why he said he would not use the floating cannon, but the intelligent brain still used it. Because he knew 2 words called preemptive and fish in troubled waters. With just this one attack, the entire gathering place immediately fell into chaos. Under the control of the intelligent brain, Tai Sui God quickly grabbed a disciple of the ancient martial arts family. The other party was still struggling, but Tai Sui God caught his vital point. He broke his neck on the spot and threw him into the smelting furnace. First, second, third Chi Xuan nodded softly. With the Wind Rider aviation system, Tai Sui God was naturally fast, and even Dan Jin Grandmaster couldn't see clearly when he was fast. Violator! How dare you! A violent roar broke out, as loud as a bell. The one who came was a burly man, who was a very difficult person at first glance. So Tai Sui God immediately took out a sniper rifle from his subspace pocket. The man's face froze when he saw this scene. Why don't you play by the rules? You are obviously using the ancient martial arts style, and you are also an ancient martial artist. It's understandable that you wear armor, but you actually took out a gun, which is too unethical. With the control of the intelligent brain and the reconnaissance network, there is no need to aim at all. A gunshot was heard, and the sniper rifle was put back into the subspace pocket. A bloody hole appeared on the sturdy man's head, and his face was frozen in a look of fuck, and he fell down and died. Tai Sui God didn't waste it, and grabbed the other's body and threw it into the smelting furnace. At the level of Hua Jin, you should be able to burn more. Although Qi Xuan has not yet reached Hua Jin, his eyesight is not bad, and he can naturally see the difference of the other party. It seems that because of the gunshot, the survivors and the natives also suddenly realized it. The violators in front of them are so fierce in close combat. They are crazy to fight against the other party head-on, so they have to use guns directly. No matter how hard the opponent's skin is, can it still withstand guns? They really guessed it right. With the armor value of Tai Sui God, which is so low that it is embarrassing, it is indeed impossible to withstand guns. But they want to use guns, but the intelligent brain disagrees. The floating guns appeared, and all those who dared to take guns were killed by the psionic rays. Damn it, the violators want our bodies. A survivor keenly noticed this problem. Run. Since they couldn't win, and the helmsman of the family was dead, without the backbone, they must have fled when the disaster came. For a while, chaos broke out quickly. No one thought of resisting. Who would think of betting whether they would be the next to die? But now it's too late to run. Every survivor counts, and they can't run far in front of the Windrider's aviation system. They were all caught and used as fuel. It's a lot worse. It seems to be just a small ancient martial arts family, not as good as the Chao family. Qi Xuan muttered. There are less than 100 people in this ancient martial arts family. The strongest one is just an ancient martial artist who has just entered the Hua Jin stage, the unlucky guy who was shot in the head by a sniper rifle before. Then, he searched for them. As for the natives, who did not have the power of the limit, Qi Xuan did not do anything. Their fuel value was not enough, and there was not much evolutionary energy after burning it, so Qi Xuan was too lazy to move. After a lot of trouble, Qi Xuan found the secret book of this ancient martial arts family. Xinyiquan? This ancient martial arts is actually a spiritual ancient martial arts? Qi Xuan flipped through it, and his eyes widened. Is there such an ancient martial arts? This ancient martial arts level is only up to Hua Jin, but it takes a different approach and uses the mind as a method of training, no longer taking the path of external training, internal training, and integration. It is equivalent to saying that they do not practice the first 3 levels and directly practice the low-end version of Danjin. Then this is not a wrong way. The original purpose of Xinyiquan is to focus on the heart and supplement it with the mind. Anyone with great perseverance can practice it. From then on, you will no longer be constrained by talent and resources. You can get martial arts with a single-minded focus. However, the problem is that this thing is contrary to the concept. Not only does it require extremely high talent, but it also requires a lot of resources to nourish the mind. The former raises the threshold, and the latter is even required by the Danjin Grandmaster, which can be said to be priceless. It is simply not something that their small ancient martial arts family can practice. In addition, there is another problem. Even if you practice it, your physical strength will not improve much, but you will be dragged down by your own strong mind. Then the result is naturally a weak body and a heavy mind, and you will die from overwork. It's a bit evil. Qi Xuan commented on the content of EP91 after reading it. It should be considered as my opportunity, otherwise they would have the bad luck to meet me. This very evil EP91 is of great value to Qi Xuan. It can help Qi Xuan to study Danjin in the absence of a living Danjin master. Qi Xuan already has some understanding of ancient martial artists. Ming Jin is practiced externally, and Jin is practiced internally, and Hua Jin is unified internally and externally to coordinate oneself, which is the foundation. The subsequent Danjin requires the unity of body and mind, and the internal force is mixed like Dan. The difficulty lies in the unity of body and mind. This is similar to the complete consistency of body and mind, which is very difficult. More importantly, it requires a goal and motivation to move forward, which is probably to make oneself stubborn and produce similar mental illness, that is, the so-called martial arts will. After the success of both, you can have the martial arts intuition to predict the enemy's opportunities and detect crises in advance, and even have a special sense of opportunity in the dark. At this point, they have actually begun to become idealistic. Although it sounds awesome, they still dare not take on hot weapons head-on. Large caliber firearms can also kill them. After all, the ancient martial arts in the ancient martial arts world do not seem to be very high-end. Not to mention burning mountains and boiling seas, it is difficult to withstand sniper rifles. Qi Xuan guessed that it was because the Doomsday Game did not dare to pull the natives of the world with too high a level as survivors. Otherwise, if a group of strong people who can control time, master space, and create the world that were pulled in, I am afraid that the Doomsday Game would have to be dismantled. The Doomsday game is not even a match for the corpse of the deep god, which is enough to show that it itself is not very high-end. It only bullies humans like Chi Xuan who come from a low-level world, and certainly dares not to provoke the natives of those powerful worlds. Chapter 99. After the fight, call it a day. After plundering this gathering place, Chi Xuan naturally left. Then he spent a boring life hunting wild beasts, studying the Blood Moon organization, practicing strength, and trying to improve 3 evil ancient martial arts and 1 semi-evil ancient martial arts, trying to improve an ancient martial art of his own based on this. If there is still time, choose to practice the fighting methods of ancient martial arts to avoid time saturation. Then, he discovered a new use of EP91. That is to improve his ability and strengthen his spirit. Since leaving the deep world, this ability of his has been stuck at level A. The strength formed by EP91 is different from normal strength, and then Chi Xuan used the unique strength of EP91 to disassemble the structure. Then he optimized and improved his pineal gland, so that the mental strengthening ability that had reached the upper limit began to improve again. It was successful, but it was stopped by Chi Xuan. There is no problem with the optimized pineal gland structure, the problem is me. At least 3 points of dual attributes must be achieved, and the person must reach Danjin, otherwise, he will not be able to carry the spiritual enhancement ability after the promotion. If nothing unexpected happens, the ability will be upgraded to S level. Because the increase in spiritual attributes far exceeds the strength of the body, it leads to imbalance. If the strength is not enough, he will die. Chi Xuan quickly deduced the data. In this case, if we continue to deduce the content of Danjin, Gangjin and Jiajin based on the foundation of EP91 and extract the structure, doesn't it mean that mental enhancement can reach SSS level? Chi Xuan found that the first 3 stages of ancient martial arts are physical strength, and the last 3 stages are more idealistic, so they belong to the field of spiritual attributes. Well, it shouldn't be that easy. Chi Xuan thought, if it was really that easy to succeed at SSS level, it wouldn't be so rare. That is to say, Xiniaquin is special. It doesn't go through the physical body, but the mind, so it is related to the spiritual attribute, and Chi Xuan can learn from the structure to succeed. If it goes on, it is estimated that there is no way to break through. It would be great if the research on the blood moon tissue sample could make such good progress. Compared to the mental enhancement ability, Chi Xuan is more concerned about his virus series talent. There are ways, but no way to manifest it. He can indeed improve his virus talent through absorbing the talent of the source of the deep, and the virus frenzy, through the accumulation of time. However, Chi Xuan doesn't want to say how long it will take. So he still relies more on the blood moon tissue sample. Forget it, the blood moon tissue sample can't be rushed. Let's focus on the current strength first. He studied every day, and there was progress, but it was limited. So Chi Xuan came up with another idea, which was to kill the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world, and after strengthening the protagonist's aura, maybe he could make rapid progress with the help of luck. It's a pity that after so long, the SSS level module of the Lost Treasure map has never shown a red dot again. It's obvious that the only opportunity that this module can take a fancy to is probably the protagonist. Didn't you see that even EP91 can't be on the treasure map? So it's better to say it's a treasure map than a protagonist locator. There are advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that as long as the map is on, it means that you must go all out. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, Chi Xuan will miss those opportunities that are not at the protagonist level. Fortunately, his current behavior pattern rarely misses. After all, he is either killing or on the way to kill. As for what to kill, it's hard to say. Weak signal detected, translation in progress. The prompt of the intelligent brain appeared in Chi Xuan's mind. This made Chi Xuan feel strange. The communication problem was a great blow in the Polar Day world. Anyway, from the advent to now, Chi Xuan has not seen Tai Sui God receive any signal information. The efficiency of decoding is very slow, because there is no corresponding module. Even if the intelligent brain is strong enough, it takes time, especially when it comes into contact with the signal of this world for the first time. In fact, the intelligent brain is very powerful to be able to translate. In fact, it is impossible to analyze what is different in the world. Translation completed, it is a radio announcement. Playing for you. International calendar Earth stagnation. The sun begins to expand and produces abnormal radiation pollution. The atmosphere is rapidly increasing in temperature, and the environment is no longer suitable. Please go to the far north mantle shelter as soon as possible. Located at. The intermittent broadcast seems very serious, and many of them can't be heard. However, Chi Xuan also knows some of the situation in the Polar Day world. And the Earth, should be the horizontal planet where he is. Well, it is indeed a bit wrong to use a planet to describe a horizontal world. However, it is precisely because of the stagnation of the Earth that the polar day appears. In addition, even if it was not moving, the temperature would not rise. Because the expansion of the sun and the radiation caused the destruction of the atmosphere, the temperature soared directly, and the wild beasts appeared because of this. But what do you think of the mantle shelter in the far north state, the intelligent brain? Chi Xuan asked bluntly. He really didn't know where the far north state was. But he knew one thing, that is, this mantle shelter may have the legacy of the previous civilization. The premise is that it has not been turned into a pile of waste by the high temperature. There is a 90% chance that your protagonist Halo is guiding you. It is recommended that you prioritize going to the mantle shelter in the top 3. I have the same idea as you. But the question is, where is the far north state? Chi Xuan asked the key question. How to go if you don't know the place? You can rely on luck, but what if luck gets you lost? The natives after the apocalypse definitely don't know. It's been 100 years, how could they know? They are all short-lived. 100 years is enough for them to change 3 or 5 generations. You can start a detailed search with this place as the center to get enough clues. It just takes a lot of time and will conflict with your plan. Either spend time looking for a possibility, or rely on luck to arrive. Whichever one it is, it will cost Chi Xuan a lot. It's unrealistic to rely on luck. Let's search first, a carpet search. Chi Xuan doesn't intend to leave his choice completely to luck when there is no desperate situation. When he really can't do it, it's not too late to let luck play a role. Otherwise, if you rely on luck and smart brains for everything, you will be useless sooner or later. Yes, follow your instructions. After the intelligent brain answered, it began to strengthen the reconnaissance capability of the reconnaissance network, and formed a big data model through the various data collected. It's a pity that the satellite can't go up to the sky for the time being, otherwise it would be much easier. Chi Xuan waited quietly, without taking any action, but he was still thinking about the modification and integration of ancient martial arts in his mind. Not long after, Tai Sui God took the device for sending signals and began to further analyze it. The equipment is too damaged to be effectively repaired. The detailed address is obtained, but the direction cannot be located. The original positioning method cannot be used because the boundary is stagnant, and the location cannot be confirmed for the time being. Chi Xuan looked at the so-called detailed address, which is actually a piece of text recorded on paper. What about the satellite? Can you confirm that the eternal morning star is launched into space? Chi Xuan asked tentatively. He has a satellite, but you say it can't be located. Isn't that too lame? You can launch the satellite, but it will be affected by the sun, and there is a 90% chance that it cannot be recovered. This will cause you to permanently lose the eternal morning star module. This module has great potential. When the number of Tai Sui God evolutions reaches the standard, the satellite sub-body projection will be unlocked, and then you can safely launch the satellite sub-body. Chi Xuan saw the explanation of the intelligent brain and gave up the idea of launching the satellite. Don't think that the satellite is just a pendant of the reconnaissance network now. When there is a satellite projection, the status will be reversed. Forget it, take your time. If it doesn't work, just kill and torture them all the way. Chi Xuan muttered. He is not a cultured person, so he does not know how to attack the mind or use both kindness and force. He just kills and kills to save trouble. Unfortunately, the sun is hanging in the sky, and it is impossible to tell which is east, south, west or north. Even if you can tell, the way to distinguish planets is not applicable to the distinction of the horizontal world. Ah, this makes sense. The mantle shelter in the far north state? Xin Sheng looked at the address in his hand. This was one of the rewards he got from the Doomsday game. Unfortunately, it was just a name, and at most he only knew the 3 words far north state, and nothing more. Can the Doomsday game be used as a reward? Could it be that this shelter can withstand high temperatures? Xin Sheng naturally noticed that the temperature was getting higher and higher. Even ordinary people could notice it. After all, the temperature rose by 5 or 6 degrees in this period of time, and even the dullest people could feel it. Then we have to find this shelter as soon as possible, otherwise most of the survivors in our camp are ordinary people, not ancient warriors. If the temperature continues to rise, they will not survive at all. Shui Pingjun said worriedly. I know, but the Doomsday game only gave me this name, and I can't give it any more. Xin Sheng was helpless about this. As for him and Shui Pingjun, they didn't have much affection for each other, but more of a comradeship. Although there was an engagement, Xin Sheng understood the preciousness of life more deeply after experiencing the Doomsday. Both parties are independent people, and there is no need to be bound by a marriage contract. let alone such an absurd engagement. Maybe it's not a complete reward, after all, it's just one of your rewards. Xue Pingjun said. Qin Sheng also agreed with this statement, but even if he agreed, where could he find it? As the two were chatting, a survivor ran in hurriedly. Brother Qin, Sister Xue, there is someone outside who claims to be from the Zhuqiu family of Handan, who wants to see Brother Qin. The survivor said breathlessly as soon as he arrived. Qin Sheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Handan Blade, from the ancient martial arts Zhuqiu family. The visitor has bad intentions. Then let's meet him, so that they won't say we don't know how to entertain guests. Chapter 100. After digging 3 feet underground, I finally got something. Qi Xuan looked at the map in his hand. After years, the map has become very worn. But you can see the traces and preservation on it at a glance. It is a very precious thing for some people. There are corresponding marks on the map. It is obvious that the owner of the map has migrated all the way here, and also drew a flag at the location of the far north state. In addition to the traces of the marks on the map, the opponent's target is likely to be the mantle shelter in the far north state. This map was found by Qi Xuan on a corpse in a collapsed basement about 5 meters underground after digging 3 feet underground. According to the results of the investigation, it was a sudden collapse that caused him to have no time to escape, and he was suffocated to death in it. I got the map, but how can I tell the east, south, west and north? Qi Xuan was quite helpless. Looking at the annual rings, the sun, etc. is useless. As for relying on magnetic field and compass, that is even more unreliable, because due to the abnormal change of the sun, the magnetic field of the entire horizon has long been in a mess. He tried to make a compass through puddles and leaves, but the result was 3 pits and 3 directions. So he only determined his location, but failed to determine the direction. Intelligent brain, record the map first. Qi Xuan could only do this for now. In fact, there is another way to determine, that is, by confirming the mark. The river has long been dry under such high temperature, so we can only use mountains as anchor points. As for the Gobi and desert before, they were formed after the doomsday. On the map, there are cities around, and there is no Gobi and desert at all. 100 years can make the desert cover a city, but it is not enough to flatten a mountain. Recorded, calculating the best path for you, How can you calculate the best path? Qi Xuan was a little surprised. Doesn't this need to be confirmed? But the intelligent brain has the data directly. When hunting, all terrains and landforms are recorded. After entering and comparing, the approximate range can be obtained. Combined with the complete map, the location of the mantle shelter in the far north state can be calculated. The intelligent brain gave an answer. Then, a virtual projection of a new map appeared in Qi Xuan's vision. Not bad, not bad. Qi Xuan looked at the clear map. Although most of it was referenced from the old map in his hand, it was better than knowing nothing. He was able to thrive in the deep world because of the advantage of the intelligent brain controlling information. And now, he has finally recovered a little. Coordinates corrected, estimated to arrive at the far north mantle shelter in 18 hours. The reason why it is estimated is that there is a high possibility that we will pass through human-restricted areas such as deserts and Gobi. The temperature inside is too high, and Tai Sui God needs to take a detour and cannot fly directly. So it looks like 18 hours, but in fact it will take longer. And there may be a lot of dangers. It spans most of the horizon. The distance is really far. But then again, there are still some left over after such a long distance. Is this mantle shelter really a good thing? Not to mention much. Even Tai Sui God needs 18 hours to fly directly, and ordinary people who want to arrive may die of the high temperature halfway. So this is more like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey, just to give hope. If it is to give hope, it's fine. I'm afraid it's for fishing. But whether it's for fishing or not, it doesn't matter to Qi Xuan. He has to go anyway. 100 years have passed. Even if there are still people alive in the mantle shelter, at least one generation has been replaced. But in Qi Xuan's opinion, the greater possibility is that they are all dead. It's just right. I'm not a good person either. Qi Xuan is not worried that the other party is not a good person. Anyway, he has been killing and arson since the end of the world. Thinking back to the beginning, he was also a law-abiding 996 cow and horse, and he didn't even dare to run a red light. Now, not to mention killing people like crazy, he doesn't even blink when he takes action. This is all forced by survival. Others are living, at least they won't die. Qi Xuan is different, he is surviving. If he doesn't push himself, he will definitely die. Can death recasting resurrect? Can't special zombies be resurrected? The other party can also devour and evolve, but they still die. So resurrection can only be used as a conventional means. If it is really used as a trump card, it is simply seeking death. Even the vitality of the flesh and blood pillar, the deep god, who is immortal at the beginning, can be targeted. Not to mention Chi Xuan. So he knew that many things he did were wrong, but for his own sake, he still did it. He didn't care that the dead resented him. He also resented Doomsday. Without Doomsday, I don't know how good his life would be. With his decent job and annual salary of 1 million, plus company benefits, it would be easy for him to marry a wife with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Unfortunately, there is no if. Let's go, Chi Xuan said softly. Then Tai Sui took off directly, and headed for the mantle shelter in the far north state, according to the preset flight route. This time, because there was no need to find a suitable wild beast as fuel, the speed reached a normal level. Before flying for an hour, the intelligent brain issued a high-energy alarm. Warning, high-energy life form and high-temperature heat source detected 17 kilometers ahead. Chi Xuan didn't even have time to ask, and the intelligent brain took the lead in projecting the picture fed back by the reconnaissance network to Chi Xuan. It was a constantly surging fire cloud. This is from the appearance. According to the further decomposition of the reconnaissance network, it can be seen that this is not a real fire cloud, but a giant insect cloud formed by countless insects clinging to each other. The temperature of a single insect's high-temperature heat source is about 100 degrees, which is a standard type among wild beasts. But there are too many insects, and there seems to be some group talents. As the insects gather, the insect cloud will become a hole. As the internal temperature of the hole, Chi Xuan suspected that it was at least thousands of degrees. This made Chi Xuan's scalp tingle. If we are targeted by this fire cloud, I'm afraid there is no way to survive. Chi Xuan knew that the high-energy life form reported by the intelligent brain was this insect cloud, not a single insect. The insect cloud stretched for several kilometers. The closer to the center, the more severe the distortion caused by the high temperature. Fortunately, the wild beast can survive without eating or drinking and just relying on the sun, otherwise, I'm afraid that the natives of the flat world will have no way to survive just with this fire cloud. This insect cloud is still expanding. When it can get enough temperature to survive through the sun, it is naturally madly exploding. Tai Sui God bypassed this insect cloud from a distance. Chi Xuan must have been desperate to rush in. Being crowned as a high-energy life form by the intelligent brain is definitely not something he can afford to offend at this stage. As for letting the floating gun overload and destroy it, it is possible, but the problem is that there is no benefit. He is not a survivor, and he will get rewards for killing wild beasts. If he could turn this fire cloud into fuel, and throw it into the smelting furnace to burn, he would consider it. However, his brain is normal, and this is not something he can covet at all. If he was really greedy, and didn't even have a brain, he wouldn't be alive now. Tai Sui God bypassed far away, and didn't alarm the insect cloud. Perhaps the insect cloud itself doesn't care about a little thing bypassing it, and leaving far away. The insect cloud doesn't seem to have much desire to attack, or it may be that Chi Xuan didn't step into the opponent's territory. After getting away, Chi Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could get far, he heard another high-energy alarm from the intelligent brain. A falcon as big as a large passenger plane rushed directly into the fire cloud, and tore a large piece of the insect cloud on the spot. Ah, is the protagonist's halo showing its power? Chi Xuan watched this scene, while the intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui God to make an emergency landing, and found a safe place to hide. The look in the eyes of falcons was not empty. Even if you want to stay away from the battlefield, you can't leave now. At least you have to wait until it calms down before taking action. As for the battle between the two high-energy life forms, the battle between the wild beasts officially began. Although a large piece of the insect cloud was torn off and swallowed by the falcon, this action seemed to make the insect cloud active and began to cover the falcon. Do you think that both sides will suffer losses, and then I will get the advantage? Chi Xuan asked. The possibility of both sides suffering losses is less than 10%, and the falcon has a 70% chance of winning. There is another possibility that the insect cloud itself is raised by the falcon, and will come to harvest regularly. You don't have such a good brain. Chi Xuan looked at the falcon situation. Although the falcon had the upper hand, it actually had a lot of injuries on its body. But the more serious the injuries on its body, the more ferocious it became. In this situation, the insect cloud was torn into pieces, and there was no way to struggle anymore. Until the falcon was full and satisfied, the number of remaining insects was indeed not small, but it was no longer as terrible as what Chi Xuan had seen before. The fragments added up to only 20 to 30 meters. The temperature also dropped, and it was no longer a high-energy life form. In the evaluation of the intelligent brain, detected a suspected opportunity, whether to execute acquisition. The distance was too far. Chi Xuan did not see it, but the reconnaissance network detected it and fed it back to the intelligent brain. Take it, why not keep it? Chi Xuan agreed without hesitation. Although he didn't know what it was not easy for such a strong wild beast, the eagle, to come here. How could Chi Xuan waste its kindness? The Tai Sui god flew directly to the center of the scattered insect swarm. After getting closer, Chi Xuan saw what it was. It was a bug similar to a firefly larva, emitting high temperature, and was hung in the air by several bugs, with its teeth and claws bared, as if it was gathering the insect swarm to recover. It looked completely different from the bugs in the insect cloud, and it had no wings, so it could not fly. But Chi Xuan could see that this strange bug must be the core of the insect cloud. As long as you catch it, the cloud of insects will become a thing of the past, and there will be no possibility of recovery. Chapter 101. The strange insect was struggling madly in the hands of Tai Sui God, and the remaining insects swarmed in like crazy, trying to take it back. However, after the number was greatly reduced, the strength also decreased. The insects could not catch up with Tai Sui God at all, and could only watch Tai Sui God disappear in the distance. So what is this thing? What use is it to me? After landing safely, Chi Xuan looked at the strange insect in his hand. It can't fly or run. Its slender body doesn't look like it can give birth to a baby. If you say it's strong, it doesn't look very strong, just ordinary. Chi Xuan looked up and down, and really couldn't think of any use. It was just that he adhered to the idea of taking what he should take, and waiting to suffer if he didn't take it, so he chose to take action. The strong thing is the insect cloud itself. If there are only a small number of insects, it naturally doesn't pose much threat. So this is a group of wild beasts that complement each other. A single insect is worthless. As for taming this insect and rebuilding the insect cloud, how can it be so easy? Chi Xuan is not sure that he can control this insect. Once it regains its power, it will probably eat Chi Xuan immediately. Otherwise, just crush it to death. Even if it can't be my opportunity, it can't be my disaster. The main thing is that this thing is alive. If it is dead, Chi Xuan doesn't need to worry so much. Just throw it into the subspace pocket. More importantly, the predecessor is a powerful insect cloud, not a wild beast that he can control. If he is not careful, he may get trapped. He does have the aura of a protagonist, but the aura of a protagonist is not so omnipotent. So if this thing cannot be used in the short term, he will choose to destroy it. Even if it may be useful in the future, after all, the premise of having a future is to live in the future. Can it be used as a material module for high temperature resistance, heat insulation and fire resistance? The intelligent brain made a timely suggestion. Can living things be used as modules? Chi Xuan asked curiously. For no other reason, most of the modules on his body are dead things anyway. That is, the virus blood colonization suit is a little special, made of the deep virus. However, this deep virus is essentially a piece of Chi Xuan's flesh, and it is unrealistic to say that it is completely alive. Living creatures cannot be used as modules, but they can be used under special circumstances, such as your virus bloodline breeding suit. The deep virus is strictly speaking also a living creature, so it needs to meet sufficient conditions to be installed. The standard is to erase consciousness, remove resistance and be with intolerance. But once this type of module is installed, it cannot be removed. After removal, the prototype of the module will die. After hearing this, Chi Xuan looked at the squirming bug in his hand again, and was also in trouble. It's no problem to remove resistance, but it's a bit difficult to erase consciousness. It's true that this bug has no brain, but it doesn't mean it has no consciousness. I can't let my second consciousness play again. This thing is about to fall apart. I guess it can't beat this bug. You can dig its head directly. Hearing Tai Sui's suggestion, Chi Xuan's eyes jumped. You come. This thing is only the size of a thumb, and the temperature is not low. It's not easy to dig it out. If it gets angry, it can probably bite through the armor of Tai Sui God. Don't look at this thing's small size. It is a wild beast after all. Don't worry, the new module has not yet been developed. If you start now, the module effect will be offset after death. What should we do? We can't hold it all the time. It is definitely not suitable to put it in the subspace stable pocket, and it is even worse to fly with it, or you will freeze to death. Wild beasts are all thermophilic, so their low temperature is not the same as human low temperature. It is recommended to rest for 3 hours before setting off. In 3 hours, Tai Sui God will complete the 17th evolution, and can avoid the falcon wild beast at the same time. It's right that it's so fast. Hunting every day plus the survivors in that gathering place are indeed about the same. As for the growth module of Tai Sui God, Chi Suan ignored it directly. This thing is a long-term stream. It's okay to use it to make up for it, but if you really want to rely on this little bit of evolutionary energy every day, the doomsday will not allow it. I was going to try the next module with strength, but this thing can work. As for the original communication, translation, and text-related modules, they are not so urgent. Since it was sent by chance, it must have some use. 3 hours passed in a flash, and the armor of Tai Sui God reached 18 points, completing the 17th evolution. The next evolution is 19 points of armor value. Then the intelligent brain directly took out the brain tissue of this strange insect. Don't say it, this thing is still very tenacious. After the brain was taken out, it did not die immediately, and was immediately installed as a module by Chi Suan. SSS Nirvana Worm Cocoon, what's the use of this? Chi Suan didn't quite understand what the hell it was. This is obviously a worm. How did it become a cocoon? When facing extreme environments, the corresponding resistance will be temporarily improved, and as the environment recedes, the corresponding resistance will be permanently enhanced for Tai Sui God, similar to my super adaptability. Chi Suan asked. Yes, but compared to your super adaptability, the effect of Nirvana Worm Cocoon is stronger, and it also has the ability to increase temporary resistance. This module is combined with the Sand Dragon Scale Pattern Shell and Black Dark Energy Crystal, plus the 17 times of Tai Sui God's evolution. As long as the high temperature in the future is not too outrageous, there is no need to worry about you and Tai Sui God. It is a comprehensive module that can both temporarily enhance and have long-term benefits. No wonder it is an opportunity, but think about it. After all, it is the core worm of the high-energy life form worm cloud. If the effect is not strong enough, it is indeed bad enough. Then what does the permanent enhancement of the corresponding resistance depend on? Chi Suan asked again. Depends on the Tai Sui God himself and the extreme environment he faces. Which one has a larger proportion? Chi Suan was not surprised that the basic condition was the Tai Sui God. The Tai Sui God himself has a larger proportion. After all, the Tai Sui God's armor value needs to be considered. However, there will not be an improvement that the Tai Sui God cannot withstand. In such an extreme environment, the temporary improvement brought by the Nirvana Worm Cocoon cannot resist it. I understand. Chi Suan was not surprised. After all, if it was too extreme, without the protection of the corresponding module, the Tai Sui God would have died. Then let's continue to set off for the mantle shelter in the far north state. Since the benefits have been obtained, it's just right to set off. If the new generation of the Zhuqiu family is like you, I'm afraid it's over. Qin Sheng put away the Longquan sword in his hand, and shook his head at the young man in front of him with resentment in his eyes. The swordsmanship is terrible, and he only knows how to show off his status as a child of aristocratic family. Master Qin, don't go too far. A person from the Zhuqiu family couldn't help but say, bullying the weak with the big, what's there to be proud of? Hearing this, Qin Sheng sighed. In terms of age, I am 2 years younger than your Zhuqiu family's eldest young master. He was already in Huajin at a young age, but the so-called Zhuqiu family's eldest young master in front of him was just entering the dark power, and he could easily win with his strength. However, the other party was obviously very dissatisfied. As for why he came to the door, it was also very simple, that is, the Zhuqiu family's eldest young master was full of yellow waste, and fell in love with his partner Shui Pingjun. Thinking that he could take her as his lover by force at the end of the world with the power of the Zhuqiu family in Handan. In the end, he suffered a disastrous defeat. Master Qin's sophistry is indeed good. With the strength of the peak of Huajin, bullying a dark power, how can it not be bullying the weak? An old voice came over. This is the protector sent by the Zhuqiu family to this young master. Qin Sheng's face turned cold. Since he knows that I am at the peak of Huajin, he dares to provoke me with a small dark power? Kill him, and no one dares to say anything. The ancestor of your Zhuqiu family is only at the peak of Huajin. Could it be that you, the young master of the Zhuqiu family, are so disrespectful on weekdays? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly froze. The old man who just walked in was also embarrassed. You are just a waste. You are only at the initial stage of Huajin at such an age. You dare to accuse me of sophistry. If your Zhuqiu family doesn't give me an explanation today, I will take your heads to your ancestors to ask for it. If you want to bully others, the premise is that your power is strong enough. Master Qin is at the peak of Huajin, but most of your subordinates are ordinary people. You offended my Zhuqiu family. Aren't you afraid of my Zhuqiu family's revenge? The old man scolded harshly. It's just a scattered person without the support of a family. He dared to challenge their Zwichio family with some ordinary people. He really didn't know how to live or die. Qin Sheng didn't expect that the Zwichio family would be so arrogant. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he drew his sword without hesitation to cripple the protector. If one person dies in my mutual aid society, I will kill 2 people from your Zwichio family. Besides the ancestor who is at the peak of Huajin in your Zwichio family, who else is? How many Zwichio people do you think your ancestor can protect? If one person is missing from my society, I will start killing your relatives first, and I will kill them in front of you. Qin Sheng knew very well that if you want to gain a foothold in the end times, you have to be ruthless. The other party has come to his door, so there is no need for him to be nice to the other party. You. The eldest young master of the Zwichio family was scared and angry. Why don't you take this old thing away? Qin Sheng said coldly. In response, the eldest young master of the Zwichio family could only help the disabled protector up and flee in a hurry. Let everyone get ready, bring guns, and we will destroy the Zwichio family first. Qin Sheng said the first sentence when he saw Shui Pengjun coming out. The other party came to test our strength, obviously wanting to swallow us all, so we should strike first. Qin Sheng saw clearly that the Zwichio family must know, and just wanted to take action. So how could they sit there and wait for death? Naturally, they had to take action as soon as possible. Chapter 102. During the journey to the far north state, Shi Xuan encountered 2 more red dots. But Shi Xuan did not delay, but recorded them first and waited to deal with them when he came back. The initial suspicion should be the 2 heroines. Judging from their appearance, they seem to be the leaders of the survivor camp. This is nothing strange. It is normal to have some ability. Then, he arrived at the far north state, the location on the map. He did not see the mantle shelter. But as the name suggests, this thing should be in the mantle layer. If this thing is really built in the mantle layer, can it really be built? Shi Xuan did not realize much at first, and then he checked and found that the mantle is about 30 kilometers away from the surface. This is just touching the mantle layer, and it is thicker further down. So theoretically speaking, if a shelter can really be built in the mantle layer, without considering other factors, there is really no need to fear high temperatures. If we can't find the shelter, can we use the floating gun to hit the corresponding location directly? Shi Xuan didn't want to try what it felt like to dig 30 kilometers by himself. Your idea is very hard, but if it really comes to this, I suggest that you rely on luck. It's more efficient than digging by yourself. It means it's unreliable. Shi Xuan also thinks so. Fortunately, he doesn't need to dig or rely on luck, because he saw the entrance to the mantle shelter at a glance. And the intelligent brain also began to explore first through the reconnaissance network. Don't say it, I'm afraid others can't find it. The entrance to the mantle shelter looks like a subway station entrance, but it is in ruins. From the traces around, it can be concluded that no one has been in or out for a long time. Obviously, everyone is dead. The elevator system has been damaged, and the door can only be opened by force. Fortunately, we can fly, otherwise it would be a real problem. As Shi Xuan spoke, the floating gun directly penetrated the elevator door. What came into view was the bottomless dark elevator corridor. Tai Suishan jumped down without hesitation and began to slowly descend through the Wind Rider aviation system. Dark is dark, but the three-dimensional image presented in the reconnaissance network is very clear in Shi Xuan's eyes. After landing lightly, the floating gun once again decomposed the elevator under his feet. After opening the elevator door, what came into view was still darkness. The power system completely disappeared, and the shelter has been destroyed. Shi Xuan walked out, and through the three-dimensional image, he could see a lot of corpses around. Especially around the elevator, there were a lot of accumulations. Obviously, the people in the shelter wanted to escape, but the elevator broke down, and in the end, no one escaped. Bite marks detected on the corpse. Drag marks detected around. Detected, the intelligent brain showed a lot of text, and then quickly simulated the scene for Shi Xuan. First, a large number of people wanted to escape, but the elevator system was damaged, and everyone was trapped in the mantle layer 50 kilometers underground. Then the food was eaten up, and ethics disappeared. Then, everything fell silent. The mantle shelter looks quite large. Put the satellite on the top and scan it, Shi Xuan said. The temperature in the mantle shelter is not as high as outside, about 26 degrees. Obviously, it was specially designed and built to deal with it. The eternal morning star surrounding the Tai Sui god began to rise into the sky, and with the help of the reconnaissance network, the floor plan of the entire mantle shelter was quickly recorded. So big? After recovering the eternal morning star, Shi Xuan was also shocked. Soon, Chi Suiyan began to check the map. He just couldn't figure it out, and he was not a professional. Intelligent brain, where to go next? Chi Suiyan asked. He couldn't understand what the map was like, so he could only rely on the intelligent brain. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic to explore such a large shelter step by step without a month. The route has been planned. Go first. Chi Suiyan took a look and didn't pay too much attention, but was thinking about a question. You say, can such a large shelter be used as a module? If this really succeeds, doesn't it mean that the module is only SSS quality but has many functions? No, it involves. The intelligent brain gave a reply, but Chi Suiyan ignored the latter words after hearing the first two words. That's not right. Fighter jets can do it, so why can't shelters do it? Conceptually, they are the same. Both have equipment and people. Chi Suiyan gave an example. Your example is very good and can convince me, but Tai Sui can't load it. The intelligent brain said that you are right if you argue, but you can't do it if you can't do it. No matter how much you say, you have the ability to talk to Tai Sui. Then Chi Suiyan stopped talking. There was nothing wrong with what the intelligent brain said. What would happen if you won the argument? It still couldn't do it. Especially his words were a bit unreasonable. The intelligent brain then controlled Tai Sui God to start exploring according to the plan. Chi Suiyan was bored and deduced his ancient martial arts. The progress was much faster than the research on the blood moon tissue sample, and the corresponding prototype had already been formed. If nothing unexpected happens, the first version of the improved ancient martial arts will be born in about 3 days. However, it is only the Ming Jin stage for the time being. After all, he is only Ming Jin. If this so-called ancient martial arts is really to be compared, it should be regarded as an advanced version of radio gymnastics. It's just that the people in the ancient martial arts world have the conditions to practice ancient martial arts, so this radio gymnastics has extraordinary effects. They are not actually without talent. In fact, they have the ability to practice ancient martial arts, which is their talent, but it is hidden and the Doomsday game has not further stimulated it. Just like the first batch of survivors, their talents also come from the unstimulated extraordinary. As for me, I should also have talent, but I can only have the unique abnormality of the zombie body system. Energy-type talents. It's just that I merged with the reborn, so I got the extraordinary talents unique to the first batch of survivors. So I was not a pure deep human from the beginning, but a fusion of humans from 2 worlds. If I have another SSS level fusion card to merge this batch of survivors from the ancient martial arts world, I can also practice the ancient martial arts radio gymnastics. Chi Suiyan felt that the bright energy in his body was being transformed into dark energy through the internal organs and other related organs, and at the same time nourishing the organs little by little, but the effect might be a little worse. After all, after Chi Suiyan's physique was improved, his internal organs also became stronger. He is not the kind of person with different feet, strong bones, and skin membranes, but very weak internal organs. Instead, he has improved in all aspects without any shortcomings. Of course, when he has not fully grown up, he has no shortcomings and no strengths, and is called mediocre. But once he grows up, he will be a hexagonal warrior. Included, the intelligent brain interrupted Chi Suiyan's thinking and then looked at the collected data. The files stored here record all the records from the beginning to the end of the solar anomaly. Chi Suiyan temporarily put aside his thoughts and began to read. The records inside are very detailed, but unfortunately they were interrupted due to the interruption of human civilization. In summary, the process is similar to what was said on the radio, but it is more detailed. But I always feel that something is wrong. Chi Suiyan was also strange. It was complete, but it seemed to be missing some connecting parts. Fortunately, civilization has the habit of using paper files for backup. Otherwise, if everything is digitized, it will be a disaster. Top secret files have been included. Please check as soon as possible. The intelligent brain suddenly reminded Chi Suiyan. Under normal circumstances, it will only indicate that so-and-so has been included, and will not ask Chi Suiyan to check as soon as possible. It can only be said that this file is very important. Sun in a bottle? When Chi Suiyan saw the name of this file, he had a bad feeling in his heart. No, you are not killing yourself again, are you? Chi Suiyan swallowed his saliva. The zombie crisis in the deep world where he lived was also the work of the Chishan society, and this time, it would not be the same. The Han Zhuqiu family was destroyed by hot weapons, and the only threatening Zhuqiu family ancestor, who was at the peak of Huajin, also died under Qin Sheng's sword. Qin Sheng also learned why the Zhuqiu family wanted to target him, because the other party learned through the Doomsday reward that Qin Sheng had the eternal immortal god and demon sutra. He wanted to take it for himself, but he was hindered by his being a righteous ancient martial arts family, So he could only resort to this last resort and find a way to make Qin Sheng unreasonable. The plan was very good. The only mistake was that he failed to realize that this was no longer the ancient martial arts world, but the Polar Day world that had already ended, so Qin Sheng took the initiative. "Master, I found it!" Shui Pingjun rushed in excitedly and handed Qin Sheng a map. The Zhuqiu family has a map and a logo with the extreme north state on it. Qin Sheng also showed a smile on his face, but when he took the map and looked at it, his brows frowned. Too far. His smile disappeared, and his tone was helpless. Not to mention the mantle shelter, the distance between them, and the far north state is not close. If they are ancient warriors, they may still arrive alive, but if they are ordinary people, there is no possibility of arriving alive. Most of the survivors in their mutual aid association are ordinary people, and there are quite a few of them. If they really migrate there, it would be very good if 1/10 of them can survive. Wouldn't that be useless? The excitement on Shui Pingjun's face also disappeared. Not necessarily, there is still a chance, if we can get a large enough vehicle. Qin Sheng understood that if he left, he would die, and if he didn't leave, he would definitely die. If we go all out, we should be able to arrive within 3 months. This is too harsh. Shui Pingjun was helpless about this. It's not impossible. We can ask those ancient martial arts families, who are arrogant to support us. Qin Sheng said softly. After he destroyed the Zhuqiu family, he realized that the ancient martial arts families were really rich. Chapter 103. The so-called sun in a bottle is to completely restrain the sun through an unknown technology for the use of the upper class. Then further control the middle and lower classes, so that power will never be obtained by the lower class, and as the upper class, they will always enjoy the benefits of the sun, energy, etc. In addition, the sun in a bottle also has the ability to make people immortal and gain powerful strength. This is like praying to Buddha and asking for immortality. If there is really any benefit, the middle and lower class people can't even step into the threshold. No, you little guys, you can't even step out of the earth. How can you use the plan to restrain the sun? You still want to be the king of the universe. Qi Xuan looked at the contents of the file. The whereabouts of the unknown technology of the sun in the bottle are unknown. The content of this file refers to the fact that the upper class, who intended to control the sun, was eventually overthrown. According to the investigation, after the plan of the upper class failed, the unknown technology was directly activated, which eventually led to changes in the entire sun. Even the stagnation of the flat world is related to this. How can I put it? It's really a death wish. And this mantle shelter is actually one of the achievements of the sun in the bottle. Then the question is, where did the unknown technology of the sun in the bottle come from? Qi Xuan asked the question. According to the description in the archives, this unknown technology does not belong to humans, and the source cannot be traced. It may come from the gods of the universe, alien life, high-dimensional gifts, etc. Mastering power that does not belong to one's own level, and equipped with insufficient ambition, ultimately led to the occurrence of the end of the world. If the unknown technology of the sun in the bottle is effective, then why is the sun still there? It should have been restrained. Instead, it gave everyone enough warmth, which was contrary to the norm. It was a bit like it was activated but not fully effective. Qi Xuan said while checking other archives. I suspect that the so-called sun in a bottle may not be a certain technology, but really means what it says. Qi Xuan said. You mean the sun and the horizon were put into the bottle when the unknown technology took effect? Yes. The entire horizon and the sun may just be some kind of landscape. Qi Xuan said softly. Your guess is very interesting. The intelligent brain did not agree with Qi Xuan's guess because it was too absurd. Qi Xuan did not ask the intelligent brain to believe it. After all, this was also his guess. Or to put it more simply, the real sun was put into a bottle and is already in the flat world, not in the universe. I think what you said just now about the sun and the flat world being put into a bottle is more realistic. After all, this involves a powerful existence, and the other party can really do it. But it doesn't make much sense to let a group of humans, who can't even leave the surface of the earth, put the sun into a bottle and keep it. Okay, what you said makes sense. I just said it casually. But if there is really a sun in a bottle, where do you think it is? Qi Xuan asked again. In this mantle shelter. According to the archives, this is the place where the human fire survives, gathering elites from various industries and various technical jobs. Yes, it is here, but there is a prerequisite that the sun in the bottle is obtained by people who overthrow the upper class. According to the plan and intensity, the mantle shelter can be self-sufficient in terms of ecology and resources. With the people gathered there, it will definitely not be a problem for it to survive for 100 years. As a result, the humans on the surface did not perish in such a harsh environment, but all the people in the mantle shelter died. And judging from the circumstances of their deaths, they wanted to escape from the mantle shelter. This means that something terrifying is raging in the mantle shelter. Chi Xuan analyzed a lot of information. Coup, seizure of power, plague, etc. may all lead to it, so let's go to the control room and see if we can restore the monitoring facilities of that year. Chi Xuan didn't really want to guess. If it could be restored, then we could see it clearly. But if it couldn't be restored, then Chi Xuan planned to search carefully and leave. The high temperature in the polar day world is definitely not as simple as it seems, especially when the sun in the bottle comes out. Just like the zombie virus in the deep world, if he hadn't seen the corpse of the deep god in outer space, how could there be a follow-up? None of the doomsday world selected by the doomsday game is normal. Chi Xuan complained. But the survivors only need to survive, while violators, like me, have to consider more. In addition to guarding against the natives and survivors, we also have to dig deep into the background of the doomsday. TSK, I can't imagine how much value I can create for the doomsday game if I am not a violator but a survivor. After Chi Xuan finished complaining, he continued to follow Tai Sui God to further explore the entire mantle shelter. According to the plan, the next place to arrive is the Central Control Center. After some repairs, the power was finally restored temporarily. The surveillance storage has been restored, but it is affected by some electromagnetic field, and the picture cannot be played completely. I suspect it is the protagonist's halo. After all, the protagonist will always meet the real man. Trying to repair. Fortunately, I can conquer nature, otherwise I will have to look for fuses everywhere like playing a horror game. Chi Xuan changed his tone when he saw that the intelligent brain could be repaired. Soon, the surveillance was restored. Chi Xuan looked strange after watching it. I can see that this group of people are being chased, and I can also see from the behavior logic that something is chasing them. But what about the thing? Chi Xuan asked. Special creatures have a certain shielding effect, and electronic equipment cannot effectively observe them. However, it is certain that the special creatures have not left the mantle shelter. There is a 30% chance that the special creatures are former upper-class people who have mutated with the help of the bottled sun technology. There is a 30% chance that the creatures are creatures that have been given the bottled sun technology. There is a 30% chance that the creatures are mutated by the bottled sun. There is a 10% chance that they are other. In other words, the reconnaissance network and satellites may not be able to detect this group of special creatures. Chi Xuan's heart sank. This is the first time he has encountered such a difficult enemy. Information advantage is Chi Xuan's invincible means. In addition, his Shadow Navigator unit can also have a similar effect, so his advantage is even stronger. But now the enemy also has this advantage, which is a troublesome thing for Chi Xuan. No abnormality has been detected within the scope of the reconnaissance network. The intelligent brain is not sure either. After all, the reconnaissance network is one of its external perception methods. If the reconnaissance network does not respond, then it certainly cannot detect it. Continue to monitor forward, Chi Xuan said. The monitoring equipment usually lasts for 3 days, so there is no need to worry too much. This group of special creatures appeared suddenly, and on a large scale, and the protective force in the shelter collapsed at the first time. It just came quickly and disappeared quickly. After a wave of appearances, it destroyed the entire ecological balance and resource chain in the mantle shelter. It eventually led to food problems. It seems that the number of this group of special monsters is not large, and their intelligence is not low. This is more like an act of revenge. The first possibility you guessed has increased. Chi Xuan analyzed his own thoughts. But how did this group of monsters get in, and how did they leave? Chi Xuan did not know the origin of this group of special monsters, nor did he know where they went in the end. It was like suddenly appearing and suddenly disappearing. Mimicry, wave particle quantum observation collapse, space teleportation jump, etc. can all achieve the same effect. The first one is still possible, but the other two don't need to be mentioned. If these monsters have this ability, they won't use this method, but can directly wipe out the entire mantle shelter. Chi Xuan said this directly. It's a bit too high to think of these monsters. Such a high configuration is used to do such a low-level thing. It's too bad. If it is really a mimicry, can we use their brains as modules? Chi Xuan thought of the hideous appearance of his own Tai Sui god, which was really unbearable to watch. Changing his appearance would also allow him to get closer to other humans in the doomsday world, and it would be easier to sneak attack at that time. A hideous, tall and burly armored man, and an ordinary passerby, the latter is definitely more advantageous in sneak attacks. The former would have to take a second look whenever he passed by, let alone let down his guard, The module used for mimicry and camouflage is feasible, but with the size of Tai Sui God, a corresponding space module is needed to achieve the effect of folding the body and adjusting the weight. Otherwise, the camouflage effect will be greatly reduced if the body of Tai Sui God is used for mimicry. The subspace stability pocket is indeed a space module, but it is just an effect similar to a storage ring, and it can only share a limited amount, and a special module with a corresponding effect is needed. Otherwise, even if there is the ability of mimicry and camouflage, the huge body cannot be reduced, and the effect will naturally be greatly reduced. TSK, this is indeed a problem. This module is difficult to make, just like the energy shield module I want. Chi Suiyan has always wanted an energy shield, but he has no relevant knowledge, so he has been in a state of semi-abandonment. However, he has some ideas recently. He occasionally studies low-level poison element enchantment magic, and the enchantment array involves the use of energy. It's just that there is really no free time, so he can only progress slowly. Forget it, let's wait until we catch it. It's the same thing whether we can meet this monster or not. Even if we meet it, we may not be able to catch it. If it is too strong, we can only kill it. Chi Suiyan didn't worry too much. Without hunting wild beasts as fuel, Tai Suiyan's progress will not be fast. It will take more than a month for him to explore the mantle shelter. He even plans not to leave the mantle shelter and use it as a base. Chapter 104. Dark Power. This was Chi Suiyan's 10th day in the mantle shelter, and his internal strength had finally changed from bright power to dark power. Because the three evil ancient martial arts were indeed overbearing, Chi Suiyan spent another half a day to achieve the perfection of dark power, and then he only needed to integrate the inside and the outside. However, this was another slow and painstaking process. In 1 month, the time has tripled. But once the transformation power is perfected, my dual attributes can reach 3 points. Chi Suiyan felt his physical strength improve again. Not to mention much, Chi Suiyan, who has perfected the dark power, can win the Tai Sui God without the use of floating guns and firearms through the blessing of attributes. The Tai Sui God's armor value is low, but it can't resist the control of the intelligent brain. Its combat skills and experience, without involving strength, I am afraid that even the Danjin master of the ancient martial arts world is not a match. This silk-winding power and string-breaking power are becoming more and more mature. Interesting. These two special powers, which come from Soul-Devouring Fist and Soul-Devouring Palm, are somewhat similar to passive skills. As long as Chi Suiyan uses power to attack the enemy, the effect will be added. Unfortunately, it is still too small. It can only be used after the power is perfected. Now it is not only a decoration, but also a disaster. Because of the existence of these two unique powers, Chi Suiyan will suffer hidden injuries every time he practices ancient martial arts. The training method is fierce, the training method is cruel, and the fighting method is poisonous. As the power formed by these three, it is naturally fierce and vicious. I hope I don't cultivate a bully, otherwise I will be in trouble. Chi Suiyan doesn't expect to be very strong, but it is a passive skill after all. When he has perfected the three evil skills, and then installed the strength as a module on the Tai Sui God, there may be stronger changes. But it is called special strength, but it is actually a part of his own strength, and it occupies the total strength. 3 ways of swallowing souls, 3 ways of devouring souls, plus 1 evil skill. Finally, the final strength is completely changed in nature. If the strength of a normal person is still just strength after training, then the strength of these 3 evil ancient martial arts will be added with 7 passive effects after training. Because Chi Suiyan has not practiced to the end, it is just a guess. After all, he is still deducing the next Danjin. How to bypass the breakthrough method that he thinks is a mental illness. Others can break through by stubbornness, and will because they are humans in the ancient martial arts world, and have corresponding talents. Chi Suiyan is a human in the deep world. He can't practice ancient martial arts, let alone the corresponding talents. So others can break through, but he can only become a mental patient. So the best way is to change yourself. Xinyaquin's Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin are simplified variants of Danjin. Based on this, we combine it with the 3 evil ancient martial arts. The prototype of Danjin basically has no data problems. The next step is to wait for me to complete Huajin, and then add the last set of data. Chi Suiyan has never taken an orthodox path, but a path that is so evil that it cannot be more evil. However, taking shortcuts is impossible without paying a price. If it is so easy to ascend to heaven in 1 step, everyone would have been like a dragon long ago. Let the intelligent computer focus on the slow work. Chi Suiyan focused his eyes on the present. With the virus blood colonization suit as a connection, the intelligent brain can interfere to a certain extent through the two-way link between Tai Sui-shen and Qi Xuan. As for relying on comprehension, breaking through the limit and other methods, he has already practiced the evil ancient martial arts, and he still needs these things. Wouldn't this become the righteous ancient martial arts? These things are paid at the cost of life. As long as you dare to practice and don't die, you will succeed naturally. That is to say, Qi Xuan does not have the special talent of the ancient martial arts world to support Dan Jin and the subsequent 2 realms of strength. Otherwise, there is no need to modify it at all. Just die and live, live and die. How is the exploration going? Qi Xuan asked the intelligent brain. The harvest is not big at present. The most valuable is the observation data of the sun and the environment from the establishment to the destruction of the shelter. No relevant information about the sun in the bottle and special creatures has been found. That is to say, in such a long time, we haven't found anything valuable. Qi Xuan was helpless about this. Yes, but since I have guided you here, I can be sure that there must be an opportunity in the shelter. You need to be patient. I do want to, but it's not a good idea to drag it on like this. I bet 50 cents that the mantle shelter probably won't be able to withstand the high temperatures in the future. Qi Xuan has seen the observation data of the shelter. At the beginning, the temperature increase was not so outrageous. Up to now, the temperature outside has been close to 1 degree every 4 days, and this increase is still continuing. The sun can't even calm down, so how can Qi Xuan be patient? Now there is an unknown technology of the sun in a bottle, and it would be fatal if it continues. If we continue, the Earth horizon may melt, and we will not be able to survive even if we hide in the mantle layer of 50 miles. If you dislike the low returns, you can use all the items, buildings, and equipment in the mantle shelter as fuel. Let's do it this way. Qi Xuan agreed without hesitation. Otherwise, if there is nothing, it will be a huge loss. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. If nothing is found, the entire shelter can also make some money back as fuel. Yes, I will follow your instructions. However, the search efficiency will be reduced. You need to be mentally prepared. Seeing this, Qi Xuan said, anyway, we have to endure it. After recording, throw it into the casting furnace. How much delay can it have? There is definitely some delay. After all, little by little, it will add up to a lot. With Qi Xuan's instructions, the intelligent brain naturally started to proceed according to the instructions. Do you feel that you have been reduced in intelligence? Normally, your greed would not be used in this place, the intelligent brain suddenly reminded. Qi Xuan scratched his head when he heard it. Don't mention it. It's a bit stupid. I wasn't so greedy before. Doesn't that mean the opportunity is nearby, but we will miss it with our previous search method, so I'm deliberately stupid. Yes, so should we conduct a more detailed search? Go ahead. But then again, where is the area we are searching now? Qi Xuan asked. It seems to be a square. According to records, it was originally an altar built by the upper class. It was not completed because the upper class was overthrown and converted into a square. According to my order just now, what will you do next? Qi Xuan followed the logic. Lift up all the floors and throw them into the casting furnace. That's it. I suspect the opportunity is underneath. You know, building an altar in a modern society is definitely a problem. Qi Xuan felt that as long as he got the opportunity, these 10 days would not be in vain. The intelligent brain started to act without hesitation, dismantling the entire square and throwing it all into the casting furnace. But the square is not small, and it is not easy to dismantle it in a short time. Especially, it has to be thrown into the casting furnace as fuel, which will delay it for a while. Successful, with the Big Mac, we can not only take all the survivors to the far north state together, but also rescue more survivors on the way. Qin Sheng showed a smile on his face. The Big Mac is a huge modified vehicle, and it is thanks to the friendly sponsorship of the surrounding ancient martial arts families. Otherwise, he would not be able to get all the materials together. But how to solve the fuel problem? Shui Pingjun asked worriedly. Qin Sheng thought about it, and realized that solar energy alone was not enough. I have obtained a concentrated nuclear power source before, which should be enough for installation. Instead of thinking about these, it is better to consider the issue of food rations. Qin Sheng said softly. With a large number of people, food consumption must be more. As for hunting, this is even more unreliable. Wild beasts cannot be eaten. Otherwise, Master Qin, you go first. Shui Pingjun gritted his teeth and said, This is absolutely not possible. If I leave, you will not survive. Qin Sheng refused without hesitation. Leave this matter to me, I will find a way. Qin Sheng couldn't help but think of his special identity as a law enforcer. Because of this identity, He has always been treated preferentially in the Doomsday Game. Mandatory task Tianjin. Reward, solar powerful liquefaction device. Time, 3 days. Failure, elimination. Seeing the mandatory task that suddenly appeared, Qin Sheng couldn't help but show an expression on his face. This is simply what he thought. It seems that his identity as a law enforcer is not ordinary in the Doomsday Game, although the price of failure is death. But if he doesn't deliberately embarrass himself, the success rate is basically as high as 90%. I plan to retreat for 2 days to break through Tianjin. Qin Sheng suddenly changed the subject. Although Shui Pingjun felt strange, he didn't ask too much. After all, Qin Sheng is the backbone of their mutual aid association. The stronger his ancient martial arts realm, the greater the benefit to their mutual aid association. Okay, leave the affairs of the association to me, and you can rest assured to break through. Shui Pingjun finished speaking, and then said, by the way, a girl came to my door just now, and asked for you by name. When he said this, Shui Pingjun's face became strange. Her name is Su Siyuan, and she said she is your fiancé. Qin Sheng heard this, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. You know I have 7 masters, so they made 7 engagements without my knowledge. Hearing this, Shui Pingjun also nodded, so it's not a fake. It's not a fake, it's indeed my fiancé, but it doesn't matter now. Qin Sheng now only wants to survive with his compatriots, and doesn't have many thoughts about love. That's good, since you have come all the way to find you, you can't say that you will drive her away. If you are assured, I will settle her. Shui Pingjun took the initiative to propose. Qin Sheng is related to the future of the entire mutual aid association, and he must not let such a small matter cause a fire in the backyard. Thank you for your help. I will go into seclusion first. Qin Sheng only felt embarrassed as he tapped his thumb out of the 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. After saying that, he left in a slightly embarrassed manner. Chapter 105. Know you. Qi Xuan looked at the things dug out from the former altar, and was a little dazed for a moment. It was a glass bottle that looked a little cheap, filled with a small amount of ashes. Ashes of the sun in the bottle. Quality, D. Features, none. It really means literally. Obviously, the altar used to worship the sun in the bottle, but it was overturned later, which eventually led to the sun in the bottle being released. In the end, a small amount of ashes remained. So, the sun in the sky was actually released from the bottle. And the sun that came out of the bottle had its doomsday, because of its incorrect position or even stimulation. Qi Xuan felt a sense of horror. This will cause the temperature to get hotter and hotter. As the temperature rises faster, the sun released from the bottle will be closer to them. And the reason for the stagnation of the horizontal world is also because of the cosmic problems caused by the disappearance and reappearance of the sun. Qi Xuan didn't know much about the universe, but he knew a little bit that the earth revolves around the sun. Even if the horizontal world is different, there must be similar physical rules, because the sun rises and the moon sets before. It is impossible to say that there is a sudden change, there must be some changes. Then, Qi Xuan put the embers of the sun in the bottle into the subspace stabilization pocket. This thing is not simple. Just relying on no special features to reach D-level quality, as long as it is a module of Tai Sui God, its upper limit will definitely not be low. So it really has the technology of the sun in the bottle, and it really succeeded, but the truth was covered up. As for how to cover it up, it is also very simple. It is nothing more than a solar eclipse. Otherwise, it can be anything else. As long as the speed is fast enough, they can monopolize the sun. Incredible, this is the first time I realize that there are people who are so greedy. Anyone with a normal brain knows that the sun cannot move. Now it's alright, it has become the end of the world. Qi Xuan has no good solution for this. Look for it again, is there anything else? Qi Xuan muttered, and asked the intelligent brain to continue to investigate. In fact, for Qi Xuan, getting the embers of the sun in the bottle is already a big profit. Just based on this title, as long as it becomes an SSS-level module, it is definitely not ordinary. Soon, the entire altar was dismantled cleanly. In addition to digging out a few corpses, there was no other gain. Qi Xuan didn't care about the origin of these corpses, they were just people used for pile driving. It is common for the upper class to eat people. Suddenly, his mind moved, and he keenly noticed some movement coming from behind, and forced Tai Sui to dodge sideways. Then, he narrowly avoided the sound of breaking wind. When he turned his head to look over, it was a strange and slender man, wrapped in some kind of black dust, holding a scimitar in his hand. Seeing that his move failed, the other party was busy slashing the scimitar diagonally. No, Xinao, you save it! Qi Xuan shouted, and controlled Tai Sui to get close to him, forcibly intercepted the scimitar, and kicked him in the crotch at the same time. He kicked him on the spot, and the scimitar fell into Qi Xuan's hand. Compared with the intelligent brain and those high-energy life forms, he is a noob. But that doesn't mean he is really noob. No abnormality detected. Request to access your visual system. Obviously, Tai Sui's reconnaissance network cannot effectively observe this strange person. Qi Xuan didn't know when the other party appeared. He came quietly. If it weren't for his protagonist halo taking effect when he approached, he would have noticed it in advance. Otherwise, Qi Xuan would have been caught. Access. Qi Xuan agreed directly. With Qi Xuan's human vision, Tai Sui was finally able to see this weirdo, and then the intelligent brain took over the control of Tai Sui from Qi Xuan's hands at the first time. Capture him alive, Qi Xuan said without hesitation. With the control of the intelligent brain, Tai Sui suppressed the weirdo on the spot. Qi Xuan keenly noticed that the black dust on the weirdo was very similar to the ashes in the ashes of the sun in the bottle. If nothing unexpected happens, the weirdo is likely to be the culprit that caused the destruction of the entire mantle shelter, and has a very close relationship with the sun in the bottle. You blasphemed the sun, sinner. The weirdo made an unpleasant sound. Qi Xuan did not intend to answer. The other party was already at the end of his rope, and he only needed to be captured alive. Qi Xuan did not have time to think about it, and saw the body of the controlled weirdo collapsed, and a large amount of ashes emerged from the inside of the bandage. The whole person shrank down and turned into bandages and ashes. Escaped, it's really tricky. Qi Xuan's expression was not very good. Qi Xuan collected the bandages and ashes, and then asked, "Can you see these two things without connecting to my vision?" "It can be observed now, but it cannot be observed when it has vital signs. It seems to have a special electromagnetic force field specifically for electronic equipment, and I can't sort it out. Analyze what material this black dust and bandage are made of." Qi Xuan has no good solution for the time being. It can be seen with the naked eye, but the Tai Sui armor cannot be observed. It is obviously targeted. Preliminary monitoring is unknown ashes and regular bandages, but a certain carbon-based reaction was detected in the ashes, but it is very old. Secondly, Qi Xuan listened to the analysis of the intelligent brain and realized that this group of weirdos is indeed difficult to deal with. I don't know how they appeared, and I don't know how they left. Qi Xuan suspected that he had been targeted. As for saying that he blasphemed the sun, it's nothing more than destroying this altar. In order to survive, let alone blaspheming the sun, he can even be a gravedigger for the sun. He has been doing things without any taboos since he lived to this day. If you are afraid, just die directly. If you want to live, don't be afraid. If we capture a weirdo alive, take out his brain, and make his body into modules, is it possible for Tai Sui to gain the ability to deal with this group of weirdos? Qi Xuan didn't think about researching it. If he caught it, he would have escaped before he could study it. So the best way is to put it directly into the module column. There is an 80% probability of obtaining the corresponding observation angle. The intelligent brain is not so sure, but the possibility is a little higher. Qi Xuan didn't ask what would happen if he used black ash and bandages. It can be basically confirmed that this is just useless. Even if it is made into a module, it is an SSS-type module of ash and bandages. It won't have anything to do with the monster. Its core is a special life sign. Without this life sign, the carrier is just a carrier. Just like Tai Sui God, without the three characteristics, the remaining armor is useless. That's not right. Logically speaking, Tai Sui God's reconnaissance network actually has the function of human eyes. Theoretically, you can also see it. It has to be connected to my vision, which means that other people can't observe this monster. Qi Xuan took out the ashes of the sun in the bottle again. He suspected that holding this prop would attract the ash bandage man. He held it in his hand and observed it carefully. The next moment, Tai Sui God moved, and he pressed down an ash bandage monster with his backhand, and tried to pull out the other's brain without hesitation. He smashed the other's head on the spot, and it shrank and collapsed. Your guess is correct. When you hold the ashes of the sun in the bottle, you will attract the appearance of this group of ash bandage monsters, and only the holder can observe them. And according to the data, the strength of the ash bandage monsters will increase with the number of times. In addition, the time will be shortened. Please store the ashes of the sun in the bottle in the subspace stable pocket as soon as possible. The subspace stable pocket seems to be able to effectively isolate this attraction. The intelligent brain gave Qi Xuan a rigorous feedback. Fortunately, I got it, otherwise it would be a big trouble if it fell into the hands of others. Qi Xuan knew that if he didn't take what God gave him, he would suffer the consequences. If the ashes of the sun in the bottle really fell into the hands of some indigenous people or survivors, who knows if it would turn into another Chunyu. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. Many people are not without ability, but they just don't have the opportunity or platform to train and display their abilities. If the other party really wants to seize the opportunity to show their abilities, they will become a dragon when they encounter wind and clouds. Chunyu Hu is a typical example. He died in obscurity in the zombie master in his previous life, but he got the source of the deep virus and turned over in an instant. It seems that there should be other uses that I need to develop on my own. Chi Suan did not listen to the advice of the intelligent brain at the first time, but was thinking about how to maximize the benefits. Is there anything strange about killing this ash bandage monster every time? Chi Suan suddenly asked. The number of fights and observation time are too short, so there is no gain for the time being. Both battles were actually very fast. If we quantify the data, the first ash bandage monster has about 1 point of dual attributes, and the second is 1.1 points. Chi Suan's dual attributes have now reached 2.5 points, which is naturally a crushing advantage. That is, the opponent comes and goes without a trace and has a strong concealment effect, and there are no other characteristics. Compare, will the volume and weight of the ashes of the sun in the bottle decrease with each kill I make? Chi Suan suspected that the ash bandage man came out of the bottle. Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence. Included in observation, then, Chi Suan began to re-examine himself. No problems were found for the time being. Then you check and fill in the gaps by yourself. If there is anything I didn't mention, fill it in as you see. Chi Suan was not arrogant enough to predict everything. Yes, start to improve the plan. Then, Chi Suan began to further observe and study the ashes of the sun in the bottle. This thing is probably not a good thing, but it is certain that there is definitely a great opportunity in it. Even if it can't be studied out, it can be used as a module. No matter how it is calculated, Chi Suan will not lose. Chapter 106. If you don't actively interfere, the ash bandage monster will appear about every hour. And every time it dies, the next dual attribute will increase by 0.1, until it reaches the limit of 2 points, and then it will suddenly soar to 3 points. After that, its strength growth will no longer appear, and it will instead strengthen its combat skills and combat experience. If it depends on the host, doesn't that mean it has reached my upper limit? Chi Suan looked at the full records in his hand. The data formed by each record was the ash bandage man's ash death. The opponent didn't explode blood, so he could only use ash, not blood. However, the ashes of the sun in the bottle did not change at all, and it cannot be observed for the time being. Chi Suan was also quite regretful about this. So where is the value? Chi Suan was also confused in his heart. He couldn't say that this thing was really a pit. In addition, the opponent seems to have left some marks on me. Even if I no longer touch the item of the sun's ash in the bottle, the opponent will appear once every 24 hours. This means that the opponent has entangled me. But if I am under the sun, the ash bandage man will not appear, regardless of whether I have the item or not. Obviously, the nemesis is the sun. What will happen if the opponent kills me? Although he thought about it, Chi Suan never thought about being killed by the enemy. Dying by oneself and being killed by others are two different concepts. The former is a kind of use of death recasting, and the latter is called courting death. Moreover, the origin of the ash bandage man is mysterious. Who knows if killing himself will affect his own death recasting? But there is also good news. The ash bandage man is used as fuel, and its combustion efficiency is extremely high, especially when it is still alive. It can be equivalent to a special zombie, but it is much easier to deal with than a special zombie. The only disadvantage is that this thing dies quickly and always burns incompletely. But this thing can produce one in an hour, and an extra one can be given in 24 hours, which is almost like picking it up for free. Chi Suan did not pick up any benefits from this, but picked up a lot. He originally needed to hunt everywhere, but now he can pick up fuel at home. Not to mention more, hunting outside is not so guaranteed. When you are unlucky, sometimes you can't find a suitable wild beast for a whole day. If it is worse, all the wild beasts you meet are strong enough, and you can only kill them, but not catch them. It's not like now. If you can hold on for a few more days, Tai Sui God will evolve again. Intelligent brain, what have you learned? Please summarize it with me. Chi Suan asked. He usually studies and researches by himself first, and then asks the intelligent brain to see if there are any mistakes or omissions. Instead of relying directly on the intelligent brain, it is a support, and you can't always let it be the main C. The information obtained so far is not much different from yours, but my suggestion is to deal with the hidden dangers as soon as possible, The suggestions given by the intelligent brain are quite standard, and Chi Xuan is not much surprised, which is normal. After all, what the intelligent brain said is right. This thing is a hidden danger at first glance. I know it is a hidden danger, but it's a pity that it can't be solved. Unless this item is turned into a module, it may be considered a complete solution. But to be honest, after studying this EP91 in depth, I am a little reluctant. This module is definitely strong, but it will definitely be like the ancient Yen Kingdom's Jade Seal, which is only for specific amplification. On the contrary, if some conditions are not met, it will only become a burden and a burden. If Chi Xuan is asked to choose a module, he would rather choose those ordinary original bodies as modules. With a previous experience, the ashes of the sun in this bottle have an extraordinary origin. If it is really turned into an SSS-level module, you can imagine its power without thinking. There may be no backlash, but Chi Xuan may not be able to withstand it. So he doesn't really want to use those things that are taboo at first glance as modules for Tai Sui God. Anyway, everyone's grade is SSS level in the end. Even if there is a gap in the end, Chi Xuan doesn't want to install this risk on himself. The best way to deal with it is to throw it into the smelting furnace as fuel. Chi Xuan's idea is that if I can't use it, no one else can use it. This idea is indeed selfish and harmful to others, but in order to protect his own life, Chi Xuan can only do this. You can't just find a place to bury it or give it to someone else. What he dug out is his, and Chi Xuan can do whatever he wants with it. You are hesitating. Once the bottle body breaks, the ashes will leak out, causing problems in the smelting furnace. Yes, the bottle body should be some kind of space technology. If the ashes inside are really the ashes of the sun, then the temperature inside is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Not to mention the smelting furnace, Tai Sui God, the mantle shelter, and the entire far north state will be affected by this. Chi Xuan sighed. If this glass bottle can really hold the sun, then the ashes inside will definitely not be as small as the ashes seen by the naked eye. Once released, the explosion speed is definitely not something that Tai Sui God can escape. Especially thrown into the smelting furnace as fuel. This thing is a hot potato in my hand. I seriously suspect that I may have intercepted the opportunity of the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world. In Chi Xuan's hands, except that the EP91 can be used as fuel, there is no other use. But if it falls into the hands of the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world, it will be different. The EP91 has growth potential, and has strong combat experience and combat skills. If used as a sparring partner, it can ensure that the opponent's ancient martial arts and strength realm can be continuously improved in a short period of time. Ancient martial arts emphasizes bravery and advancement. As a killing technique, it must go through life and death and challenge strong enemies. And all of this can be satisfied by the ashes of the sun in a bottle. Unlike Chi Xuan, after the opponent's dual attributes reached 2.5, the whole process was fought by the intelligent brain and Tai Sui God. As soon as the opponent appeared, he used a silky combo, and then threw him into the smelting furnace. When something unexpected happened, he was directly taken away by a floating cannon. There was no life and death challenge at all, and there was not even a splash. Giving it to Chi Xuan was a pure waste. As for why Chi Xuan was able to successfully intercept the opponent's opportunity, it was naturally because he also had the protagonist halo. And it was the protagonist halo of the Enhanced Plus 2. In theory, his protagonist halo is stronger than the opponent's. I have intercepted the other party's opportunity. So will the other party also intercept my opportunity? Chi Xuan suddenly thought of this matter. Don't mention it, it's really possible. Intelligent brain, let's go and kill the red dot we met on the road before. Chi Xuan thought, since there is nothing to study about the ashes of the sun in the bottle. It's just right to go out and collect the protagonist's halo. But before that, the entrance to the mantle shelter must be closed to prevent it from being found by others. He can get the news of the mantle shelter in the far north state, so the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world has a high probability of having corresponding clues. Everyone has the protagonist's halo. Chi Xuan is indeed strengthened by +2, but the problem is that he has the help of the Doomsday Game, and his growth and development may not be worse than Chi Xuan. Especially since he has his own extraordinary, he is much stronger than Chi Xuan at the initial starting point. You can't look down on the other party just because your protagonist halo is stronger than the other party. The last person who looked down on the protagonist's halo was a reborn person, and was killed by Chi Xuan. First hide the entrance, and then after I kill those heroines, consider repairing the mantle shelter. Don't say too much, let them at least go through a hail of bullets if they want to come in. Chi Xuan quickly assigned this matter to the intelligent brain. He is not good at civil engineering, firearms and ammunition, and other related knowledge. His energy is limited, and he has learned knowledge that is biased towards biology, medicine, and other types. Otherwise, how can he transform himself? As for whether he will stay in the mantle shelter in the future, that is another matter. But he probably won't leave in the short term. It's a rare place without high temperature, so Chi Suan won't leave so easily. Unless the protagonist Halo lowers his intelligence and makes him understand that he should go out to pick up/grab opportunities, he will go out. The spirit and energy condense into one, and the internal strength condenses into a pill. Qin Sheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He successfully broke through the pill strength and became a master of ancient martial arts. At the same time, the item called Solar Energy Liquefaction Device was quietly stored in the inventory. This is a D-level quality prop. As long as it is installed on his Big Mac, it can allow the Big Mac to absorb solar energy and convert it into liquid solar nutrients. Liquid solar nutrients have the nutrients needed by the human body. As long as you drink a standard unit, you can maintain the nutrition needed for a day. In the polar day world, the most abundant thing is solar energy, so this solar energy liquefaction device alone can easily support his entire mutual aid association. Even the resources needed to practice ancient martial arts can be replaced by liquid solar nutrients. This can not only support the mutual aid association, but also cultivate more ancient martial artists. More importantly, this item can also improve the quality, further enhancing its effect and output. But Qin Sheng doesn't know how to improve it yet. With this item, plus the Big Mac, going to the mantle shelter in the far north state is a sure thing. Qin Sheng also smiled. Finally, there is a glimmer of hope. The number of survivors is only 1% of the original number, and those who died are all his compatriots. And among the 1% who survived, many are ancient martial arts families. It is useless for ordinary people to stick together. Instead, it is the clan forces that have used ancient martial arts that can survive in this extreme environment. And these ancient martial arts families, after gradually understanding the nature of the apocalypse, have become unscrupulous and have never thought about how to continue civilization and protect their compatriots. Most of them just want to be the superior one. Chapter 107. Xiao Shui Shang, the ancient martial arts passed down is Xiao Shui's sword. Chi Suan watched Tai Sui throw the corpse into the smelting furnace, while flipping through the newly acquired ancient martial arts. As for the heroine of the ancient martial arts world, she was the first to enter the smelting furnace. And the opportunity is the ancient martial arts sword manual in Chi Suan's hand. After flipping through it for a while, I found that there was nothing useful. This Xiao Shui sword is indeed stronger than Yin Quan, but it is also limited. Compared with the three evil ancient martial arts in Chi Suan's hand, it is too much worse. There won't be any secrets. Chi Suan asked the intelligent brain to scan it. Don't say it, it really scanned out an interesting thing. Fuck, this routine is so vulgar. Chi Suan complained, and after the ancient martial arts of this Xiao Shui sword were rearranged, it became another ancient martial arts. It's called Detailed Explanation of Sword Intentions. It is not a weird technique, but it is used to temper the sword intention. He knows the sword intention, which is probably when Dan Jin is in progress. If your stubborn mental illness is related to the sword, a sword-shaped mental mutation will be born in this direction. Then you can use this technique to aggravate your mental illness, and make your mental mutation have a more powerful effect. At the same time, it points out the higher-level symptoms of this mental mutation. Of course, in addition to sword intention, there are also related stubborn mental illnesses such as fist intention and knife intention, and there is also pure martial intention, that is, simply stubborn in ancient martial arts, rather than choosing a certain direction for mutation. So those ancient martial artists, who are stuck at the peak of Hua Jin in the ancient martial arts world, are actually too mentally normal. For them, ancient martial arts is just a tool, not something more important than their own lives, and they are not people who are loyal to martial arts. So their mental state is relatively normal, but it is precisely because of this normality that they cannot break through Dan Jin. This detailed explanation of sword intentions has a tutorial on how to turn you into a stubborn psychopath in order to break through Dan Jin at the beginning. After reading it, Chi Suan was also amazed. Don't say it, if this thing falls into the hands of someone who knows the goods, it is simply a place for Dan Jin Grandmaster. If it falls into the hands of someone who practices swordsmanship, it can even be used as a breakthrough material to improve the breakthrough of Jia Jin. The perfect sword intention can at least increase the success rate of breakthrough by 30%. After all, Dan Jin, Gang Jin, Jia Jin are all based on spiritual idealism, and this detailed explanation of sword intentions is the gospel of ancient martial artists who use swords. However, for Chi Xuan, this thing has no effect at all. In terms of spirit and psychology, he does have a lot of problems because of dying too many times. But the problem is that his problem has nothing to do with swords. It's a waste of money for him to get this thing. It's obvious that this thing must be the opportunity of the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world, otherwise it could be a sword. Among the protagonists of martial arts, 6 out of 10 use swords, the remaining 3 use knives, and the remaining 1 may be a master of both swords and knives. As for other weapons, this can be ignored. Although it is useless, it can be used in conjunction with EP91 as a reference for Dan Jin. Chi Xuan put it away. It doesn't matter if he doesn't use it, as long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the enemy. Intelligent brain, search again to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. Chi Xuan asked. Since there was murder and arson, it must be cleaned up to avoid leaving trouble behind. The reconnaissance network conducted a carpet search again. After noticing any problems, it directly carried out a covering attack through the psionic storm of the floating cannon. After the processing was completed, it was reported. Cleaned up, okay, then let's go to the next heroine's position. Chi Xuan now has 2/7 of the protagonist's halo in his hand. If the heroine doesn't run away, there will probably be 4/7 left. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely to gather around the ancient martial arts protagonist. Tai Sui God flew into the sky and soon arrived at the previously recorded location. However, what awaited him was not the thriving camp of the ancient martial arts family, but a ruin burning with flames. Is this considered running away? Chi Xuan was also a little unsure. Apparently, when he was dealing with the heroine of Chioshui Merchant, this ancient martial arts family suffered a fatal blow. The heroine will definitely be fine, but she escaped Chi Xuan because of this. Even if she left passively, it was such a coincidence, which was definitely due to the help of the protagonist's halo on the other party. Intelligent brain, can you find any traces? Was it done by wild beasts or a fight between ancient martial arts families? As for the Aborigines, Chi Xuan really underestimated them. With the force of the Aborigines, they can't do this at all. Testing. Testing completed, based on the traces left. Do you want to start tracking? Don't worry, clear this place for me, so as not to let us be caught in the dark. Chi Xuan said calmly. What if the other party predicts his prediction? What if he survives after he chases him out? The method he used to locate the heroine of the ancient martial arts world was the opportunity locked by the treasure map of the lost, not the heroine herself. So once the heroine's own heroine level opportunity is taken away, the treasure map module will not be able to locate the heroine. This directly saves the heroine. There is no need to worry about the things being lost. When the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world arrives, there will definitely be a conflict with it, and then take it back. This way, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So Chi Xuan chose to kill first. If there is nothing, it can be regarded as clearing up the trouble. All floating cannons launched an attack at the same time. Whether it was the camp or the flame, it was completely decomposed under the psionic storm. After the processing was completed, another search was carried out. After confirming that there was nothing left, he followed the traces and chased after it. It's a small loss, alas. Chi Xuan sighed. If this incident hadn't happened, burning this group of ancient martial artists would also be a lot of evolutionary energy. Because he was out in the sun's ashes in the bottle never took effect. Without the ashes bandage man as fuel, Chi Xuan lost a day's fixed income. This made Chi Xuan feel a little melancholy. I hope the chance of the next heroine can be of some use, not this kind of mess. Chi Xuan just said it, these things were originally given to the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world, and they must fit him. It's impossible for them to fit Chi Xuan, an outsider. So his goal has always been the protagonist's halo, and the opportunity is to try every possible means. It's good to get something useful, but it doesn't matter if you can't. Your body temperature has increased abnormally by 0.1 degrees. The intelligent brain suddenly gave such a prompt. What's the situation? Why is it abnormally increased? Find the root cause. Chi Xuan didn't feel his body temperature rise at all. The main reason is that it was too small, so he couldn't detect it. After all, he was sick, and a 0.1 degree increase in body temperature was not a big deal. However, he was in an expedition-level ecological circulation device, and his own data rarely changed. This made every change very obvious in the intelligent brain's monitoring. You are absorbing solar energy. It is initially suspected that it is the influence of the ashes of the sun in the bottle. The effect is temporarily unknown. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He didn't come into direct contact with the sun, and he was protected by 2 SSS-level modules, the Sand Dragon Scale Pattern Shell, and the Black Dark Energy Crystal. Calculate the time I have been in contact with the sun since I got the ashes of the sun in the bottle. Has it reached 24 hours? Chi Xuan naturally agreed with the statement of the intelligent brain. Confirmed, it has been 24 hours. It can be confirmed that it is related to the ashes of the sun in the bottle. If you don't touch the sun, you will be hunted by the Ash Bandage Man, and if you touch the sun, your body temperature will increase. This thing is a curse. Chi Xuan didn't care much about the increase of 0.1 degrees in body temperature, but it is obvious that this thing can not only increase this, but will increase higher and higher. If it really reaches a certain limit, Chi Xuan will not be able to bear it. Inactivate it, and see if there is any possibility of recovery. Chi Xuan directly recasts when he is in doubt. Inactivation, death, reorganization, Chi Xuan successfully resurrected. Temperature returned to normal. This abnormal temperature increase can be classified as a removable abnormal state, not a permanent increase in your body temperature. It seems that the ashes of the sun in the bottle are probably not D-level or ineffective. It's just that the Doomsday Game failed to detect the true quality and effect. After all, it is a relic that was once able to restrain the sun. If you say it has no background, it must be false. Or is the Doomsday Game deliberately tricking me? Chi Xuan suddenly thought that he was not a survivor, and the Doomsday Game could give him wrong information. Even if it was not wrong information, it could give superficial information instead of complete information. Chi Xuan made a misjudgment and died because of it, which was a blessing from heaven for the Doomsday Game. So it is not impossible to trick yourself. It seems that we have to screen and be vigilant about the information given by the Doomsday Game. If it is really to kill me, then the growth of the Doomsday Game can be said to have undergone a qualitative change. Before, I planned to let the survivors kill me, but now I know how to use the rules. But it is still lame. Chi Xuan does not have to rely on the information and data of the Doomsday Game. He, Tai Sui, and the intelligent brain can kill them all by themselves. As for the need to intuitively perceive the condition of your body, this is not a difficult task. The intelligent brain is not a vegetarian. Your evaluation is biased. The Doomsday Game may not be able to directly kill you due to the rules. You should continue to be vigilant and have a sense of crisis. The intelligent brain gave a reminder. After all, this is to pull people from a world to be survivors, and to take so many people to travel through the world. It is definitely wrong to say that he has no ability. Chi Xuan cannot be too arrogant. After all, no matter how weak the enemy is, he is facing the whole world, not a weak chicken like Chi Xuan. I know, the Doomsday Game is terrible, and I am even weaker than the Doomsday Game. Chi Xuan has a clear understanding of his own position. Even though he is scolded, he has never underestimated himself. Chapter 108. It's this thing again, it's amazing. Chi Xuan's face fell. Following the traces, Chi Xuan found an ancient martial arts family very smoothly, and successfully replenished the protagonist's halo to 3/7. At the same time, he got the protagonist's opportunity, a thumb-sized sword-shaped jade pendant, which exuded some kind of spiritual fluctuations. It recorded a sword move called Xian Yuan Tian Jian, which needs to be used with sword intent. It can kill people invisibly, and destroy people's minds. Once the mind is destroyed, it will become a vegetable on the spot. Fuck, this thing has a big restraint on me. Chi Xuan took a look. In his situation, Tai Sui God did not have a corresponding protective measure. If he was hit by this sword, he could only let the intelligent brain be killed and reborn. Chi Xuan's spiritual attribute is indeed enough, but other people's spiritual attributes must be not low. Fortunately I came in time, otherwise, I would not be able to defeat the ancient martial arts protagonists when they gathered 7 female protagonists to summon the dragon god and become complete. But he is missing 3/7, so he cannot be complete. Although he did not get what he wanted, he at least weakened the enemy. He then began to search the ancient martial arts family called Lingxi Yujia. In addition to an ancient martial arts called Lingxi Thorn, he also found an evil ancient martial arts. Chi Xuan directly ignored Lingxi Thorn, which used the Amei Thorn. He could not use it at all. On the contrary, the evil ancient martial arts called Blood Demon Claw was a bit interesting. What is the principle of practicing martial arts with human blood? In theory, human blood and corrosive blood melting force are not much related. Chi Xuan flipped through the so-called blood melting force, and compared with the 3 top evil ancient martial arts in his hand, the gap was really not small. The so-called blood melting power has a low upper limit, and it will damage the body every time it is used. The only benefit is that in the middle and low-level ancient martial arts, the blood-melting power has a higher damage. As for why the Ling Xiu family has such an evil ancient martial arts, Qi Xuan compared it, and came to a conclusion. That is, this evil ancient martial arts is compatible with Ling Xi Thorn. After the combination of good and evil, it can greatly reduce the damage of Blood Demon Claw and enhance the power of Ling Xi Thorn. It is an alternative version of mutual complementation. Originally in the ancient martial arts world, they had to hide and avoid being known. After coming to the Polar Day world because of the Doomsday Game, they directly practiced with the Aborigines, and they didn't have to worry about the suppression of official organizations and righteous families. Therefore, the expansion speed of the Ling Xiu family was very fast. When Qi Xuan came over, many of the clan members had broken through to the dark power stage through this combination of good and evil. There are even many transformation powers. However, there is no Dan Jin at all, and these two ancient martial arts are only at the Hua Jin level. If there is still, then a Dan Jin master can definitely be quickly trained. So this indirectly reminds me that the Eternal Immortal God and Demon Sutra, and the soul-devouring evil art can complement each other, right? Qi Xuan complained. The idea is good, but it is useless to Qi Xuan. He does not have the unique ancient martial arts talent of humans in the ancient martial arts world. Even if they can complement each other, he can't do it. And the Eternal Immortal God and Demon Sutra may not be suitable for me. From all indications, it is an ancient sword-type martial art, and it is necessary to alienate one's own spirit into the so-called martial arts will to achieve success. It's not like the soul-devouring evil skill. Although it also requires idealistic things, like martial arts will and martial arts intuition, the main body is still strength. At least after the adaptive transformation, it can still be used by me. Qi Xuan also understood that this was originally a match for the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world. Even if he forced it, it would not be of much use. It is definitely a reference, but it is definitely not high. Nothing else, let's go back first. Qi Xuan didn't finish his words, and Tai Sui started to move. Its speed was very fast, completely overloading the entire Wind Rider's aviation system. This time, the intelligent brain did not remind him, but directly turned the situation into a virtual projection for Qi Xuan to see. A huge black shadow passed by dangerously. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the intelligent brain and the evolution of Tai Sui, it would really be impossible to avoid it. It's that eagle falcon wild beast. Qi Xuan immediately recognized the other party through the slow-motion image of the intelligent brain. Hunting behavior suspected to be induced by the Nirvana worm egg module. Qi Xuan's heart sank, which meant that he couldn't get rid of this falcon. Are you sure you can kill it? Qi Xuan asked. If you can't escape, you can only kill it. The floating gun can kill, but the speed is too fast to aim. No need to aim. Just let it swallow us, and attack when it opens its mouth. Qi Xuan hates this kind of fast enemy the most. There is a probability. No need to have it. Just rush in. Believe in the protagonist's aura. Qi Xuan said without hesitation. If you can't beat it and can't escape, then just rush in by luck. Otherwise, what else can you do? The intelligent brain did not refute further, but began to act according to Qi Xuan's plan. The falcon arrived in an instant, and its huge beak opened, covering the Tai Sui god, and was about to swallow it in one gulp. After closing, the floating gun simultaneously stimulated psionic rays. The huge falcon was continuously decomposed into various carbonized flesh and blood particles from the beak. When it reached the high-temperature heat source in the abdomen, the terrifying high temperature directly broke out. Fortunately, the intelligent brain was well prepared, and it had already left the position as soon as the falcon's beak was decomposed. A large amount of heat sources continued to spread in the sky. If this was trapped in it, Tai Sui God would definitely have no way to survive. Return to the mantle shelter immediately. The Nirvana worm cocoon will definitely attract more than just this wild beast, and other wild beasts must have the same attraction. Qi Xuan whispered. The temperature of the mantle shelter is extremely cold for all wild beasts, and staying there for a long time may even be fatal. Even if the temperature there is most suitable for human survival. The intelligent brain immediately executed Qi Xuan's instructions and began to return to the mantle shelter. As the temperature rises, the activity area of the wild beasts will continue to expand, and their strength and size will also increase. You need to improve your strength as soon as possible, the intelligent brain gave another reminder. It stands to reason that this falcon wild beast would not come to this area, but because of the recent increase in temperature, it has become hotter and hotter everywhere. So the wild beasts that originally stayed in one place will gradually become active. I know, but it's not easy to improve. Qi Xuan's base is a deep human, and his upper limit and talent are really too low. Even the protagonist cannot make up for the gap. His rise is already very fast. For example, before the death of the reborn in the previous life, few of the first survivors had his dual attributes and strength. So the progress is just not comparable to the original ecology of the Doomsday world. The people under the Doomsday game are called survivors, not invincible people. The theme is survival, not invincibility. Chi Xuan is already strong enough as a violator. If it were a survivor, except for the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world, who could survive under this falcon, other survivors would have no chance of survival. Chi Xuan not only survived, but also killed the opponent, which is enough to show his strength. Fortunately, on the way back this time, he did not encounter wild beasts again. The characteristics of vast land and sparse beasts are not enough for Chi Xuan to encounter a wild beast every 2 or 3 steps. Finally back, Chi Xuan had just returned to the mantle shelter, and he hadn't waited for him to take a breath. The ash bandage monster took action. But after Tai Sui got connected to Chi Xuan's vision, under the reconnaissance network, the ash bandage monster had nowhere to hide. Before the attack arrived, it was directly smashed into particles by the floating cannon. As for capturing it alive and turning it into fuel, it also takes time. They just came back and don't have any extra time to think about it. Not to mention that they encountered a strong enemy before. Even if there was no panic, they were still on high alert. Killing is much more cost-effective than capturing alive. The intelligent brain has no emotions, but it has to consider Chi Xuan's emotions. This thing is really like a sticky candy. Chi Xuan said, "Don't kill the next one. The Tai Sui god is going to evolve again, so keep it as fuel." Chi Xuan looked at the armor value of the Tai Sui god and found that it was close to the edge of evolution. "For those who don't want to leave, we will leave some food, but the rest is up to you." Qin Sheng looked at the bustling members of the Mutual Aid Association below and said. Many survivors were naturally worried when they heard that Qin Sheng was going to take the Mutual Aid Association to migrate to the so-called extreme north state, and many people opposed it. Of course, more people agreed. Under Qin Sheng's leadership, although their lives were still not easy, at least they had a life to live and a stutter. So when they heard that Qin Sheng was going to leave, they were naturally willing to follow. "Master Qin, 3 months is too long. We can move to a suitable place to live." After all, this is just a possible clue, not really certain. A survivor shouted. This resonated with a large number of survivors. I said, "You don't have to leave. I will only take those who are willing to go with me," Qin Sheng said firmly. He was not discussing with them, but notifying them. The temperature was getting higher and higher. If they couldn't find a suitable place to live in time, no one would survive. Although you are the leader, you can't be so overbearing. Yes, you were elected by us, so you should seek benefits for us, not take people away. You are selfish. You don't deserve to be the leader. With someone taking the lead, the wind direction changed all of a sudden. However, Qin Sheng didn't even look at it, but just said coldly, "If you want to go with me, wait for me at the door in 30 minutes. Fools have their own luck, but these troublemakers are not stupid at first glance. They are obviously bad. As for if someone dares to stop him, then don't blame him for killing. You can be ungrateful, but you can't stop him from taking those who are willing to go." Qin Sheng wanted to save his fellow survivors, but he was not a kind-hearted person. Chapter 109. Tai Sui God has evolved again. AI, what do you think should be used as a new module? Looking at the armor value reaching 19 points, Tai Sui God has completed the 18th evolution, and the next armor value needs to reach 20 points. However, what Chi Xuan is struggling with is what to choose as the new module. Excluding the problematic ashes of the sun in the bottle, Chi Xuan's intention is his own ancient martial arts strength. The second is communication, language, translation, signal, camouflage, mimicry, invisibility, radar, and other modules. But in fact, what he wants most is the shield and defense module. The material module cannot effectively enhance the armor value of Tai Sui God at this stage. 100% is doubled. Even if the 19-point armor value is doubled, it is only 38 points, and the effect of stacking a few more percentages is limited. On the contrary, the shield module and defense module will be better. But how to say these two modules? He doesn't have them, at least not in the AI's identification. Recommend signal module to further enhance the effect of reconnaissance network and satellite. Or communication module is also okay, with the following as the language, translating 2 modules to pave the way. One is single module enhancement, and the other is series module enhancement. Although neither can directly enhance combat power, it also belongs to the element of increasing life saving. As for adding cold weapons for close combat, it can better hunt wild beasts. This is possible, but there is a problem. If cold weapons are selected, Their sharpness, hardness, etc. depend on the armor value of Tai Sui God and the added material module. It may be strong, but facing the high temperature heat source in the body of those wild beasts, it is probably not enough. It is far less useful than energy weapons. Just like the floating gun, the predecessor of this thing is a semi-finished plasma gun, so if Chi Suan has a choice, even if it is a melee weapon, he has to choose an energy type. However, he has never been able to solve the problem of restraining energy. Plasma guns do not need to be restrained, they are directly released, so the difficulty is much easier than energy shields and energy melee weapons. Then let's use the communication module. Chi Suan made a choice quickly. The intelligent brain then took out a communication module prototype from the subspace stability pocket. Chi Suan didn't care what the predecessor was, but directly installed it on Tai Sui God. SSS Galaxy Network Communication Hub. The module is pretty good, but it seems to be useless. After all, there is no communication in this world. Chi Suan didn't finish his words, and the intelligent brain added in. Communication system detected, trying to connect. Ah? Where did you get the communication system? You just connect it casually. Chi Suan looked a little confused. Access completed, real-time monitoring started, not to mention, the efficiency of the intelligent brain is still very fast. Then Chi Suan heard a long noisy sound. There is a pattern, but the problem is that Chi Suan doesn't understand the use of the pattern at all. Can the source be detected? Chi Suan asked. Searching completed. The source is determined to be the sun. In other words, there is something in the sun, and it is communicating through some kind of communication system. Is it that group of ash bandage weirdos? Chi Suan thought that his luck was really amazing. I was planning to use it as a prelude, but I found the core in no time. New frequency detected, transmission begins locking. Locked, counterattack. As soon as the intelligent brain finished speaking, it pressed down an ash bandage monster that had just appeared. The opponent didn't have time to react at all, and was thrown into the smelting furnace by Tai Sui God as fuel. Fuck. If we adjust it well, can't we make these ash bandage monsters become fuel as soon as they land? Chi Suan's face showed joy. It seems that the Galaxy Network Communication Center and the Reconnaissance Network and satellites also have corresponding linkages. If we add another signal module, wouldn't it be even stronger? Chi Suan understood that the linkage between modules can indeed make each module have infinite potential. The signal module can be temporarily supplemented by the Eternal Morning Star satellite module, and what you need more is the language and translation module. I have always wanted to know, what is the difference between the language and translation modules? Chi Suan asked. The properties of these two modules can be said to have the same functions. Difference in function, language includes text and pronunciation, while translation is, Chi Suan didn't listen to the rest. If the intelligent computer said it was different, then it was different. Anyway, Chi Suan would not lose anything. As for the power he originally planned to use, it was not so urgent. It would not be too late to install it when he became a Jiejin ancient warrior. Maybe by then, he would have completed the energy restraint technology, and by then the melee energy weapons would be more powerful when combined with the power module. By the way, can you determine the number of ash bandages through the communication center? Chi Suan thought, since a communication system can be formed, it means that the other party is definitely not alone. His plan is relatively simple, attracting a few more ash bandages to be thrown down as fuel at a time. Otherwise, just one at a time, it is stable, but he wants more. It is not certain, but by modifying the special frequency, they can make a time misjudgment and shorten the arrival time. It means that the number of fuels given one extra per day will change. Just change it in this direction. One at a time is okay. As long as it comes frequently, the number can also go up. Chi Suan said with a smile. Yes, start executing the command. One more thing to remind you, the data for monitoring shows that the prop of the sun's ash in the bottle is still connected to the sun. It may be the exit of the sun. This is why the ash bandage men lock you. Wait a minute. Let me sort it out. What is the exit of the sun? Hasn't the sun already gone out of the bottle? How come you still say it's in it? You once told me about Schrodinger's cat theory. Do you remember it? Remember. So you mean that the sun is in an uncertain state because we are observing it, so it is in the sky. If we don't observe it, it is in the bottle? Chi Suan understood what the intelligent brain wanted to say. Yes, because you first observed that the sun was in the sky. There was no sun in the bottle, only ashes. But if you didn't know that the sun was in the sky, there would be a sun in the bottle. So when you dug the sun out of the altar, the ash bandage man would say you were blaspheming the sun. With the blessing of the new module, the intelligent brain naturally underwent another qualitative change. So this is the new discovery. Sure enough, there are no junk modules, only insufficient modules. Qi Xuan said softly. If it is really as the intelligent brain said, then the item of the sun's ashes in the bottle is indeed not a problem. It is just because of the change caused by the quantum collapse he observed. If he did not observe the sun in the sky, but in the bottle, then it is definitely not D-level and has no effect. But the problem is that he already knows, which means that the results he can observe are already determined. So he can't observe the result of the sun in the bottle, and can only see the ashes result. If there are enough modules, Tai Sui God should be able to observe two results at the same time. Qi Xuan also understood at this time that this item, which is at least SSS level, is not for him. If it falls into his hands, it can only be fixed to D-level and carry negative effects. Yes, in addition, Tai Sui God must have a high enough number of evolutions. It is recommended that you continue to use it as a tool to produce fuel, and throw it away before leaving this world, and do not take it away. The negative effects will be eliminated by then with a 90% probability. It is said to be 90%, but it is still conservative. In fact, it is certain that he will not follow Qi Xuan to the new doomsday world. Qi Xuan will be hunted without the sun, and his body temperature will increase with the sun, which requires the prop of the sun in the bottle as a medium. Once you leave the polar day world without it, it will be useless. Just like Qi Xuan's Yushin virus, it is very strong in the planets of the Yushin world, but after coming to the polar day world, it is like a wilted cucumber. The ability to infect is still there, but facing the wild beasts and the natives with extreme power, the effect is very limited. After all, the Yushin humans can't raise their body temperature to 100 degrees. Qin Sheng was a little disappointed. He thought that most of the people would go with him, but in fact, only 17 people were willing to leave with him. He didn't say anything about this, but just drove the Big Mac away. The Big Mac, which was originally thought to be full, seemed particularly empty at this time. But he soon cheered up. These 17 people are all his core, both men and women, and it is not impossible to start over. But it is a little embarrassing that 4 of them are his nominal fiancés. Of course, there is no so-called love now, only comradeship. The 4 people all gave him a big gift. He was able to successfully break through the Dan gene, and these 4 gifts played an indispensable role. They are 4 secret methods that benefited his cultivation. The Gang gene above Dan gene, relying on the liquid sun nourishment, and the 4 secrets, should be able to break through within a month. The 4 secrets are extremely precious, and they are useful even at the level of Jie gene, and can be used from Ming gene to Jie gene. Not only can it enhance combat power, but it can also speed up cultivation and assist breakthroughs, strengthen the foundation and even nurture potential. He didn't say thank you, because he knew that only by becoming stronger could he make his compatriots, who were willing to leave with him, live better. In the doomsday, except for natural disasters that cannot be resisted, enough power can allow them to live longer, even if they can't see the future. I have been practicing ancient martial arts for more than 10 years, but all I have practiced is dead strength. Less than a year after entering the doomsday, I have already reached Dan's strength. Ancient martial arts are indeed a technique for killing people and fighting for lives. If you only stay in the greenhouse, it will be extremely difficult to make progress. But that is why countless people have died, because of ancient martial arts. In Qin Sheng's eyes, ancient martial arts are a double-edged sword, with advantages and disadvantages, all depending on the user. Chapter 110. Is this a bottleneck? Qi Xuan found that although the frequency of the Ash Bandage Man increased, the armor value of Tai Sui God increased slowly. The armor value of 19 points to 20 points will not be a watershed. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why the evolutionary energy required suddenly increased. It can't be that the value of the Ash Bandage Man has decreased, which is not very realistic. Yes, Tai Sui God currently carries 23 SSS level modules, and the evolutionary energy required for improvement has changed. And above 20 points of armor, Tai Sui God's evolution no longer only needs to increase 1 point of armor value, but 2 points. This is within Qi Xuan's expectations. How could it be possible that it can always evolve once by increasing the armor value by 1 point? With the increase of SSS level modules, the resources required by Tai Sui God will also increase exponentially, and the original resources will also depreciate due to excessive demand. The solution is also very simple: either change to a world with a higher energy level, or take more valuable resources as fuel. At this time, Qi Xuan had been in the mantle shelter for a month, and had reached the level of perfect Hua Jin. His own dual attributes also reached 3 points smoothly. During this period, most of the time was spent on deducing Dan gene and studying blood moon tissue samples, and the rest of the time was spent on other things. Because of reaching the perfection of Hua Jin, Qi Xuan's internal strength also changed. 1/7 of it is Chang'e Jin, 1/7 of it is Broken String Jin, and the remaining 5/7 is normal strength. This means that he can no longer turn back on these three evil ancient martial arts. Either he goes all the way, or he can only lose 2/7 of his strength. This 2/7 of the force has completely occupied the total amount of its force. The reason why the evil way is evil is that you have no way back. Qi Xuan is relatively indifferent. Anyway, as long as he can become stronger, he doesn't care about good or evil. Forget it, this matter is not urgent. Anyway, everything depends on human efforts. Intelligent brain, cooperate with me and test the Yin Snake Silk strength and the Ghost Cat Broken String strength on my body. Qi Xuan said, and began to try to activate his own strength, and at the same time occupied 2/7 of the two forces at the same time. The former makes the force like a snake entwined, and the latter is like a cat's swift claws. The two forces complement each other. If someone is really hit by these two forces at the same time, there may not be any injuries on the skin, but the flesh and blood inside are blurred. It can only be said that if one is hit by these two forces accidentally, he will be disabled if not dead. Moreover, nothing can be seen from the surface, and it is even impossible to detect it. By the time you know it, it is already too late. However, there is a flaw, that is, this power is taken from the soul-devouring fist and the soul-devouring palm, and can only be circulated through fighting. If you want to control it perfectly, and make your every move carry power, you need to reach the level of Gang Jin. This is difficult for Qi Xuan. The test started soon, and Tai Sui was beaten to pieces by him in a few moves. Without the floating gun, Qi Xuan's attack could not be stopped at all. Even if there is an intelligent brain controlling Tai Sui, the difference in attributes combined with two special passive powers is really useful. The power is indeed strong enough, but the consumption is also very large. Qi Sui also realized the flaws of his three evil ancient martial arts, that is, if the battle is not fast enough, then the recovery will not keep up. At first glance, it is indeed passive, but in fact, it is just a special strength. The effect is strong and the consumption is also higher. If you want to improve the endurance, at least Dan Jin can be replenished. Evil ways are evil ways. When fighting, they don't care about the consequences at all. Either win quickly or die quickly. But it may also be because I am not good at fighting, and I started to use it right away. Qi Xuan returned to the body of Tai Sui God, and Tai Sui God began to recover slowly. According to the data, it is not because you are not good at skills and evil ancient martial arts, but because your strength is artificial. Even if the quality is high, it is not compatible with these three evil ancient martial arts. After all, you are not a human in the ancient martial arts world. The strength you have transformed is not real strength, but just similar. So this is the endurance problem. If you don't optimize the ancient martial arts that fit you, the problem will get bigger and bigger. After analysis, the intelligent brain quickly gave Qi Xuan a report full of data. Qi Xuan took over to check, and his face became more and more solemn. Me, Jinli, Guwu, the three of them are so incompatible. It's okay for Guwu and me, after all, I am a human from the deep world. But why is there such a big problem with Jinli and me? After all, I created it myself. Qi Xuan looked a little strange. The road to becoming stronger is indeed difficult. The Jinli in your body is created by referring to the Jinli in the Guwu world. The effect and power are similar, but it is not your thing after all, I understand. Qi Xuan reacted and found that he had walked into a dead end. That is, the strength he created should be suitable for him, not similar to the strength in the ancient martial arts world. He pursued strength too much, and he improved himself, but the strength was not suitable for him after all. Even if his dual attributes were improved to 3 points. At the beginning, the strength was weak and was suppressed by Qi Xuan's physique and spirit, so there was no change. But until the transformation of strength was perfected and could be used as a channel for his attribute improvement, the defects began to be exposed. It still needs to be changed. Although the path is wrong, fortunately the foundation is still in my hands. As long as it can be changed back, the rest will not be a problem. Even the breakthrough in Dan Jin can be solved. As long as the path is changed back by him, then the ancient martial arts can be passed. As for the fact that he does not have a corresponding breakthrough method that can alienate the spirit into idealism, it doesn't matter. He follows the strength school, not the orthodox school of martial arts will or martial arts intuition. It is equivalent to him abandoning all these passive skills and turning them into attribute points. Loss does not necessarily mean loss. Under the same level, his strength is stronger and can exert a stronger strength effect. It's just that the opponent's spiritual passive or the ability to bless the body through the spirit cannot have it, such as sword intention, knife intention and the like. But this is also normal, because the basis for wanting these things is that you have to be a human in the ancient martial arts world. It's equivalent to Chi Suiyan throwing away something he didn't have. This kind of breakthrough method is a pseudo-breakthrough and evil way in the ancient martial arts world, and is regarded as having no potential. After all, his body can sense certain opportunities in the dark, but you can't. Whether in terms of combat power or growth, you are not as good as him. When you fight with him, he is like a prophet, and he will grasp your weaknesses at every step. How can you fight with him? Especially when you break through, your attributes are still lower than his, and you don't have the extra increase of his breakthrough. In fact, I just wanted to use ancient martial arts to improve my attributes at the beginning. If there is no other way to improve, ancient martial arts can actually be abandoned. Chi Suiyan originally regarded it as a tool. It is very good for Chi Suiyan to get 3 points of attributes. Whenever there is progress in other projects in his hands, he will choose to directly abolish the strength and keep the dual attributes that have been improved. Of course he can abolish it. After all, it is his own creation. It is indeed difficult to improve and optimize it, but it is very simple not to lose it. Destruction is much easier than creation. As for plotting the power of the sun in the bottle, he is not arrogant to this extent. Even if the sun in the bottle was thrown into the dark in his hand, it was not a reason for him to seek death. Once he went too far, the talent of death recasting would most likely not save him. Major changes are also troublesome, and 2/7 of the power has mutated, so we have to change it accordingly. Although we don't have to start from scratch, the ancient martial arts can only use the new version of evil ancient martial arts that I optimized. Intelligent brain open. Chi Suiyan set a series of instructions, asking the intelligent brain to cooperate with him to work. Otherwise, there is no way to solve it. Gang Jin, it's done. The circulation of strength is stable, and the body is as hard as steel. I can already withstand some hot weapons, unless they are powerful hot weapons such as large caliber or missiles. Otherwise, under my full Gang Jin, at most I can only be hurt. A gleam of light flashed in Qin Sheng's eyes, and he only felt the vastness of the world. But why do I feel sad and urgent in my heart? He knew that after achieving Dan Jin, he had a martial arts intuition, but he had not noticed it before. It was not until now that he successfully broke through Gang Jin that this feeling suddenly emerged. I don't know about sadness for the time being, but he can feel the sense of urgency. That is to urge himself to break through Jie Jin as soon as possible. And it would be best to break through before reaching the mantle shelter in the far north state, otherwise the suffocating sense of crisis will overwhelm his perception. Could it be that there are enemies in the mantle shelter that can only be dealt with by Jie Jin? As an ancient martial artist, Qin Sheng naturally believes in his martial arts intuition. It's just that this Jie Jin, how can it be so easy to break through? Qin Sheng was helpless. He was lucky to be where he is now, and he needed help. He could reach Gang Jin at his age, not to mention that there will be no one to come after him, but it was also a level that no one had ever reached before. As a result, it was simply outrageous for him to break through to Jie Jin within 2 months. Unless Doomsday Game is willing to help me, otherwise, Qin Sheng just finished speaking, and heard several prompts. Doomsday Game refreshed several mandatory tasks for him. Could it be that this danger comes from the violators? Otherwise, they wouldn't help me so much. Qin Sheng's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Then all this makes sense. He is a law enforcer, and he is naturally opposed to the violators. And the violators occupied the mantle shelter at this time, so no matter what, only one person can survive. He made such a fast progress, and the help of Doomsday Game was indispensable, in order to eliminate the violators. Chapter 111. Finally, it has been revised. Chi Suiyan felt his own changes. The 3 evil ancient martial arts were integrated by him, retaining their own characteristics and transforming them into a look that suited Chi Suiyan. The process of modification was horrible, and every trial and error was a harm to Chi Suiyan. Fortunately, the injuries were big and small, and not all painful. The most serious one was that the force rushed directly into his brain, almost killing him. It's just a pity. If he had tried harder at that time, Chi Suiyan would not have been paralyzed and had to be revived. The whole process took nearly 2 months, and the temperature outside began to rise, from 1 degree every 5 days at the beginning to 1 degree every 3 days now. This increase will only get higher and higher, not attenuated. The only pity is that in these 2 months, the armor value of Tai Sui God has not reached 20 points to complete the evolution. Not only is it too much evolutionary energy required, but also the Ash Bandage Man seemed to have noticed something a month and a half ago. So there was no more pursuit of Chi Suiyan. No matter how much he tried to lure him, it was useless. In the end, Chi Xuan could only let it go. For this reason, Chi Xuan was also very sad. Losing such a fixed income channel, especially with door-to-door delivery, was a huge loss for him. The next step is Dan Jin. Chi Xuan adjusted himself, naturally, in order to break through to a higher level. According to his calculations, Dan Jin perfection can make his dual attributes reach about 3.4, while Gang Jin perfection is 4. Jia Jin is only an estimate for the time being, and it will be 5 points after perfection. If it goes higher, it may not be so realistic. If it goes higher, ancient martial arts may reach the end. Those ancient martial arts sound impressive, but they are actually at a low level. That is to say, the protagonist may have a future with further development. If most other people really stick to ancient martial arts, they will be pitted in the future if they don't die in the doomsday world. Chi Xuan used it as a springboard from the beginning. If it can be used, it will be used. If it can't be used, it will be squeezed out of value and wait for another way to improve. In fact, the breakthrough is very simple. Chi Xuan said, and directly injected himself with a bottle of death potion. After drinking it, he directly let the intelligent brain pour a large amount of big nourishing medicine into his stomach, and then began to continuously circulate the strength with the training method. It's nothing more than a natural result. As soon as the voice fell, Chi Xuan's transformation strength began to continuously show the effect of Hunyuan Rui. As for the original condensation of spirit, energy and spirit, this process was directly skipped by Chi Xuan. For him, the so-called ancient martial arts is just an effect used to stack attributes and provide 7 additional attack-type passive skills. It is not necessary. It is best to get the additional effect. If he can't get it, he will not lose it. It was originally robbed and does not belong to him. Greed is not so greedy. 10 minutes before and after, he successfully broke through Dan Jin. The ancient martial arts he revised are naturally evil ancient martial arts, which inherited the characteristics of fast growth, strong effects but very deadly. Except for the ability to kill people and injure people, all are advantages. It's done. Just don't feel anything. Chi Xuan looked at his dual attributes. From the original 3 points of attributes to 3.1, the next step is to continue to expand Dan Jin's strength step by step. When Dan Jin is almost perfected, the dual attributes of 3.4 can be achieved. Because there are fewer mysterious contents, there is no need to comprehend, so you only need to rely on stacking quantitative changes. Although there are fewer special effects of ancient martial arts, it is much easier to grow. As long as the attributes obtained are not reduced, Chi Xuan can accept it. He actually knows that attributes are the hard pass. Heart-twisting force and bone-breaking force are also beginning to be born. These two forces are the evil dragon heart-twisting force of soul-devouring fist, and the fierce leopard bone-breaking force of soul-devouring fist. Chi Xuan really wants to complain about this soul-devouring fist. What's the matter with the Yin snake and the ghost cat in the first realm can match? But how come it becomes a dragon and a leopard in the second realm? These two are a bit out of place. But Chi Xuan didn't care much. Anyway, the name doesn't matter to him. By the way, the armor value I can provide to Tai Xuan is more than that of Tai Xuan himself. Chi Xuan's dual attributes are both 3.1, which is 31 times 2 points of armor at this stage. Even if Tai Xuan adds 100% of the artificial crystal vein alloy, it is only 19 by 2 points of armor. You are belittling Tai Xuan's armor value again. It has been working hard. Intelligent Brain argued for Tai Xuan. There was nothing he could do about it. Among Chi Xuan, Intelligent Brain and Tai Xuan, the one who was under the most pressure was Tai Xuan. Eating the most resources and suffering the most poisonous blows, fighting the hardest battle with the lowest protection. He also carried the most debts, so it was impossible to say that it was not difficult. Chi Xuan's eyes jumped. It's okay. When I install a shield and defense module for it, it will work harder. As a violator with the death recast, Chi Xuan even squeezed himself, let alone squeezed in armor. That is to say, Tai Xuan God can't speak, otherwise he would have to tell him stand-up comedy to entertain him when he was free. The intelligent brain can indeed do it, but the computing power of the intelligent brain is limited. How could Chi Xuan let it do such boring things for him? Don't worry about whether Tai Xuan God works hard or not. You calculate for me how long it will take for me to reach Dan Jin perfection. After the evil ancient martial arts were deleted and optimized by him into a growth method suitable for himself, there is no need to worry about subsequent breakthroughs. As long as the strength is perfect, break through, and cycle to Jia Jin after the strength is perfect, it will be fine. Because its bottleneck is the directional evolution in the spirit and psychology, the threshold is very high. Qi Xuan deleted the directional evolution in this aspect, so the threshold disappeared, and naturally there was no so-called bottleneck. Of course, it was precisely because of this move that Qi Xuan could not obtain the core power of ancient martial arts, those mysterious powers. For example, mental deterrence. After Qi Xuan finished speaking, he immediately began to remove the structural restrictions on his pineal gland. Previously, he had transformed his own ability and mental enhancement through the special structure of Xinyiquan and Danjin. It was just because his own attributes were too low that he could not withstand too much enhancement, so he temporarily stopped and restricted it. It can only be removed after the physical attribute reaches 3 points. In order to ensure his own safety, Qi Xuan waited until 3.1 before removing it. As he removed it, the increased ratio of the mental enhancement ability began to increase little by little from 25%. It didn't stop until it stopped at 50% of the increased strength. S-level ability, the increase is only 50%. Qi Xuan looked at his mental enhancement, which had changed from A-level to S-level. He just rubbed his temples, and he felt that his brain was swelling all of a sudden. It takes a while to adapt, and this ability can't be strengthened in a short time, so the strength must be further improved. It made his mental power increase by half out of thin air. Whether it was adaptation or utilization, it would take time to run in. If his ability was born at S-level, he wouldn't worry, but his ability level and enhancement were acquired. As for SS level, I'm afraid the increase will be even greater. Before the strength reaches the standard, even if it can evolve, it has to be pressed down. Although it's only 50%, it can be seen from the rules that the levels in the future will probably at least double. From D to A, each level only adds 5% of the increase, but from A to S, it doubles directly. Superpowers are originally zombies, and I'm not a zombie, so it's normal to have limitations, Qi Xuan said softly. Afterwards, Qi Xuan began to focus on blood moon tissue samples and low-level poison element enchantment. Ancient martial arts are no longer necessary, because he only needs to follow the steps, and he can reach the robbery strength in a month at most. So he needs new channels to become stronger. The former is mainly for his virus talent, and the latter is to try to see if he can research energy convergence technology from the enchantment array. As for the others, I really don't have them. With this S-level mental enhancement superpower, progress should be much faster. Qi Xuan didn't think about succeeding in a short time. After all, the superpower itself has a clear evolutionary route, and it can be stimulated and improved as long as the conditions are met. Unlike viral talents, you need to open up your own way and show your potential. Stop. Qin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and stopped the giant convoy from moving. What's wrong? Shui Pingjun asked curiously. Don't move forward. Just stay here and wait until I break through the robbery before taking action, Qin Sheng said in a deep voice. Just now, the martial arts intuition was beating wildly, as if he only took one more step forward, he would involve the territory of some terrifying existence. Then let's find one, Shui Pingjun continued. However, this time, Qin Sheng was surprisingly rude and interrupted her directly. Retreat 10 miles, and find a place to settle down. I know that the distance to the mantle shelter is only 20 kilometers, which is already very close. But we are not ready yet. Qin Sheng can be sure that the violator is in the mantle shelter, and the only way is to kill him. Although everyone was confused, they did not refute. However, stay for a while longer, and stabilize your realm after you break through. Shui Pingjun did not ask why, but gave more time. Qin Sheng looked at the time of his mandatory task, then shook his head and said, No. The robbery power is different from the first 5 realms. As long as you break through after experiencing the hard robbery, it is a breakthrough, and there is no need to stabilize it. You will know when you break through in the future, Qin Sheng said. Not everyone is like you. Breaking through is like eating and drinking water. Shui Pingjun's tone was speechless. In the past 3 months, everyone has seen what a genius is. His growth rate is jaw-dropping. In a short period of time, he surpassed a group of veteran ancient martial artists, and could be called the most talented person in the ancient martial arts circle. Yes, there are endless opportunities in the Doomsday game, Qin Sheng said with a smile. Chapter 112. What's going on? Qi Xuan suddenly felt that someone seemed to be watching him. This feeling was more like a warning from the protagonist's halo, rather than his own senses. Could it be that the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world has arrived? Qi Xuan was a little unsure. Intelligent brain, have you found anything in the reconnaissance network? At this point, he could only ask the intelligent brain. You know, the reconnaissance network covers 19 kilometers, which is a very scary range. This took Qi Xuan a long time to search, and the reconnaissance network could not even see the leg hair of a mosquito, but at least it could see clearly whether anyone was approaching. No abnormality, the intelligent brain immediately checked, but did not find any problems. So he could only report it to Chi Suan truthfully. Then why am I so uneasy? I think it must be the protagonist's halo warning me that danger is approaching. This has never happened before. I suspect it's some kind of big crisis. Chi Suan said directly, we have to think of a solution. Chi Suan still believes in his luck, especially after clearing the subconscious in the destiny and the deep. Although he can't control his luck, luck has been helping him. If you are worried, you can place explosives on the load-bearing structure nodes of the shelter. Even if you can't get it, don't let others get it. It means that if you really lose, you have to drag others to death. Secondly, you can try to decompose the bottle body of the sun in the bottle through psionic energy to further stimulate the sun and achieve a dead-end ending. This is even more cruel. Without the shelter, it may be a slow death, but once the sun is released from the bottle, it is definitely a king bomb. The entire Earth plane world will be finished. As for Chi Suan, it has come to this point. Why should he consider so many things? You are a little too extreme. Chi Suan complained, although I am uneasy, I will not necessarily lose. According to the model calculation, Tai Sui God cannot help you resist the martial arts, will attack in ancient martial arts. Your mental attributes are sufficient, but once you encounter the power, your brain death probability will reach 80%. It's a small problem. You can be resurrected. The floating cannon is invincible. Chi Suan said in a deep voice. Then he quickly reacted. No, it should be you who comforts me. Why am I encouraging you instead? Some small tricks for your psychology? Has your mental state improved now? Chi Suan nodded after hearing this. Yes. Then let's take the initiative to attack. Chi Suan is not a person who sits and waits for death. In fact, you can rest assured that it is not necessarily the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world. After all, there is no sign in the treasure map of the lost person. Nonsense. It has fallen into the hands of others. How can it be my chance? It is not a direct positioning of the protagonist halo. This thing is just an indirect guide. Chi Suan did not make much use of the treasure map of the lost person. After all, he had used it several times. If you say it is useful, it is indeed useful. But if you really say how useful it is just average. Let's go, don't comfort me. Chi Suan said directly. The things were quickly packed up, and then left the mantle shelter as soon as possible. The current mantle shelter has been repaired by Chi Suan. The power, security, ventilation and other systems were restored, and the entrances on the ground were hidden by Chi Suan. With the disguise, it is not so easy to find. I haven't seen the sun for a long time. Chi Suan just felt a little dazzling. However, because he had the relevant modules on his body, he didn't feel much heat. This was the first time he left the mantle shelter in 3 months. For Chi Suan, if it wasn't the end of the world, he could be a nerd who stayed at home. But he just stepped out, and Tai Sui hadn't taken off yet, but Chi Suan felt a burning sensation on his skin. Warning, abnormal increase in body temperature, forced cooling is in progress. The intelligent brain noticed the problem at the first time, and forced cooling was carried out through the physical connection between Chi Suan and Tai Sui in the blood virus colonization suit. This is the sun in a bottle. The burning sensation was quickly suppressed, but Chi Suan understood that it was only temporary, and his own temperature was still soaring. Between the coming and going, his body temperature began to rise slowly. Obviously, the intelligent brain couldn't effectively suppress it. Find the cause immediately. Chi Suan took out the prop of the sun's ashes in the bottle without hesitation. What caught his eyes was no longer the ashes in the bottle, but a shining light. Sun in the bottle. Quality, X. Features, unknown. The short 3 lines of data made Chi Suan's hand that took the prop begin to spread high temperature. The armor of Tai Sui God began to melt, obviously unable to withstand the high temperature. Chi Suan threw it out without hesitation. With the 3.1 physique, and the cooperation of Tai Sui, the light of the sun in the bottle gradually disappeared from Chi Suan's vision. Then, Tai Sui immediately evacuated in the opposite direction. He had no intention of seeing what this X-grade item was like. Saving his life was the most important thing. Only after he left did Chi Suan feel better. The abnormal increase in body temperature has stopped, and is returning to normal. The cause search failed, and the abnormal point could not be detected. No need to detect. The X-grade sun in the bottle is not something you, SSS level, can peek at. Chi Suan watched the melted part of Tai Sui being repaired by the nano-repair robot. He didn't understand why there was a sudden change. He recalled carefully in his mind, and finally determined that the ash bandage man no longer chased him. Observation collapse caused it to change from the ash state to the state of the sun in the bottle. In addition, the temperature rise and the approach of the sun also caused changes in observation collapse. Chi Swain was not very sure. After all, the X level was too advanced. He couldn't even handle the S level, let alone the X level named unknown. The only thing he could be sure of was the end of the polar day world, and the sun in the bottle was the source. As for more, he didn't know. The end of the polar day world was different from the end of the deep world, and it had lasted for 100 years. So many things, even if you want to find the truth, you can't find it. A large number of high-temperature heat sources are detected to be born, and the center of the birth is suspected to be the sun in the bottle. After the intelligent brain gave the prompt, it projected a three-dimensional stereogram to Chi Swain. This graph has a lot of blank areas. It is obvious that the high temperature of the sun in the bottle has affected the detection of the reconnaissance network. Needless to say, I saw it. Chi Swain saw a large number of ash bandages emerging in a gushing manner with his naked eyes. This is their true body. The fuel we had before was at most their clones. Chi Swain didn't know what this group of ash bandages was like, but if he had to find a benchmark, that's the wild beast. Before, humans did not have the ability to master high-temperature heat sources, and the power of the limit was actually more like incomplete evolution. Now it seems that humans also have it, but they are all following the sun in the bottle. The floating gun drilled out of the subspace pocket, and fired a psionic storm at the enemy like a wave without hesitation. The good news is that the psionic storm can kill this group of ash bandages. The bad news is that it cannot be completely decomposed. With the death of the ash bandages, the high-temperature heat source in the opponent's body will spread. Stop fighting, retreat. Chi Swain told the AI to run without hesitation. As for the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world, saving your life is the most important thing. He didn't know how many ash bandages there were, but he could see from the data fed back by the reconnaissance network that densely packed ash bandages were still being squeezed out. Given the situation of Tai Sui, it was simply unrealistic to kill them all. So running away was the best way. Chi Swain actually had another guess about this situation. That was that the two protagonists of the Doomsday Game rarely got together, which was a good opportunity for the Polar Day world to wipe out the backbone of the Doomsday Game. Chi Swain is indeed a violator in the Doomsday Game, and in the invaded Doomsday world, he is an invader. The Blood Moon told Chi Swain about his traitor identity. Quick, drive back. Qin Sheng successfully broke through the robbery, and before he had time to celebrate, he felt the terrible burning killing intent like a wave. Everyone was stunned at first, but they quickly reacted and immediately started the Big Mac and ran back at a very fast speed. Before everyone asked, they saw the extreme brilliance and the high temperature that began to spread not far away. Then, a large number of black spots appeared in the brilliance. Through the telescope, it can be seen that it seems to be some kind of living thing. These black spots are approaching them at an extremely fast speed, which makes everyone's heart rise. Step on the accelerator to the bottom, otherwise you will die. Qin Sheng didn't know what the enemy was, but his martial arts intuition was jumping wildly. With his Jie Jin strength, let alone winning, he couldn't even get close to the opponent. If he got too close, he would be steamed into a mummy by the high temperature emitted from the opponent's body. Jie Jin is still a flesh and blood body. Now, his dual attributes have only reached 5 points. However, because of the breakthrough of Jie Jin, he has gained a lot of talents, passive effects and other effects formed by ancient martial arts. In fact, it is not the attributes that are enhanced, but the effects provided by ancient martial arts and strength that are the strength of Jie Jin. What is that? Shui Pingjun swallowed her saliva. It was the first time she saw such a terrible scene. On the way here, the wild beasts she met were not so terrible. Qin Sheng shook his head. I don't know, but I can be sure that it is probably related to the shelter in the far north state. He didn't say all his words, and there was another half sentence, which was that it was also related to the violators. But this can't be said now, it is easy to affect morale. Chapter 113. The Tai Sui god can fly, and his speed is very fast. So it only took an hour to escape from the pursuit of the Ash Bandage Man. He couldn't beat him, this time he really couldn't beat him. The floating gun can kill them, but Chi Swain can't handle so many of them. He estimated that even if he drained the supernova nuclear reactor of the Tai Sui god, he couldn't kill them all. The Ash Bandage Man should not be a normal life form, but a special life derived from the special technology of the Bottle Sun. Comprehensive observation, it is likely that it is just some kind of individual differentiation, but through some technology, the other party is controlled by the Bottle Sun, and finally becomes countless copies. It seems that even the Doomsday Game is anxious. Chi Swain found that at some point, a new limited time event appeared in the Doomsday Game, Limited time event, Sun Puppet. Goal: survive for 1 month under the pursuit of the Sun Puppet. Reward: New World Pass. In addition, there is a killing event, that is, every time a Sun Puppet is killed, 0.1 attribute points can be obtained. And the kill list is also opened, and the first place can directly obtain 1 full attribute point. This time the rewards are indeed very rich. But there is a problem. The Sun Puppet is not something that normal survivors can kill. It is estimated that even the protagonist of the ancient martial world cannot get close to it. How to kill it? Moreover, according to calculations, the dual attributes of each Sun Puppet are at least 2 points. Of course, attributes are not a problem. After all, they can't stop bullets. The real difficulty is group action and accompanied by high temperature. The bullets would probably melt before they get close. 1 month, there should be survivors alive. 2 points of attributes. It's not enough for these solar puppets to completely fill the entire horizon. This made Chi Xuan very dissatisfied. It was really bad that they didn't wipe out the whole team. But think about it again, this time the Doomsday even needs a safe area to protect himself. Your guess ignores the ambient temperature. After the sun in the bottle releases the solar puppets, the temperature increase law begins to shorten. The survivors will not only face the solar puppets, but also the most severe high temperature, and wild beasts that are no longer restricted by temperature factors. Humans are extremely delicious and luxurious food for wild beasts. Chi Xuan couldn't help but remain silent when he heard this. You build a temperature law model and calculate when Tai Sui God will not be able to bear it. Chi Xuan knew that Tai Sui God would definitely not be able to withstand a month of temperature increase. Under the current circumstances, the Sand Dragon scale pattern shell can allow Tai Sui to ensure that Chi Xuan can withstand a temperature of 190 degrees without any problems. With the addition of the Black Dark Energy Crystal and the Nirvana Worm Cocoon, it can probably withstand a temperature of about 300 degrees. However, even if there is no increase, the normal temperature in the Gobi Desert is 300 degrees. The model cannot be calculated, and it can only guarantee you for 10 days at most. Having said that, the intelligent brain did not continue to talk about it, because this means that Tai Sui has reached its limit. If there is no countermeasure, on the 11th day, Tai Sui will not be able to protect Chi Xuan, and Chi Xuan will enter a cycle of death and rebirth. If all modules except the necessary modules are replaced with high-temperature resistant modules, how long can it last? Chi Xuan continued to ask. 15 days at most. The number of Tai Sui God's evolutions is too low, and the module effect is limited. Chi Xuan was silent. Doesn't this mean that Tai Sui God is doomed to fail? There must be a way out. The protagonist Halo, use your invincible luck to think of a way. Chi Xuan had no choice at this time. At this stage, human power cannot fight against nature. Anyway, he can't fight against this terrible high temperature. The luck of the protagonist Halo may not be enough, and it may need to be amplified. It is recommended that you kill the protagonist and the auxiliary protagonist of the ancient martial arts world to get the enhancement. Since you have to rely on luck, you naturally have to pile up your luck a little higher. The problem is that I can't find it. Chi Xuan certainly wanted to find it, but he really couldn't find the other party. Since there is no clue, it is better to continue to leave everything to luck. The intelligent brain projected a compass to Chi Xuan. The next step is very simple. Chi Xuan only needs to turn the compass. They will go in the direction it points to. Actually, I don't really want to leave my life to luck, Chi Xuan said, and turned the pointer without hesitation. But now it's not that there is no way out, so I can only rely on luck. Although the pointer is virtual, it can judge the strength used by Chi Xuan, calculate through physical rules, and finally achieve the same result as the real pointer movement. As the pointer stopped, the intelligent brain immediately controlled Tai Sui to move towards the pointer position. Chi Xuan said nothing. At this point, it's better to continue practicing ancient martial arts. What else can I do? Try to live longer. In fact, I think that your entire map projection and my blind throwing of darts are much more reliable than choosing the direction by the compass. Chi Xuan said, your idea is very good. If you need it, I can also provide it to you. Forget it, once you have chosen it, you don't have to bother too much. One effort is enough, the second is too much, and the third is too little. Chi Xuan did not choose to try again. Luck is something that will work if it is to work. If it doesn't work, it will be useless no matter how many times you try. You said, what if we imitate the mantle shelter and build another one? There is not enough time, and with the technology we have, it is not enough to build a shelter 50 kilometers underground. The intelligent brain has indeed downloaded the corresponding architectural knowledge, but the mantle shelter is a construction technology, but it uses the unknown technology of the sun in a bottle. If it were them, they would not be able to build it at all. and 50 kilometers may not be able to withstand the high temperature that is erupting. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire horizon may melt on the 30th day. The sun in the bottle is still the sun, and we cannot ignore the power of the other party just because it is confined in the bottle. The limited time event of the Doomsday Game, the puppet of the sun, is actually a trap, concealing the real route and misleading the survivors. The limited time event of the previous Deep World, Shadow of the Blood Moon, is also in this situation, ignoring the harm of the Blood Moon itself and describing the horror of the Blood Moon light instead. In the end, the Earth-Moon impact smashed the entire planet, and even if there were still survivors, they were all eaten by the Blood Moon. Chi Xuan even suspected that the survivors had a grudge against the Doomsday Game, otherwise they would not have cheated them so much. But soon, Chi Xuan put these things aside for the time being, and began to think about where his chance of survival was. It can't be that he keeps going in one direction. Get rid of it, it's too scary. The forehead of the survivor driving the giant was covered with cold sweat. The boundless sun puppet made everyone shrouded in haze. If we hadn't come to the far north state to find the mantle shelter, wouldn't we have to face the sun puppet directly? The task of surviving for a month should not be difficult. A survivor said with a little despair. They directly put themselves in the most difficult survival conditions. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on taking me away, how could I be in this situation? A survivor collapsed and couldn't stop roaring at Qin Sheng. With someone taking the lead, those survivors who didn't dare to face the sun puppet turned to vent their anger on Qin Sheng and regarded him as the culprit. Qin Sheng snorted coldly, and all the survivors turned pale, their heads buzzing. If you have any opinions, you can get out of the car. Qin Sheng used a little robbery force, which shocked them directly. This group of survivors was not taken away by him, but they could not survive in the original gathering camp, so they took the initiative to follow him to leave. Now it seems that I am too good to them on weekdays, which makes them unable to see their status clearly. He is a robbery force ancient warrior. Looking at the ancient and modern times, there are only a handful of ancient warriors who can reach this level. Not to mention that he also gave them a safe living environment and abundant food. Even if it is monotonous, it is much better than other survivors who are still struggling. As a result, he did this to himself. With a shock, everyone calmed down. Leave at full speed, we must. Qin Sheng was about to say something, but suddenly his heart jumped, and that ominous premonition came to his mind again. Change direction, it's dangerous to continue going. He can be sure that this ominous premonition does not come from the sudden appearance of the sun puppet, but from the violator. Qin Sheng is confident in his own Jiajin strength, but he is not confident that he can save the giant and the survivor in the battle with the violator. The opponent can give him such a great sense of crisis, the opponent must be strong. But he thinks he has a higher chance of winning. The strength of Jiajin can be said to be extraordinary. Of course, he also felt his bottleneck. According to the Eternal Immortal God and Demon Sutra, in fact, above Jiajin, there is a land immortal realm that can break the void and see the indestructible gods. Unfortunately, even this first ancient martial arts of the righteous way is only vague. So he had no idea of a breakthrough. Because it was too vague, Qin Sheng actually doubted that the content recorded was actually just imagination. Robbery power is the limit of ancient martial arts. As for his own innovation, he didn't have this idea. The predecessors had already deduced every level of power to perfection in the Eternal God and Demon Sutra. Even if he wanted to expand, there was no place to expand. Besides, he was trying to survive now, so he had no other thoughts. The danger was so close that he couldn't think about it. What's more, the Doomsday Game could also help him, so there was no need to work hard on his own. What happened? Shui Pingjun asked. After all, the sudden change of direction must be a problem. There is a strong enemy, not the sun puppet, Qin Sheng said bluntly. Even you are not the opponent? You are in robbery power. Shui Pingjun looked worried. I am sure I can win, but I am not sure I can protect you while winning. Qin Sheng expressed his concerns. Chapter 114. Warning. Violators are 1 kilometer away from you. The faces of all the survivors on the Big Mac suddenly changed. At this moment, they finally knew who the powerful enemy Qin Sheng was talking about was. They didn't expect that he would come so quickly, and Qin Sheng had arrived just after he finished speaking. In the sky. You go first, I stop him and then follow. Qin Sheng got out of the Big Mac without hesitation. After leaving the car, his eyes fell on the figure floating in the sky. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the armor on Chi Xuan. This made his heart sink. The opponent's equipment was a product of high technology. If it was a conventional thermal weapon, he could still block it, But once the opponent used a cross-arrow weapon, he would really not be an opponent. Before he could think about it, his martial arts intuition accompanied him as he moved, and he easily avoided the dark rays released by the opponent. The next moment, the dark rays all over the sky enveloped, forming a covering network. Not good. Qin Sheng was shocked. He was sure that the other party was indeed in possession of future technology equipment. Technology is very good at defeating the strong with the weak. A person who is weak and weak can control various future technologies and gain extremely high combat power. Robbery power cannot easily destroy a city, but weapons and technology can do it. Eternal power. Qin Sheng roared, and the robbery power on his body moved with his whole body, accompanied by the will of martial arts, and forcibly broke through the limit of the human body. Before the psionic rays formed an encirclement, he escaped successfully. Eternal power is a special power attached to his eternal immortal god and demon sutra, which is similar to Qi Xuan's three top evil ancient martial arts. The only difference is that he only has two kinds of strength, namely the eternal strength and the immortal strength, plus the god and demon body that will change his own physique after perfection. After the three are combined, their power is no less than the 7 kinds of strength in the soul-devouring evil power. Damn, the distance is too far, I can't attack. Qin Sheng recovered and looked at the sky, but suddenly found that he had disappeared. At the beginning, the opponent was indeed 1 kilometer away from him in the sky, but as the attack was launched, the opponent naturally rose. How could it really stay at 1 kilometer? If it was only this distance, Qin Sheng would not be afraid. With his Jiejin strength and the lifting and jumping method in the Eternal Immortal God and Demon Sutra, he would still have a way to pull the opponent down. Where did you run to? It can't be bad. Despicable. Qin Sheng reacted instantly. The opponent was not hiding at all, but abandoned him and went to the position of the giant. So he turned around and chased in the direction where the giant left without hesitation. Just after running 100 meters, the net of phantom energy in the sky enveloped him again. Fortunately, Qin Sheng was well prepared and managed to dodge it. False and real, real and false. The initiative is in the hands of the opponent. Qin Sheng understood more and more that he was being led by the nose by the opponent. The main reason was that the opponent could fly, and he had no means to deal with it. What? Flying in the sky is just a living target? Then he can attack from a long distance, and he can't attack him. In addition, the opponent is fast, so he who runs on the ground is the living target. If that's true, doesn't it mean that air supremacy is useless? The other party has air supremacy, and they are obviously stronger than the other party, but they can only dodge left and right, without any means of restraint or even counterattack. At the same time, on the other side, the emergency brake of the giant made everyone in the car stagger. Before they asked the driver why he braked, a strange machine suspended beside an armored man easily melted a big hole in the outer armor of the giant. Let me introduce myself, I'm the Violator, Qi Xuan said. Qin Sheng was indeed fighting, but not with Qi Xuan, but with a floating cannon. The normal plan is to let the floating cannon be remotely controlled by the intelligent brain in the sky. Thanks to the communication center and satellite, it can be flexibly controlled at a long distance. If there is a signal module, it may be able to act independently without Qi Xuan. Qin Sheng was indeed a difficult man. Qi Xuan could see that he was already in a state of strength, and combined with the effect of the most powerful ancient martial arts of the righteous way, the Eternal God and Demon Sutra, he was able to dodge the psionic ray in advance. Of course, he would die if he was hit. So in order to weaken him, Qi Xuan first came to kill his subordinates, and the remaining 4/7 of the protagonist's halo. Of course, the people present knew that when Qi Xuan came, the prompt of the Doomsday Game came. Shui Pingjun took action immediately, but the intelligent brain reacted faster than her. When she raised her gun, the psionic ray of the floating gun hit the opponent first. It was decomposed into carbonized particles on the spot. Lucky, the first one is 4/7 of what I need. Qi Xuan didn't waver. Shui Pingjun is indeed good-looking, but Qi Xuan doesn't care about his appearance at all. There are 3 left. Hand them over. I leave after killing them, Qi Xuan said slowly. However, everyone looked at each other, not knowing who Qi Xuan was looking for. Stop first and tell us who you are looking for. A survivor couldn't help shouting. Qi Xuan asked, but he didn't stop killing. This was really unethical. Don't listen to his nonsense. He never thought of letting us go. Hurry up. Another survivor stood up. Qi Xuan glanced at it, and saw that it was a woman. He killed her casually, and a smile appeared on his face again. Not bad, there are 2 left. Qi Xuan was also sighing, worthy of being the heroine, she was responsible. However, this time, the remaining people didn't dare to speak, and they all fled. It's better if they don't run away. Chi Xuan will slowly select them, and kill them first. After all, he only brought one floating gun, and the rest of the floating guns were used to deal with Qin Sheng. The martial arts intuition and the ancient martial arts practiced by the opponent needs enough firepower to delay. The reason why he didn't choose to use the psionic storm to solve all of them is because Chi Xuan has taken a fancy to this giant. There are many useful parts in it, which can definitely be used as modules of Tai Sui God after being disassembled. If it really doesn't work, it would be great to use this giant as a module directly at that time. After all, it is the product of the protagonist, and it must have its unique features, so Chi Xuan will not choose to hurt it. You are looking for Qin Sheng's fiancé, right? I know who else is there. A survivor shouted. Everyone can find patterns. Chi Xuan did not stop, but instead accelerated his killing. Yes, there should be 2 more. He also knew the name of the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world, but it doesn't matter what the name is. It's just a code name. If someone dies, the rest will not be a problem. Let me go first, I tell you. The other party got Chi Xuan's reply and suddenly felt confident. As a result, he was killed by Chi Xuan before he finished speaking. There are only so few people in total, you are too late. Chi Xuan never thought of giving them a way out. He just wanted them all to die. Going back on his word? Yes, he is like that. If someone dies, no one will know that he is not trustworthy. As for saying that this matter is against morality, Chi Xuan has killed people and set fires, and he is still afraid of this problem. No matter why he killed someone, he did it, and there was no need to find some high-sounding reasons to whitewash himself. There's only one left. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on a graceful figure who had already run far enough. The psionic ray hit the other party accurately, and everything ended just like that. 7 protagonist halos gathered on him, and finally merged into his Destiny Deep. The Destiny Deep, which originally only had +2 enhancement, became +3 enhancement. Enhancement +3. Kaiyong, what the hell? Chi Xuan looked a little strange. He could understand the words, and knew what it was. Kaiyong is one of the Big Dipper, but because the specific effect was not explained in detail, Chi Xuan couldn't understand what it meant. But it doesn't matter, as long as it works. It doesn't matter if the strengthening effect is unknown, as long as his protagonist halo is improved again, and at the same time, the protagonist halo of Qin Sheng, the protagonist of the ancient martial arts world, is weakened. Although the opponent can't fully enjoy the heroine's protagonist halo blessing, he can also get some blessings. Now Chi Xuan has gained an increase, while the opponent has been weakened. With 1 increase and 1 decrease, Chi Xuan is more confident. After letting the intelligent brain clean up the subspace stabilization pocket, Tai Sui also dismantled the giant, and then reluctantly stuffed it in. The speed is quite fast. I thought I needed to go back to find you. Chi Xuan finished these things, turned around, and looked at Qin Sheng, who came with a joking tone. The opponent finally got rid of the pursuit of the floating gun, and when he came back, he saw the bad news of the annihilation of the whole army. At that moment, his eyes turned red. I want you to pay for your blood debt with blood, Qin Sheng said with gritted teeth. He really didn't expect that Chi Xuan would use the floating cannon to hold him back, while he himself came to steal the house. That's a bit too much, Chi Xuan said with a smile. I just want to survive. In the Doomsday, everything is false, only life is real. So, I need some help from you. Please die, okay? Chi Xuan said, and the attack was launched at the same time. The psionic storm of the floating cannon broke out. This time, Chi Xuan didn't believe that he could still hide. A full 19 floating cannons simultaneously carried out a covering attack with a range of psionic storms. If the opponent could still survive, Chi Xuan would say it later. I will never die here. I haven't avenged them yet. Qin Sheng roared, and a lot of blood-colored lines appeared on his body. The immortal power and the eternal power flowed on his Longquan sword, and the martial arts will soar to the extreme because of him. A phantom of a demon god composed of calamity energy charged towards Chi Xuan. Chapter 115. You are really fast. With the ancient martial arts, you can break through the firepower defense line built by the floating cannon. But I still want to say, Chi Xuan hit him back. You don't rely on strength but luck. Qin Sheng approached him and thought that the overall situation would be settled. If Chi Xuan was still in the deep world, it would be true. But now, although he is not as good as Qin Sheng in overall attributes, he is not a weak person. He hit Qin Sheng on the spot. The opponent's state is obviously abnormal, and he is in the explosive stage. It's over, Chi Xuan said, and 19 floating cannons fired at the same time. Qin Sheng struggled to get up, waving the Longquan sword in his hand unwillingly. "Break it for me!" he roared, but the psionic ray fell on him. In theory, Qin Sheng is basically dead. But a bright light appeared on his body, forming a protective layer, which actually protected Qin Sheng in a short time. "Young man, forgive others when you can." An old voice emerged. "Leave a way for yourself, so that we can meet again in the future. You are so vicious and cruel. Have you ever thought that one day you will end up like this?" Another voice emerged. Then, Qi Xuan saw 7 figures emerging from the protective layer surrounding Qin Sheng. This time, Qi Xuan did not speak, but asked the intelligent brain to increase the intensity without hesitation. 19 floating cannons began to combine, and the overload mode used to deal with the blood moon was used again. The psionic ray penetrated the protective layer around Qin Sheng in an instant, and the 7 figures did not solidify, and the protective layer and Qin Sheng were directly swallowed by the psionic ray. The dead can't die anymore. If I spare him today, will he spare me tomorrow? If I'm not ruthless today, I have no way to live tomorrow, Qi Xuan said coldly. Of course, he knew what the other party wanted to say. It was nothing more than trying to delay time. It was too ridiculous for the other party to shake his will with just those 2 words. Besides, why should he consider the enemy? There are 7 old guys behind Qin Sheng. We have to find a way to kill them to eliminate future troubles. Qi Xuan understood that things should be done either without doing them, or doing them thoroughly. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid it will fall on you, if I want to live for more than a month. The mysterious protective divine light can actually block the psionic rays for a short time, which is definitely not simple. As for the fact that he missed this treasure by doing this, Qi Xuan didn't care at all. Qin Sheng's death was the biggest help to him. He plundered the protagonist halo of the other party, and strengthened his protagonist halo by +4. Strengthen +4. Wu Chu, I know these 2 words, and I know the words, but Wu Chu covers a lot. Will it not increase something like Wu Luck? Qi Xuan has not felt any changes for the time being. After asking the intelligent brain naturally has no trace. After all, Tianming Yusui is X level, far beyond its ability to observe. But Kaiyong and Wu Chu should be similar to complementary enhancements. Qi Xuan can actually see that compared to the male and female protagonists of the Reborn, Qin Sheng's male and female protagonists are more compatible and complementary. The simplest point is that the heroine's protagonist halo needs Qin Sheng as a stage to display, rather than relying on herself. Therefore, a single enhancement may not have much effect, but it can only be brought into play after matching. We can only observe it first. Qi Xuan didn't have much to do about it. It's just 4 words in total, unlike the first 2, where the effect is written on the name. After some activities, Qi Xuan went to the place where Qin Sheng died and began to clean up and check. The protagonist halo was obtained, which also indirectly proved that the other party was dead. However, the other party's origin is not ordinary, and there may be something left behind. If he really picked it up, Qi Xuan would make a lot of money, so he had to clean up the battlefield. It's just that the idea is very good, but after taking action, he knew that he thought too much. The psionic rays formed by the 19 floating cannons would not leave anything. Alas, if his thing that can stimulate the body-protecting divine light can be left, then I will make a lot of money. This thing can be used as a shield module at a glance, and the quality is definitely not low. The props that can temporarily block the floating cannon must be at least S level. Qi Xuan didn't dare to guess the SSS level, because the floating gun was not yet fully powerful. If he got it, he would have one less shortcoming. However, regretful as it was, if Qi Xuan really had to choose another one, he would not hesitate to abandon this item and kill Qin Sheng. He would really lose a lot if he missed the protagonist's halo for a little profit. If he didn't get it, he didn't make a profit, but if Qin Sheng escaped, it would be called a loss. After packing up, he planned to leave, not for anything else, because the group of Ash bandages, that is, the sun puppets, had already rushed over. I don't know if it was because of the movement, or the counterattack of Qin Sheng's protagonist halo before his death. It seems that there are differences between the protagonist halos. If I didn't get the protagonist halo of the male and female protagonists in the world of the Reborn, the strength of the protagonist halo in the deep world would probably be inferior to the protagonist halo in the ancient martial arts world. There must be some secrets in the ancient martial arts world. The ancient martial arts that Qin Sheng used at the end were mixed with higher level power, especially the final rescue. So if I want to ensure that my own protagonist halo maintains priority, I must kill more protagonists in the world and absorb their protagonist halo. Is this probably equivalent to the difference between a small place and a big city? Chi Xuan thought about it, and it seemed to make some sense. His protagonist's halo was just a little remnant after the death of the deed god. It sounded good when it was spread out, but it was actually just a bit of scum. When encountering protagonists from powerful worlds, the advantage is not so obvious. If Chi Xuan hadn't killed the 7 heroines first and taken away their halo, it would definitely not be the 7 projections that came to save Qin Sheng, but the 7 old men who came in person. But those 7 people are probably not good people. They deliberately cultivated Qin Sheng, and they must have their own plans. Just from the fact that they can block the psionic rays for a short time, it can be seen that their identities are definitely not simple. 7 such strong people choose to cultivate one person. Of course, the most important point is to follow the rules of selecting and deploying survivors in this doomsday game, based on forces and families. In theory, Qin Sheng should not have landed alone, but with his 7 masters. But it is obvious that he has lost contact with his 7 masters, but his 7 masters are placed in the same position. This means that Qin Sheng is not a disciple of his 7 masters at all, but more like a tool. This makes Qin Sheng alone. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Chi Xuan to succeed with Qin Sheng and his 7 mysterious masters. It is unrealistic to win without paying a price. There is no free lunch in the world. So how to find these 7 mysterious old dings? Chi Xuan wants to kill, but he has to find them. You can continue to rely on luck, especially when there are no clues. This kind of thing can be done once or twice, but not 3 times. Forget it. It just so happens that the protagonist's halo has just been improved, so let's give it a try. Chi Xuan wanted to object, but when he thought about his situation, he could only rely on luck. The environment no longer allowed him to resist, and time was running out. I am proud of relying on luck, and other people who want to rely on luck don't have this treatment. Chi Xuan did not feel any shame. After all, as the old saying goes, luck is also part of strength, and his good luck is naturally strong. Especially since his luck is the protagonist's aura, he will not despise it if he can rely on it, but will use it to the death. Bring out the compass, Chi Xuan said, and the intelligent brain cooperated with the virtual projection. Then he turned around, chose the direction, and left directly without any hesitation. As for where to go, Chi Xuan didn't care, and continued to practice his strength while reviewing the data of the blood moon tissue sample in his mind. Anyway, Tai Sui was there for the action, and he didn't need him. When something really happened, it wouldn't be too late to find him. Dead. An old man narrowed his eyes, but the murderous intent could not be dissipated at all. We finally found someone who opened the way for us, but he died just like that. He waited for a whole 1,000 years, and the realm above the land of mortals was waiting for him to open up, but he died at the hands of an unknown person. The old man's anger began to erupt. If Qin Sheng was still alive, he would definitely recognize that he was his always kind-hearted master. Nothing would make him angry. It's no use saying these things. Since the doomsday game has swept us to this world to survive, everything is beyond our control. Another old man couldn't stop the murderous intent in his heart. But he held back. This world has changed dramatically. Instead of thinking about the future, it's better to think about the present. An old man whispered, with the current temperature increase, you and I, the 7 of us, can only live for 20 days at most. There should be a rule for the remaining 10 days. Not to mention the sun puppet. After these words came out, the remaining 6 people fell silent. I don't care. The boy who ruined my plan must die. The old man who spoke first was silent for a long time, and finally said, if you don't go, I will go by myself. People who practice martial arts just want to breathe a sigh of relief. I can't swallow this breath. Even if I survive, I will never make any progress in my practice in the future. It's better to die. One of the old men was surprised when he heard this. Why is he so narrow-minded? Shouldn't martial artists be indomitable? Why did they ruin their future because of this little thing? You know, from practicing strength to becoming a land immortal, they have encountered countless difficulties and setbacks, and now the most calm master has such behavior. But he kept this matter hidden in his heart. It would be unpleasant to speak out the other party's emotions. Chapter 116. Chi Xuan felt the high temperature and stayed in an area that barely served as a shade to let Tai Sui God take a break. After flying for 3 consecutive days in the high temperature, it was time to let Tai Sui God take a break. Otherwise, there would be direct sunlight, high temperature evaporation, and the occasional solar puppets that would appear from nowhere. There was indeed some damage. Since the second day of the limited time event, the appearance of solar puppets no longer relied on movement, but as long as there was a location where the sun shone, there would be solar puppets. This was tantamount to a catastrophe for all survivors. As long as a solar puppet was refreshed, the whole team was basically wiped out. Chi Suan also encountered it 5 times, which can be said to be very frequent. Fortunately, he was lucky, and even if he encountered it, he could get away smoothly. So he suspected that he might be targeted, otherwise it would be impossible to encounter it 5 times in 3 days. However, there was another reason why he stopped. That was that after taking a lot of medicine, nutrient solution, and practicing hard, combined with a little bit of talent, he was about to break through. As for how the talent came from, Chi Suan also found it. It was Tianing Yu's way strengthened plus 3 Kion and strengthened plus 4 Witsu. The former accelerated Chi Suan's practice speed, and the latter greatly improved Chi Suan's learning and training of skills and his skillful use. It was equivalent to Chi Suan inheriting Qin Sheng's qualifications. There were disadvantages, and these two were only limited to martial arts types. It didn't mean that you could make a bug if you wanted to. This judgment had a certain operating logic. It wasn't that you said it and thought about it in your mind, and the martial arts should include everything, and then the restrictions were gone in an instant. This is not called a bug, this is called saying what you mean and what you do. The operation itself is very logical. Even Chi Suan doesn't even count the practice of firearms, and he can't even do gunfighting. With these 2 enhanced attributes, Chi Suan successfully broke through from Dan Jin to Gang Jin. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to reach Jie Jin in about 10 days. It has been enhanced, and the original time is definitely not counted. This is good news for Chi Suan. When I first entered Gang Jin, the attributes were not reduced, but the power of ancient martial arts was much less. Chi Suan certainly wanted those idealistic abilities, but it was just a thought. However, after becoming Gang Jin, the power circulates itself like Gang Feng. Although it is not like an orthodox ancient martial artist, it makes every attack of mine carry power. Chi Suan felt the changes in the power in his body. With the progress of the evil ancient martial arts, 2/7 of Chi Suan's power were occupied by 2 special powers. They are the heart-twisting force and the bone-breaking force. The heart-twisting force hurts the heart and internal organs, while the bone-breaking force breaks the armor and shatters the bones. Combined with the silk-wrapping force and the string-breaking force, the 4 forces work together, which means that when Chi Suan hits the enemy once, the enemy will receive 4 additional damages. It takes 3 days from Dan Jin to Gang Jin, and 10 days from Gang Jin to Jie Jin. If people know this, they will be jealous to death. Chi Suan couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that if he didn't have the help of the protagonist's halo, it would be amazing to reach Dan Jin after normal practice. As a result, Chi Suan has only been able to Jie Jin for a short time. Who knows, those Dan Jin masters in the ancient martial arts world will have their martial arts hearts broken when they see him. However, no matter how much he thought, if he really encountered a survivor, Chi Suan would capture him alive and use him as an experimental subject. He had not yet dissected a real Dan Jin master. After all, the last 3 realms of his ancient martial arts were optimized and improved by Xian Yi Quan on 3 evil ancient martial arts, and finally became his own evil ancient martial arts. If his revised ancient martial arts were given to people in the ancient martial arts world to practice, they would only think that this was an evil ancient martial arts that misled people. Although evil ancient martial arts are evil and risky, they are at least authentic ancient martial arts. Chi Suan's is different. It can be said that all the essence of ancient martial arts has been deleted. Even if someone did not practice to death and succeeded, they would not be as good as normal ancient martial artists. But Chi Suan is different. He is not a normal person, so there will be no big problem if he practices, but he can obtain the corresponding attributes. It's already the 3rd day. I don't know where to find the 7 old men. If this drags on, Tai Sui God won't be able to bear it. Chi Suan, with his growing strength and super adaptability, will not be affected by high temperatures as long as they don't kill him. But Tai Sui God is different. He is too fragile. Chi Suan is counting on the 7 old men to give him a chance. By the way, if the temperature rises, will the daily evolutionary energy obtained by Tai Sui God also increase? Chi Suan asked. Yes, year on year growth you say. If we catch a sun puppet as fuel, can we directly evolve Tai Sui God? Chi Suan had another idea. He had been thinking about asking Tai Sui to open up another module slot. For no other reason, he wanted to put Qin Sheng's giant or his own strength into it. With your strength, and that of Tai Sui, you cannot get close to the solar puppet. The temperature emitted by the solar puppet is too high, and the core is at least 1000 degrees. And this is still emitted. Chi Suan dare not imagine how high the temperature inside its body is. So when encountering a solar puppet, whether it is a survivor or Chi Xuan, the violator, running away is the first rule. You already knew about this matter before. Do you need to activate the inactivation program? It means that you should pay attention to yourself. Have you been reduced in intelligence again? Otherwise you can say such a foolish thing. Chi Xuan couldn't help but start to ponder, since he was reduced in intelligence. Where is the opportunity? Help me think together. Where is the opportunity for my behavior just now? Chi Xuan asked for help, and asked the intelligent brain to think together. It is certain that his intelligence has been reduced, otherwise why would he be idle, and look for death? The sun in a bottle or items that can deal with high temperatures after killing the sun puppet. You overestimate me. The psi-like ray can indeed kill the sun puppet, but not even a hair will be left after it is killed. As for the sun in a bottle, this is not something Chi Xuan should consider at all. The temperature of this thing is probably outside the outer layer, and it will be evaporated. Even the psi-like ray cannot be decomposed. So Chi Xuan can only ignore the sun in a bottle. What else can he do? Go and gamble on his protagonist Halo. That's possible, but the problem is that his destiny the deep and the sun in a bottle are both X level, and people may not lose to his protagonist Halo. Being killed is normal. There are living creatures moving at high speed and equipped with some shielding technology. The reconnaissance network cannot effectively capture the three-dimensional effect. Let's find a place to hide first. See who it is. If it's a survivor, wait for my order. You know, even Qin Sheng, a Jiejing ancient warrior, didn't use the word high-speed movement in the judgment of the intelligent brain. This means that he is definitely not an ordinary person. As for the aborigines, even if the limit power reaches 100 degrees, they can't do this. So the biggest possibility is one of the 7 people who were prepared to protect Qin Sheng. The reason why Chi Xuan chose to hide is very simple, that is, to see if he can sneak attack the opponent. Otherwise, what else can he do? At this point, both sides can only choose to live. So what Chi Xuan has to do is to maximize his advantage. With the idealism and intuition of the ancient warriors, if the opponent is really prepared, he may dodge him to the maximum. Intelligent brain, can we increase the attack and aiming speed of the floating gun? Otherwise it will always be restrained by this kind of high agility and high dodge. Chi Xuan suddenly thought of this. It is not recommended that you increase the speed. The disadvantage of the floating gun is that the number of Tai Sui God evolutions is insufficient. The additional module increase will have limited effect for you. There are not many survivors and natives who can avoid the floating gun. That's not right. Why are all the enemies I meet like this? Chi Xuan was speechless. You are playing a high-end game. And I need to correct you. Among the enemies I have met, the number of enemies who can avoid the floating gun is still only in the single digits. Chi Xuan's eyes twitched, as if it was true. He ignored the natives and survivors, who were thrown into the smelting furnace as fuel. I only remember the few people who left a deep impression on me. As for those who didn't leave a deep impression on me, I basically called them fuel, and Chi Xuan didn't even consider them as human beings. Such a strong malice. Pei Xia's expression condensed, and he felt some kind of malice in the dark. As Qin Sheng's master, the strongest ancient warrior in the immortal realm of the land in the past 1,000 years, of course, in his era, it was not called an ancient warrior, but a simple warrior. It was only with the decline of martial arts after the vicissitudes of life that the word ancient was added. This kind of malice is not like a wild beast, but still a human. Pei Xia's eyes showed a cold color. Since it can be captured by my martial arts intuition, it means that it is not far away from me. And the only person who can have this attitude towards me is the one who killed Qin Sheng. Pei Xia quickly guessed some clues. At this point, his face was not very good. He invited the other 6 fellows to take revenge together, but they refused one by one with various reasons. However, Pei Xia couldn't swallow this breath, so he came out alone. The other 6 people tried to persuade him, but he had made up his mind. How could they persuade him? Of course, he was not just venting his anger. In his opinion, the other party could so easily break the self-defense means left by the 7 of them for Qin Sheng, which meant that the other party must have something comparable to the realm of immortals on land. Moreover, 1 against 7, it might even be a treasure in the realm of immortals on land. If he got it and comprehended it, he could be 1 step ahead of the remaining 6. Qin Sheng was alive and paved the way for them. Everyone had the same interests, so they were naturally united and friendly. But now that the interests have collapsed, there must be only a nominal alliance left. Chapter 117. A trifle. Pei Xia dodged the successive eruptions of the psionic storms and locked onto Chi Xuan's aura. I stopped sneaking when I was 30. When the words fell, The whole person turned into a shadow and rushed towards the hiding place of Qi Xuan. If the opponent did not make a move, it would not be so easy for Pei Xia to find him. However, as soon as Qi Xuan made a move, his murderous intent was revealed, and his aura was naturally locked by his martial arts intuition. Combined with the martial arts will, his attack fell into vain. You are one of the people behind Qin Sheng. Qi Xuan was in the sky at this time. It was not Qi Xuan who was fighting with Pei Xia, but the intelligent brain. When the opponent made a move, he was already predicted by the intelligent brain, so he ran away very quickly. When Pei Xia saw Qi Xuan's figure, his expression was also confused for a while, and then he quickly recovered. He also received a reminder from the Doomsday game that Qi Xuan was a violator, but he never expected that he would face an armored man. If that was the case, then what was he trying to comprehend? You know, he was a martial artist, but it was ridiculous for him to comprehend a realm above the realm of the immortals on land from a technological weapon. If this worked, why would they train Qin Sheng? They could just go to the arsenal to comprehend the nuclear bomb. It was precisely because it didn't work that they had to go to such lengths. In an instant, Pei Xia's skin turned red. He was so angry that his skin turned red. You damn it! Pei Xia was furious. Then he pounced on Qi Xuan in the sky like a tiger. How can a man of such age not be steady at all? He gets angry after a few words. Qi Xuan complained, and he knew the actual situation. It's just that his intelligence has been reduced. Otherwise, how can Qi Xuan fight? The opponent is obviously much stronger than him. More importantly, the intelligent brain came to a shocking conclusion through data collection and model deduction. That is, the old man in front of him has lived for at least 1,000 years. If the protagonist's halo did not reduce his intelligence, this old fox would have plotted Qi Xuan to death. Even with an intelligent brain, Qi Xuan might not be the opponent of the opponent. And he can see that Pei Xia has definitely reached the realm of land immortals described in soul-devouring evil power. He has broken away from the constraints of gravity, allowing the calamity energy in his body to turn into divine energy, and can fly. Of course, the flying effect is definitely not as good as that of an airplane. But this is already strong enough. I never thought that there is a realm above the calamity's strength. Qi Xuan said softly, and 18 floating cannons fired at the same time. Pei Xia in the air was as flexible as a swimming fish. With his extremely high perception and strong body, he avoided the attack in advance and got closer and closer to Qi Xuan. Oh, ignorant child! Pei Xia couldn't help but sneered, and suppressed other nonsense that he wanted to blurt out. However, before he got close, Qi Xuan retreated hundreds of meters. The Windrider aviation system on Tai Sui's body is not vegetarian. Pei Xia was about to get close, but he watched the distance widen again. He was already angry, and now he was even more angry. As a result, he didn't realize that he was being set up by Qi Xuan. In this regard, Qi Xuan could only say that the protagonist's halo was so terrifying. He was simply a good helper for killing and robbing. No wonder all the protagonists had the ability to kill above their level. The method of reducing intelligence alone was enough to increase his chance of winning by half. Even as long as the opponent made a mistake, it was not impossible to win without moving. Pei Xia was completely unaware that the energy cultivating skills he had accumulated over thousands of years had all dissipated at this moment. Instead, he only thought about killing Qi Xuan. Even his crazy martial arts intuition was blocked because of this. Intelligent brain, given his situation, are we sure to capture him alive? Qi Xuan thought, if we could get the ancient warrior of the immortal realm alive, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Extremely difficult, success rate negligible. Before, he would at least give an analysis, but now it is directly ignored. Obviously, there is no possibility of capturing him alive. If the opponent had not lost his intelligence, he would have been running away now. It was already very good to be able to kill the other party. Qi Xuan wanted more, but he also knew that he could not swallow an elephant. I caught you, little loach. Pei Xia broke through the floating gunfire net and rushed directly to Qi Xuan's side. The violent attack bombarded Qi Xuan and Tai Sui's head. But Qi Xuan was not afraid at all, but smiled. The missing floating gun was stuck at the entrance and exit of the subspace pocket, and it had already been charged. At this moment, Pei Xia's hair stood up, and his martial arts intuition seemed to be about to explode, constantly reminding him of the danger. Pei Xia was naturally aware of the danger at the first time, but his idea at this time was very simple. That is, his hand was only 10 centimeters away from Qi Xuan's head. He was the one who won the bet. With his speed, he could definitely smash the enemy's head before the enemy's attack was released. The fact was just as he imagined. Tai Sui's head and Chi Xuan's head were directly smashed into powder by Pei Xiao's attack. However, the attack of the floating cannon did not stop because of the tube being broken. Instead, it attacked directly. The infinite power of heaven and earth. Pei Xiao roared and burst out his own special power. However, in front of the psionic rays of the floating cannon, there was no ability to resist it all. At the beginning, the psionic rays could be temporarily blocked because the protection on Qin Sheng's body was formed by the 7 people in the realm of immortals on land with all their efforts, and the 7 of them merged their martial arts will and the power of a treasure. Now, Pei Xiao was alone, and his intelligence was reduced. How could he reproduce his previous glory? So as expected, after being hit by the psionic ray, his body began to decompose. One wrong move, the whole game is lost. Pei Xiao's face was full of regret. What he regretted was not the conflict with Chi Xuan, but that he lost and was killed. Then he looked at Chi Xuan's headless body, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. At least Chi Xuan died with him. The look of relief froze in an instant, because he saw that the head of Tai Sui was recovering. He wanted to say something at the end, but the psionic ray did not give him any chance. Before he could even open his mouth, the whole person was decomposed into carbonized particles. Chi Xuan was also resurrected. Facing such a high agility and high dodge, I can only use myself as bait. Fortunately, the opponent's intelligence has been reduced, otherwise he would have used long-range attacks directly, and I would have basically been finished. Even this old dang didn't even play the strengths of the ancient warrior, and I killed him. The protagonist's halo is always the god. Then the floating cannon is the real protagonist, and it really doesn't even blink an eye to kill above the level. Chi Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Except for him and Tai Sui God, his equipment is not useless. You don't have to belittle yourself. Without you, the plan can't be implemented. Come on, our situation is the same as a gentleman born in a small country, and it's not me who drags you down. Chi Xuan's words are very real. If someone with a higher upper and lower limits were replaced, he might have soared to the sky long ago, unlike Chi Xuan, who is still jumping back and forth in the weak chicken camp. But this is not Chi Xuan's problem. Chi Xuan has worked hard enough. The only thing to blame is that the potential of the Yusui humans is too low. If Chi Xuan had the qualifications of the ancient warriors, plus the aura and resources of this series of protagonists, he would have dared to fight the 7 old men. By the way, have you calculated the opponent's data? Chi Xuan asked. The battle process was too short, and the data collected was limited. After hearing this, Chi Xuan said it was a pity, and then he didn't say anything. The previous kite flying, feint attack, etc., the main function is to further stimulate Pei Xiao's intelligence reduction effect, making his sanity even lower. This was used as a prelude to make him want Chi Xuan to die even more, while ignoring the factors of the surrounding environment. Then he deliberately let him break through the firepower net, and get close to him. Otherwise, with the opponent's agility, dodge and intuition, the firepower net of the floating gun could not effectively hit the opponent. Only by using himself as bait, and being close enough can the floating gun hit the opponent. I didn't get anything. What should I do? Chi Xuan looked at Pei Xiao, who was dead, and had no complete body, and didn't know what to say for a while. The advantage of the floating gun is that the body is dead, and the disadvantage is also dead, and no complete body. Forget about touching the body, the clothes are gone. Perhaps the opportunity is not here, but in their base. Next, we just need to defeat them one by one, and then receive their legacy. Isn't it a bit too troublesome to defeat them one by one? Why not lure them together, and use the same trick again? Chi Xuan's idea is more extreme. He probably wants the floating cannon to use the psionic storm, and release it with Chi Xuan as the center. When the time comes, no one who comes to attack him in close range will think of surviving. You can revive, but Tai Sui Shan does not have a resurrection module. When you add a resurrection module to Tai Sui Shan, you can call this move Heaven and Earth Tong Ho. I forgot that Tai Sui Shan's nano-repair robot colony can only repair, not revive. If Tai Sui Shan is hit by a psionic storm, he will definitely die suddenly. The attack of the floating cannon does not have any teammates to avoid damage. If it falls on Tai Sui Shan, then Tai Sui Shan will also be decomposed by psionic energy. It is an energy attack in itself, and Tai Sui Shan is not immune to psionic energy, so it is reasonable to be hurt. Search for traces, and see if we can find their lair, Chi Xuan said. At this point, we can only follow the instructions of the intelligent computer. After all, Pei Xiao died cleanly. Unless the carbonized flesh and blood particles are an opportunity, we can only go to their lair to find them. Otherwise, what's the point of just killing people? It's not like they were thrown into the smelting furnace as fuel. Chapter 118. The Seven Sons concentricity method of boss pay is broken. Qin Sheng's second master Lu Chen said directly. The other 5 people did not express anything. What do you mean? Lu Chen continued to ask. The one who can kill boss pay is not an ordinary person. The most likely possibility is that he was unlucky and died at the hands of the sun puppet. An old man said slowly. He looked nonchalant and didn't care about Pei Xia's death at all. If you want to blame someone, blame him for having to go out. If he didn't go out and practice in seclusion here, he wouldn't die. It's not a big deal to die at the hands of the sun puppet. Lu Chen paused at this point. I'm afraid I die at the hands of the mysterious person who killed Qin Sheng. I'm not very reassured. I'm going to go out and find out the truth. Lu Chen's last sentence did not get a response from others, but someone said slowly, the world has changed dramatically. It's better to stay here and practice martial arts, lest you go out and get yourself killed. But if you want to go, go alone. I can't go. The other 5 people also had this attitude. Even Pei Xia, the strongest among them, died so haphazardly, let alone them. At first, Lu Chen was the most opposed to Pei Xia going alone to seek revenge, but in a blink of an eye, Lu Chen also did such a stupid thing. If it were them, they would never have such an idea. Heh, they don't even understand the simple truth of lips and teeth dying. Lu Chen said disdainfully. This group of people have lived too long and can't even see the situation clearly. The enemy killed Qin Sheng first, then Pei Xia, and was obviously targeting them. If they didn't kill this enemy, who was eyeing them covetously as soon as possible while they still had the advantage, it would be too late if they really waited until later. Seeing that no one really expressed their opinions, Lu Chen could only sneer twice and leave on his own. According to the locking and direction of the Seven Sons concentric method, when Pei Xia died, the Seven Sons concentric method was interrupted, but it also provided them with the accurate direction and approximate distance. So it is not difficult to find. But the difficulty is how to take revenge. Boss Pei has been gone for 2 or 3 days. But with my full effort, I should be able to get there in 1 day at most. As for the possibility of wasting physical strength in this process, causing his strength to decline, this is not something Lu Chen should consider. Now he is thinking about getting to the location as soon as possible. He did not notice anything wrong with himself. He just felt a little anxious. The martial arts intuition seems to be different. Is it a sign that you want me not to go? On the way, Lu Chen felt a certain warning from his own mind. But he ignored it. If nothing else, he has been practicing ancient martial arts so far, and he has encountered such dangerous warnings countless times. He was able to achieve the realm of land immortals, not just through hard work, but also through fighting all the way. There is no such thing as 100% certainty, and many of the enemies he faced were stronger than him. But those strong enemies have now turned into a handful of yellow earth, and he is still alive. So he is still very confident in himself. If he doesn't even have this courage, he can't become one of the 7 land immortals in the world. Boss Pei treats us as fools. The other party must have a treasure. It's just that we underestimated the other party, which led to our death. I must be careful when I take action. This treasure belongs to me. The moving speed is really fast. Following the traces of Pei Xia's coming, Qi Xuan is heading towards the opponent's lair. The opponent's ancient martial arts are really amazing, and the traces left behind are sometimes there, and sometimes not. If it really flies in the sky, the reconnaissance network cannot be effectively restored, and it can only move at low altitude. I remember that the opponent should be able to fly, so why does he have to walk on the ground? Isn't it too consuming? It stands to reason that after achieving the realm of land immortals, their calamity power will transform into divine power, and flying will naturally not be a big problem at that time. However, Pei Xia still ran here on his legs. But think about it again, compared with flying, running has a leverage point, the consumption will be lower, and the speed will be faster. Unless you burst out more power when flying, you can have a speed that exceeds that on the ground. Otherwise, from all aspects, the cost-effectiveness of flying with divine power is not high. According to your criteria, ancient martial arts are at a low level. Flying itself violates the human body structure. Even if it is divine power, its consumption is not small. The development of ancient martial arts may have a gap or traces of human interference. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why it is clearly separated from technology. Ancient martial arts and technology do not have any conflict, but can complement each other. Qi Xuan doesn't care why the development of ancient martial arts and technology does not go hand in hand. For him, everyone in the ancient martial arts world is almost dead. These things have no meaning at all. Thinking about these things is better than thinking about when these survivors will die out. Qi Xuan responded. Then he looked at the number of survivors. With the start of the limited time event, the number dropped again under the double attack of the temperature surge and the solar puppet. If nothing unexpected happens, this time it is possible that the whole group will be wiped out. Since I met you, you have to recruit a group of survivors that you could have used up to the end of your life in every doomsday world. Chi Xuan couldn't help but tease. The intelligent brain did not respond to Chi Xuan's teasing, but gave a reply, detected the refresh fluctuation of the solar puppet. Then, the entire Tai Sui god began to move away from the fluctuation position, and the 19 floating guns came out of the subspace pocket and began to charge. Desecrator, you deserve to die. Still in the humanoid appearance of ash and bandages, the solar puppet roared directly at Chi Xuan after it was born from the sun. You are really chasing me, and the temperature is high again. The psionic ray hit the solar puppet in an instant, and its body was directly decomposed. Alas, I didn't make the list, otherwise I would have been ranked first with the number of sun golems I killed. This was not the first sun golem that Chi Xuan killed after the sun in the bottle went berserk. When the other party just came and was born, he killed it in seconds, and the rest was very simple. Multiple sun golem refresh fluctuations detected, moving away from the danger zone. The sun golem had just died, and the reminder from the intelligent brain appeared again. And this time it was more serious than the last time, with multiple fluctuations. The sun in the bottle is not entering a new stage, is it? Chi Xuan has also studied the rules. Generally speaking, he will give priority to refreshing around the survivors, but only one at a time, and the area after refreshing will not refresh again. As long as your luck is not too bad, the possibility of encountering a sun puppet is average. However, now, after the first swipe, there is a second swipe, and this second swipe is still multiple sun puppets. A few seconds later, dozens of sun puppets appeared, and immediately locked onto Chi Xuan, who had once blasphemed the sun. They swarmed in, and they seemed determined not to stop until Chi Xuan was killed. Intelligent brain, has the sun puppet changed? I see that the temperature has become higher, Chi Xuan asked. For the sun puppet, the equation of temperature equals strength is valid. Yes, its temperature has increased by about 3 times. Preliminary estimate is a measure against you. Chi Xuan was not surprised to be targeted. With the protagonist's halo and the blasphemer, if he is not beaten to death, wouldn't it be a waste of this identity? Can he be killed? Chi Xuan asked. Please observe first to see if there are a large number of survivors who have died. Chi Xuan understood what the intelligent brain meant. If there are a large number of survivors who have died, it means that it is not just targeting him alone. At most his strength is a little higher. But if there are no large numbers of survivors who have died, it means that it is only targeting him alone. If he is killed, then the next solar puppet sent over will not only be more in number, but also stronger in strength. In this case, it is best not to kill them, just hold on to this number, so as not to make the follow-up more difficult. Chi Xuan hurriedly took a look, and the number of survivors was indeed decreasing significantly, and it couldn't be stopped. Good news, the number of people is decreasing, it seems that we can kill them. Chi Xuan was also relieved. I'm afraid that they will specifically target me, so it will be troublesome to get rid of them. Every corner that is illuminated by the sun is their territory. In addition, these solar puppets are determined to kill Chi Xuan, who blasphemed the sun. Under the combined factors, it is indeed difficult to solve the problem. But now it is different. It's not just him who is unlucky, but all the survivors are targeted. Killing them may not necessarily spare the energy to allocate new solar puppets to hunt him down, which can be regarded as a temporary escape. No wonder the limited time event of the Doomsday game uses the solar puppet as the title, and the solar puppet will really hunt down the survivors. In front of the solar puppet, the ancient warriors among these survivors are no different from ordinary people, and no longer have any advantages. Maybe they won't survive until the high temperature comes, and they will be killed by the solar puppets. Chi Xuan was naturally happy about this. The only regret is that it can't be turned into his own fuel for waste utilization. A few minutes later, all the sun puppets that shouted blasphemers were killed by floating cannons. Ancient warriors in the immortal realm on land have to turn around and run when facing the sun puppets. If they run slower, they will probably be melted. TSK, the Doomsday game is a coward. Chi Xuan cursed. Survivors really want to survive, no matter whether they are rich or poor or have mastered the extraordinary. In the Doomsday, they really have little ability to resist. Even Chi Xuan, who has the halo of the protagonist, has been forced to this extent. If 1 out of 1,000 normal survivors can survive, then the other party is already extraordinary. If you force me into a corner, just find a way to blow up the sun in the bottle for me. Chi Xuan's tone was sinister. In the end, if Chi Xuan can't survive, he will definitely do this, And maybe he will do something even more extreme. Chapter 119. Lu Chen managed to escape the pursuit of the sun puppet by chance, but he paid a heavy price for it. The sun puppet is really powerful. Can the immortal realm on land compare to the sun puppet? Lu Chen looked confused. The area they were in before was cool and comfortable, and there was no sunlight. So he had only heard about the sun puppet through the chat channel of the Doomsday game. He had never really seen it. When he really faced the sun puppet, he understood the gap between the two sides. This was not a monster they could match. If he had not escaped in time and decisively, he would have died from the sun puppet now. But soon, he reorganized his mentality. Although it took some time to recover, the impact was not great. There is still a distance from the place where Boss Pei died. Before Lu Chen finished speaking, his heart suddenly jumped. He sensed some malice against him, and this malice seemed to be approaching. It's the mysterious man who killed Qin Sheng and Boss Pei, and he's approaching now. But you think I'm Boss Pei, then you're wrong. Lu Chen's expression revealed a hint of pride. It's very malicious, but very weak. If nothing unexpected happens, it's just a fake Dan Jin. Unlike Pei Xia, the ancient martial arts that Lu Chen practices are very good at perception, and can also strengthen the martial arts intuition. So he can perceive a certain realm of the opponent through the opponent's maliciousness. Fake Dan Jin means that his own martial arts will is not pure, or he simply obtains part of the Dan Jin's strength by taking shortcuts, and has not obtained the real power that Dan Jin generates on the martial arts will. This kind of Dan Jin can even be compared to Hua Jin ancient warriors. From this, he can be sure that the other party must have some kind of treasure in his hand, otherwise he will definitely not be able to kill Qin Sheng, who has already reached Jie Jin, and Pei Xia, who is at the level of land immortals. For Lu Chen, this news is simply good news among good news. It's just a pseudo Dan Jin that relies on external objects. As long as he doesn't take it lightly, how can the other party be his opponent? He thought about it, and then stood in place and prepared to kill this ignorant junior with a palm. Warning: violators are 1 kilometer away from you. Suddenly, the reminder of the Doomsday game sounded. Lu Chen's face changed. He couldn't believe that the other party would be the mysterious violator. More importantly, he didn't see where the other party was. No, in the sky. Lu Chen didn't have time to think about anything else, and he jumped forward without hesitation. He narrowly avoided the attack. Then he turned over and saw a strange weapon floating next to an armored man in the sky. Miscalculated. Lu Chen knew that it was time to fight for his life. He had seen the permanent activity violators, which recorded the number of people who died at the hands of violators. According to the survivors in the chat channel, they were not the first batch of survivors. The last batch of survivors were all dead. There were two most recognized causes of death. The first was death at the Doomsday, and the second was due to violators. Of course, there were opponents. Lu Chen, Pei Xia, and the other 7 had also discussed it, but because they had not really met the violators, they were not clear for the time being. However, Lu Chen did not think about these things now, but continued to hide as soon as possible. Dense psionic rays fell on him like raindrops. When his senses touched the rays, he knew that if he was hit directly, or just touched a little, he would be dead. It was as if he was the enemy of all living things. Such a treasure, in the hands of a pseudo-Dan Jin, can actually threaten the realm of immortals on land. A trace of greed flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. If it were normal, he would naturally restrain himself and keep his heart, and this situation would not happen, but he was facing Qi Xuan. Pei Xia could be reduced in intelligence, so he naturally could not escape this situation. If it falls into my hands, I will be able to gallop in many doomsdays. How can a violator, who is not worthy of his position, enjoy such a magical weapon? In his opinion, the pseudo-Dan Jin has reached the end of the ancient martial arts, and there is no potential at all. It is better to fall into his hands and let him shine. Such people don't care about cultivating strength, so their fighting style must be even worse. Qi Xuan was speechless about Lu Chen's nagging, and the aura of intelligence reduction seemed to be turned on. The opponent was very wary of him at the beginning, but now he looked down on him. Of course, he looked down on him, but he could still easily avoid the attack of the floating cannon. Well, this was also due to the fact that the intelligent brain was letting him go. It must be said that Lu Chen once again took the old path of Pei Xia. Even because of the opponent's greed, the intelligent brain didn't tempt him too much, and the opponent was fooled. He didn't react until he died. As for Lu Chen saying that he was a pseudo-Dan Jin and had no potential, he didn't take it to heart, because it was true. But he is not weak, but stronger than the ancient warriors of the same level. In the eyes of the other party, he is incomplete, but in fact, Chi Xuan is more like a different tendency and development. My means of dealing with enemies is mainly to reduce the enemy's intelligence. It's so cool. Chi Xuan looked at the dead Lu Chun, and still didn't know what this guy's name was. He only knew that he was one of Qin Sheng's 7 masters. Another one died. I don't know if the protagonist's halo is strong enough to hook out the remaining 5 one by one. This kind of killing method of Calabash brothers saving grandfather is indeed easy. I just always feel that the metaphor is not right. Qin Sheng has become a grandfather? Or is it that there are 7 grandfathers, but only 1 Calabash brothers? Chi Xuan couldn't help but tease. It's just another day without harvest. Chi Xuan sighed, and regarded it as a success. It would be great if you had the protagonist's halo, so I could get a little more. Maybe I had it before, but I lost it after becoming Lao Ding. Chi Xuan muttered. Fortunately, I met one of the old dings here, which means I didn't take the wrong path. As long as I continue to follow this trail, I can find the lair of the 7 old dings. Chi Xuan was thinking, and the intelligent computer controlled the floating cannon to directly kill a sun puppet that came from nowhere. This sun puppet seemed to have followed the enemy. The intelligent computer gave an explanation. But Chi Xuan didn't care at all. It seems that I was indeed targeted. Killing one before can refresh another batch. But the sun puppet chasing this old ding died, and didn't refresh. This group of sun puppets is really unreasonable. I just hold the sun in the bottle, so why do they make me a blasphemer? You didn't write the instructions for use, and I used it as a channel for purchasing goods, but you came to trouble me. Chi Xuan cursed viciously. As for his mistakes, it is quite possible, but he admitted it, but did not change it. He must think for himself from his own perspective, and he can't think for the enemy. If he really wants to think this way, then he can just commit suicide. After all, the enemy just wants him dead. Your mental state has recovered well, and you have learned to shift the blame and responsibility to others. You are not far from recovery. Chi Xuan wanted to refute that he was not mentally ill, but then he thought again. It seems that no one would believe that a mentally ill person said he was not mentally ill. This fell into a self-proving trap. Let's not talk about the issue of mental state. Chi Xuan chose to ignore this topic. He felt that he was very normal, without any psychological or mental problems, and at most he still had more physical symptoms. The body was already sick, so the mind had to be healthier. Otherwise, if he is really sick, wouldn't he be labeled as a sickly person at such a young age? He is sick, but he is not weak at all. Okay, I will skip this topic next time. The intelligent brain said that as long as you are happy. But it doesn't matter if you don't mention it. Chi Xuan still needs to be treated mentally. It doesn't mean it won't do it. In terms of fulfilling its duties, the intelligent brain is still very competent. Keep going, and deal with the remaining 5 old men as soon as possible. Seeing this, Chi Xuan did not continue to dwell on the topic, but turned to the main business. The intelligent brain began to continue scanning and tracing the source, and then returned to the original track. Chi Xuan continued his research. Lu Chen is dead too. There must be something fishy about this matter. Qin Sheng's 3rd master Yin Ban said in a deep voice. What? You also want to go there to die? Someone laughed and said, you know there is something fishy, but you still plan to go there? I have this idea. Yin Ban did not deny it, but changed the subject. I want you 4 to go with me. If you don't go, do you know how scary the sun puppet is? Lu Chen has talked to you, and me privately. One person immediately refused. Humph, hiding here without seeing the sun, what's the difference between you and the snakes, insects, rats and ants all day long? Yin Ban said coldly. As a warrior, I can't stand the blue sky above my head and the black earth under my feet. How can I be worthy of my strength? The sun is the culprit of the end of this world. Wherever the sun shines, the sun puppet can be born, which is a way to seek death. Another person said disdainfully. If you don't share the same ideals, you can't make plans together. Yin Sheng bids farewell. Yin Sheng said with a tone of regret, and left directly. The remaining 4 people looked at each other when they saw the scene. Are these 3 people possessed by demons? How could they become so absurd? Someone saw this situation and his expression became strange. According to the order, after the death of Yin Lao San, the next one to be hit won't be me. The old man who spoke was named Mu Jun, and he ranked 4th among the 7 of them. Previously, according to the order, 1 person died after leaving, and he refused to listen to any persuasion, and had to use those high-sounding ways to die, which really opened their eyes. How about attacking together? One person suggested. No, it's better to act separately than to attack at the same time. At least you can save your life. Mu Jun denied. This matter is too strange, and leaving as soon as possible is the key. If you gather together, you will suffer such losses. If you really want to disperse, won't you die faster? Someone followed up to object. For a while, the situation was in a stalemate. Chapter 120. By the time Qi Xuan arrived, 6 of Qin Sheng's 7 masters had already been killed. The last one noticed something was wrong and wanted to escape, but as soon as he went out, he met Qi Xuan. The result is self-evident, and he also disappeared under the psionic rays. It's no wonder that I've lived for a long time. Although this place is not as good as the mantle shelter, it is not ordinary. Qi Xuan felt the coolness of nature for the first time in a long time, and he felt much more comfortable. After a search, he found a lot of things, but there were 2 things that were useful to him. One was a prop recognized by the Doomsday Game, and the other was a log. The former was SSS level, and the latter was an observation record from their selection to the present, and the object of observation was naturally Qin Sheng, 7-star Jade Lotus. Quality, SSS. Trait 1, 7 elements to relieve disasters. Trait 2, Big Dipper stars. Trait 3, Jade Lotus. There are only 3 traits. Qi Xuan can feel that this may be the origin of ancient martial arts. No wonder there are 7, so this is the reason. Qi Xuan looked at the Jade Lotus, which was both alive and dead, and more like some kind of innate thing. Looking closely, there are 7 strange runes on the lotus. 6 of them have been lit. Tianshu Palace Talang Star Lord, Tianxian Palace Juman Star Lord, Tianji Palace Lutsuan Star Lord, Tianquan Palace Wenxiu Star Lord, Yuheng Palace Lianzhen Star Lord, Kaiyang Palace Wuxiu Star Lord, Yewang Palace Pijuan Star Lord. Qi Xuan said softly, the missing one is exactly the Wuxiu and Kaiyang transformed by Qin Sheng and his heroine. Now it has fallen on Qi Xuan, becoming 2 kinds of enhancements to his protagonist halo. One more is needed to complete it, and the quality should be able to be improved again. But the question is, why should I give up my protagonist halo to strengthen you? Qi Xuan vaguely guessed that Qin Sheng was just cultivated by these 7 old dings as nutrients. The first 6 have already met with disaster and entered the 7-star Jade Lotus. If nothing unexpected happens, the key to my survival is either on this 7-star Jade Lotus or in this book. Qi Xuan found a box from the subspace stable pocket and sealed it temporarily. Now he has a headache when he sees such a thing with a history. After placing it properly, he threw it directly into the subspace pocket, then took out the log and began to read it. I didn't expect this thing to be able to identify the protagonist halo, and even harvest and restrain the corresponding protagonist halo. 6 runes have been activated on the 7-star Jade Lotus, each of which is the protagonist. It stands to reason that with the protagonist's halo, it is not difficult to fight back, but with this 7-star Jade Vein Lotus, it is like Sun Wukong who cannot escape from the 5-finger mountain. The final result is that he will be devoured. It seems that Qin Sheng is not the first unlucky person trained by these 7 old masters, but the last one. It's just that this diary in hand is their record of Qin Sheng. It can be seen between the lines that they want to take the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus a step further, so that they can step into a higher level and reach a new realm on the Land of Immortals. If nothing unexpected happens, the so-called Land of Immortals can only be achieved with the help of this 7-star Jade Vein Lotus. Without the help of this treasure, it is impossible to escape the catastrophe and become a god. The strength can only remain at the catastrophe strength, and cannot become the divine strength. This is why the evil soul-devouring skill in my hand is vague about the divine strength. Because the Creator knows that there is a higher realm, but the Creator has never seen it, and does not know it, so he can only rely on his own guesses. After reading it, Qi Xuan felt that these 7 old men were really good at forbearance and cunning. If it weren't for the lowered intelligence, Qi Xuan would not be able to beat them at all. The 3 top evil ancient martial arts on me should have come from the enemies of these 7 people. It may even be one of the protagonists. The other party discovered the conspiracy, and also came into contact with certain secrets, and finally deduced the 3 ancient martial arts of soul-devouring, and evil power. The 7 special powers correspond to the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus, but in the end, it is still not as good as these 7 old masters. As for why it is an evil method, of course, it is because of the fast progress. Everyone knows that there is a problem, but it is still improving slowly. If you want this time, the enemy is willing to give it, and the eternal immortal god and demon sutra should have come from the hands of these 7 people, and passed it on to the former 6 stars. So this became the first ancient martial art of the righteous way. The birth of these 6 stars is bound to cause waves. As expected, all the ancient martial arts strength in the world comes from this 7-star Jade Lotus. The 6 stars that light up represent the 6 kinds of strength: bright strength, dark strength, transformation strength, elixir strength, gang strength, and calamity strength. The immortal realm on land to which the divine strength belongs should be created by these 7 old masters, with the help of the 7-star Jade Lotus. In fact, it is a semi-finished product. So the prefix of the word immortal is land, and only when the 7-star lights up can the divine power be born. The 7th special power of soul-devouring evil power is modeled after this. As Qi Xuan deepened his research, he became more and more aware of the truth. If there was no violator like Qi Xuan, who had the protagonist halo in the Doomsday game, then Qin Sheng would have been nothing more than a wedding dress for others in the end. The real winners would only be these 7 old dings. Then the question is, does this 7-star Jade Vein Lotus have any effect on me? The effect Qi Xuan was talking about was naturally not power, but the protagonist halo. You have to know that his Destiny Deep Enhancement +3 and Enhancement +4 correspond to the Kaiyang Palace Wu Chu Xingjuan. Theoretically, he swallowed Qin Sheng's protagonist halo, so it should not take effect, but he has no say in this. Even if he cannot completely target his Destiny Deep, but targeting these 2 enhancement effects, Qi Xuan will suffer a lot of losses. Let's take a look at the others first. Qi Xuan threw the log for observation and cultivation into the subspace stable pocket after reading it, and then continued searching. Unfortunately, this is not the real nest of the 7 old masters. Their real nest is in the ancient martial arts world. Now they are pulled into the Polar Day world by the Doomsday game. But it is not without gain. He found the Eternal Immortal God and Demon Sutra. However, this name is not the original name, but a forgery by them. The original name is Beidu Qiyuan Zhenglong, and each corresponding star is passed on to the corresponding part. It is divided into 9 parts in total, of which the first 7 parts correspond to 7 stars, and each corresponding star passes on the corresponding part. Just like Qin Sheng, he got the Eternal Immortal God and Demon Scripture, which is actually the Kaiyang Wutsu division, and the content is very complete from Ming Jin to Jie Jin. The remaining 2 divisions are hidden divisions, used as substitutes, namely Tianheng Zuofu and Tianrui Yubi. It is called 7 present and 2 hidden, which is 9 divisions. The general meaning is that if any of the 7 stars in front goes wrong, these 2 hidden stars can be used as substitutes. And these 7 people, they naturally practiced the complete Beidu Qiyuan Zhenglong, and even developed a special mind-type national martial arts called Qizitang Sinfa to form a more stable alliance. Looking at this ink, it should have been written not long ago. It's probably because of the protagonist's halo. Qi Xuan didn't believe that they would be so kind and stay for the sake of inheritance. Without the protagonist's halo to add fuel to the flames, he would probably only get the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus when he got here. Soul-devouring, and evil skills, the creators of these 3 evil ancient martial arts, should have read the first 7 parts of Northern Dipper 7 Yuan True skills, but not the last 2 hidden parts. Qi Xuan could see that the 3 evil ancient martial arts in his hands had some intersections with the first 7 parts. It was more like a quick-learning lower-level version of Northern Dipper 7 Yuan True skills. However, Qi Xuan did not intend to change his practice, but was prepared to use his evil ancient martial arts as the main body to accommodate Northern Dipper 7 Yuan True skills. The reason was very simple. The evil ancient martial arts on him were no longer the 3 doors of soul-devouring, and evil skills, but were transformed into what suited him. At first glance, it seemed that the small sect was serving the big sect, but in fact, they all became his resources. If there was a choice, Qi Xuan would definitely choose to change to Northern Dipper 7 Yuan True skills. After all, this thing could be said to be the top of ancient martial arts, and combined with the 7-star Jade Lotus Vein, the source of ancient martial arts, divine power was not a problem. Unfortunately, as I said before, he is not a human of ancient martial arts, and he does not have the corresponding qualifications. In fact, because his strength is created by himself, he cannot even cultivate Ming Jin. After writing down the content, Qi Xuan also threw this set into the subspace stable pocket. Then he continued to search, and he really found other books. These should all be the first-class ancient martial arts in the ancient martial arts world. After seeing Beidu Qiyuan Zhenglong, Qi Xuan understood that the so-called top is only this one. Soul-devouring evil gong is just a poor imitation of it, and can only be regarded as half of the top at most. Of course, although this evil skill is not as good as the original, it is not something that ordinary ancient martial arts can copy. As he looked through these ancient martial arts, he was more and more certain that the 3 evil ancient martial arts were created by a protagonist of a peerless genius. Luck and strength are indispensable. It's not very useful for reference. The Beidu Qiyuan Zhenglong can be confirmed as the first of ancient martial arts. Qi Xuan read the remaining ancient martial arts and collected them all, but did not throw their carriers into the subspace pocket. The subspace pocket has a limited volume, so Qi Xuan naturally picked up the useful ones. You can't stuff everything in. Then the hint that the protagonist's halo gave me at the beginning was not that you can become stronger by practicing good and evil together, but that I should be careful. Qi Xuan once again took out Spirit Breath Thorn and Blood Demon Claw. With the pearls and jade in front, Qi Xuan finally saw the source of the two. Blood Demon Claw is the evil version of Spirit Breath Thorn, and Spirit Breath Thorn is naturally the righteous version of Blood Demon Claw. One positive and one strange come from the same source, so this is how the positive and strange can be combined. I realized it late, but it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect me. Besides, who can think of these things? I can't guess everything. Chapter 121. The 7-star Jade Vein Lotus should have the effect of increasing luck, otherwise these 7 old men would not have such good luck. Otherwise, how could they find such a good natural shelter at the beginning, and not have to worry about the influence of high temperature from the beginning? Qi Xuan suspected that it was the effect of the first 7 elements to relieve the evil. This effect should be the effect of enhancing luck and reducing disasters. However, after it fell into Qi Xuan's hands, he didn't feel much. After all, he already had a strong luck. Luck is naturally high, so even if you add another one, it is actually a limited increase for him. After about 3 days of tossing around, Qi Xuan successfully used Beidu's 7 elements true art as a resource and turned it into a part of his nameless ancient martial arts. During these 3 days of research, Qi Xuan also understood one thing, that he could only reach the highest level of disaster strength, and he could not reach the divine strength. It's not a problem of qualifications, but he didn't need to make a comprehensive change to himself for the semi-finished divine strength. Moreover, it was not his body that was moving, but his spirit. If he did not change his sword, he would not be able to reach the standard of breakthrough. He did not have the basic martial arts will and martial arts intuition. And these two were the rigid requirements of divine power. Without them, there was no way to break through, and he could not bypass them. So he gave up the last land immortal realm. In addition, the help of Beidu Qiyu and Zhenglong was not very great for him. Qi Xuan only took the part he needed. Instead of really integrating it, even if the source of Qi Xuan's ancient martial arts soul-devouring evil skill was derived from the first 7 parts of Beidu Qiyu and Zhenglong. But after all, they are not the same individual. They have changed when they were created. Qi Xuan made another major change, and now there is no similarity at all. So for Qi Xuan, the real gain is only the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus. If I give it my Kaiyang and Wuxiu, its quality should be able to reach X level after it is completed. But if I swallow the first 6 stars on it, I can also complete the effects of Tianming Yosue's Enhancement plus 3 and Enhancement plus 4. But the question is, how do I swallow it? Qi Xuan is in trouble at this key point. To say that he swallowed Qin Sheng's protagonist halo is incomplete. This is impossible, because he can feel it himself. But what he swallowed is not a complete set. This is true. You can try to eat it as a whole. With your stomach strength, there is a 70% chance of digesting it. The intelligent brain gave an opinion. Qi Xuan thought it made sense. His stomach had indeed mutated, and his digestive ability was incredibly strong. I don't think it's used that way. It's better to use it physically than to shout, "Protagonist's halo, come on," and take the benefits from it. But do you think it's possible? It's better to wait for this kind of thing. Qi Xuan discovered one thing, that is, after he finished speaking, it seemed that his destiny deep was really swallowing something. It was a strange feeling, like a special feeling of itching, but always scratching the wrong place. At the same time, the 6 stars on the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus that had already brightened were also flickering obscurely, and it really looked like something was taken away. It turns out that every time I narrate, I can effectively stimulate the protagonist's aura, but I don't notice it on weekdays. From the current point of view, the protagonist's aura can respond to Qi Xuan's instructions. There is no feeling on weekdays because when it takes effect, it does not affect Qi Xuan, so Qi Xuan can't feel it. Even if there is an impact, it is similar to an indirect impact. For example, when Qi Xuan is doing experiments, occasionally a flash of inspiration will give him a certain idea, or help him find the right and successful from mistakes and failures as soon as possible. These influences are all subtle and silent. For example, how could he optimize and improve his own ancient martial arts within 3 days normally? It is precisely because of the help of the +4 enhanced Destiny Deep that he has made this progress. And to find this place, if Qi Xuan says that it is not the credit of the protagonist's aura, he seems a little too arrogant. Relying on luck has never been a shameful thing. For him, Surviving is the real key. The so-called face and reputation are nothing but illusions. However, the protagonist Halo also has limitations. It is impossible to help Chi Suan achieve everything he says. If the strength is too strong, then it can't do anything. It seems that I have to be careful in the future. Otherwise, if I say a joke, the protagonist Halo will help me achieve it, which will pit me instead. Chi Suan also found a disadvantage. That is, the protagonist Halo has no subjective judgment ability. Previously, there was subconscious guidance, which would prevent the protagonist Halo from happening. But now it is gone, the subconscious has been processed by him. So whatever Chi Suan says, the protagonist Halo will definitely listen to it, and it can't tell whether it is a joke or the truth. In the end, there will only be one result, that is, waste. He did not believe that the protagonist Halo could provide him with convenience unconditionally, and there would definitely be some consumption. If it is so non-conservative, Chi Suan would become a man of his words. Then why does the protagonist Halo need to devour the protagonist Halo of other protagonists? It is related to level and strength. I don't know how long it will take to devour. Chi Suan actually had no idea. For him, this was indeed his blind spot. The intelligent brain could not answer it either. It was the same as Chi Suan, and they did not understand luck. In the end, he could only wait. But he was thinking in his heart, if the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus was devoured by his own destiny deep, how should he deal with the high temperature that was about to arrive? The key is definitely the key, but he does not know how to use it, which is very troublesome. After thinking again and again, Chi Suan planned to continue practicing ancient martial arts. At this point, it is better not to think too much, just empty your mind. What else can you do? It all depends on luck, so don't think too much. The worst result is actually the loss of Tai Sui God. Chi Suan will not die. With the death recast, unless he is stubborn enough to crash into the core of the sun in the bottle, he will definitely not die. Intelligent brain, continue to explore this place, and see if there are any relics left, Chi Suan said. Anyway, it's a good opportunity to let the intelligent brain continue to explore. Chi Suan did not explore the natural shelter where the 7 people lived too deeply, but started to study it after getting their relics. In fact, for Chi Suan, it was not valuable, it was just a waste of time. And the intelligent brain's exploration was much more detailed than his. After all, it was assisted by the reconnaissance network. Tai Sui God quickly moved. The entire natural shelter was not small, and the structure was special. It could achieve the same effect as the mantle shelter. However, the layer where it was located was far less deep underground than the mantle shelter. Chi Suan did not think about why this happened. This was something that the intelligent brain should record. After all, his major was not in this direction. If he really wanted to understand the principle, he had to learn from scratch. The underground space formed by the special structure was detected. It was initially predicted that this area was not completely formed naturally, and there were some artificial traces. Did you really find it? Chi Suan couldn't help but stop practicing, and he looked a little shocked. Originally, his idea was just to try his luck, but he didn't expect that the intelligent brain really found it for him. Yes, according to the geometric structure of space, three-dimensional. While explaining, the intelligent brain presented a three-dimensional stereogram to Chi Suan, and it was still rotating and enlarging, giving Chi Suan a clear view. So it has to be open physically. Chi Suan was talking, and a floating gun came out of the subspace pocket. A psionic ray came directly, opening the closed area. I can be sure that this is not a normal way to enter. Chi Suan's eyes twitched. They have a door. But it takes time, this method is the fastest. After all, the straight line between 2 points is the shortest. You are really good at math, Chi Suan said speechlessly. Then Tai Sui stepped into it with big strides, and jumped directly down. Below is a passage formed naturally and dug by humans, forming a spiral descent. If you enter from the entrance, you don't have to jump down, you can just walk directly. It's a pity that they don't take the usual route. The 7 old men are not lucky enough, they didn't find this place, Chi Suan teased. The SSS level prop 7-star Jade Vein Lotus brought them here, but unfortunately they haven't found it yet. But it's normal, the land of immortals is just their self-proclaimed, not really immortals. And the barrier is also thick. If it weren't for the intelligent brain, Chi Suan's luck wouldn't have been able to detect it. When the module bar is sufficient in the future, I must install modules such as drones and mechanical dogs for reconnaissance, Chi Suan said. With the help of these modules, safety will definitely be higher. The module bar has never been sufficient, the intelligent brain corrected Chi Suan. I just sighed. Chi Suan certainly knew this truth. The module is good, but the module slot is rare, and it requires a lot of resources to build it up. Oh, you also need to install a night vision and lighting module. I always use the reconnaissance network, which can only form a picture, but can't actually see things in the dark. Chi Suan said. That's right, Tai Suan doesn't have these two functions either. The predecessor's venomous snake armor obviously has them, but after evolution, it became a blank. Of course, this small function is a byproduct of the venomous snake armor and cannot be considered a module. Your idea is good, but I hope you can stick to it. Tai Suan is about to evolve. If nothing unexpected happens, you may have to choose Strength or 7-star Jade Vein Lotus as the next module. Chi Suan couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Well, let's talk about this later. Let's talk about it later. The original plan was naturally the language module, but things changed. So it changed from a sure thing to a tentative one. Chapter 122. Following the spiraling underground tunnel, Chi Suan arrived at the destination smoothly. It was too dark to see, so Chi Suan could only take out a flashlight from his pocket in the subspace. Mural? The underground was a slightly cramped circular space, and with this tunnel, it was like a long and thin cylinder. There was nothing in the center, and on the wall, there were murals connected from beginning to end. The murals were not painted with paint, but were directly excavated. It was just that the painting was very simple, and it was better than the style of stickman painting. So where does it start? Chi Suan began to read, because the beginning and the end were connected, and he didn't know the starting point or the end point, so he could only read it first and then summarize it. The general content was that the little man sacrificed the sun, and then the sun was put into a bottle, and then the people lived in misery. At the end, the sun was released, and it was back to the beginning when the little man sacrificed the sun. What do you think? Chi Suan asked the intelligent brain directly. A reincarnation that is constantly moving forward. You see, the little man in the sacrificial stage is similar to animal skin, and the sun is similar to ancient costume when it is put into the bottle. The stage of people's misery is modern dress, and the sun is released at the end as a dry bone. So this is not a short-term development, but a long-term process that goes through the entire polar day human process. That's not right. Who left the picture? The span is so long, who can do it? Chi Suan was even more confused. It can't be updated in real time. Yes, the sun puppet. The intelligent brain gave an answer. What if the sun puppet was not born out of thin air, but all the previous victims returned to the world? This can also explain why there is an ashes problem on their bodies, because they have already died. And the bandage is just a tool to restrain their body. If nothing unexpected happens, you may need the help of the sun puppet to survive. You mean to let me break the reincarnation? Chi Suan understood the cause and effect in an instant, but shook his head. I can't do it. From the perspective of development, the core of the whole is the sun in the bottle. You, me and Tai Sui are just delivering food. Chi Suan has a clear understanding of himself. If it weren't for the floating gun, they would have no means to kill the sun puppet. What's more, I have become a blasphemer. The sun puppet will shout and kill as soon as they meet. How could they be willing to help me? Chi Suan said. He can be sure of one thing. It is highly likely that there is no puppet that can break free from the control of the sun. Chi Suan understands that the sun has now reached the last stage, that is, the stage of coming out of the bottle. With his current strength, there is no means of resistance at all. But there is also good news. The area where he is should be the only safe house that can survive to the end. Wait, did the little man on the mural just now move? Chi Suan said abruptly. When we looked at it, this little man was not in this position. Photographic memory is just a small ability for Chi Suan. In addition to the high attribute, Chi Suan saw something wrong with the mural at a glance. With his observation ability, there would be no illusion, so he recognized it at a glance. The intelligent brain immediately compared the two pictures. Facts proved that Chi Suan was not wrong, and there was indeed a change. If you give me a whole visual illusion that the mountain is a peak when you look at it from the side, I can understand. But I didn't move it from beginning to end, and you chiseled out the mural. If you move it, and pretend that you didn't move it, that would be an insult to my IQ. Chi Suan said speechlessly. Then, he secretly asked the intelligent brain if it had found any clues. The intelligent brain naturally conducted a comprehensive and in-depth detection through the reconnaissance network. This change was indeed strange. It should be that the reconnaissance network has been covering it. But no change was detected, indicating that this change could block the reconnaissance network. Chi Suan couldn't help but think of the sun puppet, and the other party's appearance was the same. It would limit the number of people to observe. Therefore, Chi Suan suspected that he couldn't see the other party, not that the other party didn't exist. As for the reason, it was naturally because of the sun in the bottle. What else could it be? Detection was correct, and the reason could not be found. The intelligent brain gave a reply, and Chi Swayan stared at the little man on the mural. The little man who was stared at could not move, but the little man who was not observed by him would change. Am I not lucky enough, or is there something wrong with the way I observe? Chi Swayan thought, since he came here by luck, the best way is to solve it by luck, or you can try to change your position and observe in other ways. After hearing what the intelligent brain said, Chi Swayan thought it was feasible, and then he circled around the somewhat cramped circular space. As a result, he naturally found nothing. If it was really that easy, the reconnaissance network would not have no trace at all. In the end, nothing was found. Chi Swayan sat down cross-legged, thinking about why. Then he felt something strange, as if someone was watching him. He looked around but found nothing. Then he suddenly looked up, and almost got scared out of his wits. He saw that the spiral staircase corridor he had come from had turned into a strange bandaged face through the patchwork of vision. And this face had been staring at Chi Swayan, and the other party had also heard his actions, and mumbling just now. When he saw Chi Swayan looking up, he smiled. Because it was magnified, the smile looked very creepy in Chi Swayan's eyes. Fuck! 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 Chi Swayan yelled 3 fucks in a row. If he hadn't been rational, he would have controlled the floating gun to fire at this thing. Intelligent brain, did you see it? If you didn't see it, just connect to my visual system. It has been successfully observed. It seems to be a kind of observation method formed by visual illusion. The other party is real, and it is suspected that they can communicate. The intelligent brain can only see it after connecting to Chi Swayan's visual system, otherwise it cannot be seen through its own equipment. Sooner or later, I will take off my eyeballs and give them to you as a module. Chi Swayan responded. Every time Tai Sui God accessed his visual system, it penetrated deep into his brain through the connector of the virus blood colonization suit. It is a physical connection. So there is a strange feeling. Fortunately, Chi Swayan has a lot of problems, and this one is not bad, and this connection is the one with the mildest symptoms. Thank you for your generosity, but you should try to communicate with the other party now. Chi Swayan thought again, and asked, have you eaten? This is the most simple greeting. The other party was obviously stunned by Chi Swayan's question. He didn't expect Chi Swayan to ask such a question. If you haven't eaten, take my shot. Chi Swayan said, taking out the floating gun, adjusting it and charging it, and then planning to fire a psionic ray at the other party. Wait, don't do it. The visual illusion began to intensify, and the bandaged face began to enlarge continuously, turning into a long strip of ash, approaching Chi Swayan. Don't get too close to me. If my hand shakes, it will be a mess. Chi Swayan warned the other party not to move. The bandaged face was still very obedient and stopped. Tell me, what's the situation? Chi Swayan took the lead. Anyway, he asked first to see how the other party would answer. As for asking the other party how to survive, there is no rush. Things must be done step by step. Human, you shouldn't stay here. The sun will devour you. The voice of the bandaged face was very ethereal. Chi Swayan nodded. Then what? How could he not know this? If he hadn't been unable to escape, he would have entered the universe to avoid the pursuit of the sun. The sun's wrath is not something you can bear, so if you want to survive, you need to extinguish the sun. The bandaged face said. Ah? Me? Chi Swayan heard this with an incredible tone. This difficulty is no less difficult than Ben Borba going to kill Tang Monk and his disciples. Yes, only you, the bandaged face continued. Wait a minute, tell me how to extinguish it. Chi Swayan interrupted the other party directly. If the other party could not give a reasonable explanation, he can't tolerate any treacherous subordinates in his floating gun. Guarantee that the other party will die. If you can't observe it, you can't kill it, but now that it has been observed by Chi Swayan, then you can wait to die. Use ashes to cover the flames, and the sun will. The bandaged face continued. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chi Swayan again. I won't ask you how the ashes come from, and how much ashes are needed. I will just ask you how I can get close to the sun and bury it with ashes. This thing has bad intentions at first glance. Chi Swayan thought about killing the other party, to save the other party from plotting against him. Chi Swayan couldn't even hide from the sun in the bottle, so he went to solve it. To be honest, as long as he didn't touch it, there might not be any major problems. At most, he would start over. But if he really dared to do it, the impact of the earth and the moon in the deep world was a lesson. After he teased it with his hands, the whole planet was smashed by the blood moon. You are not talking without thinking, but you are thinking about killing me. If you don't give me an explanation, I will break you into pieces from head to toe today. Chi Xuan threatened. Try to get more information from this bandaged face, who doesn't tell the truth. Of course, if you can't get anything out, it doesn't matter, just kill him and be done with it. You can't really keep him, as the saying goes, you can't let others snore under your bed. Chi Xuan occupies this place, and he must not allow other threats to exist. Killing the other party is the best solution. This is the bandaged face said. Chi Xuan's words are not very contagious, but the floating gun has enough deterrence. It just makes up for Chi Xuan's shortcomings. Chapter 123. Oh, so you are the priest on the mural. After listening to the other party's statement, Chi Xuan understood the cause and effect. In summary, this is not the first time that the sun has gone in and out of the bottle. As for the cause, it is not much different from what Chi Xuan knew. It was all because of the greed of the upper class that led to the birth of the sun in the bottle. But the difference is that the high temperature formed by the sun in the bottle, and the moment the polar day was born, the entire horizontal world fell into a reincarnation formed by the collapse of observation. Every 100 years, it will restart once, making it start again. Therefore, the extreme power of wild beasts and humans was not evolved in just 100 years, but was formed by countless reincarnations and changes little by little. The reincarnation is going on, but the evolution of creatures has not stopped. Then why do the little people in each period have different clothes? It should be the content of the 100 years reincarnation. According to your description, the 100 years reincarnation is the successor to the stage when the doomsday broke out, so it is a normal social development. Clothing and costumes belong to normal modernization. Chi Xuan also understood at this time why the technology in the polar day world was so strange. It was a situation of fault, but not complete fault. It was because every time after the fault, it would be reset and resumed. The creatures changed, but everything remained the same. As for those dead creatures, they would be fused and kneaded together, and eventually turned into solar puppets. So the group of solar puppets had the power of wild beasts and human bodies. After too many experiences, the final result changed, and even formed a certain intersection with the past history, which eventually led to the change of the murals. This is not the safe house you imagined. Unless you leave the flat world, you can't escape the sun in the bottle. We and the sun are both in the bottle, the bandaged face said. Chi Xuan's face darkened. Then how did you survive? This is simply tricking him into going head-on with the sun in the bottle. I am also a puppet of the sun, just more special, the bandaged face said. When you say this, I understand. Chi Xuan said confidently. I've never been afraid of anyone who is more special than special. He has the aura of the protagonist. If he is not special, then who else can be special? The bandaged face couldn't hold it in. He felt that Chi Xuan was too narcissistic. Do you have anything else to say? Chi Xuan thought. If not, he would be ready to kill the other party. This behavior is indeed killing the donkey after it has done its work, but the other party is indeed malicious. You can't wait to kill me. The bandaged face showed a clear mocking smile. Chi Xuan saw that the other party had seen through his thoughts, so he denied it without hesitation. How is it possible? You have given me so much help, I want to live in peace with you. Why did Chi Xuan admit it? He is not a sincere gentleman. First fool him, and wait for an opportunity to attack. If you can kill me, then do it. But after killing me, I hope you won't regret it. The bandaged man face didn't believe Chi Xuan's nonsense at all. Hearing this, Chi Xuan sighed. It's better to be confused as a person. After saying that, he directly activated the floating cannon that had been charged, and pierced the bandaged man face on the spot. After the whole bandaged face was hit by the psionic rays, it immediately began to disintegrate. On his face, there was an expression of relief. Thank you, the bandaged face said softly, and turned into countless ashes and scattered down. This is the ashes that can bury the sun. When the other party said this, Chi Xuan knew that the other party was seeking death. Even the last two sentences were to stimulate Chi Xuan to take action. As the bandaged face died, the murals began to fall off. Did the temperature rise? Chi Xuan suddenly asked. Yes, the low temperature here is not due to the geographical structure, but because there are bandaged faces to absorb heat and dissipate heat. After it died, the effect disappeared and the temperature naturally rose. Fuck, it turns out that this guy didn't lie. It really makes me regret it. If Chi Xuan knew that the air conditioner was the bandaged face, he would not kill him no matter what. At most, he would imprison him as a shield for himself. Then he lowered his head and picked up a piece of ash, showing the panel. Sun puppet ashes. Quality, E. Trait 1. Buried hatred. The small handful in your hand is of E-grade quality. So many words. Chi Xuan gathered all the sun puppet ashes together. There was still only one trait, but the quality was raised to SSS grade. Finally, he compressed them and placed them properly. SSS grade is not enough. They are of X grade quality. Chi Xuan sighed. This was the other party's assumption. The sun puppet ashes could not bury the sun in the bottle at all. It is estimated that it can't even stop the doomsday restart that happens once every 100 years. Not to mention the so-called burial. It's a pity that I didn't get the technology of the bottled sun from the other party. Chi Xuan can be sure that the other party has definitely mastered the technology of the bottled sun, even if it's only half. Otherwise, how could he make the ashes of the sun puppet, which is itself an application of the technology of the bottled sun, and lost a safe house, which is a big loss? Chi Xuan said softly. As for using the ashes of the sun puppet as a module, Chi Xuan didn't have this idea. Because this is already SSS level, it has no effect when installed on the Tai Sui god. On the contrary, it is a big pit at a glance. How could he jump down? Miss Qin Sheng's first day, if he is alive, you can threaten him to do it. In the Polar Day world, he and Qin Sheng have the protagonist halo, so if... Wait, according to the situation, the Polar Day world also has a protagonist. Chi Xuan suddenly reacted. Whether it was him, Qin Sheng, or the Reborn, they were all the protagonists of their own worlds. Logically speaking, there should be a protagonist in the Polar Day world. Then why not let him take the blame? He is not a survivor, so he certainly doesn't know that I am a violator. If I send the ashes over, then the other party will just die and bury the sun in the bottle. Chi Xuan thought of this and felt that he was simply too talented. You may have overlooked one thing. Is the protagonist of the Polar Day world still alive, or is he really on the human side instead of the sun? Just like you at the beginning, if you didn't have the virus talent, the protagonist's halo belonged to the zombie master, not you. It is you who made yourself the protagonist, and enjoyed the treatment of the protagonist step by step through your own efforts. However, what if the protagonist of the Polar Day world is similar to your situation? The intelligent brain gave a reminder. Chi Xuan's joy suddenly calmed down. That's true, but it also means that the protagonist halo can be defeated by others. Chi Xuan said, it just needs some key help. Let's try it first. The protagonist halo, let me meet the protagonist of the Polar Day world. It must be said that the protagonist halo is the eternal god, and when you are undecided, ask the protagonist halo for help. Otherwise, he has no way, and he has no clues. Of course, there is actually another possibility, that is, the dead bandaged face, the sun puppet that is not controlled by the sun for some reason, is the protagonist of the Polar Day world. But if it is true, Chi Xuan killed him, and his own protagonist halo should be strengthened by +5. Now there is no, which means that the possibility that the other party is not small. In addition, there is another possibility, that is, because of the continuous cycle of the 100-year doomsday, there is no protagonist at all. This situation is the worst situation, which means that Chi Xuan has to plug the bullet hole. In fact, there is a safest solution, that is, Chi Xuan kills the protagonist of the Polar Day world, devours the protagonist halo of the other party, and then he goes to bury the sun. With the destiny of the deep +5, and the local protagonist halo, the success rate can definitely be improved. Not to mention burying the sun in the bottle, it is not a problem to survive for a month. But there is also a big risk, because Chi Xuan may not survive. It is the best way to save the world, but it is not the best choice for Chi Xuan. Su Tongming swallowed the last mouthful of water into his throat, and this little bit of coolness did not bring him any effect. It disappeared after entering the stomach. 100 degrees of extreme power, huh? Su Tongming couldn't help but laugh at himself. The temperature rose, the wild beasts attacked, and the invasion of the sun puppets made his power disappear. Up to now, ordinary people without extreme power have died. The group of foreign visitors, who called themselves survivors, were also in danger. Even with the protection of unknown existence, they would not live long. The culprit of everything. If you give me a chance, I will bury you in the soil. Su Tongming looked at the sun hatefully. It's a pity that he was so weak even in anger because of lack of water. With his physical condition, he might not survive today. After staggering for a few more steps, he barely found a cool place and sat down. He didn't walk around for no reason, but to avoid the sun puppets and wild beasts. These two monsters were everywhere. Under the dual limits of body and spirit, he could feel the limit power in his body being active, and it seemed to be about to hit a higher temperature. Even if you break through the limit temperature of 100 degrees now, what can you do? You can't let me survive, Su Tongming said casually. However, as the limit power crossed the boundary of 100 degrees and entered 100 degrees, Su Tongming had a different idea. The lost strength in his body was recovering, and the high temperature seemed to be cool. This Su Tongming looked astonished. He felt that his condition was actually getting better, and his resistance to high temperature seemed to have increased. At least the terrifying temperature outside was no longer so hot, but instead felt like a fish in water. Chapter 124. The calamity power is perfected, and the ancient martial arts has come to an end. The speed is indeed much faster than originally imagined. It should be the Jade Vein Lotus characteristic of the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus that helps. Qi Xuan did not think that he was gifted. The 7-element Jie enhances luck, the Big Dipper Lianqing improves growth, and the last Jade Vein Lotus must be to enhance ancient martial arts. However, because Qi Xuan's destiny Yusui devoured 6 stars from the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus, the two characteristics of the 7-element Jie and the Big Dipper Lianqing seem to be fading. At the same time, the quality also fell from the original SSS level to the SS level. Qi Sui estimated that even without the 7-element Jie and the Big Dipper Lianqing, it would probably be at the S level. The Yin Snake's silk wrapping strength, the Ghost Cat's broken string strength, the Evil Dragon's heart-twisting strength, the Fierce Leopard's bone-crushing strength, the Evil Dragon's breath-swallowing strength, and the Evil Tiger's devouring essence strength. There is also the Demon's evil strength. For example, the last Dragon Tiger mixed element strength needs to be smelted with the 7 forces as the initiator to create my own strength. With this mixed element strength, these evil forces can be transformed from yin to yang, and hardness and softness can be combined to form the Dragon Tiger mixed element strength. The original strength was naturally not the Dragon Tiger mixed element strength, but the Demon's evil strength. However, after Qi Xuan obtained the Northern Dipper 7 elements true skill, he made further improvements and finally turned evil into good, making the 7 forces united into one, becoming the Dragon Tiger mixed element strength. Of course, now all the 7 evil forces on his body exist, and the effect is indeed strong. But Qi Xuan also knows that the reason why the evil ancient martial arts cannot be used on the stage, and can only be used in secret is that there are its shortcomings. Qi Xuan turned evil into good in order to make up for these shortcomings. Take the 7 powers on his body for example. They seem to complement each other, and are powerful, but they ultimately divide his calamity power into 7. Although he has obtained 7 passives, they are not 1. Once a strong person sees this shortcoming, it will be easy to target him. At that time, the power will be dispersed by the opponent, not to mention the special use of power. Qi Xuan saw the shortcoming, so he combined the Northern Dipper 7 Yuan True Art and created his own Dragon and Tiger mixed Yuan power as a finishing touch. If successful, except that he cannot practice the divine power, his Dragon and Tiger mixed Yuan power is definitely not inferior to the Northern Dipper 7 Yuan True Art. Of course, the divine power is actually the calamity power, but it is an enhanced version of the calamity power. Although it is stronger than the calamity power, it still does not escape the range of the calamity power. So my dual attributes are stuck at 4.9, the difference of 0.1 is due to the defects of the evil ancient martial arts. If I had practiced the Beidou Qiyuan Zhenglong at the beginning, or the complete version, I would not be stuck at 4.9. Qi Xuan said, and began to integrate his 7 evil powers. The process is very simple. Yin gives birth to Yang, Yin and Yang are in harmony, and Hun Yuan is 1. Then this Hun Yuan gene is considered successful. As for why the prefix is Dragon and Tiger, it is naturally because the 3 doors of swallowing souls, devouring souls, and evil skills use Dragon and Tiger as prefixes, so Qi Xuan inherited it. In fact, it is Hun Yuan gene, and the prefix does not matter. With the integration of its own power, it naturally began to backfire. After all, it is the evil power born from the evil ancient martial arts, which is itself an evil thing. The path taken is also extreme, and as a result, Qi Xuan now wants them to put down their butcher knives and become Buddhas on the spot, which is simply impossible. However, no matter how unwilling the 7 evil powers were, they could not defeat Qi Xuan. After all, he was the one who created them. As a creation, how could they possibly resist the creator? If this power was the power of humans in the ancient martial arts world, it would not necessarily be so easy. Unfortunately, the foundation of the 7 evil powers was the Yusui virus, and Qi Xuan's A-level talent virus control, Yusui, made it impossible for the 7 evil powers to break free no matter how much they resisted. As the 7 powers merged into one, Qi Xuan continuously injected a large amount of Yusui virus that he had modified into it, and carried out the process of cathode-generating yang. During the whole process, Qi Xuan's body, from flesh and blood to bones, and even to internal organs, constantly burst out with various noises, and from time to time it would explode, which looked extremely creepy. But for Qi Xuan, it had no effect. What kind of pain is this? The first ray of yang power was born through the power method of Beidu Qiyu and Zhenglong, and then it grew rapidly. During the process, the power representing yang began to balance. During this process, the 7 evil powers were transformed into yin power, and the two formed a balance. At this point, yin and yang began to balance. From the original 7 powers, it became 2 powers. Even if it did not reach the state of Hunyuan Rui, the weakness was reduced from 7 to 1. But this was not the result Qi Xuan wanted. The Hunyuan power of yin and yang, the combination of hardness and softness, was his goal. Yin power and yang power were integrated into one through his continuous practice of standing meditation and breathing. In the end, the power in the body was transformed into one, becoming the Hunyuan power that Qi Xuan expected. Transform evil into good, roar of dragons and roar of tigers, Hunyuan Rui. Qi Xuan looked at his attribute panel again. The original dual attributes were only 4.9, but now they have become an integer of 5 points. I finally reached the maximum level. At this point, Qi Xuan has nothing to do on the road of ancient martial arts. Qi Xuan has no intention of exploring and deducing the higher levels, and only uses it as a foundation. The reason is very simple. Compared with the extraordinary system in the future doomsday world, ancient martial arts really do not have many advantages. If Qi Xuan's current channel to become stronger is not only ancient martial arts, but there are multiple choices, he will definitely not insist on ancient martial arts to upgrade to robbery strength, but will choose to take them all. Moreover, if you want to make the ancient martial arts strength system reach a higher level, you have to light up the last star of the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus. But the problem is that now, let alone lighting it up, the original 6 stars are about to be destroyed. Compared with improving the strength system of ancient martial arts, Qi Xuan would rather enhance his protagonist Halo. Without ancient martial arts, Qi Xuan might not become stronger so quickly, but there is still a way to become stronger. On the contrary, the protagonist Halo and the deep virus are his real foundation. Next, I will enter the bottleneck period again. Qi Xuan sighed. If there is no new extraordinary system as a way to grow, then Qi Xuan's dual attributes can only rely on the SSS level item of the Deep Source Virus Frenzy to break through 5 points. Spirit, Physique, Double Growth plus 10, at least don't worry before 10 points. But there is a very serious problem, that is, growth requires enough time and corresponding methods. The latter can be replaced by ancient martial arts, but the word enough in the former is very intriguing, because it depends on one's own potential. Qi Xuan, a Yusui human, can probably improve from 5 points to 5.1 after training for about 10 years. After all, the upper limit of the attributes of Yusui humans is not high, so the foundation is weak. Not to mention that it is more difficult to improve the attributes as time goes by. However, this does not mean that these 2 growth plus 10 are useless. Qi Xuan was able to practice ancient martial arts to the level of robbery in such a short time, which was also helped by these 2 attribute growth plus 10. It is equivalent to that he has a 10-fold growth on his body, coupled with the rapid growth of evil ancient martial arts and Qi Xuan's recklessness, which has led to the current situation. Otherwise, it would take decades for others to achieve Dan Jin, and Qi Xuan, who does not even have a fraction of them, has a robbery force far beyond the other party. It must be affected by many factors. But improving the virus talent should be able to ease my bottleneck period. But this is more difficult than obtaining a new extraordinary system. As long as Qi Xuan survives this doomsday and goes to the new doomsday, he will definitely be able to obtain a new extraordinary system. Not to mention the determination of the doomsday game to kill him, the new survivors are likely to have their own extraordinary system, like the ancient martial arts world. Not to mention the doomsday world. On the contrary, Qi Xuan only has one way to improve the virus talent, the blood moon tissue sample, and Qi Xuan has no way to solve it even if there are more. If you practice a world to the maximum level and an extraordinary system, if you really stack them up, your strength will definitely increase fast enough. If nothing unexpected happens, my 5 points of dual attributes will be enough for 10 years. Qi Xuan recalled the memories of the reborn. The other party had lived for 10 years, but the survivors were still extraordinary. It's probably not possible now. With my butterfly effect, except for the deep world I am in, the doomsday world behind is probably different. This feeling, could it be that humans have also become wild beasts? Su Tongming struggled to get up. He did not die, but survived. At this time, the limit power in his body once again broke through the limit and reached 111 degrees. Not only did he recover, but he also mastered a stronger power than before. No, my wisdom still exists. not like a wild beast with no brains. Su Tongming quickly denied his changes. Besides, there is no wild beast as weak as me. It's just that the limit power is still growing. Then what should I do next? Su Tongming understood one thing, that is, even if his limit power continued to grow, it could not outrun the soaring temperature, let alone beat the sun puppet and the wild beast that broke free from the temperature zone restrictions. His eyes fell on the scorching sun in the sky. Extinguish the sun? I can't do it. Find a cooler place and stay alive for a while longer. Maybe I'm the only one left alive now. Su Tongming couldn't help but laugh at himself. In the current temperature, even with 100 degrees of limit power, he can't survive. If he hadn't broken through in time, he would have become a mummy now. So he was very clear about the next path, which was to simply live one more day and earn one more day. It's not that there is no good news. After the limit power broke through 111 degrees, I no longer need food and water. As long as there is high temperature and sunlight, the limit power in my body can absorb and maintain what I need to survive. If the temperature doesn't rise anymore, everything will be perfect. Su Tongming's words were a way to find joy in suffering. Humans are social animals, especially when Su Tongming knew that he was the only one left alive. This kind of pressure would crush his spirit. Chapter 125. From 1 point of armor to 2 points of armor, this is going to kill me. Qi Xuan looked at the Tai Sui god, who had completed the 19th evolution, and now had 20 points of armor. The next evolution requires the armor value to be increased from 20 points to 22 points. For Qi Xuan, this is the evolution of a gold-eating beast. Even though he had been prepared, he felt a pang in his heart after seeing it. Every time it evolves, the resource consumption of this thing is like a bottomless pit. The intelligent brain did not say anything. This is a necessary price. After all, the 3 characteristics of the Tai Sui god mecha are indeed too strong. If it is not a gold-eating beast, how could the quality be only SSS level? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Qi Xuan quickly calmed down. It's just 2 points of armor value. It can be solved by gritting his teeth. Now that the temperature is high, the efficiency of obtaining evolutionary energy has also increased with the addition of the smelting furnace and the dark energy crystal. What Qi Xuan was struggling with was what to choose as the module. Was it his own dragon and tiger mixed Yuan Jin, or the giant created by Qin Sheng, or could he choose the language module as planned? Or he could just leave it empty first, and choose this item that was suspected to be the source of ancient martial arts after he absorbed the 7-star Jade Lotus. No matter which one it was of great value to Qi Xuan, and Qi Xuan could not give it up. Intelligent brain, what do you think of the choice of module? Qi Xuan asked. If it really didn't work, he could only choose the intelligent brain. It is recommended that you proceed according to the plan and choose the language module. Qi Xuan saw this, and could see the attitude of the intelligent brain. After all, it even had a communication module, and the subsequent translation and signal modules were more suitable. Otherwise, giving up halfway would be a loss. After thinking it over again and again, Qi Xuan still followed the advice of the intelligent brain and selected the language module from the free module column. SSS Full Domain Dynamic Analysis Core. After understanding the function, Qi Xuan did not say much. Its effect can not only be used as a language module, but also enhance the reconnaissance network, communication center, and other related uses. At the same time, it also optimizes the algorithms of the intelligent brain, chips, etc., making the computing power more powerful. The translation module is not much different from the language module. It seems to have the same function. Qi Xuan asked, according to your understanding, there is indeed no difference. The language module is similar to a program, while the translation module is more like an additional computing device. The combination of the two can optimize the effect with maximum efficiency. At the same time, it can strengthen communication, signal, reconnaissance, and other related modules IC. Since Qi Xuan chose to proceed according to the plan, he had no intention of changing it. As for worrying about problems with the intelligent brain, there is no need to worry about this. The seal of the Deep Ruler and the virus bloodline colonization suit, Deep, completely bind Tai Sui God to him. Besides, there are many limitations in the underlying logic of the intelligent brain. Every time Tai Sui God evolves, these logics related to loyalty and protecting the master will also evolve synchronously. What's more, it is not a serious intelligent life, without emotions such as freedom and greed, but just a string of codes. Of course, this is not invincible. There must be a way to crack it, but it can only rely on higher-level external forces. Qi Xuan doesn't care about these things. For him, being able to crack the intelligent brain is definitely better than him. At this time, he He can just think about how to save his life. There is no need to think too much. Do you remember that I intercepted the communication channel of the sun puppet before? What, did you get anything? Chi Xuan asked hurriedly with a refreshed spirit. Yes, I decoded part of the communication with the translation of the language module, which was mixed with a lot of wailing, which I have eliminated. Then, Tai Sui God transmitted the content in. Chi Xuan's face was not very good after reading it. No, why haven't they let me go yet? Chi Xuan could see from the content that this group of sun puppet had been looking for Chi Xuan. Because Chi Xuan was hiding in a special place, although the temperature had risen, the sun could not shine on him, so the sun puppet had no way to lock Chi Xuan. Are you sure it's not the taunting effect in the protagonist's halo? Chi Xuan felt that this was too outrageous. If he could understand one or two, it would be the same situation. He estimated that as long as he stood under the sun and showed his head, he would have to face at least thousands of sun puppet. Then we hack in, can we muddy the waters? Chi Xuan suddenly realized that the intelligent brain could understand it, so it was not a problem to give feedback. Yes, but Tai Suishan has no translation and signal modules, so it cannot perfectly imitate and convey information. Imitation? Do you mean that the translation module can provide support for mimicry and camouflage? Chi Xuan found the blind spot. Yes, the language and communication modules also have a supplementary role. I see. Chi Xuan did not expect this, but he quickly suppressed this matter and asked, it's okay if we can't be perfect. We can disguise ourselves as the mentally retarded puppets in the sun puppet. Anyway, the meaning is conveyed. The main thing is to find a way to surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements, and see if we can capture a sun puppet to use as fuel. I think a sun puppet should be enough to increase the armor value of Tai Sui God from 20 points to 22 points. Chi Xuan never thought about escaping, which was impossible. Instead, he changed his mind and prepared to hunt. The sun puppet is a cliff-like extraordinary life form, and its value must be not low. This is not the previous Ash version, but a real sun puppet. According to calculations, it is indeed possible to allow Tai Sui God to complete an evolution directly, and there may even be some left. But doing so is extremely risky, and we cannot solve the high temperature of the sun puppet, trick him into reducing the high temperature. I think it should be possible. If it can't be done, let's talk about it later. Chi Xuan thought for a while, and then said, you know about the pig-killing scheme. Use this method to trick him, open a few more vests, and fool him to death. Your method is effective against conventional life forms, but the sun puppet is not a conventional life form, and may not be fooled. Try it first. It's true that they have problems with their brains, but they can't resist their ego. We can also start from the other party's preferences, such as hunting me down. It doesn't matter if it fails, just treat it as gathering intelligence. Chi Xuan's principle is that you are free anyway, so it's a good opportunity to chat with this group of sun puppet. Maybe you can pick up some good news. After all, his protagonist Halo is here. Yes, I will start executing your instructions. Chi Xuan has said so. The intelligent brain will definitely not choose to refuse. In fact, just as Chi Xuan said, this is like trying to catch a fish without getting a chance. As for the risk, it is definitely true, and Chi Xuan knows it. This behavior is likely to be attacked by the other party along the network line. However, Chi Xuan is not a weak person. If he really dares to come, the psionic rays of the floating gun are not vegetarian. Chi Xuan can't kill the tide of solar puppets, and he can't kill hundreds of you. It's just difficult to catch them alive, and it's not very difficult to kill them. Then Chi Xuan saw a virtual projection screen similar to a chat channel, which is when the intelligent brain started to deceive people. At first, it was a public channel chat, and soon the intelligent brain locked on to many solar puppets, whose brains didn't seem to work so well, and had private chats with them. It takes some time to make progress. Now we have just started chatting, and it can only be regarded as contact at most. However, with the calculation, logic and other related abilities of the intelligent brain, it is estimated that it will take about 3 to 5 hours to determine whether this fish can be caught and how to catch it. You work harder, and I have to work harder too. Chi Xuan didn't continue watching. Although the intelligent brain was very skillful in chatting, this was not the path he wanted to take. He put his focus back on the tissue sample of the blood moon and began further research. Since the +4 enhancement of the Destiny Deep and the 7-element relief effect of the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus, the progress of the research has finally stopped being slow. When the protagonist, Halo, completely absorbs the 7-element relief and the Big Dipper Lianxing and becomes completely his own, the effect will probably be stronger. The S-level virus talent is just around the corner. Of course, this is just hope. Chi Xuan actually has no idea when the results will be produced. This thing is not something that can be successful whenever he says it will be successful. He has to learn and study it himself. The protagonist halo is very helpful, but it is not omnipotent. If he does not work hard, the opportunity will run away. It is equivalent to others just giving you a platform to display, and bribing the referee and arranging powerful teammates for you, but you have to work hard yourself. Otherwise, you can't catch the success in front of you. It is true that man proposes and God disposes, but there is also a saying that man conquers nature. Chi Xuan is a greedy person, so he wants it all. Luck plus hard work, this is what he has today. Kill the blasphemer? What is the blasphemer? Su Tongming looked a little strange. After his limit power reached 120 degrees, he could hear some low hums from the sun puppet from time to time. And he could also convey some of his own ideas through his own limit power. Just now, it seemed that a sun puppet with a brain problem had a private chat with him, as if he wanted him to provide some help. At first, he did refuse sternly, but later on, he found that the sun puppet seemed to have a problem with his brain, but in fact, he seemed to be very unusual. Could it be that, like me, he is a human whose limit power has broken through to 120, and he disguised himself as a sun puppet to test me? Su Tongming's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. If this is true, it is good news for Su Tongming. Survival alone and survival of two people are completely different in nature. If he can survive, there may be other people who can break through their limit power at the last moment like him. The location is not far from me, so let's go and take a look. Su Tongming showed a long-lost smile. Chapter 126. I caught the first one, put it in. Chi Xuan excitedly stuffed a trick solar puppet into the smelting furnace before it exploded with high temperature. You are worthy of you, intelligent brain. If I had you, I could make those parks have no performance by myself, and the T-girls would have to punch in at me to earn KPI. He really didn't expect that he could actually trick a solar puppet. It can only be said that this pig-killing scheme is really very effective. On the second day, the solar puppet came to the door stupidly, and it really didn't use high temperature. The reason is very simple, that is, to sneak attack the blasphemer, otherwise you will be full of high temperature and the blasphemer will notice it from a distance. The reason is very lame, but the intelligent brain is eloquent, and with some sweet words in the middle, the solar puppet, whose brain is not very good, was fooled at once. Chi Xuan even suspected that all the IQ of the solar puppet was given to the bandaged face. It was used on the death-seeking puppet one after another, but it was successful on the next day when it was applied to other solar puppets. It was too outrageous. You are too flattering. You are the one who came up with the best idea. The intelligent brain was also very modest. If it wasn't for Chi Xuan, the lawless lunatic, who gave the idea, the intelligent brain wouldn't have done it. So in the eyes of the intelligent brain, the real credit went to Chi Xuan, and it just did some auxiliary work at most. How long will it take for the solar puppet to burn? Chi Xuan asked. The initial estimate is about half a month. The energy of the solar puppet is too high. Whether it is burning, extracting or converting, it takes enough time. Chi Xuan was not surprised much. The reason is very simple. Normally, the solar puppet is not a supernatural creature that Chi Xuan can capture at this stage. It is a higher level than Chi Xuan. The survivors who are being hunted and killed are the norm in the end of the world. His situation is an abnormal development. Not to mention the identity of the sun puppet. Although he has the word puppet in his name, he is the direct descendant of the sun in the bottle, and even a blood relative. In those fantasy worlds, it may be the sun's true fire or something like the golden crow. It's just that in the polar day world, the market conditions are different, which makes them different. Of course, the sun puppet is definitely not as good as the sun derivatives in those fantasy worlds. After all, the situation is here. Bang! There was a sound in the smelting furnace suddenly. It was obvious that the sun puppet thrown in was trying to break free. It's just a matter of thinking about this kind of thing. It's all in, how can it get out? Tissuation is fragile, but it doesn't mean that the smelting furnace is also fragile. If the smelting furnace had not been taken out, Chi Xuan would have thought of using it as a shield. Although it is called a smelting furnace, it is not actually burning, but a metaphor, which is actually similar to the process of decomposition and digestion. Therefore, the high temperature of the solar puppet cannot prevent it from being burned by the smelting furnace. Intelligent brain, let it be honest. Chi Xuan said directly. There is indeed no way to burn it into evolutionary energy in a short period of time, but it can still be done to prevent it from being tossed. As for the high temperature, the smelting furnace is not afraid. The intelligent brain immediately controlled the smelting furnace, and the solar puppet was dismembered on the spot. It is still alive, but it can't move, and can only keep pupa, looking very miserable. Chi Xuan would not sit and watch, so he chose not to. See if we can trick a few more of them over, otherwise, with Tai Sui, the gold-eating beast, he will be short of modules later. Chi Xuan said. The sun puppet is indeed very suitable as a fuel, especially after Tai Sui entered a new stage. The resources needed are even more massive. Only a supernatural life of sufficient level can have a sufficient effect. Otherwise, it would be terrible if it was replaced with something that has nothing to do with the supernatural. If it was the original reborn, Tai Sui would probably be eliminated. After all, he has an X-level superdimensional evolution talent, and the system rewards other than attribute points can all become SSS level in his hands. As a gold-eating beast, Tai Sui may not need it. The pinnacle of infinite evolution is SSS level, which overlaps with his talent, so he can have a better one. In other words, Chi Xuan does not have this luxury, otherwise Tai Sui would also be eliminated by him. Another sun puppet has taken the bait and is on the way. The remaining 5 sun puppets are not far from being hooked. If nothing goes wrong, they will be hooked in about 3 hours at most on the way. Chi Xuan looked puzzled. Why do they rely on their legs when they can't teleport directly to places with sunlight? You are not being fooled. As for the sudden appearance of a smart one among the sun puppets, it is not impossible. It is not impossible that things will turn around when they reach their extremes. The other party is indeed too human and extremely abnormal, so he chose it. Chi Xuan understood after hearing it. If it is not a human, then it is a mutant among the sun puppets, and the quality is definitely good. More evolutionary energy can be burned. We must trick the other party as soon as possible, and we must prepare in advance to avoid being killed by the other party. Chi Xuan said cautiously. It is impossible to be afraid. It is rare to encounter such a good opportunity. Chi Xuan must seize it. As for the remaining 5, Chi Xuan does not care much. Not being singled out by the intelligent brain for explanation means that they are mediocre. As long as they do not collide with each other and come to share a field, Chi Xuan is not afraid. One can be coaxed, but if there are more, Chi Xuan will have to kill them by force. Not to mention 5 at a time. If you really face so many, you can only use floating guns with tears to decompose them. It is dead, but it is a failure. The intelligent brain cast a wide net and caught so few fish, which can also show the difficulty. The reason why the sun puppets are less fooled is not because they are more vigilant or smart, but simply because their brains are not smart. It's like no one can understand what you say. That's why there is only one victim at present. If they have normal human intelligence, there should be at least 10 of them now. Of course, if they really have this intelligence, it will be a big trouble for Chi Xuan to capture them alive and put them into the smelting furnace. A good brain will naturally have a stronger sense of vigilance. Don't worry, I am monitoring the other party in real time, and I will report it as soon as there is any abnormality. Chi Xuan is still confident in the work of the intelligent brain. In terms of assistance, the intelligent brain can be said to have never failed. The possibility of Chi Xuan failing is greater than that of the intelligent brain. Then he set his eyes on the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus. Swallowing is complete. Chi Xuan watched the prefix of 7-star Jade Vein Lotus disappear and become Jade Vein Lotus. The quality was also completely stabilized and became S-level. In addition, 7 elements to relieve evil and Big Dipper stars also disappeared, leaving only Jade Vein Lotus. At the same time, Chi Xuan's Destiny Deep Enhancement plus 3 and Enhancement plus 4 also changed. Enhancement plus 3, 7 elements to relieve evil. Enhancement plus 4, Big Dipper stars. This is coming to me. Chi Xuan was not surprised. The name sounds very high-sounding, but in fact, Chi Xuan felt it carefully, because it was a complete version, so it had a little overview. 7 elements to relieve evil and strong luck are similar, but the focus is different, and it is more inclined to relieve evil. Normally, most of the opportunities Chi Xuan gets are fortune and misfortune, but with the existence of 7 elements to relieve evil, his disasters and bad luck will be reduced. As for the Big Dipper stars, the effect is the complete effect of the 7 manifest and 2 hidden stars protagonist. It is probably to enhance growth, gain additional learning and research efficiency, make one's own attention and logical thinking ability stronger, etc. In martial arts terms, it is the root bone, the comprehension becomes stronger, and the cultivation growth speed is faster. Because Chi Xuan does not have the characteristics of ancient martial arts humans, the super strong adaptability of +1 is changed to an effect that suits him. In addition, Chi Xuan also discovered one thing, that is, as the number of times the Destiny Deep is strengthened increases, the original strengthening effect is not fixed. Instead, It will become stronger with the number of strengthening, which means that not only is the protagonist's halo a growth talent, but the strengthening effect will also grow. In this way, he will not be eliminated by the new Doomsday World. That's right, the stronger the Doomsday World is, the stronger the protagonist halo of the local protagonist will naturally be. Just like going to a dungeon, the monster attributes of a level 1 dungeon and a level 10 dungeon are definitely different. Chi Xuan was born in a level 1 dungeon, and the subsequent stronger Doomsday World is a high-level dungeon. So he needs to constantly improve his level, equipment, and skills to ensure that he will not be eliminated. Most of his body came from the Deep World, which is a level 1 dungeon. The Deep World may not be weak, but it can't stand the weakness of the planet he is on. If he had the strength of the Deep God, no, the Blood Moon, he would not be afraid of the Doomsday game. The remaining Jade Vein Lotus should be the Jade Vein Lotus itself. Chi Xuan muttered how to use it. This thing should be the source of strength. If he can refine it, maybe he can make his Dragon Tiger mixed Yuan strength go a step further. But there is a serious problem here, that is, how should he refine it? Anyway, there is no concept of refining in ancient martial arts. You said, I just eat the Jade Vein Lotus as you said before, how about that? Chi Xuan asked. Without the first two characteristics, Chi Xuan really didn't know what use it was. The so-called refining is naturally the purest eating. It is possible, but you may not get anything. After all, you have already got the core things. It is recommended that you keep it first, and wait until next time you can cooperate with the strength and install it as a module on the Tai Sui God. For Chi Xuan, the current Jade Vein Lotus has no effect. If he is an ancient martial arts human, he may still be able to use it, but unfortunately he is not. Okay, I do as you say. Chapter 127. A Great Harvest. With the original one, I now have 6 solar puppet fuels. Not to mention more, it can at least support 3 evolutions. Chi Xuan said with a smile. Your estimate is very accurate. It's just that the burning process takes a little longer. After all, the solar puppet is not ordinary. Next, I will stop for a while. If there are more, it will affect the efficiency of the smelting furnace. Chi Xuan said. The smelting furnace is limited, so how can it be filled with infinite fuel? Besides, these 6 solar puppets are enough to burn for a while. Not to mention more, in the Polar Day world, I guess I can't think about completing the evolution. Get the next world, provided that Chi Xuan can survive. By the way, is that very human solar puppet coming? Chi Xuan asked. Chi Xuan suspected that the other party might be the protagonist of the Polar Day world. I communicated an hour ago, and said that it will arrive soon. The intelligent brain gave Chi Xuan a reply. I understand. You're talking too fast. Actually, you haven't opened your eyes yet. It's obvious that you're dead. Chi Xuan muttered. It's not like he hasn't used this rhetoric before. But soon, the intelligent brain slapped him in the face. A human-like image has been detected on the reconnaissance network, and is being displayed. A 3-dimensional stereogram emerged. The overall structure is that of a middle-aged man. His appearance is not very clear. But there is one thing that Chi Xuan saw very clearly, that is, the high temperature source on the other person's body is as high as 197 degrees. Just as he was looking at it, it rose another degree to 198 degrees. Is this really a human? Chi Xuan was a little unbelievable. The power of the limit has broken through the limit again, otherwise how can it have such a temperature? Chi Xuan naturally didn't think it was the wild beast and the sun puppet, because the temperature of their high-temperature heat source would not be so low. Yes, if there was no breakthrough, the other party would not be able to survive in high temperatures. Although the high-temperature heat source in the other party's body could not match the temperature of the environment, the power of the limit itself has great resistance to high temperatures and heat. It's interesting. This has completely transformed into an extraordinary life, and can't be called a simple human being. The overall structure is more like a wild beast. Chi Xuan couldn't help but marvel. The other party relied on the power of the limit to be so strong, and it should not be underestimated. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the protagonist of the Polar Day world. My protagonist Halo is really powerful enough. You can catch him even if you fish. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes, and thought about how to fool the other party. As long as it is not the protagonist of the survivors brought by the Doomsday game, as the local protagonist of the Doomsday world, there is still a possibility of cooperation with Chi Xuan. However, there is a price to pay for doing so. Let the other party use the ashes of the sun puppet to bury the sun, then the possibility of the other party's death is not small. Chi Xuan will lose the protagonist halo of the other party, and let his destiny deep strengthen once less. There must be a way to have the best of both worlds, and Chi Xuan can think of one. Kill him and take away the protagonist halo of the other party, and then he will bury the sun, but the risk is very high. No matter which one fails, it will be a situation of no return. For him, it is willing to give up, and there is gain only if you give up. When doing things, you can't just look at the benefits, you have to look at the long term. Let Tianming Yushin get the effect of strengthening +5, and live more safely, he will definitely choose the latter. Of course, if there is a safe opportunity to have both, Qi Xuan will definitely not give up. Let's trick him into the cave, and have a good talk with him. Remember to cooperate with me later, Qi Xuan said. In terms of trickery, the intelligent brain is much better than Qi Xuan. So it is still a bit difficult for Qi Xuan to let the protagonist of this polar day world bury the sun. He definitely can't leave. Once he sees the sun, a bunch of sun puppets will refresh and chase him while shouting blasphemers. Although it's a bit shabby to hide, it's comfortable. Don't you see how many degrees the sun is outside? Normal people will die if they go out. Now all the survivors have been killed, and Qi Xuan is the only violator left in the Doomsday game. The reason why he hasn't left yet is probably because Qi Xuan, the violator, is actually counted as a survivor, so he has blocked the Doomsday game. He can only wait until the time is up before he can leave. Qi Xuan also thought about canceling the limited time event and taking him to the next Doomsday world. But the Doomsday game has its own rules. These rules have advantages and disadvantages for Qi Xuan. For example, the rules of limited time events are a major disadvantage. And the protection regulations that cannot erase X-level talents are beneficial to Qi Xuan. Otherwise, Qi Xuan would die. More importantly, this loophole cannot be opened. Once opened, if Qi Xuan is not satisfied with this world, he will directly kill and clear all the survivors. Then the Doomsday game can only go to the next world according to Qi Xuan's control. Even if Qi Xuan can't do it now, he will be able to do it one day because of his rapid growth. Wouldn't it be a complete mess by then? Originally, the survivors were just tools of the Doomsday game, but they became Qi Xuan's handle to threaten and control the Doomsday game, which was simply a reversal of the heavens. And Qi Xuan also estimated that the Doomsday game was trying to see if he could be killed by the bottled sun in the polar day world. If he died here, it would eliminate a major threat to the Doomsday game. The other parties seemed a little alert and stopped moving forward. Are you using the self-torture trick? The intelligent brain suddenly said, reminding Qi Xuan. The self-torture trick? How is it bitter? For a moment, Qi Xuan didn't think of how bitter it was, and his mind thought of you fighting Huang Gai. You go out to save him, isn't that it? Qi Xuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If he goes out, the sun puppet will be refreshed. But the other party doesn't know. When Qi Xuan reverses right and wrong and confuses cause and effect, it will become Qi Xuan saving the other party. It's just that the flaw is too big. The idea is good, but it is not so easy to implement. You should know that this group of sun puppets will shout blasphemer to me as soon as they appear, and their hatred for me is not small. Qi Xuan naturally knows the shortcomings. Before they speak, make them shut up. With the speed given to Tai Sui by the Wind Rider aviation system, it is enough to complete the plan in a short time. As long as it succeeds, the success rate of letting the other party bury the sun can be increased by 10%. This is the help of the first impression. Qi Xuan knows this truth. After much deliberation, he finally decided to take a gamble. If it succeeds, everyone is happy. If it fails, that's another story. He believes in his protagonist aura, and the control ability of the intelligent brain. Okay, I leave it to you. I won't participate. Qi Xuan was afraid that he would do something bad. Anyway, the intelligent brain could simulate his voice and tone, in order to avoid a mistake in saying something wrong and causing a complete loss. A cool place without the sun. Su Tongming looked at the agreed place not far away with a serious expression. Now he can be sure that the person communicating with him is definitely not a solar puppet, but a human with an unknown purpose. It can be preliminarily guessed that the other party seems to be hunting solar puppets. But there is a serious doubt here, that is, how can humans hunt solar puppets? Even if he is now approaching the limit of 200 degrees of power, he is not the opponent of the solar puppet. Not to mention hunting. So the situation of the other party seemed confusing in Su Tongming's eyes. Because of this reason, he hesitated. The other party had ulterior motives and came to the door, which was not a good thing no matter how you think about it. Su Tongming was not a hot-blooded young man. He had both strength and prudence to survive the doomsday. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. When my limit power reached 120 degrees, the other party was already coaxing the sun puppet. He looked familiar with it, and he definitely reached this degree earlier than me. So in terms of strength, he is much stronger than me. If the other party has malicious intentions, I will definitely not be his opponent if I fight him. Su Tongming quickly analyzed the current situation. Before he could confirm the other party's attitude, he should not go directly to find the other party. He wanted to take a long-term view, but things did not develop as he wished. While thinking, suddenly a black shadow flashed across the sky, and then turned back. The target was obviously him. Alive? Go! Such a voice came to Su Tongming's ears. Before the other party could react, he was swept away. Wait, who are you? Su Tongming felt the huge force behind him and began to push, and asked. Don't worry, you have attracted the sun puppets, get rid of them first. The gentle voice came into Su Tongming's ears. This voice, once heard, makes people feel good, not like a bad person. Su Tongming also looked back and was scared. Suddenly, hundreds of sun puppets appeared. If he was surrounded, he would definitely not survive. And looking at the location where they appeared, they actually formed an encirclement, and he was in this encirclement by chance. If it weren't for this mysterious person, who came to save him in time, he would definitely have no way to survive. Judging from his attitude and behavior, the other party should not have much ill towards him. Otherwise, he would not have come to save him. This made Su Tongming feel relieved. At least, he didn't have to worry about how to determine the other party's attitude next. How should we get rid of the solar puppets? Su Tongming asked. In his impression, the solar puppets were simply impossible to kill. And this time, encountering so many, it was really not easy to get rid of them. Don't worry, I have experience. A gentle voice came. Su Tongming looked back, and sure enough, the group of solar puppets were getting farther and farther away from them. This also made him feel a lot more at ease. The other party was indeed very experienced, otherwise how could he get rid of the solar puppets so easily? It's not like he hasn't encountered solar puppets before, and every time he got rid of them, it was extremely dangerous. How could it be so easy? As for the other party relying on the convenience of this equipment, that's also their equipment. Chapter 128. So, you mean I'm the chosen one to extinguish the sun in the bottle? Su Tongming was a little confused. Mainly because Qi Xuan had instilled too many secrets and truths into him at once. What about the upper class, the sun in the bottle, and the mess of death coming, etc.? Finally, he said to him mysteriously that he was destined to extinguish the sun. If you don't go, no one else can go. The tone of the intelligent brain was sad. Wait, you're not a human. Su Tongming only reacted at this time. In theory, I'm just the ashes of a human. The intelligent brain said this and took out the ashes of the sun puppet, use it to extinguish the sun. Su Tongming frowned, always feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't find the problem for a while. Why don't you go? Su Tongming asked immediately. I can't get close to the sun in the bottle. The intelligent brain pretended to sigh. I was actually the one who went to extinguish the sun in the last era. But I failed, and in the end I could only put myself in a tin can, burn everything I had into ashes, and use it as one of the ashes to cover the sun. Of course, if you don't go, I won't force you. After all, there is still the next era to start over. The intelligent brain continued to fool around. However, Su Tongming felt more and more strange as he listened, but he couldn't confirm whether it was true or not. What will happen to you and me when the next era starts over? Su Tongming asked the key question. I am already ashes, and burning again will only be ashes, without any change. Your words. The intelligent brain paused, and then controlled the Tai Sui God to point at the ashes of the sun puppet, and said, I will collect your ashes and mix you with the previous humans. Hearing this, Su Tongming couldn't help but shudder. It's like a fight between me and you. No wonder they said they wouldn't force it. Then why are you still alive? Shouldn't you be the same as them? Su Tongming questioned. I was the same as them, but I faced the sun in the bottle and my soul changed, so I can survive. You are a normal human being. If you die, you will just turn into a pile. Besides, how do you know they are different from me? The barrage of questions from the intelligent brain made Su Tongming at a loss for words for a moment. But he understood the meaning. That is, the humans in the ashes may not have been freed yet. Of course, the human who becomes the ashes in my hand is lucky. The intelligent brain continued, you should know about the sun puppet, you can also hear it. In fact, for most humans, turning into ashes is a kind of relief, and becoming a puppet of the sun is eternal torture. You are lucky to come here. Since you don't want to extinguish the sun, it is a good thing that you don't become a sun puppet. The more Su Tongming listened to the intelligent brain's story, the colder his heart became. It turns out that there is no way to survive. Either gamble your life to extinguish the sun, which he is really afraid of, or become a sun puppet in ashes. I will consider extinguishing the sun in the bottle. Su Tongming was not so decisive this time. The main reason is that there is really no choice. Do you think there are other living people in this world? Su Tongming suddenly asked. I don't know. I have never left since 100 years ago, to avoid the sun in the bottle. It was not until I met you that I realized you were my destined person, and that's why I risked being killed by the sun in the bottle to save you. The intelligent brain said in a tone that there might be someone else. This was naturally to continue to trick Su Tongming into going to extinguish the sun. Su Tongming said I several times, but still couldn't say it out loud. You don't have much time left. Give me an accurate answer within half an hour. If you don't give it, I assume you're not going. It's just right. You and I can still have a companion for the rest of the time. After the intelligent brain said this, it controlled the Tai Sui god to hold the ashes of the sun puppet and sat aside. Su Tongming became more and more entangled. If I go to extinguish the sun, what help can you give me? Su Tongming asked this question. He hasn't decided whether to go yet, but he has to ask the other party what level of help he can give him first. Otherwise, if he really lets him go alone, he has no idea. After all, the other party is the one who went to extinguish the sun in the last era. Even if it fails, there must be experience of failure. Me? I can only take you to the periphery at most. You have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. The intelligent computer gave a reply and explained, I am just an ash. Even if I get close to the periphery of the sun in the bottle, I will die. So I can't give you any military help. And this ash is your most advantageous weapon. You don't need anything else. Su Tongming was silent. The other party's words made him understand one thing, that failure seems to be a common thing. Then why do you think I can succeed? Su Tongming asked tangledly. I don't know. I'm just waiting for a hope. The intelligent brain gave him chicken soup, and you are here? I think you are this hope. As long as you practice hope, that is success. At this time, don't worry about other things. Just give him chicken soup until he is full. After a long time, Su Tongming exhaled a foul breath. If it were the original him, he would not care about such words at all. But now it is different, the environment is different, and the effect is naturally different. How long is it until half an hour? Su Tongming asked. There are still 25 minutes. You can think about it carefully. After all, it is to practice with your life safety. It is human nature to shrink and be afraid. The intelligent brain continued. You are right. It is dangerous to extinguish the sun. But if you don't go, you will die. Su Tongming's tone was sarcastic. Qi Xuan didn't know who the other party was sarcastic about, but he could be sure of one thing, that is, the other party was firmly controlled by the intelligent brain. If nothing unexpected happens, he must go to extinguish the sun. Of course, this is definitely not just the credit of the intelligent brain, but also the help of Qi Xuan's protagonist Halo. If the strength of the opponent's protagonist Halo is 2, Qi Xuan's protagonist Halo is 5. Even if the opponent is the protagonist, he can reduce the effect of intelligence reduction, but a slight impact can still be done. It's not death, it's becoming a member of the human ash. The intelligent brain corrected. However, Su Tongming did not speak, he would rather die. Whether it is becoming a sun puppet or the so-called ash, it is more terrible than death. Death at least has no feeling. If it really becomes like this, it will be eternal torture. So he didn't answer, and the AI didn't bother him anymore. How confident do you think you are? Qi Xuan asked secretly. If nothing unexpected happens, 70% success rate, the so-called accident was that Su Tongming's protagonist Halo prompted him to discover that the AI was lying, and then they naturally fell out. Therefore, it had to rely on Qi Xuan's protagonist Halo to suppress it, otherwise it would be impossible to succeed. The AI pretended to be the previous bandaged human face. It said the ashes of the sun puppet were the ashes of humans, and it was exaggerated. That's good. Qi Xuan felt that 70% was enough, and then he sighed. I thought it would be the 7-star jade vein lotus that kept me alive. I didn't expect it to be the ashes of the sun puppet. Now it seems that the 7-star jade vein lotus actually led the 7 old men to find the breakthrough point, but it's a pity that they were not lucky enough to find it. In the end, it was still a bargain for me. Qi Xuan actually knew that he could come here thanks to Qin Sheng's protagonist Halo. Otherwise, he would not be able to connect with the 7-star jade vein lotus and obtain the ashes of the sun puppet. It can only be said that one sip and one peck, the protagonist Halo is really awesome. If there were no ashes of the sun puppet, even if Su Tongming was found, he would probably only be able to stare blankly and choose to kill the other party to enhance his protagonist Halo. The quality of the 7-star jade lotus is too high, so it is normal for you to make a misjudgment. Besides, You did not realize that there was a protagonist in the Polar Day world before, so it was not your fault that the plan went wrong. Don't say it. You really have a bit of the flavor of an electronic traitor, Chi Xuan responded. After the first round of mental training by the intelligent brain, Chi Xuan has not only become calm in the face of praise or criticism, but also has a great resistance to all kinds of provocations, temptations, flattery, etc. Coupled with some insignificant self-knowledge, he at least won't be arrogant. Thank you for your compliment. The intelligent brain naturally understood that Chi Xuan's words were positive, and it was a compliment to it for speaking well. Don't you need to exaggerate Su Tongming? He seems to be very entangled. Maybe you are the only one who needs to give him the final push. Chi Xuan asked curiously. It stands to reason that we should strike while the iron is hot at this time. What if Su Tongming gets scared? You should believe in your aura of being the protagonist. Of course, if you really want to explain, you can use too much is as bad as too little as an explanation. If we want to use him, we have to let him figure it out by himself, otherwise there will be loopholes after our guidance. If he figures it out by himself, even if he encounters a loophole, he will make up for it by himself. Being too straightforward will also cause the other party to rebel. When Chi Xuan heard this, he felt that this intelligent brain was indeed a loss, but on second thought, the intelligent brain also used this method to guide his own psychology. Because Chi Xuan does not take medicine or injections, he relies entirely on talking. If you really talk to Chi Xuan directly about the truth, he will only say that he wants to study and do experiments, and has no time to listen to these empty words. You are a professional, you are right. Just continue to execute according to your plan. Chi Xuan did not intend to interfere. He was not a leader, and Tai Suishan and the intelligent brain were not his employees, so there was no need to point fingers. Not to mention that Chi Xuan himself was very taboo about layman guiding experts. Not only is the plan of the intelligent brain flawless, it is also more planned, and has a much higher success rate than Chi Xuan's random efforts. Chapter 129. Finally, Su Tongming decided to extinguish the sun in the bottle. It was not that he had figured it out, but that this was the only way to survive, and if he didn't go, he would die. But now there is a very serious problem in front of him, that is, the temperature around the sun in the bottle is so high that it is terribly high. Even if he steps into the periphery, he will be melted, let alone enter it. As for Chi Xuan and Tai Suishan who brought him here, they are already dead. After all, the play must be played out in full. He died so quickly. Why didn't he tell me before he went in? Su Tongming was speechless about this. Fortunately, he also had some guesses in his heart. Looking at the ashes in his hand, he smeared them on his body. Although it was a bit disgusting. The intelligent brain had told him before that these were all human ashes. In fact, it is not wrong to say so. There is indeed a part of human in the predecessor of the sun puppet. It's just that there are also wild beasts mixed in. However, at this point, he didn't care about anything. After smearing the ashes all over his body, the high temperature really slowly dropped. At the same time, the sun puppet seemed to be blind and ignored him. He didn't go into the reason for these things. At this time, his eyes were fixed on the area in the distance that was constantly emitting light and heat. It was like a small sun. No, it was not a small sun at all, but a real sun. He had heard about the observation principle of the sun in the bottle from the intelligent brain. In this regard, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. The only lesson that humans can learn from history is that humans never learn lessons from history. If someone had told him before that the high temperature and polar day were caused by human beings, Su Tongming would have just said that you are a psychopath. You are crazy. Human beings can't even conquer the sky, and you tell me that humans can control the sun? And now, this absurd thing happened in front of him. He didn't even know how humans 100 years ago could do such an outrageous thing. You can't really choose to believe in the wisdom of future generations. Not to mention, the wisdom of future generations is really useful. After all, the predecessors are dead, and if the future generations want to live, they can only rely on themselves. If it wasn't him, Su Tongming, who was pitted, then he naturally didn't care, but it was a pity that he was the one who took the blame. If he could travel back in time, he would make sure that all the upper-class people who carried out the solar plan would be hanged on the flagpole. The power of the sun in the bottle is really magnificent. If it had been used to benefit mankind, everything might have been different. Su Tongming said softly. He naturally understood that the sun in the bottle was neither good nor evil, but the ambitious people wanted to use it to consolidate their rule and guarantee their own rights and interests, which eventually led to the destruction of everything. Until now, he still didn't understand what the so-called upper-class people were thinking, and they actually wanted to restrain the sun and monopolize it. Since they can put the sun in a bottle, What else can't be better than doing such a weird thing? Maybe, but even if there is, it won't be the turn of the lower class. Su Tongming said sarcastically. If they really have this idea, there will be no monopoly of the sun. If they dare to monopolize it, it means they will not share it with the lower class. Even if it benefits mankind, it is not mankind itself, but a small group of people who represent mankind. Su Tongming moved forward step by step, and his temperature was getting higher and higher. He began to smear ashes on his body to resist the higher temperature. At the same time, the limit of his body broke through 200 degrees without knowing it. It made his mind clear, as if he had become smarter from a stupid person. He thought about the previous communication and noticed a lot of flaws and omissions. But he didn't care much. Everyone is dead, there is no point. Su Tongming said softly. The other party may have selfish motives, but it is still to extinguish the sun, and the other party has paid the price for it. Not to mention that he is about to reach the position of the sun in the bottle, he can't retreat now. Ashes can resist high temperatures, which means that the other party is not lying, and other things are irrelevant. Soon, he arrived at the location of the sun in the bottle. The dazzling sunlight was blocked by the ashes, and seemed to be softened. He saw the glowing cheap glass bottle, and the shining sun in it surprised him. It's really spectacular. I can also see the magnificent miracle that only upper-class gentlemen can see. Su Tongming's tone was full of sarcasm. If the price is not the entire human race, it would be better. After that, he reached out and took out a handful of ashes and scattered them. The ashes covered the sun in the bottle, so that the light and heat were obscured. He continued to scatter ashes one by one, and the light and heat of the sun in the bottle gradually gathered. But suddenly, his hand stopped, and he looked up at the sky. Not only the sun in the bottle was dimmed by the ashes, but also the sun in the sky. He did not lie. The sun in the sky was just the observation effect projected by the technology of the sun in the bottle. I buried the sun in the bottle with ashes, which will also affect the sun in the sky. With the evidence, the previous flaws and omissions are no longer important. What is important is that he can really survive. Blasphemer, blasphemer. The roars of the sun puppets came one after another. They felt that someone was attacking the sun in the bottle, but they could not find him because of the ashes on Su Tongming's body. This caused all the sun puppets to riot. But this riot seemed very weak. Because as Su Tongming covered the sun in the bottle, all the sun puppets were weakened. Once the entire sun in the bottle was buried, the sun puppets would also dissipate. Until the last wisp of ash covered the bottle of the sun in the bottle, all the sun puppets had dissipated. At the same time, the sun in the sky also looked wilted, as if it had been drained of vitality. Then the temperature began to drop to normal levels. Of course, this is the level for people like Qi Xuan and the survivors. If it were a polar day human, it would be a bit cold. Especially for Su Tongming, it was already very cold. The wild beasts were even more unbearable. If they could not adapt to the new era, then they would face death. Success, this feeling is cold. What a strange feeling. The limit power in Su Tongming's body was surging. This was not good news, which meant that if the temperature problem was not solved, he would die of cold. I actually had to worry about heating one day. It's really unpredictable. Su Tongming said softly. Not necessarily. Qi Xuan's voice came over. Su Tongming saw the armored man, and a strange color flashed in his expression, but it soon subsided. The other party did not die, which was indeed beyond his expectation, but he was prepared. After the limit power reached 200 degrees, it further strengthened his brain. It greatly improved his emotional management, logical thinking and other abilities. So you are going to intercept the final results? Su Tongming's eyes shifted from Qi Xuan to the sun in the bottle that had been buried. If we talk about the greatest value, it must be the sun in the bottle. It is hard for him not to think of this when the other party jumps out at this time. Don't worry, I have no interest in the sun in the bottle. Qi Xuan also noticed the other party's gaze, and explained immediately. He only had a little time left, so there was no need to touch this thing that was obviously problematic. Since the last time the sun in the bottle became X-level quality in his hands, Qi Xuan had no greed for it. Getting it was simply a way to die. It was impossible to use it, and it was dangerous. He would have to be stuck in the door, and kicked by a donkey before he would be greedy for the sun in the bottle. That's good. Su Tongming nodded. He didn't want to die either, and then he quickly reacted. Since your goal is not the sun in the bottle, and you jumped out at this time, so your target is me? Besides Qi Xuan, there were only him, and the sun in the bottle. Since Qi Xuan was not after the sun in the bottle, he was the only one present. I don't understand. What value do I have that you can covet? Su Tongming asked. Why don't you consider that I'm here to make friends with you? Chi Xuan asked back. Su Tongming smiled. Your malice is as conspicuous and piercing as cold in my eyes. Hearing this, Chi Xuan understood that Su Tongming's limit power was being stimulated and continuously evolved under the lead of the protagonist's halo. It has now exceeded 300 degrees. Whether it is the explosion or some other reason, it proves that he has begun to dehumanize. So it is normal to be able to detect Chi Xuan's malice. Intelligent brain, remember, you have to find a shielding module next time. As for asking Chi Xuan to restrain his malice, he knows a little bit about this, but not much, and the effect is poor when facing a protagonist like Su Tongming. Okay, I just want to kill you, Chi Xuan said bluntly, and at the same time, 19 floating cannons appeared. He still used the old trick, leaving one floating cannon as a killer, and using the rest as bait to kill such a strong enemy. After the armor value reached 20 points, the number of floating cannons naturally increased to 20 at the same time. I won't ask why, it's just that Su Tongming turned around and ran away before he finished speaking, without any hesitation. Chi Xuan also widened his eyes when he saw this scene. No you. Chi Xuan really didn't expect Su Tongming to run away. Aren't you the protagonist? The normal routine should be to fight against the sky and the earth, not to run away when encountering a strong enemy. The intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui-shen to chase him as soon as possible. The protagonist's halo, I want to kill Su Tongming. Please work harder, I am doing this for your own good. After all, if you kill him, his protagonist's halo will also be yours. Chi Xuan can't help much, all he can do is give himself some luck. Chapter 130. A psionic ray penetrated Su Tongming. There was not much surprise or hatred in his expression. Instead, he was very calm. He just looked at Chi Xuan quietly, and was finally decomposed and killed by the psionic ray. The other party seemed to have expected it. The cause of his death was nothing more than being chased to the point where there was no way out, and he could only turn back and kill Chi Xuan. In the end, he was killed by the trap of Qin Sheng's 7 masters. The trick was not that powerful, mainly because Chi Xuan was not afraid of death and could be resurrected. Otherwise, if someone else came, this trick could only be used once. Because the dead can't be used a second time. After the other party died, Chi Xuan successfully obtained the other party's protagonist halo, allowing his deep destiny to reach the enhancement of +5. Enhancement +5. Extreme will. Chi Xuan was not very clear about the specific effect, but one thing was certain, that is, his tolerance for his own illness was higher. But it should be as the name suggests, increasing one's own will. Anyway, he has not yet pushed his will to the limit. When it is almost done, he will directly inactivate himself and let himself die and recast. Of course, most people die directly after reaching the limit, and they have not experienced it many times. The word limit is not a good word. After breaking through this limit, you will not gain stronger power, but face collapse and death. Chi Xuan has the aura of a protagonist, but because of his own limitations, he knows the dangers of the limit. It's like a person who is full after eating 1 bowl of rice, thinking that he can eat more after eating 10 bowls to break the limit. In fact, he will only be full to death instead of really expanding his stomach. This enhancement can keep Chi Xuan's will at the maximum level without any accidents. Unless Chi Xuan crosses this limit, then he will naturally face collapse. The effect is somewhat useful, which can enable him to have better control when conducting destructive experiments and transformations on himself. Chi Xuan needs to see more later. The last few days should be easier. Chi Xuan moved his body. The entire flat world seemed very dead. This is not a metaphor, but real. The wild beasts were frozen to death. As for humans and survivors, they were already dead before. It can be said that now in the entire flat world, only Chi Xuan can breathe. Chi Xuan looked at the dim sun in the sky. He knew that everything was not over yet. The sun in the bottle was buried, but it did not mean that it would be like this for a lifetime. When the time comes, the reset of the century-long cycle will start again, and the polar day will come again. It is equivalent to the remaining time of this week, which is back to normal. Once a new round begins, everything will remain the same. Want to solve the doomsday? That's easy. Just get rid of the sun in the bottle. However, this is not something Chi Xuan can solve, so the polar day doomsday will still exist. All Chi Xuan can do is to leave the polar day world alive before the new round begins. No matter how much more, he can't do anything. As for leaving with the sun in the bottle, Chi Xuan is not so selfless as to sacrifice himself for a strange world and strange species. If he was really so selfless, he would have turned himself into a zombie master, and he would not have become a violator of the Doomsday game. It was because he wanted to survive that all these things happened. Then, Qi Xueyan found a place with a relatively good environment and started a peaceful life. With a +5 enhanced destiny deep, Qi Xueyan's research on the tissue sample of the blood moon went more smoothly. He estimated that if he was given about 1 or 2 months, he would definitely be able to upgrade his A-level virus control to S-level virus talent. If the hard power is not good, then luck will make up for it. Until the last hour of the limited time event Sun Puppet. In the dark sky, a ray of blazing sunlight shone down, which was very dazzling. And the originally normal temperature began to rise slowly. After all, the ashes of the Sun Puppet are only of SSS level quality, and the gap is still too big compared to the X level quality sun in the bottle. It can only cover up the light for a while, so that Qi Xueyan can live until the last moment. It is impossible to really bury the sun. But it doesn't matter, Qi Xueyan's goal has been achieved. The temperature rises rapidly, and the evacuation operation is in progress. There is only 1 hour left, and there may be a world counterattack. Please pay attention, the intelligent brain spoke immediately. The world counterattack is a counterattack mechanism of the world that Qi Xueyan has previously summarized. For example, the blood moon killing the survivors is a counterattack of the deep world. The Doomsday Game arranges the survivors to enter the Doomsday world, and there must be a plan. Qi Xueyan doesn't know what the plan is, but he knows one thing, that is, the world will never let the Doomsday Game take away so easily. As he was thinking, a dazzling golden light fell on Qi Xueyan's position. Through the illusion formed by vision, this golden light seemed like a human figure. Looking closely, Qi Xueyan was a little familiar. Su Tongming, Qi Xueyan said softly. This feeling is just like the bandaged face at the beginning, a seemingly true visual structure. Since it can be observed, it means it is true. There is no need to use the excuse of illusion to fool himself. When he blinked again, his appearance changed again and became Chong Xiaong, the former master of Lieba Mansion. At this time, Qi Xueyan realized that the other party's body was a record of those who died in his hands in the Polar Day world. After realizing this, his heart was finally relieved. He was not worried that the dead would seek revenge on him. Qi Xueyan could kill him once, and then kill him a second time. He was afraid that Su Tongming, the protagonist, did not die and lived again, which would be really tricky. High-energy life form and high-temperature heat source are approaching, and emergency evacuation is activated. The intelligent brain determined that they were no match for the golden light figure, so they ran away without hesitation. The golden light flashed, and caught up with them in an instant, and pierced through the chest of Tai Sui God on the spot, and Qi Xueyan was also seriously injured. You are still a little short. Qi Xueyan ignored the severe pain, and burst out his greatest strength ever. The Hunyuan gene accompanied by the iron arm of Tai Sui God bombarded the golden light figure. What he got was an extremely hard feel, and even the iron arm of Tai Sui God was broken. Qi Xueyan's hand directly touched the body of the golden light figure, and was directly melted by the high temperature. The opponent's body has high temperature, but it is very restrained. It can only be felt when it is in contact or released actively. Fuck, it doesn't break the defense. Qi Xueyan felt that he was indeed a clown. The golden man raised his hand, and smashed towards Qi Xueyan's head in a simple and unpretentious manner. However, the intelligent brain reacted faster. In a blink of an eye, Tai Sui-shan took Qi Xueyan and disappeared without a trace. This time, the Wind Rider's aviation system was directly turned to the fastest speed, and he immediately became a rat and got into the cave. According to the data, the enemy's dual attributes are extremely high, and he has a lot of talents, passive effects, etc. The zombie Chunyu who has the source of the deep virus was severely injured by the opponent. Qi Xueyan was not fine, but he was not dead yet. He was holding on for a breath. As soon as the intelligent brain finished speaking, the injuries on his body broke out, and he died on the spot. After resurrection, he was still frightened. This is not something I can beat, but why did he let us run away? Qi Xueyan asked. The ashes on the bottled sun have not been completely removed, and its intelligence is limited. How much difference is extremely high? Qi Xueyan asked. Unable to estimate the exact data, the intelligent brain means that it must have the corresponding data before it can make an estimate. But now they have nothing on hand, and it is impossible to achieve it by guessing. As for Qi Xueyan's 5 points of dual attributes, can he use this to make a guess? If the effect of the attribute points is not an exponential increase, then it is indeed possible, but unfortunately it is not the case. And it is already clear that it is not an opponent. It is a very ridiculous thing to speculate the strength of the strong from the perspective of the weak. When the intelligent computer said it was extremely high, it meant that it could not effectively estimate the exact number. The temperature is getting higher and higher. It seems that the century-long reset of the sun in the bottle is already underway. I hope we won't be found. The protagonist Halo is relying on you. Chi Xuan found that his strength was indeed too poor. Perhaps compared with the survivors, he was strong, but compared with these doomsday disasters, there was no comparison at all. The Golden Man was more like the embodiment of the personality of the sun in the bottle. Time passed by little. Perhaps the protagonist Halo took effect. Only the last 30 seconds were left. Chi Xuan counted down the seconds nervously. But suddenly his heart tightened. Is this a warning? The first thing he thought of was that 20 floating guns were released from his subspace pocket by his mind. The next second, all the floating guns released the maximum power of psionic rays at the same time. For this action, Chi Xuan did not let the intelligent computer control the Tai Sui God, but he controlled it himself. Because in his opinion, it was too late to let the intelligent computer act as the controller. A golden light emerged and tore apart the underground cave where Chi Xuan was hiding. It was the Golden Man before. The psionic ray hit the opponent accurately, and the golden light on his body began to scatter, exactly the same as the scattered sunlight. The effect of 20 psionic rays made the Golden Man's body decomposed in an instant. But Chi Xuan did not relax his vigilance, because he knew that things must not be so simple. 3 Chi Xuan couldn't help but say the final countdown. At the same time, the Golden Man's body began to condense again. 2. In just a short second, the Golden Man recovered. The feeling of suffocation made Chi Xuan shout out the last number, 1. The Golden Man turned into a thing emitting extremely high temperature and brilliance, melting everything he passed, forming a structure similar to magma. With the help of Tianming Yushin, Chi Xuan successfully reset the time before the arrival of the brilliance. Follow the Doomsday Game to a new Doomsday World. Chapter 131. Why is it a bit cold? Chi Xuan looked around, and was in a place of ice and snow. I just came out of the hot polar day world, and you threw me into the sub-zero world? Chi Xuan looked strange. No, you are just in the Arctic. I just connected to the internet, and I can temporarily confirm that there is no doomsday in this new doomsday world. The social development is not much different from the planetary residence in the deep world where you are, of course, excluding the blessing of the Watching the Dawn Company and the Prayer Society. If there were no these two forces, it would actually be an ordinary modern society. Of course, there is also bad news. Chi Xuan was relieved when he heard the word bad news. Otherwise, if there was no bad news, he would suspect that the Doomsday Game was holding back something bad to mess with him. Well, even if there was no bad news, he would have always wanted to mess with himself, but the Doomsday Game was powerless and had no way to solve himself. The Doomsday Game did not pull humans from other worlds as survivors, but directly turned humans in this world into survivors. Chi Xuan's expression changed slightly. No, it's sick. He understood that things were really bad. Whether it was arriving before the Doomsday or turning the natives of the Doomsday world into survivors, either one was not a problem, and Chi Xuan was not afraid. But these two conditions combined mean that order exists, and has seized the initiative. In addition to preparing for the Doomsday in advance, Chi Xuan, the Violator, will be eliminated in advance. He looked at the number of deaths in the permanent activity violators, and his eyes twitched. The protagonist's halo helped him fall into this deserted snowy land. Otherwise, if he appeared directly in a position close to the crowd, he would probably face violent suppression. The heavy armored combined brigade must be there to deal with him, a murderous offender. Chi Xuan was most worried about this happening. However, even so, the danger was not over. You know, the permanent activity offender will announce his position to all survivors every half an hour. If nothing unexpected happens, the missiles of various countries will fly towards his forehead in half an hour. Fortunately, with the Windrider aviation system on Tai Sui Shin, there are not many problems in avoiding it. Unless they really drive the heavy armor brigade into this snowy land. However, Chi Xuan doesn't have to worry at all, because his location is commonly known as the center of the Arctic. If they can really drive over, Chi Xuan is not afraid, and they really think that his floating gun is a vegetarian. As long as he survives until the end of the world, the rest will be easy. In this regard, Chi Xuan can only say that the protagonist's halo is the eternal god. You find a way to block it. When the missiles come later, let's run faster. Chi Xuan didn't know when the doomsday would come, so he could only save his life. Some unknown energy is detected to be active. Chi Xuan was stunned when he heard this. Is it there when we came, or did it just appear? It existed before the arrival, but the unknown energy was extremely thin. But after the arrival, the thin energy began to be active and increased, and it takes time to calculate the effect. Then you calculate slowly, and be careful of the missiles in the sky. Chi Xuan could think with his toenails that this must be a sign of the arrival of the doomsday. He could only complain about the Doomsday game. After experiencing 2 worlds, he was more and more determined to eliminate him. Unfortunately, his own strength was too weak, and there was really no way to solve this problem. He could only take one step at a time for the time being, and it would be best if he could borrow chickens to lay eggs. Chi Xuan took a look at the armor value of Tai Sui God, which had reached 21.9. If he worked harder, he would be able to evolve smoothly today. But he thought that if he completed the evolution this time, he would not install the translation module in the extra module bar. Instead, he planned to keep it for the time being and wait for the Doomsday to come as a response. Then he told the situation to the intelligent brain and asked for its advice. The intelligent brain naturally agreed with Chi Xuan's statement. There was still fuel burning in the smelting furnace, and it was not very short of fuel. So the translation module in the original plan could be postponed. This should be considered as a sufficient module bar. Chi Xuan laughed at himself. Your ability to find joy in adversity is also a way to restore your mental state. Chi Xuan could only roll his eyes at this. This is not finding joy in adversity at all. It's clearly poverty. But then again, the protagonist's halo made me fall here. It must not only ensure my safety, there are other factors involved. Maybe there is a chance around. Chi Xuan thought, this is the +5 enhanced Destiny Deep, which is completely different from when he first got it. Based on your idea, the reconnaissance network found a large white bear for you, initially estimated to be a polar bear large. How big can it be? No. You call this bigger? Chi Xuan looked a little shocked. Maybe the world is different, which leads to the gap between species. I understand that there are differences between species, but this is not something that can be explained by the gap. Chi Xuan was speechless. The white bear was at least 5 meters in size, and weighed at least 20 tons. He even wondered how the other party survived. You are right. According to in-depth testing, the white bear has a lot of unknown energy in its body, and it may have mutated because of this. I suggest you kill him. Maybe you can use him as a module, me? Chi Xuan looked shocked. Can he kill this? 5 meters in size, and 20 tons in weight. He could be crushed to death by pressure. Chi Xuan couldn't show what he had except the floating gun to kill him. The unknown energy in the white bear is in a state of stagnation. The opponent's natural body size is most likely not this level. It is too bloated, and has not yet fully adapted. With your ancient martial arts, it is not a problem to kill it. It looks scary, but it is still just a creature. You can regard it as a test. The intelligent brain gave feedback, which means that the opponent is now an embroidered pillow. If I don't kill it, after it completely absorbs the unknown energy and adapts, won't it become a boss? Chi Xuan asked. Yes, this may be the opportunity given to you by the protagonist's halo, so as to deal with the Doomsday that has not yet arrived. Killing with a floating gun is definitely simple, and it will die in an instant. But there is no way to gain anything. For Chi Xuan, this white bear is actually not difficult to kill, especially since the opponent is still in a weak period. It just looks bluffing. With Chi Xuan's dual attributes and Dragon Tiger mixed energy, it's not difficult to kill it. Okay, let's go then. Chi Xuan didn't finish his words. The white bear raised its head and roared at Chi Xuan. Then the huge body rushed towards him. Obviously, due to multiple factors, the wildness in it was aroused. Seeing this, Chi Xuan immediately put on a posture. He was knocked away by the white bear on the spot. I just felt that my internal organs were in pain and my bones were creaking. No, this is called killing is not a problem. Chi Xuan climbed up. As for the injury, he recovered in an instant. Let him make himself stronger, he can do it, but let him fight. This is indeed a shortcoming. You are naturally not his opponent if you go head-on with him. The intelligent brain began to persuade him step by step. It was a rare opportunity to hone Chi Xuan's skills. Chi Xuan didn't have to use all his strength to throw bricks. Chi Xuan also calmed down. Looking at the white bear that kept running towards him, his mind seemed extremely calm. As long as he wanted to fight, he had a lot of things that could help him, from Destiny Deep to Deep Virus, from 7 Elements to Beidou Stars and Ultimate Will. These were all excellent fighting talents, but Chi Xuan used them for learning and research to make himself stronger. There was definitely no difference in level, but the effects were different. Dragon and Tiger, Hun Yuan Jin. With a kite flip, the power came out of his body, and his right hand landed on the back of the white bear's neck. The Hun Yuan Jin of the Jie Jin level was immersed in the white bear's body with Chi Xuan's power. In just an instant, it was covered with the flesh and bones of the white bear. It can be seen with the naked eye that there is a lot of wriggling under the fur. The fur is fine, but everything under the fur was twisted into a ball in an instant. The huge white bear died on the spot. No! Tang Qing suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was a little confused. I am not dead? Tang Qing looked a little strange. He remembered that he was betrayed by his girlfriend's family because of the doomsday and the lack of food. In the end, he was eaten by his neighbors. But now, he is not dead. He looked at the time in a trance, and his expression couldn't help but tighten. I went back to 3 days before the doomsday. Tang Qing's face showed ecstasy. The doomsday game has also come, but it doesn't matter. The first 3 days are just the preparation stage. In 3 days, the energy called cold energy will sweep the world and isolate the sun, causing the temperature to drop sharply. The doomsday of winter is coming, and countless people will die of cold and hunger. And he led the entire community to survive in this doomsday for 3 months, but was eaten by a group of ungrateful people. The culprit was naturally his girlfriend. 3 days, it should be enough. I remember that there was an extremely hidden and warm shelter in my previous life. I just need to get enough food and medicine, and then... Wait, what is this? Tang Qing's expression changed, and he found that there was a huge space in his mind. He instantly recalled that before he died, the ancestral jade pendant seemed to produce some kind of coolness, and merged into his body. But he was too angry when he died, and didn't feel it. Now thinking back, it is very likely that the ancestral jade pendant took him back to the past, and was reborn, and also gave him a space ability. After the end of the winter, the order of the countries will be broken. I have to think about myself. Tang Qing's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Food and medicine. He has a way. Chapter 132. All unknown energies converged on the white bear's fur. It turned this thing into something similar to an extraordinary item. You said, if I use it as a module, it would be correct. Qi Xuan looked at the white bear's fur in his hand. The white bear's internal organs, bones, blood and flesh were all shattered under Qi Xuan's Hunyuan gene, leaving only a piece of skin intact. You don't even need to peel it, you can take it off directly. If you say that the predecessor of the dragon and tiger Hunyuan gene is the 7 evil gene, it is indeed fierce when it falls on the enemy. Even if Qi Xuan turned evil into good, it is still very domineering when it causes damage. Qi Xuan has fought less frequently, and the opponents he fought were not ordinary opponents, so he completely misjudged his own strength. In fact, he is already very strong, but he doesn't know it. In fact, his thoughts are also normal. He has a gun, but doesn't use it. He uses martial arts to fight against others head-on. What kind of martial arts master is he? With a floating gun in hand, all the ancient warriors, who are in the realm of immortals on land will die. If the data is correct, what you said when you descended before is correct. We have come from the hot polar day world to the cold winter world, but the cold winter has not yet completely arrived. As he said, the intelligent brain provided Qi Xuan with the periodic changes in the weather map. And it is not a certain area, but a global data change. From the data provided by the intelligent brain, it can be clearly seen that the world is getting colder, and it is a change that is visible to the naked eye. If nothing unexpected happens, the fur of this white bear is the first opportunity gift brought to Qi Xuan by the protagonist Halo. Knowing that I'm short of something to keep warm, you sent me one? Qi Xuan couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he put the white bear fur into the extra module column of the Tai Sui god, who had just reached 22 points of armor and completed 20 evolutions. The next evolution requires 2 to reach 24 points of armor, but Qi Xuan doesn't have time to care about these things for the time being. After all, there is fuel in this smelting furnace, so there is no need to worry for the time being. He set his eyes on the latest SSS level module, SSS Northern Overlord Cold Velvet. Next, we need a module similar to the Black Dark Energy Crystal to get it done. Qi Xuan looked at the Tai Sui god after the fusion, and there was an extra layer of fine fur on his body. The cold was directly isolated. However, Qi Xuan knew that a module that was resistant to low temperature, frost and cold was not enough, and an auxiliary module was needed, preferably one that kept warm. It's not like he hadn't seen the subsequent situation of the polar day world, and just having such a module was definitely not enough. As for removing the 2 modules used for heat resistance, the Sand Dragon Scale Pattern Shell, and the Black Dark Energy Crystal? This is impossible. Qi Xuan would never remove the installed modules if it was not necessary. Who knows if there will be any changes? Besides, these 2 are not useless. To a certain extent, the Sand Dragon Scale Pattern Shell and the Northern Overlord Cold Velvet cooperate with each other. The simplest point is to make these 2 modules more powerful. Each module has more or less interconnected places. Besides, there is no urgent need to add new modules now. Not to mention, after Tai Sui Shen reached the 20th evolution, the effectiveness of all modules has been improved again. Especially the first qualitative change, which greatly improves the effect of the smelting furnace. Fuel combustion, which originally took half a month to complete, now only takes 2 days. So after 2 days, another module can be installed, and after 5 days, another module slot can be obtained. As for the subsequent evolutionary energy, there is no need to worry for the time being. Because of the existence of unknown energy, the efficiency of the 3-piece grow set on Tai Sui Shan has been improved again. Combined with the suspected extraordinary creatures in this world, Chi Suiyan does not have to worry about the food problem of Tai Sui Shan. It is better to worry more about how to deal with the upcoming missile attack. 30 minutes will soon be up. Intelligent brain, open the cold. Let me and the deep virus further adapt to the low temperature. Now Chi Suiyan's fire resistance is already very high, and the ice resistance should be improved next. Super strong adaptability combined with extreme will can greatly improve the growth efficiency of one's own resistance. At the current temperature, your low temperature resistance cannot be improved. The intelligent brain then poured a basin of cold water on Chi Suiyan. Chi Suiyan is now a Jiejin ancient warrior, and both attributes have reached 5 points. This little bit of cold really can't do anything to Chi Suiyan. As his strength grows, all kinds of resistance will naturally increase. It's impossible for him to be so strong and still be as fragile as when his attribute was less than 1 point. As he improves, the Yusui virus, which is part of his body, will naturally be strengthened synchronously. Hearing this, Chi Suiyan also reacted. The growth in the previous world was indeed great, so he was no longer facing the same dilemma as before. My strength has grown, but my brain has forgotten to update. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's just that you don't fully understand how powerful you are. Even the top survivors in the previous life of the reborn are not your opponents. The intelligent brain said this beautifully. Chi Suiyan's understanding of his own strength has always been based on various data. However, data is just data, and there is no intuitive feeling. Just like the 5-meter white bear before, if Chi Suiyan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have thought that the other party would be so big. He couldn't even imagine that he could kill the other party in one move. He did it without much practical experience, relying on calmness, stimulating instinct and luck. I played either low-end games or high-end games, which made my cognition biased. In low-end games, Chi Suiyan was killed by the floating cannon before he got close to him. In Gaodun games, every one of them could kill Chi Suiyan in 1 second. From the Blood Moon to the Sun Golden Man, this is simply not something a normal person can fight. Wait, this world is a planet, and the global low temperature is limited to the planet. Then let's go directly to the universe. With the current strength of Tai Sui, surviving in the universe should not be a problem. Chi Suiyan suddenly thought of a way to avoid disaster. Of course, it's not in your interest, but it's not in your interest, and there may be unknown dangers. If you go to the universe for refuge, how can you and Tai Sui grow quickly? The more you go to the future doomsday world, the more cruel it will be. If you don't seize the time to use everything to become stronger, even if you can die and recast, you are not invincible. Once you lose the resources and growth of this world, you may die in the next doomsday world because of the doomsday game. Secondly, you have to make sure that this unknown energy is not like the Yushin virus, which comes from the spread of some terrifying things in the universe. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous for you to enter the universe. When Chi Suiyan heard this, he threw away the idea that he had come up with suddenly. What the intelligent brain said was right. Escape would not solve the problem at all, but would only aggravate his own death. Unless he could get rid of the doomsday game, then running away would be no problem. Anyway, the universe must be big, and Chi Suiyan would not die. Sooner or later, he would be able to find a habitable planet. I know. Chi Suiyan responded, and then asked, then this unknown energy is the source of this doomsday. If nothing unexpected happens, it should also be the source of the extraordinary. You should further monitor and analyze it, and it would be best if you can find a way to use it. Chi Suiyan did not plan to study it himself, because he wanted to study the tissue samples of the Blood Moon and evolve his virus talent. So he temporarily handed it over to the intelligent brain. Compared with the unknown energy, he naturally valued the deep virus as his foundation more. Although the virus talent reached the S level, and there was no way to directly enhance his strength, it could make him stronger indirectly. Project establishment completed, independent operation started, the intelligent brain started to execute it immediately. It is unknown when the results report will be released. The intelligent computer is not omniscient and omnipotent, so it will take time. Detecting saturation, the attack is approaching, and counterattack begins. 30 minutes have passed, and Chi Suiyan's position has begun to be announced. The countries have been waiting for this moment, and then, they directly launched a large number of missiles at Chi Suiyan's location. 22 floating guns emerged, and the psionic storm was controlled by the intelligent computer, interweaving into a huge barrier. All the missiles were completely decomposed outside the barrier, and Tai Sui God quickly left to avoid the subsequent missile attacks. Although the location is announced, it is only for a moment. Chi Suan can leave without worrying about being tracked. If nothing goes wrong, they will bomb me once every half an hour. We have to find a way to make them afraid, otherwise we have to prepare for missiles in half an hour, which is not a good thing. Although Chi Suan had expected it, he was naturally unhappy after being bombed. So in order to avoid being bombed, the best way is to kill them until they dare not attack themselves. Otherwise, once every half an hour, how can Chi Suan research and experiment? The barrier formed by the psionic storm is indeed useful, but we can't always be beaten without fighting back. It is recommended that you start killing from here and directly attack the capitals of the political leaders of various countries. The intelligent brain provides a solution and attaches a virtual map route. Killing civilians will not be afraid of the various countries at all, but will arouse their common hatred of the enemy. But if you kill the high-level officials, it will be different. The casualties of civilians can be a string of numbers, but the casualties of the high-level officials are not. They are golden branches and jade leaves. How can they die like this? Chi Suan did this to warn other countries not to mess with him. As for the other survivors, there is no need to worry for the time being. When the doomsday comes, they will die in batches, and Chi Suan doesn't even need to do anything. Okay, just go ahead and do it, Chi Suan said directly. The intelligent brain gave him a plan, and it was naturally Tai Sui who executed it. Chi Suan couldn't be asked to execute it. It would be too troublesome for him to kill them one by one. It would be much easier for the floating cannon to directly wash the ground with the psionic storm. Chapter 133. The fact that the offenders attacked the capitals of the countries immediately caused an uproar. Then the countries immediately began to strongly condemn the offenders and expressed hatred. However, just as Chi Suan imagined, after the psionic storm washed the ground, the original storm turned into a scene of thunder and rain. The public opinion was in full swing, but there was no substantial progress at all. Even the original targeted bombing stopped. Of course, the countries did not reveal to the outside world that they were the first to take action, but instead pushed all the problems to Chi Suan. Then, Chi Suan was at peace. As for the countries, they actually did not have so much free time, and most of their energy was used to deal with the upcoming doomsday. All aspects showed that the doomsday was low temperature, so it was called the Cold Winter Doomsday. Chi Suan also followed the other party's naming, and named this world the Cold Winter World. As for preparation, Chi Suan did not have any at all. For him, the natural disasters in the early stage did not pose much of a threat, especially since he already had the corresponding modules in advance. So the difficulty was greatly reduced. Unless he encountered those powerful extraordinary creatures. However, the probability of their appearance in the early stage was relatively small, not to mention that he was not afraid of them even if he encountered them, because he had a floating gun in his hand. According to the latest research, cold energy is easy to absorb, easy to integrate, and promotes evolution. The intelligent brain gave Chi Suan a very long report, which was a part of the research on unknown energy. The reason why it is called cold energy is that the countries in the cold winter world also noticed it, and began to study it, and named it cold energy at the same time. Chi Suan and the intelligent brain followed suit, and changed it to cold energy. That is to say, animals and plants can evolve by absorbing cold energy, and absorb it in large quantities, and can also gain special abilities. By the way, what basic start do the survivors in this world get? Chi Suan suddenly realized. Doomsday games are cruel, but they still give initial starts. The talents of the first batch of survivors, and the basic skills of the second batch of survivors. The third batch of survivors are the natives of the Doomsday world, and they may be more special. Unify gives special enhancements to cold resistance, which seems to increase the success rate of obtaining special abilities. Chi Suan was not surprised to hear this. At first glance, it is indeed not as good as the first two batches of survivors, but we have to look at other advantages. Not only do they know the type of Doomsday in advance, but they are also in their home court. If they are given talents or basic skills, it would be a bit unreasonable. Are special abilities stimulated? Chi Suan asked again. Yes, in the human experiments secretly conducted by various countries, some people have mastered zombie-like superpowers by infusing a large amount of cold energy. However, this experiment is extremely risky, with a high mortality rate, and even if it succeeds, the successful experimental subjects cannot survive for an hour due to excessive cold energy. The initial prediction is that it is too hasty, and the cold energy has not yet promoted the evolution of the body. Even if it succeeds, forced infusion will seriously damage the function. Chi Xuan understood what the intelligent brain meant, which was nothing more than that people nowadays have not absorbed enough cold energy to support the birth of special abilities. Therefore, even if special abilities are born through human experiments at this stage, they will not live long. Only when the concentration of cold energy continues to increase, and the human body further absorbs, adapts and evolves, it will be possible. However, when that time comes, the end of the world will have come. The weather of various countries shows that the cold winter will come in 2 days at most. Now there are signs of it. Chi Xuan doesn't care about these things. He is in Iceland, and the temperature is low. He is more concerned about the harm of cold energy to him. It is true that cold energy is beneficial to humans in the cold winter, but Chi Xuan is not a human in the cold winter, so if cold energy really enters the body, it may not be a good thing. Although he has the protection of related modules such as the Far North Overlord Cold Velvet, the Nirvana Worm Cocoon, and the Expedition-level Ecological Circulation Device, he can't just not contact the outside world. Not to mention that this is the source of the extraordinary. If Chi Xuan wants to become stronger, he must conduct research. Asking the intelligent brain can also be prepared in advance. Continue to monitor the countries. By the way, are there any hidden organizations in the countries similar to the Watching the Dawn Company or the Praying God Society? Chi Xuan suddenly thought of this. No similar traces have been found yet. The intelligent brain naturally downloads all the intelligence and information that can be collected on the internet, and then downloads all the secrets and technologies of the countries that can be packaged. However, these things are actually very repetitive for the intelligent brain. After all, the technology of the deep world is actually far superior to that of the winter world to a certain extent. After all, the Watching the Dawn Company and the Praying God Society are the forces that raise the upper limit. In the winter world, there is no such force, so the development is more orderly. This is actually a good thing for Chi Xuan. At least he doesn't have to worry about being attacked by some terrifying existence. Okay, pay more attention, Chi Xuan responded. Then he continued to study the tissue samples of the blood moon. If you go to the deep area of ice continent and obtain higher cold energy concentration data, Tai Sui God will grow faster, the intelligent brain gave a reminder. The depths of ice continent are not so easy to enter. Even a 5-meter tall white bear dares not go in. There may be more terrifying extraordinary creatures inside. The cold energy concentration of ice continent is much higher than other places. Even if Chi Xuan is only on the periphery, it is about half as high. And the deep area is probably even more terrifying. So ice continent is actually a gathering place for future doomsday boss. When the winter comes and the temperature drops to a certain level, it will change from involution to exvolution. Chi Xuan was able to land in ice continent, not only because of his own protagonist Halo, but also because of the handwriting of Doomsday Game. Normally, the difficulty of his and Polar Day World's opening has been weakened. He should be in the desert at the beginning of Polar Day World, but this time he is deep in ice continent. It's just that the protagonist Halo saved him, so one is next to the desert and the other is at the edge of ice continent. At the same time, it is also a start of opportunity, allowing Chi Xuan to prepare for the subsequent doomsday. It is highly likely that the cold energy did not appear in the past 2 or 3 days, but has existed for a long time, but it has spread and affected the global environment due to some reasons. Based on the logic of the deep world and the Polar Day World, I bet 50 cents that the winter humans are asking for their own death. Chi Xuan felt that this routine had been repeated twice, so it couldn't be different. The doomsday of the deep world did not come from humans themselves, but from the corpse of the deep god. Even if there was no action by the God Praying Society, the corpse of the deep god pushed the moon, which would cause problems for the entire planet. Even if the planet was not broken, it would be corroded and corrupted by the corpse of the deep god. The doomsday of the Polar Day World comes from the sun in a bottle technology, which was obviously given to the Polar Day humans by an unknown existence. It is more inclined to believe that there is an existence secretly fueling the flames, and the Polar Day humans are most likely being calculated. No matter which world humans are from, they do not have the ability to artificially create the doomsday. They can only destroy themselves at most. The intelligent brain gave Chi Xuan a brief summary of the situation. Humans are asking for their own death, but that does not mean that the doomsday is created by humans. What you said makes sense. Chi Xuan did not refute too much after listening to the intelligent brain's words. The reason is very simple. He doesn't care what caused the doomsday. He cares about surviving and gaining benefits. The rest is not what he should consider at all. By the way, you allocate a floating cannon, install a camera or video equipment on it, and let it go to the depths of the ice continent to take a look. Chi Xuan suddenly said, the floating cannon enjoys the effects of the North Overlord Cold Velvet, and Nirvana worm cocoon, and can ignore the current low temperature. However, non-Taisui God equipment cannot enjoy the module's amplification. With such a low temperature, the equipment cannot operate. You can only go there in person. If you want to explore, forget it, I don't have time. Chi Suan also reacted that high and low temperatures will affect mechanical equipment. Taisui God has the corresponding module, but the equipment that does not belong to Taisui God module is not. An entire National Strategic Reserve warehouse is in hand. Tang Qing looked at the huge space that was not fully stocked by him. This was a perfect start for him. There is only 1 day left. I have to rush to that shelter as soon as possible. Although it has been abandoned, it was discovered and occupied a month later in the previous life. However, the arrival of the doomsday in the cold winter is not only low temperature, but also extremely terrifying wind and snow. With my physique, if I really arrive later, I'm afraid I will be frozen to death. Tang Qing packed up his things without hesitation and prepared to get up. If there is no doomsday game, it would be great, alas. Tang Qing sighed. Because of the doomsday game, everyone was transformed into a survivor and received information about the doomsday in advance. Otherwise, he could be better prepared. As for why he was not prepared in the previous life? Of course, he was fooled by the group of ungrateful people in his community. Even his girlfriend turned her back on him, which led to his death. Now that he is gone, these ungrateful people will just wait to die in internal fighting. In my previous life, I heard that the top leaders had developed a way to use cold energy to become stronger. It's a pity that I can't get in touch with it with my identity, but in this life, I must stand at the top. Tang Qing's expression was full of confidence. If nothing else, he has lived a new life, and without the burden of burdens, he can naturally achieve higher achievements. Not to mention that he has foresight. Although he only survived in the apocalypse for 3 months in his previous life, these 3 months were the golden period of development, and he also collected a lot of information. However, these information have not been confirmed, and he needs to confirm it himself. After packing up and preparing to leave, the phone suddenly rang, with the word baby in the note. Seeing this, Tang Qing couldn't help but sneer, hung up directly, and pulled out the SIM card at the same time. Chapter 134. The Taisui God has evolved for the 21st time. Chi Suan watched as the armor value reached 24 points, and another module bar appeared. Unfortunately, the end of winter has come, and it will take 3 more days to reach 26 points. Chi Suan then installed a warming module into the module bar, and obtained a new SSS level warming module. SSS Pure White Aurora Crystal. The effect is somewhat similar to the Black Dark Energy Crystal. In addition to keeping warm, the Pure White Aurora Crystal also has the effect of converting low temperature into evolutionary energy in conjunction with other modules. Sure enough, a comfortable environment is different. If there is only the Arctic Overlord Hanrong, it is indeed not enough, but with the auxiliary module, it is much stronger. However, the strength seems to be a little wrong. Chi Suan looked at the data. Yes, although the 4 modules of Sand Dragon Scale Pattern Carapace, Northern Overlord Cold Velvet, Black Dark Energy Crystal, and Pure White Aurora Crystal have different functions, they can complement each other. After you load it, it can be combined with Artificial Crystal Vein Alloy and Nirvana Worm Cocoon to play an additional synergistic effect. Synergistic effect? This is really amazing. But think about it, the modules that are said to be resistant to high and low temperatures should actually be classified in the material module. So it is reasonable to produce complementarity and mutual enhancement. Chi Suan thought about it, and it was not a problem. Fortunately, the Sand Dragon Scale Pattern Carapace and Black Dark Energy Crystal were not removed because of arriving in the winter world, and because of these 2 modules, the Pure White Aurora Crystal has a stronger effect in absorbing low temperature and cold energy. Chi Suan couldn't absorb cold energy, after all, he didn't know what was going on, but the smelting furnace directly used cold energy as fuel. It can only be said that he was lucky to install the Growth 3-piece module, otherwise he would have lost a lot of income. The cold winter is coming, so we have to change places. The group of cold energy monsters in the depths of the ice continent are already ready to move. Chi Suan planned to leave. As for killing these cold energy monsters? That's okay, the floating gun can solve it. But the problem is that there is no benefit. Instead, it wastes the energy of Taisui God. As the concentration of cold energy increases, the strength of those cold energy monsters is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Last night, he even saw some kind of terrifying behemoth under the ice just wandering past. It is suspected that it is a cold energy monster evolved from a whale. But it was just a glimpse, and the cold energy monster did not attack Chi Suan. Chi Suan's body is too small, and it is not worth the other party's attack. This is just the beginning. As the temperature drops and the cold energy increases in the end of the cold winter, there will be more and more cold energy monsters. Of course, for your safety, I have planned a safe area for you. Do you want to set off? Let's go! Chi Suan said, and Tai Sui took off. There is one more thing. According to the collected information, cold energy is not the first time it has appeared, but it has appeared several times. From the extinction of species caused by the Ice Age recorded in ancient times to the small ice climate in the feudal period, there is evidence that the influence of cold energy has appeared. The strange stories, myths, etc. that have emerged among them, although they cannot be used as direct evidence, can also be used as indirect evidence through a significant increase in number. It's just that compared to this time, the previous Ice Age and Small Ice Age did not reach such a severe situation. This means that if you don't take additional actions, this time the end of the cold winter will not last less than 100 years. Chi Suan naturally knows what the additional actions mentioned by the intelligent brain are. It's nothing more than Chi Suan messing around, finding the source of the cold energy, and then messing around and blowing up the entire planet. The main reason is that Chi Suan has a criminal record. It was him who guided the Blood Moon to smash the planet in the deep world before. Forget it, I feel uncomfortable when I hear the word 100 years. Chi Suan couldn't help but think of the sun in the bottle in the Polar Day world. Even if I want to stay for 100 years, the Doomsday Game may not agree. Now, except for the ice continent, the average temperature has reached minus 10 degrees Celsius. If we can survive for 100 years, how can anyone survive? Yes, compared with the power of the limit, the universality, utilization rate and growth of cold energy are higher. Preliminary estimate, as long as they can survive for 5 months, every human in the cold winter can gain special powers. And in this process, cold energy will allow them to resist the cold more effectively and gradually improve their physical fitness. If there is a corresponding guidance and absorption method, both the time to enhance themselves and the intensity of obtaining special powers will be shortened and enhanced. Live for 5 months. You are making it too difficult for people. If nothing unexpected happens, the cold will completely shut down society and ecology. How do you let them survive? If 90% of people don't die at the beginning, what kind of survival is that? Chi Suan said calmly. He has experienced 2 batches of survivors, and knows that the Doomsday Game is stingy and cruel. Most of these so-called survivors are just victims. In the previous life of the Reborn, it was not so bad that there was no Chi Suan, the Violator, and there was still room for maneuver. But now that Chi Suan, the Violator, has appeared, the Doomsday Game is much more cruel than before. It is probably to force a survivor who can kill Chi Suan out, so it seems that they don't care about the life and death of the survivors. What the intelligent brain said is actually not wrong, but that is in the best case. In fact, people's hearts are unpredictable. Between protecting the elite high-level and the middle and low-level people, the countries will definitely choose the former. Moreover, even if they want to save, they are actually powerless. When the cold winter comes, many resources will become non-renewable. Food will even become a situation where it is only consumed but not produced. Not to mention that in the 3 days before the Doomsday, various capital carnivals are constantly harvesting the middle and low-level people to make the last fortune. So the 3 days of preparation are not for the survivors of the Doomsday Game, but for the countries of the Doomsday Game. Chi Suan chatted with the intelligent brain and soon arrived at the safe house that had been planned before. Although there is nothing, the geographical location is very good, and there are many perfect measures inside. It is not possible to move in with a bag, but you have to clean up. Next, Chi Suan had not thought about going out before his virus talent evolved to S level. You said before that cold energy is not the first time it appears. Does this mean that the previous method of using cold energy has been passed down? In this case, will there be something like a long-standing hidden family or some old monsters that revive? Otherwise, with this difficulty, I am not qualified enough to target it. Chi Suan suddenly thought of such a thing. Instead of worrying about these things, you might as well think about where the protagonist of the cold winter world is, and you go to kill him and take away his protagonist halo. Whether it is the so-called hidden family, or the old monster revival, the psionic rays and psionic storms of the floating cannon can make them realize that they are out of date. The intelligent computer said that with the floating cannon, there is no need to worry about these things. Especially since Tai Sui has reached the 21st evolution, its power is even stronger. But I want to catch him alive. The floating gun is indeed efficient, and it is also quite clean and hygienic, but people die without leaving anything behind. Chi Suan said, before you complete your S-level virus talent, don't consider this issue for the time being. After all, you don't need to participate in the cold energy project. The intelligent brain also tactfully said that you should start working now. Chi Xuan naturally understood, and said rather speechlessly, I know. I start right away. After the safe house was cleaned up, Chi Xuan began to make further arrangements. After it was completed, he took out the equipment from the subspace pocket, and studied the tissue samples of the blood moon. It's always easy to divert attention. I guess there is some opportunity that has come to you, and it is related to the things I told you. Pay attention. Don't let the opportunity run away. Chi Xuan felt that it was impossible for him to think of it suddenly, and it was definitely because of the protagonist's halo. We have already noticed it for you. If there is any abnormality, we will remind you immediately. The reason why we didn't go there immediately was because Chi Xuan was doing experiments with Tai Sui God. The intelligent brain couldn't directly control Tai Sui God to leave, as that would affect Chi Xuan. There were indeed some twists and turns in the middle, but I still took down the shelter. Tang Qin felt the warmth, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Thinking of the freezing wind and snow in his previous life, he didn't want to experience it again for a moment. But the biggest gain is you. Tang Qin's eyes fell on an ancient book. Its name is Taiyin Refining Body Art, which is a Qi training method in ancient times. In ancient times, cold energy was called Yin Qi, and this Taiyin Refining Body Art is the authentic Qi training method of ancient Xianmen. As for how he got it, it was also a coincidence, an opportunity he intercepted. Originally, it belonged to a Taoist who rebelled against the Taoist temple, and the other party practiced this. Then he intercepted it in advance. In the rumors of the previous life, the most advanced cold energy cultivation method, even in various countries, there is no cold energy cultivation method that can compare with this Taiyin refining technique. Now it has fallen into my hands, and there are shelters and huge resources to help. I will be the first person in the winter era. But only Taiyin refining technique is not enough. In the previous life, I remember that someone was born with superpowers. According to rumors, if you can swallow the core of a cold energy monster when cultivating cold energy before awakening superpowers, you can stop your superpowers from being born randomly. Instead, you gain the ability of that cold energy monster. Although I didn't encounter a cold energy monster in my previous life, I heard that the next city was frozen by an ice dragon, and later it became one of the most powerful cold energy monsters. Now this ice dragon should not be as terrifying as in the previous life. If it can become my superpower, combined with Taiyin refining technique, the two can definitely play the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. A gleam of light flashed in Tang Qin's eyes, and he decided to intercept the opportunity next. Chapter 135. A lobster? So big? 3 minutes ago, Chi Xuan received a prompt from the intelligent brain and noticed something unusual. He rushed to the abnormal point as soon as possible. As soon as he arrived, he saw a giant lobster breaking through the ice. According to data monitoring, the survival age of this cold energy monster is about 1,000 years. There is an 80% probability that it is a cold energy monster that survived the last little ice age lobster? The giant lobster vibrated its own air and made a human-like sound. It turned its head and stared at Chi Xuan. It's just a human-like. You should respectfully call me the king of Jin Claws. The voice was like thunder, and the shape was like lightning. In an instant, the king of Jin Claws approached Chi Xuan, and its speed was very fast. He raised his giant claws and smashed down on Chi Xuan's head. Get out! Chi Xuan scolded and stretched out his hand to hold the opponent's giant claws without hesitation. I was scared to death. It turned out to be an empty shell. Chi Xuan thought he would be crushed, but he found that the so-called Zinclaw King actually passed through his body directly. It's a fake, not real. Whether it's powerful or real, it's just a projection. That's why the intelligent brain didn't take any action, but calmly watched Chi Xuan counterattack. What's going on? Chi Xuan asked. He didn't feel that he was fooled, it was more like a courage test. The enemy is escaping and being pursued. The intelligent brain acted quickly, and the entire Tai Sui God sank directly into the water under the ice. Although Tai Sui God does not have a diving module, the many modules on his body complement each other. Even if they are not as good as professional ones, they are very useful at this time. In the darkness, Chi Xuan could vaguely see the outline. Fortunately, Chi Xuan did not force to see it, and was able to check it through the reconnaissance network. This thing is some kind of giant shellfish. Chi Xuan asked, look at it, it's a clam. But it can be called an illusion, or a mirage. The other party used some fluctuations of cold energy to create a mental illusion for you. The giant lobster you saw before was not an image, but directly affected your brain waves, I see. Chi Xuan also understood. As for his 5 points of spirit and S-level supernatural power spirit enhancement, he couldn't stop it. If he could stop it, it would be a problem. The other party can already directly interfere with the outside world through the spirit. Even if it is not as high as him, it has unique abilities. In addition to his own talent, using his strengths to collide with Qi Xuan's weaknesses, it is normal that he won. Didn't you see that after the intelligent brain cut off the influence of brain waves, this guy ran away without looking back? It means that it only has these 3 tricks. I am the ironclad general under the seat of King Jinzhou. I was wrong today, and I apologize to you. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive me for the sake of King Jinzhou. I will definitely repay you in the future. Suddenly, a voice came into Qi Xuan's ears. It was obviously the big clam that was running away in front of him. Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes. So there is a backer. Then I can't forgive you. Intelligent brain, can you catch up? If not, just use the floating cannon to kill it. Since it has offended, it doesn't matter whether it has offended or not. It will be fine if you kill them all. You can catch up. It will take 3 minutes, then chase it. You dare to threaten me. Qi Xuan said coldly. Catch it, I have to roast it like an oyster. As for the so-called Jinclaw King? Qi Xuan didn't care at all. If this guy is really the opponent's subordinate, how dare he use the image of his boss as a tool? It must be a fox pretending to be a tiger. But the so-called Jinclaw King is likely to exist, and it is also possible that he is not dead. Such a big clam can survive from thousands of years ago to now, so lobsters can definitely do it. It can only be said that the influence of cold energy on the winter world is indeed long-lasting. It has only been a short time since it came again, and the cold energy monster from thousands of years ago has revived. Because it has just revived, it is estimated that it has not recovered much strength. Clang! The sound brought Qi Xuan back to reality, and he saw Tai Sui God tightly holding the giant clam, using the floating gun to open the ice above his head, and cooperating with the Wind Rider aviation system. Just like that, the giant clam was dragged up from the bottom of the water. After leaving the water, the giant clam suddenly wilts and closes its entire shell tightly. Oh, you don't know, the times have changed now. Do you still think that the method used 1,000 years ago works? Qi Xuan said, taking out a large number of cutting equipment from his subspace pocket. It is true that it will have an impact in the cold weather now, but it is not out of order. Not to mention that he is not in the ice continent now, but in a relatively warm place. Well, it is not that warm. After all, there is cold energy everywhere. Then the cutting sound accompanied by the sparks between the machine and the shell forced the giant clam to beg for mercy. Tell me, why did you attack me? Qi Xuan asked. Qi Xuan did go there, but it was the giant clam that attacked him first, and he didn't have time to take the initiative. The giant clam hesitated and didn't dare to say anything. After repeated interrogation, it said that it wanted to eat some people to relieve its craving. The other party had just woken up not long ago, and was very hungry. Seeing Qi Xuan standing like a tin can, it thought of scaring Qi Xuan with the King of Jinclaws first. When he was panicking, he rolled him into the water. Unexpectedly, Qi Xuan was so fierce that he was not afraid and dared to go into the water to catch it. The giant clam was indeed the ironclad general under the command of the King of Jinclaws, but that was back then, and now it is another matter. After all, time has passed. Who knows where the King of Jinclaws is gone? Can cold energy, which is the energy you mentioned, make plants enlightened? Qi Xuan asked. Cold energy can make animals have wisdom that is not inferior to that of humans. There is no need to verify this. The giant clam is right in front of us. No, it's good enough to survive in the cold winter. How can we develop intelligence? Besides, it's not easy to develop intelligence. The energy was pervasive for decades that year, and only then did we have the opportunity to develop intelligence. The giant clam said. How long did it take you from a small clam to developing intelligence? Qi Xuan asked again. I have a dull talent. I developed intelligence in 1 year, enlightened in 1 year, and entered the Tao in 1 year. It took 3 years to enter the threshold. The giant clam did not hide it. After all, his life and property were in the hands of the human in front of him. But if there is something missing, it must be there. In other words, if the talent is good enough, you can quickly gain wisdom similar to yours, or even enough strength. Qi Xuan asked. Of course, if it is a place with rich energy, we cold beasts will naturally grow faster. If nothing unexpected happens, the Beast King has already been born in the ancestral court. The giant clam said a lot of information for his own life. Qi Xuan knew the so-called ancestral court, which was the previous Bingzhou. As for the Beast King, it is not known what level it is for the time being. However, according to his estimation, it should be similar to the situation of King Jinzhou. Is your King Jinzhou also a Beast King? Qi Xuan continued to ask. That's right. Although my King Zhenju is not from the ancestral court, he is also a beast king under his command. The giant clam said a lot of things, openly and secretly talking about how strong his backing is. The purpose is naturally to save his life. Then why are they all gone? Qi Xuan asked. The cold wave receded, and the yin energy dispersed. If we didn't choose to sleep and rest, how could we live until now? The giant clam responded. What about humans? Do they have the same as you? Qi Xuan asked the key question. I don't know about that, but there should be some qigong methods among humans. The giant clam really didn't know. In the past, it lived in an era with a vast land and few people, unlike now, when there are so many people. Therefore, it has seen humans, but rarely seen those who master qigong methods. It is not clear whether its own Zhenclaw king knows about it. Although he is an ironclad general, there are countless ironclad generals, like him, under the command of Zhenclaw king. Then where is your Zhenclaw king's sleeping place? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Qi Xuan thought, if Zhenclaw king didn't wake up, he would just stuff him into the smelting furnace as fuel after finding him. I don't know where the king is. The giant clam certainly didn't know, but it knew why it hadn't woken up yet. The heaven and earth are not full of yin qi, and the cold wave has just arrived. The time has not come yet. The king can't wake up naturally. This means that the environment does not allow it. After hearing this, Qi Xuan immediately understood the difficulty of the end of this world. Do you have anything else to ask? If not, I will go back to the water first. The giant clam said. No hurry, I still have some things that need your cooperation, don't rush back. Qi Xuan directly refused. Don't worry, I have always been kind to others, and will not easily commit murder. But I'm not a human. The giant clam sensed Qi Xuan's malice, and was about to leave. But Qi Xuan slapped him with one hand, and the dragon and tiger mixed yuan gene penetrated into the shell, causing the giant clam to scream in pain. This is because he didn't use force, otherwise he would definitely strangle the giant clam. The overall strength of this giant clam is similar to that of the white bear that Qi Xuan had met before. It is physically weak but good at spirit. Of course, the weak physique is compensated by the shell for defense. I know you are not a human, so I advise you not to refuse a toast and drink a penalty. Qi Xuan did not expect that the giant clam would actually break his lie, but it doesn't matter, he just doesn't keep his word. One thing can be confirmed from the words of the giant clam, that is, this group of cold energy monsters have wisdom, but were not selected as survivors by the Doomsday Game. It seems that the selection object of the Doomsday Game is not wisdom, but humans. I just don't know if the group of winter humans, who practiced the so-called Qi training method, were selected as survivors by the Doomsday Game. If so, it means that the Doomsday Game has begun to change its strategy. Qi Xuan thought silently in his heart, but because there was no way to obtain the corresponding information, he could only put it aside for the time being. As for this giant clam, it was directly dragged back to the safe house by Qi Xuan to be temporarily raised, and he would dissect it after he completed the research on the virus talent. Chapter 136. It's not easy. Finally it succeeded. Qi Xuan looked at the 4 words completely infected behind on the panel, and then looked at his S-level virus talent. He sighed sincerely. If it weren't for the enhanced +5 protagonist halo, he didn't know when he would be able to transform his virus talent from A-level to S-level. S-level talent. Deep man, from the beginning of this talent, it means that he is completely changed. The only question is, can I still be considered a human? Qi Xuan was a little weird. The suffix of the talent is man, but in fact, he is more like a deep man virus aggregate, but he still has human-like characteristics. As for the benefits, there are many. The simplest point is that he has no weaknesses, and he doesn't have to worry about his own lifespan, disability, etc. As long as there is a cell or deep man virus, he can recover. As for how to recover, this is still to be determined, because it involves a very strange problem. That is, the enemy who can beat him until only one cell or virus remains will not give him a chance to revive. So he has a lot to overcome and optimize. After all, for Qi Xuan, there are still 2 levels, SS and SSS. But now, he has no plans to develop the latter 2 levels. The reason is very simple. How can he develop without the corresponding strength? According to his own data analysis, if the protagonist halo is not counted, his own talent is only around a level. To be able to jump levels, it depends on the protagonist halo, the intelligent brain, and the high concentration of death potion. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to create S-level superpowers and virus talents. Going further is no longer a question of whether it is difficult or not, but he has no clue at all. Although the protagonist Halo is not logical in some places, it also requires a foundation to help Chi Suan. At most, it can only give Chi Suan some inspiration and appropriate choices, rather than directly stuffing the answers into Chi Suan's mind. If Chi Suan is not strong enough, even if there are inspirations and choices in front of him, there is no way to realize them. So if you want to go further, the best way is to improve your strength. The attributes have not changed, and 5 points should be a threshold. It was not unexpected to Chi Suan. After all, the virus talent is not a direct enhancement of strength. In essence, it is more like a type that increases potential and foundation, allowing Chi Suan to go further. So it is unrealistic to think that a large number of attributes can be obtained by upgrading the talent from A level to S level. Of course, it is indeed a bit unreasonable if there is no improvement at all, but then think about the fact that the foundation of this deep human is originally weak. Even if there is a mutation, it is impossible to increase too much. But 5 points is enough for me. After all, each point is an exponential growth. Chi Suan was not too greedy. Moreover, if he wanted to improve his strength, he had to rely on the extraordinary system. Then, he set his sights on the giant clam that he kept in the pool. The opponent was starved by Chi Suan until now, but he didn't die, but he was too weak to move. According to the research report on cold energy and giant clams by the Intelligent Brain, Chi Suan already had a lot of basics in his hands before he started. For example, cold energy monsters do not need to eat to a certain extent. They can survive in a cold energy environment with a certain concentration. This is just passive absorption of cold energy. Once you have the corresponding Chi training method, you can actively absorb cold energy. Not only do you not have to worry about the food you need, but you can also effectively resist the cold. Until the end, you are not afraid of the cold, and you can even control the cold through the special ability formed by cold energy. The giant clam was frightened by Chi Suan's look. Mainly from the time it was caught to now, it has seen some of Chi Suan's crazy punishments on itself, and it is afraid that it will be used on it. To improve your virus talent, you must not just open your mouth, you must conduct a lot of experiments. And the experimental subject is himself. After all, he is the only one who has the A-level talent virus control, Yusui, not to mention that his body has also undergone a lot of transformation. It is difficult to find a second example of Yusui human and Dragon Tiger Hunyuan gene. Who else can be used if not himself? Besides, with Death Recast, in Chi Suan's plan, he himself is actually an excellent experimental subject. If he hadn't been busy, he could have played the role of fuel for the smelting furnace to provide energy for the Tai Sui God's evolution. The giant clam must have been scared by this crazy behavior. The stupid ones are afraid of the arrogant ones, and the arrogant ones are afraid of the desperate ones. I think my king might be looking for me, you see. The giant clam was about to cry, if it had tear glands. Chi Suan walked over slowly and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't eat you." The giant clam was even more scared. It was not afraid that Chi Suan would eat it, but it was afraid that Chi Suan would torture it. If you eat it, you can die quickly. In this situation, let alone die quickly, it is a question whether you can live completely. It is better to eat it directly. Chi Suan certainly knows the other party's fear. After the virus talent is improved, his perception is much stronger, and even his thinking has become more active. Please draw a path, don't torture me. The giant clam gritted its teeth and confronted Chi Suan directly. It knew its situation, and there was no way to leave alive, so the best way was to let itself die quickly. Don't worry, I kill but not torture. Chi Suan said in a tone of I am a good person, but he only said half of the words. The remaining half is an anesthetic, it would be better if it is useful to you. If it is useless, then Chi Suan can only cover its mouth to stop it from shouting. How can the experiment be considered as torture? But I am very curious, how do you absorb cold energy? Do you rely on the instinct of your body organs, or the Chi training method similar to humans? Chi Suan asked. The focus of the intelligent brain has always been on cold energy. The data reports of the giant clam are similar to the other party swallowing cold energy to maintain itself. After all, the Tai Sui God is controlled by Chi Suan for experiments. Even if the intelligent brain wants to study it, it has no way. Therefore, the intelligent brain mostly focuses on the cold energy environment. I was born with the ability to use Yin Qi to strengthen my body and soul. Only humans are born with deficiencies and need to practice Qi. Speaking of this Qi training method, it is a method that humans learn from observing my cold beasts. It's just that in terms of wisdom, humans are indeed far superior to my cold beasts. Those top Qi training methods are even inferior to the Beast King. I have heard that in ancient times, a Qi training method of tying refining technique suppressed the cold beasts of several eras. Speaking of this, the giant clam showed a trace of fear. Back then, my king fought with a human who practiced the fragments of tine refining technique. If it weren't for the king's bravery, he only defeated the opponent at the cost of breaking most of his shell. I'm afraid we would all die. This was what the king said afterwards. Fortunately, this person only practiced 1/5 of it. If it was a little more, even if he could defeat the opponent, he would have lost half his life. The words of the giant clam sounded like a fantasy, and Chi Suan wanted to laugh. Then can your king turn the seas upside down and move mountains and create land? Chi Suan asked curiously. Ah? The giant clam was a little confused by Chi Suan's question. You have read too many vernacular novels. If he really had such ability, my king would have unified the world long ago. My king is very powerful. With just one strike of his claws, he can destroy a farmhouse. The giant clam gave Chi Suan a popular science about the power of the Zenclaw king. Chi Suan was a little skeptical about his life. This power seemed to be very ordinary. Of course, this was the opponent's ordinary attack. Then he reacted. Isn't this normal? How could a strong man who could blow up a planet with ease appear in this world? Besides, if he was so powerful, he would not be affected by the cold energy. So he misjudged the power of those extraordinary beings in ancient times. He even suspected that the highest might be around the robbery power. In terms of comprehensive strength, it is definitely higher than the Polar Day world, but not as good as the ancient martial arts world. Of course, if we don't count the superstandard existence, such as Qin Sheng and his 7 masters, Su Tongming, and the Golden Light Man, the ranking will definitely change. Then how does your king rank among the cold beasts? Chi Suan continued to ask. Well, it is said to be just in the middle. The giant clam hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke the truth. Middle, it's pretty average. Chi Suan didn't think about how strong the Zenclaw king was. If the thermal weapons of the various countries were not affected by the low temperature, these beast kings would definitely not dare to confront the various countries head-on. And as long as the various countries unite, they can kill these cold energy monsters to the point where they can only be raised and locked in zoos. To be more extreme, there is no need to unite. As long as a big country is not blocked by other countries, it can be easily done. At the beginning, they were able to dominate the world, but it was nothing more than human beings had not yet developed. Take the giant clam as an example. In ancient times, ordinary people would never open its shell. Now, let alone hydraulic presses, an electric drill can make it cry for its parents. Even Chi Suan didn't think of confronting the countries head-on. He only wanted to kill people in the capitals of the countries to establish his reputation. This is also a trick. But even so, my king still ruled. The giant clam was a little unconvinced and refuted Chi Suan. During this period, a lot of information was leaked. Chi Suan knew that this was probably because the protagonist's halo had a stronger effect of reducing intelligence. From the beginning of what he asked, and what the other party answered, the giant clam had actually been reduced in intelligence. Otherwise, how could it be so smooth? Seeing this, Chi Suan hurriedly said a few more words. It must be said that this giant clam is indeed very thoughtful. If it weren't for the enhanced effect of reducing intelligence, it would really have concealed a lot. For example, the treasure house of King Jinjia in the past. It was probably an opportunity, and it was not far from here. Chi Suan was thinking about when he could find time to open it, and see if there was anything useful. Chapter 137. After asking the giant clam, Chi Suan threw it back into the pool, and installed some security facilities to prevent the giant clam from running away after he left. This guy is really dishonest. He said he would kill you or cut you up, but he was actually playing tricks. But Chi Suan didn't care. You can play tricks as long as it doesn't affect his cutting. After dealing with it, Chi Suan went to the so-called treasure house of the Jinjiao king. On the way, Tai Sui's armor value finally reached 26 points, completing the 22nd evolution. The next evolution requires an armor value of 28 points. The reason why it was so late was that the armor value was still short after the previous sun puppet was burned out. Chi Suan didn't have time to find fuel for Tai Sui, so he could only slowly improve it. It is normal to have errors. After all, Tai Sui is a money-eating beast. Any error in it is a considerable amount of evolutionary energy. Then, Chi Suan installed the translation module according to the plan. SSS Applicable Civilization General Solution Core. A single General Solution Core may be a simple translation module, but with the addition of communication modules and language modules, and with the intelligent brain, it can directly decipher various code books, classical Chinese, obscure codes, etc. Of course, these are just small abilities. The real ability is to bring about an effect similar to proficiency in language and text. From then on, even if the Doomsday Game no longer gives Chi Xuan the corresponding translation, he only needs some time to translate the language in real time without worrying about the problem of language barriers. And this is just the foundation. If he continues to install corresponding modules, he can even understand the language of animals and plants. Firstly, there are indeed not enough modules, and secondly, it is because the Tai Sui God has a limited number of evolutions, and cannot achieve this level. However, it is enough for Chi Xuan for the time being. After all, he actually does not need to communicate with animals and plants, which is meaningless. At present, his mainstream is still mainly killing and research. There is little communication. Even if there is communication, it will only be selective communication. The next is the signal module. This set of modules has a foundation. Chi Xuan muttered, which is naturally considered the foundation. The more modules are needed. Just like the chaotic quantum intelligent system of Zeno, a single intelligent module is strong enough, but with related modules such as quantum dynamic structure chips as amplification and reinforcement, the effect will be stronger. So no matter when, the module column is in short supply, and there is no such thing as abundance. This is only limited to the modules in science and technology. With the progress of the Doomsday Game, the Doomsday World is not limited to one type. However, because of Chi Xuan's change, the process of the Doomsday Game has changed greatly, so Chi Xuan has no way to use the memory of the reborn as a standard. If the foresight cannot be updated in real time, it cannot compare to the butterfly effect. Therefore, Chi Xuan only used it at the beginning, and basically did not use it later. Not only because it is easy to mislead himself, but also because this foresight is no longer useful. Fortunately, Chi Xuan did not rely on this foresight, but on the protagonist's halo and himself. This barely counts as escaping from the cage. Not long after, he arrived at the treasure house of the Zinclaw King. The treasure house has been opened in advance, and the items inside may have been taken away long ago. The intelligent brain quickly gave the answer through the reconnaissance network. When did it happen? Chi Xuan asked. It is true that he has the aura of a protagonist, but if this treasure house had been opened 100 years ago, it would not have appeared out of thin air. Estimated time, 2 days ago. The traces cannot be traced due to the snow and wind. When the intelligent brain said this, Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes. Not to mention 100 years, even a month or two ago, he could understand. But 2 days ago, he was able to intercept his opportunity, which was really amazing. Of course, this could also be his own problem. After all, he did not torture the giant clam immediately after catching it, but continued to study the virus talent. Let's go in and take a look. After Chi Xuan said this, Tai Sui God successfully entered through the previous path. The intelligent brain began to analyze the traces, and quickly came to a conclusion. There was only one person who entered, and he seemed to have some kind of space technology, and took away everything. There were a lot of items in the treasure house, and under normal circumstances, even if you have enough strength, you can't take them away in one trip, because the treasure house was blocked, the wind and snow couldn't get in, so there were traces left. The intelligent brain quickly restored the whole process through the traces, and made a virtual demonstration. It was probably that one person walked in, and put everything into a certain space with ease. Then he left so swaggeringly. It should be a special ability born from cold energy. But the problem is that with the current concentration of cold energy, it is impossible to have such a large space. Chi Xuan also asked the question. Insufficient data, unable to deduce the reason, could it be the protagonist of the cold winter world? Chi Xuan said softly, besides him, I really can't think of any other possibility. The protagonist halo on him seems to be because he has eaten too much of the protagonist halo of other protagonists, so he will instinctively entangle the two sides. It is possible, but it is also possible that it is similar to Chunyu-Hu. After all, there are still dormants from the previous cold energy era in the cold winter world. The intelligent brain is pragmatic, and does not put all the pots on the protagonist. That's right, but it's not very important now. The things have been taken away by the other party. Let's see if there are any leftovers, Chi Xuan said. Since it has become a fact, Chi Xuan is not very angry or yelling. For him, this is originally a windfall, and it is naturally the best to get it. It doesn't matter if you can't get it, it's already here, and it's their ability and luck to get there first. You can't say that only he is allowed to have luck, and others can't have it. Besides, with my luck, it's unlikely that I come here in vain, and I might even pick up something good. The reconnaissance network has been checked, and there is nothing left. The overall collection of the entrance is very clean, and they are very experienced. the intelligent brain said directly that it is still very good at this aspect. Chi Xuan could only nod his head after hearing this. What a pity, let's go. Although he had come here in vain and had not gained anything, he could just relax. What else could he do? If he could find the person who took the things from the treasury, Chi Xuan could kill him and make him spit out everything. But if he couldn't find him, there was nothing he could do. When Tai Sui left, he directly decomposed the entire treasury with a psionic storm. After all, since he had come here, he had to leave something behind if he couldn't get any benefits. By the way, how did the giant clam know the treasury of the Jinclaw King? Chi Xuan suddenly discovered a blind spot. It was true that the giant clam was the armored general of the Jinclaw King, but it was easy to see from his words that he was not an important person at all. At most, he was just like a security guard. It was really incredible that the other party actually knew the treasury of the Jinclaw King. This is indeed a bit unbelievable, but if you attribute this to your aura as the protagonist, then everything makes sense. The answer of the intelligent brain is simply well-founded. This Chi Xuan had no way to refute this. Of course, if you torture him, you may be able to learn some secrets from him. But there is a high possibility that it is some gossip that will irritate your eyes, rather than the information you want. Even if it is important information, it has no use after so long. It means that you can definitely get the information by asking, but it may not be useful to ask, and it is likely to be a waste of time. Previously, when the intelligence was reduced, all the important information that should be said had been said, and what was not said was basically useless waste. What you said does make sense. Chi Xuan listened to Tai Sui's analysis, and then decided to ask casually. It's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, the giant clam being studied by him doesn't mean it can't speak. Finally, I've gotten started. Tang Qin showed joy on his face. Before that, he had been practicing tying refining form without much progress. First, his aptitude was poor, and second, it was because he didn't have enough resources. Poor aptitude is not a big problem. As long as there are resources, you can pile yourself up. So he thought of a more famous rumor in his previous life, the treasure house of treasure claws. For this reason, he deliberately took a long detour and didn't kill the ice dragon first. Unexpectedly, there was really one, and he got it in advance. After having the resources in the treasure house of treasure claws, he consumed most of them, which allowed him to get started smoothly. What a pity my aptitude is too poor. Otherwise, these resources would be enough for the tying form refining technique to successfully break through the third level. Tang Qin's eyes twitched when he thought of this. Eating one resource by himself can only get 1% of the effect. But it's okay. I remember that in my previous life, there were many treasures that could improve aptitude. Although they were just rumors, they are likely to be true. As long as I can get them, I can improve my situation. Even if there are none, it doesn't matter. There is more than one treasure house of rare claws in the rumors of my previous life. With my foresight, if it falls into my hands, even if I use resources to pile it up, I can be piled into a strong man. Tang Qin is still very confident in himself. But he also obviously noticed something, that is, because of his various behaviors after his rebirth, his advantage of foresight is gradually fading. In addition to the fact that he only lived for 3 months and knew only rumors, every action he took was changing the major nodes of the future. Therefore, the further he went, the fewer opportunities he would have. He was thinking about how to proceed. After all, Tang Qin was not so arrogant that he could ignore everything with the advantage of 3 months. Chapter 138. It's hard for me to understand how you could have an affair with the concubine of King Zenclaw. She's a lobster and you're a clam. As the intelligent brain expected, the reason why the giant clam learned about King Zenclaw's treasure house was really eye-catching. Don't tell me it's the so-called extraordinary technology. You two don't have the same hormones and senses at all, Chi Xuan complained. However, the giant clam couldn't answer at this time, because it was torn to pieces by Chi Xuan. It was alive thanks to its extraordinary life. But Chi Xuan didn't care that the giant clam didn't answer. It didn't make any sense to him. To be honest, if the giant clam answered that it was the illegitimate child of King Zenclaw, Chi Xuan might be shocked and study it carefully. It's a pity that it was such a weird reason, which was really speechless. In fact, he also guessed why. These two did not have hormones and sensory stimulation, but they had wisdom and emotions that were not inferior to humans. This means that Plato's love across races may take root. However, this possibility is generally so small that it can be ignored, but Chi Xuan encountered it. It is still the love between clams and shrimps. It feels like seafood and river fish are stewed in one pot. According to Chi Xuan's comparison, the king of rare claws is actually a crayfish. It just looks a bit like a lobster after its body is bigger. The giant clam he caught is also a freshwater clam. After all, the area where Chi Suan is located is also inland. From the current point of view, there is a 99% chance that I can't use the Chi training method to let myself enjoy the increase brought by the cold energy. In addition to the fact that he is not a winter human, it is also related to the fact that he may barely be called a human now. I can't use the cold energy monster's method. Humans' Chi training method is at least an acquired method, while the cold energy monster's use of cold energy is innate. After Chi Suan dissected the giant clam, he naturally knew the logic of the giant clam's use, operation, digestion and absorption of cold energy. This thing is similar to the photosynthesis of plants, all instincts. Ask the giant clam, it can't explain it. So Chi Suan wants to use cold energy to strengthen himself. There are two ways. Either transform yourself so that you can actively and passively absorb, like the cold energy monster, and directly lie down and become stronger. Chi Suan still likes this way of growing up. But the disadvantage is also obvious. The cold energy monster can only survive in the cold energy environment, and the stronger the strength, the more dependent it is on the environment. Just like the Zenclaw King, a beast king of mid-level strength, has not woken up yet. Now there are only those new beast kings in Bingzhou. This is also the time for them to develop, so as not to be crushed to death by those old-school beast kings. Therefore, although he liked it, Chi Suan did not intend to add such an obvious weakness to himself. After all, he had no way to stay in the cold winter world, not to mention that cold energy was a periodic situation and very unstable. So he preferred the human Chi training method to utilize cold energy. However, there was a prerequisite, that is, he needed to obtain a good enough Chi training method. Chi Suan did not expect to get the tiny refining form technique, as long as he could get a medium to high Chi training method. He estimated that there was a 90% chance that this Chi training method was in the hands of the protagonist of the cold winter world. In this situation, the opponent is likely to have mastered it. It is more valuable for Chi Suan to kill him directly and use his protagonist halo to strengthen his own protagonist halo than to pry it out from him. Someone is approaching, live broadcast is in progress. A video appeared in front of Chi Suan, but the sound was mechanical. The reason why there is sound now is because of the existence of the three modules of communication, language, and translation, which allows the reconnaissance network to provide intelligence more effectively. Of course, the sound is expressed through module translation. Come to kill me. So reckless? Chi Suan listened to it roughly. Before that, he made a big fuss in the capitals of various countries, and killed many high-ranking officials of various countries, which made the various countries panic. It is precisely because of this reason that no survivors came to attack him. But not long after, someone came to him to die without knowing what was good for him. You don't have to think of them as trouble. Maybe they are not here to die, but to bring opportunities. I don't know which country among the countries is well-trained and well-equipped. Chi Suan still has good eyesight. He understands that the high-level officials of various countries have always been annoyed by his existence. They want to kill him and take away Tai Sui. After all, the impression Tai Sui left on them is too deep. Without saying too much, the power of the floating gun alone is enough to make them jealous. As for how to find him, the permanent activity violation has been announcing his location every half an hour. It continues without interruption, and it can be said that he has worked hard without complaint and has never said a word of hardship. Chi Suan naturally let it be announced, and he has no way to solve this problem. Hey, it seems to have special abilities. Chi Suan suddenly found something wrong. Yes, according to the feedback from the reconnaissance network, the lowest dual attributes of this team have reached 1.2 points. The highest has 1.5 points of dual attributes. With special abilities and hot weapons, it is enough for you to move around. At this time, shouldn't you add a sentence that should not be underestimated? How did it become enough for me to move around? Chi Suan was quite speechless about this. After so much preparation, the result is this sentence. Your dual attributes have reached 5 points, and the lowest talent on you is S level. It is not suitable for you to be underestimated. You can even ignore the hot weapons, and crush their heads directly. After all, the S-level talent Yushin has given you a nearly immortal body and spirit. If you are not the protagonist, or a superstandard existence like Tianjiao, it is basically a gap if you are short of 1 point of dual attributes. There is always a small probability of over-level killing. Not to mention that Chi Suan played in high-end games. Even if he was beaten and ran away in high-end games, he was not comparable to these survivors. So I am Jumozi, right? Chi Suan thought about his situation and complained about himself. I suggest you capture them alive. Maybe it will be useful to you. The intelligent brain does not know what Jumozi is, and there is no corresponding data in its database. Chi Suan did not mention everything to the intelligent brain, and martial arts novels are of no use to the intelligent brain. Besides, he can't remember everything. He almost forgot the content of Tianlong Babu, and he only remembered that the course seemed to be "Where are we going, Dad?" A series of transformations unfold around the fathers of the three protagonists. I know that they are coming to me like this, and they must have something good to gain. Violators are extremely dangerous. We have to be careful. Captain Yupai is conducting pre-war mobilization. At this time, they are still 20 kilometers away from the violators, which is very close for them. According to the post-intelligence analysis, when the capitals of various countries were attacked, 20 kilometers is the monitoring range of violators, and as long as they get close, they will be detected. So he will conduct pre-war mobilization at this location. Captain, you are just a waste who relies on external objects. There is no need to be so scared. A burly strongman said disdainfully. His name is Pan Xian. He has the ability of blood rage, and he has also practiced the medieval Qi training method Raging Diamond Sutra. The two are quite compatible, so he is the strongest person in this action team. Because of his own special characteristics, coupled with a low temperature, although the thermal weapons have not yet failed, the efficiency has been greatly reduced. This led him to be very contemptuous of various hot weapons. After all, if the temperature continued to drop, hot weapons would sooner or later have problems. Yupai looked at Pan Xian with a strange look. The violator may have such strength because of the armor on his body, but it is also a fact that so many survivors died in his hands. To be honest, he knew that Pan Xian disdained hot weapons, but he didn't expect that the other party would bring this disdain to the mission. So he advised him not to ruin his mission. But this word was like stepping on Pan Xian's tail, which made him furious. If I had this armor, I would be stronger than him. Without superpowers and unable to practice Qigong, how long can you live? Pan Xian directly retorted. Yupai frowned at this time. Calm down and control your emotions. He didn't understand. Although Pan Xian was a little irritable and had self-centered views, he would not become like this. This gave Yupai a bad feeling. Pan Xian was panting and his skin turned red and warm. I'm trying hard. Pan Xian suppressed his anger. This feeling was not good. Otherwise, don't participate in this mission. Although Yupai was unwilling to lose such a main force, Pan Xian's condition would only make him a burden if he really joined. In fact, he was also thinking, could it be that superpowers and Qigong were too compatible, which easily affected his mentality? It would have been better if Yupai hadn't said this. Once he said it, Pan Xian was completely annoyed. Without me, you bunch of rubbish, are you looking for death? Pan Xian said this in a very impolite way. Not only did Yupai's face change, but the other members also looked unhappy. You are affected by the supernatural power, and the Qi training method, all actions are temporarily stopped. Yupai said coldly. With his reminder, everyone present took a few steps back without a sound. As for the cessation of action, it was also for the better progress of the action. Otherwise, before the action starts, they will have to suffer damage due to internal strife. Yupai really couldn't understand why Pan Xian would lose control at this time. And he had never heard of anyone losing control, and people who were stronger than Pan Xian, and even more compatible had never experienced this situation. However, before they could further control Pan Xian, the prompt of the Doomsday Game completely changed their faces. Warning, violators are 1 kilometer away from you. Chapter 139. Do it! Yupai roared, but they couldn't find anyone. At this time, Pan Xian was completely out of control. His skin turned into a strange fiery red, his face was hideous, and he roared. Bang! Before he could react, a black shadow hit him directly. He was knocked flying on the spot, and there was no movement when he landed. It was unknown whether he was dead or fainted. Then, the black shadow passed by again. Every action made a member of the action team unknown. Yupai's body was trembling, and he could feel the weirdness of the other party. His ability, called the perception field, formed a constant force field through the transformation of his own spirit. However, his naked eyes could see the other party, but there was no reaction in the perception field, just like an invisible life form. The last one. Yupai's ears rang with a mechanical sound, and then his back of the head hurt, and his consciousness sank, and everything fell into darkness. He understood that he was captured alive by the other party. The last thought in his mind was that this offender was too dangerous, and they were simply not capable of dealing with him. After Chi Suan dealt with Yupai, he put on the feeding equipment one by one and threw them into the subspace pocket. The whole process was smooth and could be described as extremely familiar. This group of people not only have special abilities and practice the Qi training method, but they have also been transformed. Qi Xuan saw the difference at a glance. This transformation was not a human body transformation, but was based on certain knowledge. According to his preliminary data, it can be concluded that it is a transformation to enhance potential and improve growth efficiency. Some things are not more powerful the older they are. Just like medical technology, we can't say that today is not as good as in the past. People today stand on the shoulders of the ancients, making continuous progress, and will one day become new giants, instead of just standing on the shoulders of the ancients and living off their past. If nothing unexpected happens, the cold energy monster will probably tremble under the power of humans. The main reason is that the survivors have too much advantage at the beginning this time. Unfortunately, this advantage can only be used in the cold winter world. Once you leave the cold winter world, all the advantages will probably become a burden. Qi Xuan also saw the flaws of these people. Like the cold energy monster, it is very dependent on the cold energy environment. Now that the concentration and temperature have not reached the peak, it is already impossible to get out. If you really want to go to other doomsday worlds, you have to be abandoned on the spot. And because there is no corresponding energy, there is no way to practice the Qi training method. There is a solution, which is to practice the Qi training method to the full level before leaving the cold winter world, and then give up the special power given by the cold energy. It is equivalent to only wanting the attributes, not other additional effects. In fact, it is not very accurate to say that no additional effects are needed, but because there is no cold energy environment, these effects cannot be exerted at all. The extraordinary system of the cold winter world has a higher upper limit than the extraordinary system of the polar day world, but it seems very useless. Qi Xuan sighed. Excluding the two people, Jing Guangren and Su Tongming, the Qi training method is indeed about one level higher than the limit force. The limit force is only 2.5 dual attributes at 100 degrees, and the Qi training method should have an upper limit of 3 points if nothing unexpected happens. However, the power of the limit is not without advantages. As long as you have enough food and squeeze it to the limit, anyone can achieve it. Although it will be short-lived, the progress is very fast. And the Qi training method may not be so easy. After packing up everyone, Qi Xuan went directly back to his safe house. He took out Pan Xian, who had been reduced in intelligence before, and began to dissect and study him. It can only be said that the other party was really unlucky. Because his own special abilities and Qi training methods were too well matched with the effect of reducing intelligence and his own ideas, a series of fits led to loss of control. Otherwise, this situation would not normally occur. This also proves that the other party's potential is indeed very large. Otherwise, why did the protagonist Halo not affect others but him? It means that the protagonist Halo felt that this guy might pose a threat to Qi Xuan, so he chose to strike first. Then the other party suffered. Special abilities, oh, they call them superpowers. This name is really universal. The special abilities of zombies in the deep world are called superpowers, and the special abilities of humans in the winter world are also called superpowers. Qi Xuan didn't care. It was just a synonym for abilities, and it was normal to overlap. No matter what it was called, it would be enough to increase Qi Xuan's strength. As the dissection went deeper, Qi Xuan actually found a lot of cold energy in Pan Xian's body. The cold energy appeared in a wave-like form, and the location was the blood vessel. Because of this effect, Pan Xian's blood was further infected and had special powers. That is his ability, Blood Rage. Through the influence of blood vessels on blood, the blood is accelerated, and in this way, a short-term strengthening is obtained. This is also the reason why his skin is red, because the capillaries cannot bear it during this process. Of course, after his strength is improved, the strength of the capillaries will also be strengthened, and the recovery will be faster. As for not being damaged, this is unrealistic. The stronger the strength, the better the effect of blood rage, and the capillaries still cannot bear it. In addition, there are changes in the mental aspect, which should be due to his Qi training method. Qi Xuan deeply analyzed Pan Xian's brain, and found that there is cold energy in his brain, but this time it is not in the form of waves, but in the form of particles. Actively taking in cold energy, and through digestion and absorption, it can improve one's physical and mental strength. In terms of efficiency, it's just average. But it can make emotions pass through the spirit, forming a kind of amplification effect, and it has a good combination with the effect of blood rage. But this effect and combination limit the anger emotion, which is useless. If he can't control his own hormones, then Pan Xian may be powerless. Maintaining anger for a day or two or even a month or two may not be a problem. But it may not be so easy to maintain it for a lifetime. Qi Xuan knew that the other party was angry more and experienced more, and his threshold would soon rise. In the end, he would not be so easy to get angry, but the premise is that he could live to that time. Even if he didn't fall into Chi Xuan's hands, because of his way of growth that requires constant anger as a driving force, it is not only easy to offend people in the process, but also cause various endocrine and other related problems. Therefore, in Pan Xian's case, the probability of growing up is not high. Even if his Qi training method and superpowers are in harmony, if he offends people and blocks the way, he will be regarded as a thorn in the eye and removed. After all, this batch of survivors is a unit of the intricately connected countries. It is estimated that Pan Xian's own personality factors accounted for a large part of the arrangement to kill him as a violator, rather than really because of his strength. Cold energy combines with cells to form an evolution that adapts to the environment, similar to the growth of gills on fish. Once out of the environment, it is equivalent to a fish on land, waiting to die. So if I want to obtain the cold energy version of superpowers, I have to transform myself. Put it aside for the time being. Chi Xuan did not fight for superpowers. Then his eyes fell on the Qi training method, through the changes in Pan Xian's brain and the data obtained from the giant clam. One thing can be shown, that is, the Qi training method simulated from the cold energy monster, although it also requires a cold energy environment, at least there is no need to worry about dying directly after the environment is out of the environment. Like many cold energy monsters, they have survived from the last cold energy era through hibernation and other related methods. The giant clam is proof of this. But I don't have a Qi training method. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes, and the first thought that came to his mind was to rob. Intelligent brain, can you confirm which country these people were sent from? Chi Xuan asked. He did it as he said. Since the other party took action, don't blame Chi Xuan for retaliating directly. It just so happened that he was short of Qi training methods, so he went over to rob their results and then killed their people. Let the other party feel heartbroken. No corresponding information detected. Suspected special secret forces. However, it can be analyzed through its morphological characteristics and behavioral habits. Just analyze it directly, and then give a target. Chi Xuan said directly. He didn't care about the mistakes in the intelligent brain analysis. Anyway, his goal was to steal the Qi training method and kill the survivors. Right or wrong doesn't matter, as long as the goal is achieved, regardless of whether it is to help the real murderer take the blame. Reasoning is not something Chi Xuan should consider. He should consider how to become stronger in his own interests. After all, he is not a good person. When he survived the fusion card of the reborn through the protagonist's halo, he knew that his position was no longer in the good camp. If you want to survive in the doomsday, you can only do whatever it takes. Search completed, preliminary estimate is Fagua, followed by, then choose Fagua, you lock on their largest base or laboratory for studying cold energy, superpowers, and Qi training, and we will go to visit them. Chi Xuan didn't listen to the subsequent speculation, he just wanted to find a target. Starting to lock. Locked, shall we set off? The efficiency of the intelligent brain is still very fast. Let's go directly, no need to leave anyone alive. What we want is the data. Chi Xuan said. As for encryption and protection? Chi Xuan is not sure how to decrypt, but the intelligent brain can. The main difficulty is physical isolation. In the deep world, even artificial intelligence has been developed by the Qixin society, but there is none in the winter world. Not to mention that the intelligent brain has obtained the complete database of the artificial intelligence Fuxiao, which is watching the dawn, and has the help of two major modules, language and translation. If it can't decrypt, then the intelligent brain will be very poor. I have some free time now. Do you think I should deepen my knowledge of other subjects? Chi Xuan suddenly found that he had a lot more free time without the research of virus talent. Of course, with your energy, you can definitely take care of the study of another subject. Chapter 140. Since the last time the violators used mysterious technological weapons to kill people in the capital and caused irreparable losses, many core members have moved out of the capital. As for the arrival of the end of winter, it only affected the middle and lower levels, and the upper levels and all the elites were not affected much. Anyway, it is like this now, and no one knows what will happen in the future after the Doomsday game comes. Especially recently, the birth of cold energy monsters, and the revival of many monsters in ancient times have been detected. You actually use people for experiments? This is ridiculous. A female angry cry sounded in the largest cold energy research base in Fagua. Zhu Jingyi felt very angry. She didn't expect that such a bad thing would happen in the research project she was responsible for. However, a group of people just glanced coldly at the supervisor who had just airdropped, and no one paid attention to her. Everyone knew that the new supervisor had an unusual origin, otherwise he would not have come in halfway. But as for the ability, it is not clear. After all, it has only been a short time since we came. Hey, Director Zhu, this matter has been specially approved. A team leader couldn't bear it, and hurriedly explained. However, before he finished explaining, he was rejected by Zhu Jingyi. I don't care. This kind of thing must never happen in our research base again. Zhu Jingyi said with a decisive tone. We are studying cold energy. Look at what you have done. Once this matter is leaked, it will be a huge blow to Fei country, both in terms of international public opinion and domestic sentiment. A staff member said indignantly. What about the experiment? Will you be responsible for the consequences? I will be responsible. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Zhu Jingyi said without hesitation. In her opinion, nothing is more important than human life. You can't take responsibility, and you can't bear the consequences. The team leader, who had explained earlier, turned black. Do you really think this is just a cold energy research base? It also involves the various interests of the top leaders of Fei country. Especially after the top leaders knew that the supernatural powers and chi training methods derived from cold energy can make people immortal, rejuvenate, and have many other functions. The development of many things is no longer so simple. Not to mention that it is now the end of the world, and many things have long been out of control. You can't control them just by saying so. Your background is indeed extraordinary, but compared with the interests of the entire Fei country top leaders, you are just a bigger ant. Manager Zhu, you are tired. Go back and have a good rest. You will get the credit you deserve. You are just here to gild yourself, so don't interfere. Another team leader said calmly. This is equivalent to making the point directly. These two sentences made Zhu Jingyi tremble with anger. Not only did this group of people not repent, but they also thought that she was wrong? This is really absurd. But when she looked at everyone present, her heart sank to the bottom. In the current situation, it is obvious that no one supports her. She came to the cold energy research base as a manager, intending to benefit the public, but she saw the real purgatory. She didn't even have the energy to change. I will report this matter, I just don't believe it. She knew that she could not do anything by herself. So she made the most advantageous counterattack, which was to report it. But before she finished her words, she was interrupted by the sudden reminder of the Doomsday Game. Warning, the violator is 1 kilometer away from you. She was not the only one who received the reminder. Everyone in the entire research base received it. All of a sudden, the faces of the staff who were originally indifferent, sarcastic, etc. all turned into fear and shock. They knew the violators, and had seen the damage caused on TV. But in their minds, the violators were very far away from them, so far away that they could not reach them. Until now. A team leader reacted the fastest, and sounded the alarm at the first time. Although it was useless, after all, the reminder of the Doomsday Game was much faster than the alarm. Hide, everyone hurry up, I don't know who shouted this, but unfortunately, before I could finish shouting, the roof of the research base was lifted. The freezing cold wind and snow rushed in with a low temperature. The research base has 24-hour heating, so it is naturally warm like spring. However, compared with the coldness of the end of winter, this warm current has no resistance and swallowed it up in an instant. Damn it, how could the violator come here? Zhu Jingyi also gritted her teeth, and her expression was not very good. She did not retreat, but urged her own superpowers, ready to fight the violator to the death, so as to ensure the safety of the entire base. Even if her power may be insignificant in front of the violator, it is much better than doing nothing. But before she could start fighting, a dark storm torrent just sank into it along the gap. No matter people or objects, they were gradually decomposed and dissipated. Even she was no exception. The whole process was very fast, and the good news was that no one suffered pain when they died. Qi Xuan naturally didn't care that the only daughter of a high-ranking official of Yofei country died in the psionic storm of the floating cannon. He even destroyed the entire research base, not to mention offending a high-ranking official. Database download completed. Manpower cleared. Remaining enemies began to be cleared. Tai Sui God started killing along with the action of the intelligent brain. But this time, it was not killed by floating cannon, but by firearms. The dead bodies were thrown directly into the casting furnace as fuel. As for why the psionic storm was used in the first wave, it was naturally to disintegrate the main force. They all gathered together. Wouldn't it be a waste not to catch them all in one net? Wasteful to do this? This is true. But the waste is just a small amount. Qi Xuan can still afford the loss. Besides, many Qi training methods are based on books. If you really want to use the psionic storm to watch the ground directly, it will damage the original. Although there is an electronic version, it is possible that the original version has some magical places. When the last person in the Feigua Cold Energy Research Base was shot in the head, and thrown into the casting furnace, Chi Xuan began to search. It is not difficult, because the intelligent brain has obtained the complete base map, so you just need to go and get it. I have to say that Fei Gua is really cruel. Just in this research base, the loss of personnel in these days has exceeded thousands of people. These thousands of people are naturally Fei Gua nationals, who are trying to survive around the base. They must be using local resources. They can't go to other countries to capture people in the snow and cold weather. How much would it cost? Anyway, because of the end of winter, most of the survivors' supplies have been cut off. No one would care if they died. After all, except for the top leaders of various countries, other survivors are really trying to survive. The new supervisor who was airdropped is probably also to curb the consumption of quantity, but it seems that he is a bit too strong. Chi Xuan turned his eyes to the other side. This is an investigation report, which records the information of tying refining shape technique. According to ancient books, the last time it appeared was in Wanfu Temple in Yinhua, but according to the investigation, Wanfu Temple has now been renamed Changlu Temple. The reason for the name change is naturally to avoid certain things in the past. They did not find out the specific reason. As the strongest Qi training method of the ancient Xianmen, Fei Gua naturally wants it. We can go and take a look. Chi Xuan looked at the information, which naturally had the corresponding coordinates. And if nothing unexpected happened, Fei Gua should have sent people there long ago. But it was cold and snowy, and it was inconvenient to travel by plane, so it was estimated that they had not arrived yet. Then, Chi Xuan's eyes were on a group of Qi training methods, all of which were original and well preserved. Obviously, after being collected, someone had to perform regular maintenance. Chi Xuan didn't care at all, and he flipped through it directly, comparing the content with the electronic version, and asked the reconnaissance network to check if there was any difference. It makes no difference. It seems that I have to go to Changlu Temple in Yin State. I hope that no one will get there first. Chi Xuan muttered. Finally he died. Fortunately I came early. If I had come a few days later, I would have been too late. Tang Qing had gone through a fierce battle and finally killed the future Beast King, the Ice Dragon. Then he took out the core of the Ice Dragon, which was a crystal-like solid. He swallowed it in one gulp without chewing it. The cold flowed into his esophagus through his mouth, and then fell into his stomach, giving him the illusion that his body and mind were frozen. Fortunately, he recovered himself through the Taiyan refining technique in the first place. Next, I just need to wait for my Taiyan refining technique to break through the first level, and then I can get superpowers. I'm really looking forward to the Ice Dragon superpowers. Tang Qing couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth. Then he glanced at the time, and then he was surprised to find that it was today. It's been so long since I was reborn. The future iron-fisted female prime minister of Fei country should also start to rise today. It is said that her rise is because Fei country used civilian survivors as experimental subjects. After the resistance failed, she resolutely launched a coup for the civilians. He still has a good impression of this iron-fisted female prime minister, because she shocked the countries and made them know fear, so they restrained the style of using civilians as experimental subjects. Of course, restraint does not mean disappearance, but it is not so blatant. In fact, he was able to survive for 3 months after the doomsday, thanks to the coup of the iron-fisted female prime minister. It's a pity that Tang Qing lived too short and didn't know what happened afterwards. It just so happens that this place is not far from Fei country. I can go to help them, just for myself in my previous life. And I remember that there are some opportunities in Fei country, and I just happened to get them together. Tang Qing knew that the rumor might be just one sentence, but the hardship, although it was not revealed, he also knew how dangerous it was. Chapter 141. On the way to Changlu Temple, Chi Xuan began to read the Qi training method. The overall structure is similar, and in terms of principle, it is not as mysterious as ancient martial arts. In his opinion, it is more like absorbing cold energy through breathing, and strengthening it point by point through the main organs that absorb cold energy. Just like Pan Xian, who he dissected before, the opponent's cold energy organ is the brain. Because of the special nature of his Qi training method, he can drive his blood rage ability through anger. Different Qi training methods will form different cold energy organs, and this is the core. But after he looked at it, in fact, most of the cold energy organs are brains and hearts, and there are few other parts. After all, these two organs are the core and vital points of the human body. They don't need to deal with battles, and they have quite complete protection. Suitable in all aspects. Qi training has no so-called realm, and does not touch on any spirit, idealism, reliance on comprehension, etc. Just pure qualifications and resources plus hard work. So this requires power, and even identity. If you don't have enough power, where can you get a lot of resources to supplement it? Without identity, how can you mobilize an entire power to serve you? As for the first two, if you have strength? If you don't have the first two, where can you get the resources on your own? This is as unrealistic as going from an intern with no background to a major shareholder of a company. No matter how good your work performance is, how many people can become bosses? So in Chi Xuan's view, the so-called Chi training method was not intended to provide a promotion channel for the bottom people from the beginning. Even if you accidentally get a Chi training method, you can only make little progress. It's a pity that these Chi training methods are not very useful to me. After reading them, Chi Xuan only hoped that the rumored top tying refining technique in ancient times could be of reference to him. Otherwise, he would need to find another way out in the cold winter world to continue to become stronger. He was helpless about this. Not all extraordinary systems could help him. The extraordinary system formed by cold energy was too dependent on the environment, and he had to constantly change the world, resulting in the pitiful low value of this extraordinary system. Even if it had the power to reach the sky, it would be worth nothing if it was beaten back to its original form after changing the world. If he didn't have extraordinary energy or organs, he could change them himself. But if there was a problem with the extraordinary system itself, he could only abandon it. After reading the Chi training method, Chi Xuan checked the intelligence information of Sheng Liguan. These intelligence information were downloaded from the internet by the intelligent brain before. Chi Xuan briefly flipped through it, and there was not much actual content. It is just a small Taoist temple. There are 1 or 2 news reports. In addition to some subsidy announcements from the temple administration, there are also some news reports about the disciples of Changlu Temple, who bravely performed heroic deeds. However, the writer did not describe it too much. Instead, he focused on the people who were rescued. Obviously, the identity of the rescued people is not ordinary. It just happened to take this opportunity to show his face. Then, there was no other information. This is also normal. According to the information from Feigua, it can be seen that it is just a Taoist temple the size of a palm. Where did the traffic come from to be exposed on the internet? It is even difficult to survive, and it has to rely on subsidies. So if you want to investigate it, you must go there in person. Destination has been reached and is landing. The reminder of the intelligent brain interrupted Chi Xuan's browsing. Since we have arrived, there is no need to read the information. It is better to conduct a field investigation. Besides, these information are not complete. Well, the roof has been blown off. Chi Xuan saw a piece of snow as soon as he landed. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the roof of the Taoist temple. I don't know when it disappeared. This is also normal. After all, the end of the winter is coming. In addition to the low temperature, there are also terrible winds and snow. The Taoist temple has been around for a long time, and has no money for repairs. It is not strange that it is completely destroyed in this situation. Because the roof is gone, the interior of the Taoist temple has been filled with snow. Fortunately, the Taoist temple is not big, so Chi Xuan started to clean it up. During the cleaning process, he dug out a frozen body. The deceased was an old Taoist priest, curled up in the dormitory of the Taoist temple. It seemed that he was frozen to death in his sleep. Obviously, it was because he was too poor and had no electronic equipment to get the notification from the kingdom of hell. As for the doomsday game, it will not remind the survivors. This is also a comfortable way to die, at least it is not painful. The entire Taoist temple was quickly cleaned up by Chi Xuan, and there was no one else here. Judging from the situation, even if the end of winter did not come, Changlu Temple would be cut off in this generation. After searching, he found some Taoist scriptures, and Chi Xuan also knew that the deity worshipped in Changlu Temple was called Taiyin Tianjun. This name made Chi Xuan think of the Chi training method Taiyin Liangxingshu, mainly because it was too coincidental. However, he searched the entire Changlu Temple, and even asked the intelligent brain to use the reconnaissance network to help find it, but he did not find Taiyin Liangxingshu. I should not be late. Judging from the degree of snow just now, I am definitely the first to arrive. Chi Xuan quickly set his sights on the statue of Taiyin Tianjun. If nothing goes wrong, it should be on you. Chi Xuan looked up and down at the Taiyin Tianjun. From the facial features and clothing, this Taiyin Tianjun is a man. The overall appearance is elegant and unrestrained, with a hint of arrogance, as if he looks down on all living things. Intelligent brain, you focus on scanning the inside of the statue to see what is inside. Chi Xuan said, the material used for the statue is too thick, and it has corresponding. Chi Xuan understood when he heard this. The reconnaissance network could not effectively detect the internal situation. You mean, this statue is cast purely with a single material? Chi Xuan understood in an instant that this was a good thing. It is obviously some special material alloy. Yes, it is recommended to take a part away as a future material module alternative. The intelligent brain then reminded Chi Xuan. Okay, we pick up a piece later. As for now, let's cut open the statue and see what's inside, Chi Xuan said. If the reconnaissance network could scan, Chi Xuan would not have to go through so much trouble, but there was no way now. Of course, if there was no tying body refining technique inside the statue, Chi Xuan could only use the psionic storm to wash the ground. If he couldn't find it, he wouldn't let the tying body refining technique fall into the hands of others, he would just flatten the entire ground. All the natives in the entire winter world were survivors, and every one of them belonged to the opposing camp with him. Naturally, he would weaken it if he could, even if it caused the tying body refining technique to be lost. Chi Xuan didn't care. If you can't get it, it will weaken the enemy, which is also a kind of strengthening. The whole statue was cut quickly, but when it reached the chest of the statue, just a little cut, a strong stench squeezed out from the gap. Chi Xuan didn't ask, but the intelligent brain gave him feedback. The rotten smell is not to use living people to pretend to be dirty, Chi Xuan said. Some statues are to pretend to be dirty, and the things used to pretend to be dirty are different. Some are gems, scriptures, pills, and even food, which are serious ways to pretend to be dirty. Some are much more cruel, using children or simply the internal organs of people born at the corresponding age. Under the control of the intelligent brain, Tai Sui God carefully opened the chest of the statue, and inside was a smelly and curled up dry corpse. The time of death is not known for the time being. After being taken down, it can be seen from the skeleton that it should be a woman. Through the comparison of the restoration by the intelligent brain, the female mummy is likely to be the daughter of Tien Tianjun. He couldn't understand why the other party was stuffed into the chest of Tien Tianjun. After testing, there was no struggle. After scanning the body of the mummy, the intelligent brain came to a conclusion that the other party was not stuffed in alive, but was stuffed after death. Chi Xuan didn't care how the other party died, nor why the other party was stuffed into the chest of the statue. He just wanted to know if there was any trace of tying refining technique. Intelligent brain, is there anything I need? Chi Xuan asked. There is a foreign object inside the chest of the mummy, and it is being removed for you. There are special changes to the skin on the back, and it is being collected for you. Compared with the statue, the mummy does not have such a good shielding effect, so the secrets are visible under the reconnaissance network. Chi Xuan was relieved to see this. It was good to have some gains. He was afraid that there would be no gains. A bamboo slip was taken out from the abdomen of the mummy. The text content was completely different from the current one. Fortunately, Chi Xuan had two modules, language and translation, and he quickly translated the text on the bamboo slip. It was the tying refining form technique he needed. I thought it was the orthodox Xianmen in ancient times, but now it seems that it is not so kind. Chi Xuan muttered. The ancient times you mentioned may not be consistent with the moral values of the modern society you live in. Chi Xuan thought about it, and thought that it was really strange for him to judge the ancients with today's rules. On the other side, Chi Xuan watched Tai Sui peel off the skin on the back of the mummy bit by bit, and carefully restore it. There were dense words as big as mosquitoes on it. Looking carefully, Chi Xuan's face became strange. Is it also tying form refining technique? Chi Xuan quickly put down the bamboo slips, and compared it with the human skin version, and found the difference. The former is the content, and the latter is the annotation. If there is only the content, it is indeed the orthodox Xianmen, but when combined with the annotations of the human skin version, it suddenly becomes a demonic evil method. It doesn't even belong to the same technique at all. The so-called annotation is more like the complete version. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes. Although the normal version is also very strong, the complete version has three advantages. It does not require qualifications, does not focus on resources, and grows faster. The only disadvantage is that it is bloody and cruel. If you really want to practice it, you must be a big devil. So what caused the annotation to distort the original version? Chapter 142. After getting two versions of the art of tying form refining, Chi Xuan cut the entire statue into extremely fine pieces to avoid any remnants. This naturally did not yield any results. Finally, he dug 3 feet deep into the ground and made sure that there was no problem with Shangliguan, and then set traps around it. He had not forgotten that people from Fey country were coming. Of course, no matter who came, they would be killed as long as the trap was triggered. As for the fragments of the statue, Chi Xuan took them all away, leaving a part, and threw the rest into the casting furnace with the mummy to become evolutionary energy. After dealing with these, Qi Xuan found a safe house in the territory of Yin State, and began to study the art of tying form refining. The first version to be studied was naturally the bamboo slip version. Although it became the human skin version after adding annotations, it was still based on the bamboo slip version. Qi Xuan naturally did not think of being too ambitious and directly choosing the human skin version. He had to be down to earth in doing things. I have to say that this tying refining form is worthy of being called the #1 Qi training method. It is indeed far superior to the Qi training methods I have in all aspects. And unlike those Qi training methods, it also has corresponding stages of division. After practicing it, it is not to say that it is invincible, but it is also that no one dares to stop it in the world. But the shortcomings are also very obvious. Qualifications and resources are indispensable, especially in terms of qualifications. If you force yourself to practice without meeting the qualifications, you will need hundreds of times more resources to subsidize it. Others can use the resources of the third level, and those with poor qualifications can only barely get started. Qi Xuan can see that the powerful combat power comes from the result of the qualifications and resources being perfectly utilized by the tying refining form. So if you don't have enough talent, you can only make up for it with resources. As for having talent but no resources, you can only wait to be stuck or force yourself to practice and then injure yourself. If you don't stop at this point, you will definitely die. Unfortunately, I don't have either talent or resources. Qi Xuan put down the bamboo version of tying refining form. Qi Xuan is not a human from the winter, and he doesn't have the corresponding talent. The Qi training method can't be used at all, so when it falls into his hands, it can only be used as a reference. Then his eyes fell on the human skin version of tying refining form. The opening is a way to condense a magical power. Of course, it is not called a magical power now, but a supernatural power. This annotation is indeed unusual. You should know that even the various countries now have no way to solve the generation guidance of superpowers. All superpowers are generated randomly. And the opening chapter is to let you generate a specified superpower. Qi Xuan flipped through it, and found that before obtaining superpowers, he found a Beast King level cold energy monster egg called the Blood Heartworm King. After taking it, he can obtain the superpower called Blood Sacrifice. Then it's easy, just start killing. If you think the killing effect is not good, you can also perform a corresponding level of sacrifice through the tying refining technique later. The object of sacrifice is yourself, and the process is a blood sacrifice. No matter it is a human or a cold energy monster, torture it before death, so that it will produce the greatest pain worse than death, and then peel off the skin and pull out the tendons, and take out the organs alive. Then directly use the heaven sacrificing superpower to sacrifice it to yourself. This will get feedback based on the strength of the blood sacrifice object, the resentment before death, and the degree of torture. Of course, if you feel that it is not enough, or the process is too slow, there are more convenient ways to reach the top in one step. Directly conducting a large-scale blood sacrifice, although the effect is not as good as a single blood sacrifice, it can withstand the large amount. There are also disadvantages. First of all, the process is more troublesome and requires sufficient strength. Otherwise, how can you support such a large-scale blood sacrifice if you are not strong enough? But this large scale is indeed a bit bad. It is only the scope of a village. Qi Xuan complained. But think about it again, a village is not small. Even the Zenclaw King, who is in the middle of the Beast King level among the cold energy monsters, can only smash a farmhouse, and it is an ancient one. In other words, if a person can sacrifice a village with blood, he is already a top existence. This blood sacrifice is naturally not only used for enhancement, but also people caught in the blood sacrifice range will be harmed. This ability can not only be used to quickly improve the tying refining technique, but also as a means of killing enemies. People themselves are combat abilities. If we can use the Blood Heartworm King instead of the eggs, will the effect of the ability be better? Qi Xuan looked at the end of the blood sacrifice chapter, and saw the regret left by the author. The reason is very simple. The Blood Heartworm King is powerful from birth. How can people who don't use eggs and haven't practiced Qigong eat it? He is a Beast King. If he really does this, he will only be eaten by the Blood Heartworm King. Even if it is a newly hatched Blood Heartworm King, it is not comparable to ordinary people. The Blood Sacrifice chapter records the situation of the Blood Heartworm King in detail. This thing is born at the Beast King level, and its strength will be extremely powerful when it grows up. This thing is also extremely precious. So if someone can really eat the Blood Heartworm King instead of using the Worm King egg, the superpowers born will definitely be the enhanced superpowers of blood sacrifice. Later, there are the Tying chapter and the Lianqing chapter. They are used to supplement the Taiyin Lianqing art, and a complete growth system created with the blood sacrifice superpower as the core. If you remove all kinds of cruel and bloody means, this is completely another Qi training method, and in terms of quality, it is even higher than the Taiyin Lianqing art. Qi Xuan knows that the Taiyin Lianqing art is really too talent-intensive and resource-intensive. This has never been practiced for ordinary people or even the lower class, but for those peerless geniuses with noble birth and extraordinary family background. Without one condition, this ancient first Qi training method will not bring any convenience to the practitioners, but will be a burden, and is not as good as ordinary Qi training methods. That is to say, the acquisition of superpowers is not only through the accumulation of cold energy in the body and inducing the evolution of the body, but also through the intake of cold energy monsters for transformation and acquisition in advance. You can even directly inherit the abilities of cold energy monsters and turn them into superpowers. Qi Xuan was thinking about the blood sacrifice chapter in his mind. This is good news for Qi Xuan. Since it shows that there is more than one channel to obtain it, it means that Qi Xuan can also transform it himself. Then the question is, where can I find the so-called Blood Heartworm King? Qi Xuan introduced the blood sacrifice chapter, but most of it is based on the superpower of blood sacrifice. There is relatively little content about the Blood Heartworm King, and even if there is, it is mainly about the Worm King eggs. People have never thought that anyone can eat the Blood Heartworm King. The elders let you catch it? That's fine, but the requirement is to eat it alive, not dead. Even if you catch it, ordinary people can't bite it. Of course, if you don't care about the cost, it should be possible. However, this is just the beginning. For families with this ability, they don't need to practice Taiyin refining technique with the annotations. They can practice the bamboo slip version directly. But the blood sacrifice chapter didn't consider it, obviously because the author didn't care about these factors. The annotation itself is to remove restrictions and transfer the cost. The noble family can afford the cost, but the human skin version of the annotation practice method is leaked, which is even more unprofitable. The human skin version of the annotation should not have been leaked, but followed into the grave, so no one knows. Otherwise it will definitely cause a bloody storm. Qi Xuan didn't continue to think about the matter of the Blood Heartworm King. The bridge is straight to the bow. The whole planet is so big, how can he know where it is? Another thing is that the concentration of cold energy is not enough now, and it is not enough to produce a high-level cold energy monster like the Blood Heart Bug King. Qi Xuan can only study the Qi training method and superpowers for the time being. Since the Blood Heart Bug King can induce the winter humans to awaken their superpowers in advance, Qi Xuan plans to take this opportunity to conduct experiments. In this way, he can improve his own version of the blood sacrifice superpower, and then further transform the Taiyin refining technique based on this. His requirements are not high. This time, he doesn't need to double the double attributes like in the Polar Day world. He only needs to increase the double attributes by 1 point each. After all, it is more difficult to improve as time goes by. If necessary, you can even give up the blood sacrifice ability, since the situation of the Qi training method is similar anyway. I don't have to stick to the Taiyin refining technique. Taiyin refining technique is known as the most powerful Qi training method, but it is not suitable for Qi Xuan. The best one is the one that suits you, not the strongest one. Blindly choosing will only pit yourself. So if the Blood Heart Bug King is not found, Qi Xuan has other options. Qi Xuan knows the difference between Taiyin refining technique and other Qi training methods. It is nothing more than a problem of strength. He has the original, not to mention using it as a sample to transform a Qi training method that exceeds Taiyin refining technique. It is not impossible to transform a Qi training method that suits him and has the same strength. As for the annotation, Qi Xuan can also give it up. After all, the entire annotation is based on the blood sacrifice chapter, and Qi Xuan does not have the blood sacrifice ability, so naturally he can't use it. If there is an annotation, it can indeed be stronger by 1 level, but that's all. After all, the risk of being stronger by 1 level is not small. That is to start with killing, then torture, and then conduct large-scale blood sacrifices. It will definitely become the public enemy of the world. But Qi Xuan is not afraid of this. After all, he is the public enemy of the world. It's just not suitable, so there is no follow-up. Intelligent brain, search for information about the Blood Heart Bug King through ancient books and data to see if there is any information left. Qi Xuan said. If you find it, you will naturally choose Taiyin refining form technique with annotations. After all, the stronger it is, the better. Qi Xuan relies on luck, but he also has to work hard, starting to search. Actually, you have another choice. As one of the Beast Kings, the Zenclaw King may know the whereabouts of the Blood Heartworm King, who is also a Beast King. Hearing the reminder from the intelligent brain, Chi Xuan's expression suddenly relaxed, not for anything else, but because what the intelligent brain said made sense. Chapter 143. Chi Xuan returned to the previous safe house, and did not stay in the previous Yin Kingdom area. As the intelligent brain said, the Zenclaw King might know. This may be that the protagonist's halo has helped him a long time ago, but Chi Xuan did not get the tying refining technique before. So he did not realize this, and now he naturally came back to wait. As for where the Zenclaw King hibernates, and when he will come out, this is unclear. The giant clam is just a small soldier, so it is naturally impossible to know. Chi Xuan did conduct a carpet search of the surrounding area through the reconnaissance network, but there was no gain. He also thought about going to Bingzhou to find out if there is a so-called Blood Heartworm King. After all, Bingzhou is cold, but there are cold-resistant insects. Theoretically, it is possible for the Blood Heartworm King to be born in Bingzhou. But the intelligent brain quickly reminded Chi Xuan that after the end of the cold winter, the cold energy monsters in Bingzhou have already been released for hunting. Now, those who stay are either the weak ones or the strong ones. Moreover, choosing those Blood Heartworm Kings who live longer will have better results. Then Chi Xuan gave up and began to capture survivors and cold energy monsters as experimental subjects. With the help of a sufficient number of experimental subjects, Chi Xuan also came to two conclusions. The first is to let the winter human directly devour a whole cold energy monster, so if the other party survives, it can awaken superpowers. If you only eat the core of the cold energy monster, you will only get superpower seeds, which cannot be awakened directly, and need to be nurtured step by step. The former is efficient, and can directly improve strength. The latter is different. It can further nurture the superpowers in the seed stage, so that after it grows and awakens, it will have a stronger effect, and even evolution is possible. In fact, there is a third conclusion, which is to directly eat the cold energy monsters in the embryo, egg and other stages. It will directly awaken the superpowers, but the superpowers are incomplete, and need corresponding resources to make up for them before they can recover. Its superpower strength depends on the corresponding resources. The blood sacrifice superpowers obtained in the blood sacrifice chapter are in this case, but because of the killing in the tying chapter and the refining chapter, nutrients are absorbed in this way for nourishment. So as long as enough are killed, the blood sacrifice superpowers will not only not be weak, but will be stronger. People have already considered it for you. So what I need is to find the core of the Blood Heartworm King in the last cold energy era. If there is a choice, Chi Xuan will definitely choose the second one. Whether it is potential or effect, it is naturally the strongest. That's strange. Why don't you choose to use the core of the Blood Heartworm King? This annotation is to allow low and middle level people to practice the tying refining technique. How can these people kill the Blood Heartworm King and take its core? On the contrary, it is insect eggs. People can produce tens of thousands of them at a time. If there are one or two less, the Blood Heartworm King will not care. Chi Xuan quickly reacted and figured out the cause and effect. As for why the Blood Heartworm King produces so many, and is still strong, it has not flooded. Naturally, it is because there are tens of thousands of eggs, but only one Blood Heartworm can survive. They feed on their brothers and sisters as soon as they are born. The first one to hatch will eat the eggs that have not yet hatched, and after eating all the eggs, it will eat other brothers and sisters, until only the only winner is left to become the king. So since they were all going to die anyway, the Bloodheart Bug King didn't care that much about the death of one or two eggs, because only one could survive in the end. The premise is to take only one or two, otherwise if you reach out and take hundreds or thousands, it would be very obvious. Therefore, in theory, the possibility of practicing the annotated version of tying form refining technique is much higher than that of practicing the unannotated version. Superpowers and chi training methods are related, but not directly related. Unless the superpowers and chi training methods are extremely compatible, they can have corresponding effects. So I just need to reverse the cause and effect, and I can practice chi training methods like practicing ancient martial arts strength. Chi Xuan had previously used the power of the limit to create strength, and then modified and optimized the ancient martial arts, which resulted in the dragon and tiger mixed yuan strength. And now he naturally plans to repeat the old trick, first create the cold energy version of superpowers, and then use this superpower to transform the chi training method, and then he can practice. Secondly, we have to consider compatibility. I have dragon tiger mixed yuan power, and spiritual enhancement, so the final foundation may have to use the deep virus. And we have to avoid conflicts between the spiritual enhancement and the second ability. At the same time, we have to integrate the Qigong method with Dragon Tiger mixed Yuan power. Qi Xuan does not think that multiple systems are a good thing. It is best to take the essence and remove the dross, and finally form a unique system that suits you best. It is equivalent to a system that suits you being a tree, and other extraordinary systems are the nutrients that become the many branches of this tree. He had this idea a long time ago, and he started to implement it when he turned the 7 evil powers into mixed Yuan power. In the final analysis, everything depends on me. He himself is the Yusui virus. Wait, if the Tan refining technique falls into my hands, what should the protagonist of the Winter World do? Qi Xuan suddenly remembered such a thing. It is unreasonable for such a good thing not to fall into the hands of the protagonist. But Qi Xuan got it, which is very strange. Unless there is more than one copy of the Tan refining technique, the one in my hand is the original version, and the other party has a handwritten version. Qi Xuan thought of this possibility. The reason for this speculation is that the giant clam said before that King Zhenao had fought with a human who practiced the fragments of the Tan refining technique. If there is only one copy, where did the fragment come from? This means that it should have been brought into the statue, and there is a handwritten copy outside. If the speculation is true, does it mean that the Tan refining technique in the hands of the other party has been optimized many times? Qi Xuan thought about this possibility. You have to know that this Tan refining form art is a Qi training method from ancient times, and it has gone through many eras. It is definitely unrealistic to say that no one has improved it. The annotations alone are a kind of improvement. But it still seems to be relying on the old. I have so many Qi training methods, but none of them can compare to Tan refining form art. It can't be because Tan Tianjun is too talented. Qi Xuan couldn't really understand this disparity. But he didn't think too much about it. It's been so many years, who knows what the situation was back then. Besides, Qi Xuan didn't really want to know these things. It would be best if he could find them, but it didn't matter if he couldn't find them. The next step is the adaptive experiment. Let's first complete an embryo that carries superpowers. No, what went wrong? Why didn't the coup in Fei country start? Tang Qing looked very solemn. The development of the matter exceeded his expectations. It hasn't been long. How could the problem of foresight appear? According to rumors and his inquiries, if nothing unexpected happens, the iron-fisted female prime minister named Zhu Jingyi should launch a coup today. But until now, the entire Fei country has been calm, and there has been no change. This caused all his layouts and plans in Fei country to fail. In his original idea, he successfully seized the power of Fei country by helping the iron-fisted female prime minister, and then used this friendship to help himself get the opportunity of Fei country. However, now, everything has disappeared because there was no coup. What caused this change? Tang Qing was puzzled. Logically speaking, even if his previous behavior changed the course of history, it would not affect Fei country. It is true that the two countries border each other, but the land is covered in ice and snow and the traffic is cut off. Besides, the chance he got is not related to that iron-fisted female prime minister. No, I have to find out why. If he can't find the reason, Tang Qing will definitely not be at peace in the future. As a reborn person, the thing he fears most is that the development of things is different from that of his previous life, in addition to his identity being leaked. The former will attract covetousness, and the latter will make him completely lose his advantage. All his own advantages are based on foresight. Otherwise, with his qualifications, practicing Tan refining technique will not have any advantages at all, not to mention that it will require a lot of resources. As he investigated, he really got to the truth. The violators attacked the other party's cold energy research base. This is not right. In the previous life, the violators did not attack the cold energy research base of Fei country. Tang Qing's expression suddenly became gloomy. Zhu Jingyi died. Before she rose, her death was of no value. Then the impact on the future will be great. Without the other party's coup and the behavior of controlling Fei country and helping civilian survivors, the behavior of the countries using civilian survivors as experimental subjects would not be restrained, but would become more unscrupulous. Damn, it's a big problem. Tang Qing understood that because of Zhu Jingyi's death, all subsequent layouts would probably change. If his foresight could not be realized as soon as possible, it would probably become invalid. The death of a key figure limited his rise. Why did the violators suddenly attack the cold energy research base of Fei country? This shouldn't be the case. Is it because of me? Tang Qing recalled the opportunity he had intercepted. Theoretically, these opportunities have nothing to do with the violators. But this is just a theory. For example, the owners of these opportunities in the previous life had some intersections with the violators. It was because of these intersections that the violators did not attack the cold energy research base of Fey Country. Because of him, the intersection was gone, and a small change occurred, causing the violators to change their targets. It seems that this violator must be eradicated, otherwise such an unstable factor will sooner or later cause trouble. A murderous intent flashed in Tang Qing's eyes. The other party ruined his good things. How could he not be angry? And how could he not want to kill the other party? The progress of Tying refining form must be accelerated. Tang Qing knew that the violator was difficult, but he had to kill the other party for his own sake. He didn't care who the other party was, as long as he blocked his way, he had to die. Chapter 144. You are actually a beast king? Qi Xuan said this with a look of surprise. He had run out of the experimental materials he needed, so he had to come out to catch them. Then he saw a different cold energy monster when he was catching it. Ordinary cold energy monsters don't change much, and most they become a little bigger. However, because of their own strength and specialness, beast kings have mutations similar to mythical creatures. The beast king Qi Xuan met was a white snake, but it had a bulge on its head similar to deer antlers. And it can also control ice and snow to fly. From the perspective of demeanor and wisdom, it is no less than the old cold energy monsters that revived in the last cold energy era. It has strength that is no less than that of humans. Human? The white snake spoke human language, but it seemed not very skilled, not as skilled as the giant clam, and the pronunciation sounded strange. Fortunately, Qi Xuan could understand, so he nodded, "Yes, I am a human. Leave the territory or you will die." The white snake warned with a stumbling sound, and the sentence was not very complete. However, Qi Xuan ignored the other party's warning and asked himself, "Have you seen the Zinclaw King around you?" "It is a very large lobster." "What does it look like?" "The cold energy monsters in the last cold energy era have awakened, but they are hard to find." Qi Xuan rarely met a cold energy monster that can speak. Ordinary cold energy monsters cannot speak at this stage, and their wisdom is relatively limited. They are still dominated by wildness. At this stage, only the Beast King level cold energy monsters have wisdom that is not inferior to humans and can speak. Facing Qi Xuan's question, the white snake did not answer, but a fierce light appeared in its eyes. In its view, Qi Xuan was provoking it if he did not leave after receiving the warning. The next moment, it took action directly, and the speed was extremely fast, coming towards Qi Xuan like a white lightning in the wind and snow. A little slow. Qi Xuan stretched out his hand and grabbed the head of the white snake. His dual attributes reached 5 points, while this white snake's physical attribute was about 2.5 points. The mental attribute should be lower, about 2 points. This is also normal, it has not fully developed. But even so, it is already stronger than the extraordinary system of the Polar Day world. If this white snake beast king is allowed to continue to grow, it should be able to reach about 6 points of dual attributes without any accident. But now, it has no future. "Let me go, human!" The white snake kept struggling frantically in Qi Xuan's hand, trying to break free from his hand. However, Qi Xuan did not speak. Instead, he quietly called a floating cannon to charge and aimed at the white snake. The white snake's body stiffened, and its instinct clearly sensed the danger of the floating cannon. "I need your cooperation in some things. I hope you cannot be ungrateful," Qi Xuan said coldly. With the deterrence of the floating cannon, the white snake was honest all of a sudden, and did not dare to struggle. "Now, answer my question. Have you seen the lobster beast king called Zinclaw King I asked you about?" Qi Xuan asked again patiently. "I have some impression," the white snake said stumblingly. This made Qi Xuan happy. Sure enough, the white snake coming to his door was not an accident, but the protagonist Halo was helping him. After all, the protagonist Halo can understand human words, so Qi Xuan can command the protagonist Halo to a certain extent, but because of luck, coincidence and other uncertainties, the performance of the protagonist Halo will be unstable. Fortunately, it doesn't matter, as long as the result satisfies Qi Xuan. "Tell me." Qi Xuan put down the white snake, and he was not worried that the other party would run away. Not to mention that the speed is not as fast as his. The floating cannon with power alone can make the white snake die without a burial place. At that time the white snake began to tell the story. The general meaning is that when it was just stimulated by the cold energy to become a cold energy monster, it once encountered a dormant behemoth. Although it did not see the whole picture, some of it was very consistent with Qi Xuan's description. Where is the specific location? Qi Xuan can be sure that the white snake must have met the king of Zinclaws. The surrounding area is under the rule of the Zinclaw King, and there are no other beast kings. "I don't know," the white snake continued. You have already met him. How could you not know? Chi Suan said with dissatisfaction. If the white snake does not give him an explanation, then don't blame him for being cruel. I broke in by accident, and I couldn't find the way back afterwards. Frightened by Chi Suan, the white snake spoke fluently. What do you mean? Just disappeared suddenly. Hearing this, Chi Suan did not question it. He could see that the white snake was not lying. Yes, it's like it has never appeared. The white snake said truthfully. As the Beast King of the new era, the white snake still has a lot of gaps compared to the old Beast Kings of the previous era. The simplest point is that they are not as good as each other in terms of strength and ability. Those old Beast Kings are not good people, and they have also come into contact with a large number of humans, and they are all scheming and so on. However, the Beast Kings of the new era have just been out of ignorance for a short time, so they still have a simple and cruel nature. At the same time, they will instinctively feel fear and terror when they meet strong people, which means that their wildness has not completely disappeared. Take me to your previous position, Chi Suan said. The white snake can't find it, but it doesn't mean that Chi Suan can't find it. Chi Suan also has some guesses about this phenomenon. It should be that the Jin Claw King left some tricks in his dormant place. The white snake was able to enter at the beginning because the concentration of cold energy had just appeared, and the Jin Claw King's means had not yet been fully activated. Therefore, it was able to meet the King of Jin Claws smoothly. When its intelligence increased greatly, and it wanted to scoop up a mouthful of soup to drink, the concentration of the cold energy environment had increased. This made the King of Jin Claws means fully activated, so the white snake could not find it. As for the time when there was no cold energy before, it naturally could not be activated. For the King of Jin Claws, humans without cold energy are not to be feared at all. The only ones who can really threaten it are humans who start practicing Qigong after the return of cold energy, the Beast King of the new era, and his subordinates and wives, concubines and children who wake up before it. Whether it is the cold energy monster or the humans who practice Qigong and may have been dormant in the previous era, they never thought that the development of the times would be so fast. If the Zinclaw King is caught before the cold energy comes, the only result is that he will end up on the table. Resistance is impossible. Various modern cutting tools can ensure that the Zinclaw King can be cut into various flavors. Even if it wakes up and escapes after being caught, it will definitely kill people in the process. At that time, it will not face any fishermen. Instead, it will face various violent organizations as the situation becomes more serious. With the carapace of the Zinclaw King, it can't withstand sniper bullets at all, let alone other hot weapons. So we can only be thankful that the low temperature and wind and snow at the end of the cold winter have greatly reduced the effectiveness of human hot weapons. Otherwise the Beast King and the Ancestral Temple are just a group of rare animals in the zoo. I will lead you, but you must let me go. The white snake spoke more and more skillfully. Okay. Chi Suan agreed directly. As for really letting it go? This is impossible. He is not a good person, and there is no need to keep his promise. He has positioned himself as an evil camp, so going back on his word is just a small matter. Now is the end of the world, facing a Beast King level cold energy monster. What agreement should be followed? Even if he breaks the contract, no one will know, not to mention that Chi Suan doesn't care about his credibility and reputation. A Beast King level cold energy monster is enough to bring value to Chi Suan, enough to make up for the so-called small cost of breaking his promise. The white snake is also alert. It is naturally worried that Chi Suan will not abide by martial ethics. But it has no choice but to trust Chi Suan. I don't need your guarantee, I need you therefore. The white snake further put forward a request that is beneficial to itself. However, before it finished, it was interrupted by Chi Suan. You are not qualified to make demands. You can choose to take me there, and then I will let you go. You can also refuse directly, and I will kill you now. Chi Suan did not intend to listen to the other party's request at all. You have become my prisoner. How dare you make any demands? The prisoner of war convention in the Geneva Convention is also for human rights. Chi Suan did not even give extra treatment to the survivors, who looked like humans, let alone a snake. The white snake was interrupted by Chi Suan, and did not dare to say anything else. It could hear that Chi Suan was not lying. You are valuable, I can spare your life. But this is not your capital to be arrogant with me. Lead the way, Chi Suan said coldly. In the end, the white snake could only honestly lead Chi Suan. Chi Suan was naturally not so confident about the other party. The floating gun was always locked, and he was at a safe distance from the white snake. As long as the other party made any unusual movements, he could immediately pinch its vital points and beat it into mincemeat on the spot with the dragon and tiger mixed Yuan Jin. The white bear at that time should also be a Beast King level cold energy monster, but it should be a Beast King who had just obtained the qualifications and had not yet developed. And it was in the ice continent. Its potential and growth rate were definitely much stronger than the white snake. The level of the white snake, after growing up, should be the same as the Zinclaw King. As for the top Beast King, it should be the whale that swam under the ice when I was in the ice continent. I don't know if the other party can go ashore. If not, there is no need to worry about the threat. Chi Xuan didn't go to the sea, so he didn't have to worry about the Beast King level cold energy monster that could only survive in the sea. But in this kind of thing, it's better to be safe than sorry. Especially the cold energy has the ability to accelerate the evolution of life. Chapter 145. A frozen riverbank. According to what the white snake said, this is where it met the king of Jinju. After saying that, it wanted to leave, but was caught by Chi Xuan. Don't worry, wait until I'm sure. He was going to break the appointment, so how could he let it go? With the opponent's speed, if Chi Xuan focused on the king of Jinjiao, he might let it escape from his hands if he was not careful. The white snake was caught, but did not resist. It just responded with a good word and then said nothing. The cold energy aggregation structure reaction was detected, and the three-dimensional figure is being constructed. The intelligent brain also responded immediately, and then a round sphere was constructed and turned into a projection. The interior cannot be analyzed, and it can be determined that some huge life form is in hibernation, and the energy is in an inert state. The reconnaissance network cannot fully explore the internal situation, but it can clearly determine the size of the so-called huge life form. There is a 90% chance that it is the Zinclaw King you are looking for, and there is a 10% chance that it is the lobster offspring of Zinclaw King. The intelligent brain immediately gave a judgment. The reason why it is not 100% is that the intelligent brain gave a possibility. In fact, in Chi Xuan's opinion, he has the aura of the protagonist, and Zinclaw King can't escape this. Then just do it directly. Chi Xuan did not plan to go into the water, and chose to use the floating gun to attack remotely. First break the protective shield used for protection, and then lure it to land to catch it. Chi Xuan's goal is not to kill Zinclaw King. Instead, they captured the other party alive, and asked about the whereabouts of the Blood-Heart Bug King. Otherwise, if they really wanted to kill him, it would be very simple. They would directly use the floating cannon to cover the enemy with a psionic storm to ensure that the other party would die in his sleep. So the purpose of doing this is simply to startle the enemy. As for not being able to lure him out, they would just go into the water. It is indeed impossible to fully exert the power of the Tai Sui god in the water, but the floating cannon can exert it. The psionic rays were fired in the preset direction, and accurately landed on the protective shield constructed with cold energy. The protective shield has the effects of concealment, confusion, protection, and alert. If the reconnaissance network was not useful enough, even the Beast King level cold energy monsters would be blind at this stage, and then circle around and finally leave. The reconnaissance network is not a regular vision, so it directly ignores the confusion effect and instead locks through energy reaction. Under the attack of the psionic rays, the protective shield quickly began to decompose, and the whole process was very fast. In less than 30 seconds, it was completely dissolved. At the same time, the huge black shadow suddenly opened its eyes. The cold energy in the body, which was originally inert, was activated and active in an instant. A bright light flashed across the river bottom, and the body began to expand and contract, turning into a huge lobster and breaking through the ice. A little snake with the appearance of a Beast King, a human who has not even practiced the Chi training method. Tell me, who ordered you to ruin my good deeds? The huge lobster climbed lightly onto the broken and solidifying ice surface to avoid being stuck. Then he glanced at Chi Xuan with contempt in his tone. You are the king of Jinjiao, right? Chi Xuan asked. I am the king of Jinjiao, not the big turtle. The king of Jinju was an honest shrimp, and deliberately corrected the mistake in Chi Xuan's words. That was a question, not a statement. Chi Xuan's words were indeed a bit wrong, but at least you have some culture. Forget it, it's enough if you are, Chi Xuan said, and he started directly. With a casual flick of his hand, he threw the white snake in his hand all over, and its body was involuntarily like noodles, just wrapped around his left hand. Then, with the blessing of the Wind Rider's aviation system, he directly attacked at close range, and his fist, accompanied by strength, smashed towards the head of the king of Jinju. It's not that he didn't want the intelligent brain to take over. Chi Xuan certainly wanted to hang up. But Tai Sui-shan had no strength, and the attack was directly reduced by a large part, so Chi Xuan had to do it himself. Clang! The king of Jin claws had long been on guard against Chi Xuan, and his claw-like claws easily blocked Chi Xuan's attack. A white snake that could easily hold a beast king must have strength. Even though it thought Chi Xuan had not practiced the chi refining method, it was not a reason for it to underestimate him. However, even though it blocked the attack, it heard a sound that made it ache. His claw-like claws were actually cracked by the opponent's punch, and a unique force drilled into his flesh along the shell. In just a second, the claw-like claw he used to block Chi Xuan was disabled. The piercing pain almost made it unable to bear it. On the other side, Chi Xuan was not at ease either. His punch was too powerful and hit a hard object, so it directly broke the right arm armor of the Tai Sui god into pieces. The armor value was too low, and it was stuck in the middle. It would be unreasonable if it didn't break. Then, he punched down and directly broke his right arm. The pincer-like claws of the Jin Claw King were really hard. He used all his strength, but only made a crack. Fortunately, his dragon and tiger mixed yuan power was strong enough to penetrate into his body directly along the force, which crippled the opponent's hand. Otherwise, if he was really caught by the Jin Claw King, even if he would not be cut in half, he would be seriously injured. You are very strong, no worse than those practitioners. The Jin Claw King dropped the disabled claw, but the other claw suddenly attacked. The speed was very fast, at least Chi Xuan couldn't react. The attributes of the Jin Claw King were higher than Chi Xuan, and the difference was at least 1 point. It didn't matter if he couldn't dodge, but the intelligent brain and Tai Sui god could. The aviation system of the Wind Rider gave him powerful mobility. Left arm, Dragon Tiger mixed Yuan Jin ready. The intelligent brain said that Chi Xuan had done well enough, and the rest was just to cooperate. Go! The Tai Sui god dodged the attack of the Jin Claw King lightly, and then swung his left arm. Chi Xuan did not hesitate at all, and the Dragon Tiger mixed Yuan Jin continued from his left arm, and fell on the other claw of the Jin Claw King with force. The result was naturally that Chi Xuan's left arm was broken, the white snake was directly broken into flesh and blood, and the pair of claws of the Jin Claw King were scrapped. Come on, be honest, and let me pull out your shrimp line, and then follow me. Chi Xuan said, and all the floating guns flew out under the control of the intelligent brain. All of them were fully charged and locked onto the Jin Claw King. The purpose of destroying the opponent's claws is to make him not have enough resistance. When the Jin Claw King was locked by the floating gun, the whole shrimp froze and dared not move at all. It didn't know what the floating gun was, but it instinctively felt the threat that frightened it. What do you want? I have a treasure house. If Jin Claw King drooped his 2 claws, thinking about surviving first. As for the injury, don't worry, it will recover in a short time. If it doesn't work, just shed your shell. I know, someone has taken the lead. Chi Xuan interrupted the other party. If the Jin Claw treasure house had not been obtained at the beginning, there would not have been those things later. Maybe he would have honestly studied the things in the Jin Claw treasure house. What? Impossible. Jin Claw King's voice rose 3 tones. But soon, it calmed down. You can ask for anything. I am the 73rd son of the Tianlong Venerable of the Zuding. Although I am not favored, I can still afford it if it is to buy my life. It said this with great standard. Not only did it secretly mention its identity, its father is the Tianlong Venerable of the Zuding, and the name sounds very powerful. Secondly, it expresses that I am not threatening you, but telling you that I have a big background and can give a lot. So you can maximize your benefits if you don't kill me. Tianlong Venerable? I am not an old antique like you. Don't mind talking about it. Chi Xuan was not in a hurry to take the other party away, but asked. If you are born with the posture of a beast king, you can comprehend the mystery of Yin Qi and become a venerable. At that time, you can get rid of the mortal body and enjoy great supernatural powers. There are 12 venerables in the ancestral temple, ruling the world together. King Zhenjiao gave Chi Xuan a brief explanation. Can they burn mountains and boil seas, and destroy cities with their breath? Chi Xuan continued to ask. This question almost confused King Zhenjiao. Where did the story come from that was so arrogant? Such a story is ridiculous. But if the venerable is determined, and if there are no practitioners to stop him, and he uses his magic power with all his strength, 30% to 50% of the people in a city can die in one night. Such a fierce power is exactly what you human courts should inherit from his venerable position. King Zhenjiao outlined the strength of the venerable. Chi Xuan was silent. The 12 venerables should be the 12 strongest among the cold energy monsters. But how can you say this strength is really unbearable? You have to know that the city mentioned by King Zhenjiao is still an ancient city, not a modern city. And it requires full strength, and no one to stop it to be able to do it. He didn't even need the intelligent computer to analyze it for him. It was estimated that the so-called 12 venerables were just a matter of a psionic ray from the floating cannon. If they gathered together, they could be taken away by the psionic storm. A bit weak. Qi Xuan sighed and finally said, "Let's talk about it after your father, the so-called Tianlong Venerable, wakes up. Do you mind coming with me? If you mind, I'm a casual person. Don't blame me for breaking your limbs and breaking your jaws to pull out your shrimp thread." The white snake died, and Qi Xuan could only use the Jinklaw King as an experimental subject. In the end, he still lost a Beast King level cold energy monster. This thing was seen more in the ancestral court of Bingzhou, but that was at the beginning. It's not so easy to meet one now. You said so, what else can I do? Jinklaw King was speechless, but it could only choose to obey. Qi Xuan was thinking about how to anesthetize it later, and then take action. If it is willing to follow me, then there is no need to use coercive means to restrict it. Then let it sleep until it dies. There will be no pain in the experiment and death. Chapter 146. Blood Heartworm, I know about that. Among the 12 venerables of the ancestral temple, there is a venerable Tianqing who achieved enlightenment through blood heartworm. It is said that he is the first blood heartworm in the world, and all blood heartworms in the world are his descendants. There are thousands of direct descendants, among which nearly 1,000 are mortals, and hundreds are born as beast kings. King Zhenjiao, who was taken back to the safe house by Qi Xuan, naturally told Qi Xuan everything he knew when he heard his question. When Qi Xuan heard it, he thought that he had found the right beast, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome to search blindly by himself. It can only be said that King Zhenjiao is worthy of being the son of Venerable Tianlong of the Ancestral Temple, even if he ranks a little lower. The so-called mortal is to produce mutations, while the natural beast king has powerful power from birth. As for the others, they are ordinary individuals. But if you want to ask me where to find the Blood-Heart Bug King, I don't know. I'm not familiar with them, not to mention that you want a pure blood. It's hard to find. King Jinklaw continued. When the Beast King level cold energy monster evolves into a venerable, it will break the reproductive isolation, so there will be hybrid offspring. Of course, hybrid blood does not mean weak. King Jinklaw is a hybrid, but he can still become a Beast King. It's okay, I don't care whether it's pure blood or not, I just want to ask, do you know where the venerable Tianqing is? Qi Xuan asked. Since there is a better one, Qi Xuan certainly doesn't plan to use those bugs and descendants to make up the number. Why not just choose the ancestor directly? When King Jinklaw heard this, he paused. It really didn't expect Qi Xuan to ask this question. Obviously, the original target was changed to Venerable Tianqing, one of the 12 venerables. I know. After a moment of silence, King Jinju uttered these 2 words. It really knew where Venerable Tianqing was sleeping. This was a coincidence back then. It can only be said that Qi Xuan really asked the right beast. Otherwise, another beast would never know such a secret. As for how he knew it, it was quite complicated, so let's not talk about it for now. Okay, just lead the way, and I let you go after the matter is done. Qi Xuan lied. The power of the venerable is far beyond your reach. King Jinju said, your strange-looking weapon does make me nervous, but you have no chance of winning against the venerable. If I tell it, I will be implicated by you afterwards, and I will definitely die. After weighing the pros and cons between Qi Xuan and Venerable Tianqing, King Jinju still chose Venerable Tianqing. After all, if Qi Xuan fights with him, both sides must die together. If it weren't for the floating cannon, it's not certain who will win or lose. And the distance between it and the 12 venerables is naturally higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. If Qi Xuan fails, it will definitely be found out. He is indeed the descendant of Venerable Tianlong, but his chief father is simply impossible to fight Venerable Tianqing to the death for him. He will just ignore this matter. Okay. Qi Xuan nodded. Then you have no value, die now. As he spoke, the floating cannon charged again. Seeing this, King Jinju changed his tone without hesitation. At most, I will tell you the location, but I won't take you there. If you betray Venerable Tianqing, you will die in the future, but if you don't betray him, you will die now. So between dying later and dying earlier, he prefers the former. Moreover, betraying the Venerable Tianqing does not necessarily mean death. The simplest point is that if Qi Xuan really kills the Venerable Tianqing, wouldn't it be a permanent solution? Of course, in his opinion, this possibility is not great. Secondly, as long as he hides well or Qi Xuan dies quickly, the Venerable Tianqing may not find him, and he may not know that he betrayed him. Finally, there is also a simpler way, that is, it gives Qi Xuan a false and wrong place. After Qi Xuan leaves, it escapes directly. It can be possible, but what if the location you give me is wrong? Qi Xuan asked back. The identity of the King of Jinklaws is an experimental subject and an enemy. He may not lie in other aspects, But this time the other party obviously has a great rejection mentality. It is unlikely that he will not lie. Even if it is 9 true and 1 false, it can mislead people. This facing Chi Xuan's inquiry, the king of Jin Claws can't guarantee it. Because Chi Xuan was right. Even if he told the truth, the other party would not believe him before finding the venerable Tianqing. The best way was to take it with him, and wait until he was confirmed before letting it go. But at this time, it was definitely too late. Once the venerable Tianqing was awakened, such a big target would be very abrupt, and he would definitely not be able to get away. I can use my father's reputation as a guarantee. I will bring my own venerable father to King Jinju. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chi Xuan. Your father's reputation is useless. It's better to use your life as a guarantee, Chi Xuan said without any politeness. In the last cold energy era, perhaps the reputation of this Tianlong venerable was very useful, but now is not the last era. On the contrary, when it comes to the life of the Zinclaw King, it will be obedient. It means that it must lead the way, there is no second choice. If I lead the way, it will only live 1 or 2 more days. You can kill me. The Zinclaw King also became tough when he heard this. It is true that his chief father does not favor him, but this reputation was very famous in those days. It can't even use it as collateral, so it has no other choice. You are not willing to drink the wine. Chi Xuan said coldly. You know I want to find the Tianqing venerable, but you still protect it. I think you think life is too easy. Next, I guarantee that you will have a hard time dying. As he spoke, Chi Xuan directly broke all of its claws with one snap. Then he took out a tool, and sawed off the big jaws of the Zinclaw King on the spot. Before the Zinclaw King could react, the shrimp thread, that is, the shrimp intestine, was pulled out completely. A series of actions made the Zinclaw King crawl on the ground and wailed in pain. Theoretically, as a crayfish, the Zinclaw King has no sense of pain, but it is not a normal crayfish, but an evolved crayfish. So it has the corresponding sense of pain. Chi Xuan was very satisfied with this. If it really had no sense of pain, it would be a big trouble for Chi Xuan. If you can feel pain, then we will have an easy time next. I will make you regret not agreeing to my choice. Chi Xuan is not a good person, and the Zinclaw King is not a human, so he did not hesitate at all when he took action. Then he dragged the king of Jinju to the operating table, and injected it with drugs to weaken and amplify pain. Then he started the live dissection. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the Beast King, and he is also the direct bloodline of the top Beast King. Chi Xuan has gained a lot. Wait, I take you there, I take you there. The king of Jinju cried like begging for mercy, and it succumbed to the unbearable pain. Now it seems that it guessed wrong. If it doesn't agree to Chi Xuan, it will not die directly, but it will be worse than death. It's too late. I temporarily wrong you for a while, Chi Xuan said coldly. If he agreed at the beginning, Chi Xuan could arrange a painless death for it. Now, how can an experiment be stopped just because the subject wants to? No, it's not too late. I can still tell you the weakness of Venerable Tianqing. If you miss it, you will definitely regret it. King Jinju felt that the pain in his body not only did not ease, but was constantly intensifying. Therefore, he could only reveal another trump card at the first time. You say first, if you can satisfy me, the torture on you will stop here. Chi Xuan did not stop, and continued to lie with his eyes open. It's left I was injured by a human practitioner, as long as... King Jinju hurriedly said. That's it? I thought it was a fatal weakness. Chi Xuan was very disappointed. There is a difference between weaknesses. Judging from the situation of the cold energy monster, even if one eye is blind, the impact is definitely there, but it is definitely not as big as imagined. Therefore, this information from King Jin Claw is not enough to get a general anesthesia from Chi Xuan. Instead, Chi Xuan should continue to let King Jin Claw know the meaning of being obedient. The superpower is finally born. Tang Qing's face showed joy. The superpower he gave birth to is called the Winter Ice Dragon. As the name suggests, it can control the wind, snow, low temperature and other abilities, and can also transform into a dragon through the wind and snow. My qualifications have also improved. It seems that this superpower not only gives me powerful strength, but also transforms my body. In this way, the resources required for tying refining form are immediately reduced by 90%, and the progress of cultivation is even faster. Tang Qing felt it, and then transformed into a winter ice dragon, with a huge body and a majestic appearance, and also with a strong pressure. I can completely disguise myself as a cold energy monster, and it is also a Beast King level. In this life, he has more contact and naturally knows more. But there is another question. Since the Winter Ice Dragon is my superpower, what is the space superpower given to me by my ancestral jade pendant? Could it be the superpower that I should have awakened in my previous life? Tang Qing was also confused. He had never heard of anyone who could awaken two superpowers. When he thought about it, he realized that the space superpower had not been awakened, but was already born when he was reborn. So if he really wanted to awaken it, he could only awaken it in his previous life. After thinking for 2 minutes, he gave up thinking further. For him, there was no clue at all. With this idea, he might as well think more about how to develop the superpower Winter Ice Dragon and practice the tying refining technique. As for the space, there is no need to worry about it. It will continue to increase with the improvement of his spiritual attributes, which is the most ideal way to improve. On the contrary, the Winter Ice Dragon superpower has a complex effect and a strong increase. If he wants to fully exert his potential, he can only rely on his own large amount of time and resources. Chapter 147. After several days of experiments, Qi Xuan was exhausted. The main reason was to prevent King Zhen Claw from being killed by various experiments. It's not a bloodline, it should be a benign mutation inherited from the father. Qi Xuan sutured King Zhen Claw's body very conscientiously. At the beginning, King Zhen Claw would wail, beg for mercy and curse, but later he should be numb, or he may have no strength. Qi Xuan also calmed down because of this. There are still gains, which allowed Qi Xuan to optimize and improve the embryo body used to carry superpowers, and the probability of the blood sacrifice superpower being successfully loaded has increased a lot. Although King Zhen Claw is a mixed blood, he is also a natural beast king. Even if he is at the end of this line, it can reach the middle of the comprehensive strength in the beast king level. Let's stop the follow-up experiments for now. Next, you take me to find the Venerable Tianqing, and then I will let you go. What do you think of this deal? Qi Xuan cleaned the tools and cleaned up before looking at the Zhen Claw King. At this time, the Zhen Claw King had lost all his energy. When he heard that Qi Xuan was willing to let him go, he finally regained a bit of his agility. Okay. It didn't ask stupid questions like true or false. During the days when it became an experimental subject, it understood one thing. That is, the initiative was not in its hands from beginning to end, and everything was in Qi Xuan's mind. It could also see that Qi Xuan seemed to be exploring something, but his means were very cruel. The Zhen Claw King not only saw his fellow cold energy monsters, but also human practitioners. The other party was a lunatic. It was also upset, wondering which bastard had exposed its habitat to this madman, causing it to end up like this. When it leaves alive, it must find this bastard and let him taste the pain it has endured these days. If you had agreed earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer this pain. Qi Xuan shook his head. Why bother? You have to drink a glass of wine, and then drink a glass of wine. King Zhen Claw said nothing about Qi Xuan's words. He just cursed Qi Xuan in his heart for being shameless. Tell me, where is Venerable Tianqing in hibernation? Qi Xuan asked directly. At the bottom of Longling Lake in Tianzhu Mountain. King Zhen Claw said softly. It's not that it wants to say it so easily, but it has been experimented for so long that it has long been weak. Even if it survives, it can't recover without several years of recuperation. Qi Xuan directly asked the intelligent brain to search Tianzhu Mountain and Longling Lake on the map. Don't mention it, I really found it. This mountain is also extraordinary, it is the highest mountain on this planet. But Longling Lake was not found. Where is Longling Lake? Qi Xuan asked directly. It is at the top of Tianzhu Mountain, where there is a big lake. It's just that due to the accumulation of wind and snow over the years, ordinary people can't tell whether the ground they are walking on is mud or ice. And it's called a lake, but it's actually a deep abyss, and its bottom is 1,000 meters deep. The place where Venerable Tianqing lives is at the bottom of this Longling abyss. You can't get in at all. The tone of King Zhenji was very calm. Qi Xuan didn't care about the situation at all, but was checking the situation of Tianzhu Mountain. The rock face elevation is a little over 9,000 meters. As for the situation of Longling Lake, we will not compare them for the time being. He does not have to go into the water, and he does not even have to go to the lakeside of Longling Lake. He can use the floating gun to dig a tunnel at the corresponding position to release water through calculation. It is a lot of trouble, but it is not safe. To be able to withstand the pressure of 1,000 meters deep, the physical attribute must be not low. Of course, it may also be the blessing of the body structure. But no matter which one, as long as the pressure drops rapidly, it can cause considerable damage to it. Qi Xuan has two goals. The first is to take out the opponent's core, and the second is to capture it alive. Qi Xuan will definitely gain more if he can use the venerable level cold energy monster as an experimental subject. It's just that this matter requires opportunities, otherwise there is really not much possibility of capturing it alive. Although the upper limit of the extraordinary system in this world is not very high, it is still a monster that can massacre half of the city. Chi Xuan can do it because of Tai Sui God, but the Venerable relies on hard power. Chi Xuan would not give up the necessary vigilance. It was impossible for him to think that he was invincible, and could look down on others just because he had a floating gun. He was not the only one who had a strange encounter, nor was he the only one who had luck. Who knew that a peerless strongman would pop out from a small corner one day. Therefore, he always acted very cautiously. He was also cautious when killing people. You have been much more honest. In this case, come with me. I will let you go after I confirm the Heavenly Walker, Chi Xuan said, grabbing the Xinclaw King and injecting it with concentrated nutrient solution. After thinking it over again and again, he injected it with stimulants, forced injections, and other drugs to prevent it from dying on the way. Tianju Mountain is not close to Chi Xuan. Even if Tai Sui God flies over, it will take some time. During this period, it is cold and snowy. What if King Xinclaw can't hold on? When the body is thrown into the smelting furnace, where can Chi Xuan confirm the truth of the information given by the other party? Although he has the protagonist halo to back him up, he can't always rely on luck. Don't always let the protagonist halo come to you for things you can do. Luck must be used on the blade. With the help of these nutrient solutions and drugs, King Xinclaw only feels that his weakness is receding little by little. The strength that belongs to him is also gradually returning. This is not an illusion, but more like an overdraft improvement. Several days of experiments have almost emptied King Xinclaw. Now it is not only an empty frame, but also has little inventory. That injection of nutrient solution can't make up for the loss. So the power it felt was actually an illusion formed after the body was squeezed again. If you have to find a similar description, it would be a last gasp. Chi Xuan didn't expect it to live for long. After confirming that the Venerable Tianqing was really in Longling Lake in Tianju Mountain, he planned to throw it into the smelting furnace as fuel. Although the quality of the Xinclaw King could not directly make the Tai Sui God's armor value reach 28 points, it was almost the same. After all, it is the mainstay of the extraordinary creatures, and the burning effect must be good. As for how much armor value the Venerable Tianqing can resist, Chi Xuan is not very clear. If you want to know, you have to meet him. After arranging the last glow package for King Xinclaw, he set off with King Xinclaw. On the way, Chi Xuan found that he had indeed underestimated the Beast King level cold energy monster. After leaving, the symptoms of last glow began to decrease, and the body was actually absorbing cold energy to recover. The end of the cold winter did not affect King Xinclaw, but instead felt like a fish in water. Of course, the recovery effect was not very good. At most it could only be regarded as barely hanging on to life. If nothing unexpected happened, King Xinclaw would not die for the time being. This was good news for Chi Xuan. The more King Xinclaw recovered, the better the effect of burning in the smelting furnace would be. As time passed, Chi Xuan also saw the huge Tianju Mountain. At an altitude of 9,000 meters, he was flying in the sky, so he could naturally see clearly. He himself landed at the highest peak, which was the area of Longling Lake mentioned by King Xinclaw. Through the reconnaissance network, we did find Longling Lake covered by thick ice and snow. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the cold energy monsters living around here don't know about it. After careful inspection and scientific calculation, the conclusion drawn by the intelligent brain is not much different from the information of King Xinju. Since we have arrived, should we fulfill your promise? King Xinju interrupted Chi Xuan when he finally stopped running around for a while. It's okay, but are you sure? Chi Xuan said casually. I just looked, and the entire Tianju Mountain is divided into 7 sections. Each section is the territory of a natural Beast King, especially the section where you and I are. The Beast King's strength is probably not inferior to yours. You have lost your claws and mandibles, so I'm afraid you won't be able to get down the mountain alive. Chi Xuan didn't tell the truth, because the reconnaissance network couldn't completely cover the entire Tianju Mountain. So only the last sentence was true. I'm no longer of any value to you to take me down the mountain. Xinclaw King knew that Chi Xuan just wanted to see if he could squeeze out more value from him. You and I are enemies, and going down the mountain will benefit other beasts anyway, so why not benefit me? Chi Xuan said, grabbing Xinclaw King. Xinclaw King couldn't resist seeing this move, so he cursed, damn it, you actually went back on your word. Before he finished speaking, Xinclaw King was stuffed into the smelting furnace by Chi Xuan. Although he didn't refine it instantly, Xinclaw King struggled in the smelting furnace for a few minutes before he died. The attributes are high, but the vitality is not strong enough. It seems that it should be the template, talent, and skills that are insufficient. Qi Xuan found that the attributes are only the basis. If you want to better play the attributes, you need a lot of cooperation. Just like the special zombies at the beginning, the overall attributes are not as good as the Xinclaw King, but they are much more resistant to burning. Of course, it may also be related to the fact that the Tai Sui God evolved less times at the beginning, so the effect of the smelting furnace is relatively poor. But it doesn't matter. After entering the smelting furnace as fuel, the result is evolutionary energy anyway, and there is no distinction between high and low. The next step is to deal with the threat of Tianzhu Mountain, Qi Xuan said quietly. The threat of Tianzhu Mountain is naturally the Beast King level cold energy monsters that Qi Xuan just talked about with Xinclaw King. My plan is not small, and it is inevitable that it will attract cold energy monsters, so what he has to do is to eliminate hidden dangers and avoid being disturbed. After all, his target is one of the 12 strongest cold energy monsters. Qi Xuan himself didn't believe it when he said it was not difficult. Chapter 148. Human Die. A snow leopard as big as an adult elephant pounced towards Qi Xuan. This is the strongest Beast King level cold energy monster in Tianzhu Mountain, occupying the top of Tianzhu Mountain. Therefore, it enjoys the highest concentration of cold energy, which gives it a sturdy body and powerful strength. It should be said that the opponent's strength is almost close to that of the Xinclaw King in his prime. When Qi Xuan fought the Xinclaw King, the opponent had just woken up and was not in his prime, and could not fully exert his full strength. If it weren't for the fact that the Xinclaw King's shell was hard enough, Qi Xuan might not have been in much trouble. The opponent's shell is as hard as it should be, and it will not soften because of the decline in strength. However, if the two sides really fight, although their strengths are similar, it will take the Xinclaw King at most 3 minutes to kill this snow leopard. The King of Zhenju is an old Beast King, who has been through swords and guns. How could he not be able to take down a Beast King of the new generation whose brain is not yet flexible? Qi Xuan threw the snow leopard over his shoulder with his backhand. The dragon and tiger mixed Yuan Jin penetrated into the snow leopard's body along with his gesture, and in an instant, the flesh and blood of half of its body were beaten into mincemeat, but the fur was very intact. The snow leopard that fell to the ground was hit hard on the snow again. Even though there was a buffer, Qi Xuan's strength was not vegetarian. The snow leopard was hit so hard that it couldn't get up directly. But when it turned around and saw Qi Xuan, it also bared its teeth and roared, warning Qi Xuan not to get close. It has wisdom, but it is not enough to completely get rid of its wildness. On Tianzhu Mountain, all living creatures it touches are its prey. The battle is crushing and relies on instinct, and does not require any learning or progress. In addition, there is a superior cold energy environment, which leads to the fact that the snow leopard's actual combat experience is worse than Qi Xuan. It can only be said that it has attributes and talents, but no templates and skills, and can only be regarded as a big fool. Qi Xuan is similar to it, but he is willing to learn, so he makes up for the shortcomings. I have played too many high-end games, and I am not confident in playing, Qi Xuan said, and walked over directly, and broke the snow leopard's neck immediately. Even the entire spine was violently pulled out by him, and the snow leopard was killed on the spot. Then the dead snow leopard's body was thrown directly into the casting furnace as fuel. I think I am a person with the protagonist template. Look at the level of enemies I fought before. This kind of enemy, that is easily crushed by me, is what I should deal with. Qi Xuan complained, your idea is good, but this kind of enemy is not very valuable, and even as fuel, it barely qualifies. The intelligent brain reminded Qi Xuan at the right time. The attributes of the snow leopard and the King of Treasure Claws are similar, but the evolutionary energy they burn is completely different. In terms of value, the King of Treasure Claws is far superior to the snow leopard. It is the son of the heavenly dragon Venerable, and its blood naturally has a higher combustion efficiency. It can only be said that there are differences between the same levels. Qi Xuan had to break both hands when fighting the King of Treasure Claws, and he killed the snow leopard instantly. The difference is here. There is no way, after all, cold energy monsters, like the King of Treasure Claws, are only a minority. I now suspect that the middle class it mentioned may refer to the middle class of the Beast King class of the descendants of the 12 Venerables, rather than the real Beast King class, middle class. It's hard to compare this group of fakes with the Xinclaw King. Qi Xuan was still very dissatisfied. Xinclaw King was burned to death, but most of his body is still burning. As for the snow leopard, it has only been in the smelting furnace for a short time, and the progress of burning is almost catching up with the Xinclaw King. It seems that my main target in the future will still be this group of extraordinary people who have lived from the last cold energy era to the present. Otherwise, the benefits of using the extraordinary people of the new era as fuel are too low. The extraordinary people mentioned by Chi Xuan are naturally not only cold energy monsters, but also those humans who have practiced the Chi training method. The upper limit of the dual attributes of the venerable level is not yet known, but the dual attributes of the Beast King level are 6 points. It is recommended that you stop complaining and clear the hidden dangers as soon as possible. If the quality of the remaining cold energy monsters in Tianzhu Mountain is good enough, it may be possible to let Tai Sui evolve once, Intelligent Brain reminded Chi Xuan. The current battle is gradually based on Chi Xuan, with Tai Sui and Intelligent Brain as auxiliary. Chi Xuan's physique and Dragon Tiger mixed energy are much stronger than Tai Sui's own attack. Unless the floating gun is used, if you really rely on Tai Sui in close combat, it is basically useless. The shift of the center of gravity is actually a good thing, indicating that Chi Xuan is becoming stronger little by little, and it is no longer the same as before, and it is difficult to move forward without Tai Sui. Of course, Chi Xuan will not choose to give up Tai Sui. After all, this is an equipment that can grow infinitely. As long as there are resources, it can keep up with his pace. Don't worry, without the snow leopard, what's left is just a bunch of dogs and chickens. Chi Xuan didn't take it too seriously. This was his attitude, but when Chi Xuan was dealing with it, he was very attentive and didn't have any disdain or contemptuous thoughts. It took Chi Xuan a day to inspect Tianzhu Mountain and stuffed all the Beast King level cold energy monsters that might affect him into the smelting furnace. The stronger the cold energy monsters are at the top, the lower they gradually decrease to normal levels. This is a big harvest. If I had known earlier, I would have directly killed my way into the depths of Bingzhou. Maybe I could have gathered enough fuel for Tai Sui Shen's 3 consecutive evolutions. He looked at the fuel burning in the smelting furnace and was a little surprised. There were not many resources originally, but now it seems that one evolution is not a problem. If he was diligent enough and stuffed all the cold energy monsters in the entire Tianzhu Mountain in, he might have another chance to evolve. But he didn't have that much time. After he dealt with Venerable Tianqing, he would have some spare time to clean up the place. Your idea is good, but I'm afraid it won't work as you wish. There may not be venerable level cold energy monsters in the depths of Bingzhou, but there are definitely cold energy monsters stronger than King Xinclaw. The snow leopard you killed was probably just a hangout on the periphery of Bingzhou. Even if the white bear you killed hadn't died, it could have easily torn the snow leopard apart. It's nothing more than the same attributes, but different skills, talents, templates, combat experience, etc. The difference. Compared to the arrogance in Tianzhu Mountain, Bingzhou was called the ancestral home by the cold energy monsters of the previous era. Not only does it have a high concentration of cold energy, but it also has bloody and cruel fights. Tianzhu Mountain is a happy education, while Bingzhou is a master of involution. Those who cannot be involution will all become the food of other beast kings. If Chi Xuan goes there, he can indeed kill them randomly, but not by his own strength, but by floating guns. Yes, we don't have much meat and are really besieged. There is no other solution except using floating guns and running away. Chi Xuan agreed. But we can't use those beast kings as fuel. What's the point of killing them directly? They are not survivors. How is the attack plan of Tianqing Zun? Chi Xuan asked. He patrolled the entire Tianzhu Mountain. In addition to eliminating threats, he also explored the terrain and collected data. It is not easy to change the pressure in an instant, especially since the volume of Longling Lake is not small, so accurate measurement is required. The whole process is not an easy task. A large amount of data needs to be calculated to form a corresponding model and plan before it can be implemented. Although Chi Xuan has floating guns as excavation workers, this project cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. It is absolutely impossible without 3 to 5 days. Planning is in progress, and sufficient time is needed for arrangement. This project is large and extremely dangerous, and corresponding backup plans and evacuation routes are required. The reconnaissance network cannot detect the specific situation of Tianqing Zun, and can only roughly determine the scope, so this leads to a lot of things for the intelligent brain to consider. The most important of these is how to make up for failure, and how to escape when the enemy is too strong. Plan slowly, don't rush, we have plenty of time. Chi Xuan did not urge him. He knew that sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Before that, it is recommended that you install a signal module for Tai Sui to increase the success rate. Has Tai Sui's armor reached 28 points? Chi Xuan opened Tai Sui's panel, and saw that he had indeed completed 23 evolutions. This was obviously due to the contribution of the Jinclaw King and those Beast King level cold energy monsters. The next step is to reach 30 points of armor. Smart brain. Is it 2 points or 3 points? Tai Sui needs to reach 32 points of armor to complete the next evolution. Qi Xuan was relieved when he heard it was 2 points, because he was afraid that the required armor value would increase again. Then, Qi Xuan installed the signal module. SSS Full Spectrum Signal Processor. It's done. 3 pieces of equipment. Next, you can use Strength and Jade Lotus. Qi Xuan muttered. The smart brain did not respond, because the addition of signal modules has strengthened many modules, and it is readjusting the data. Fortunately, this process was completed quickly. After all, the intelligent brain was also enhanced by this signal module. The plan has been corrected. With the full spectrum signal processor and related modules such as the Eternal Morning Star and the Communication Center, you don't have to wait in person. You can remotely arrange the floating gun to cultivate. You can then hunt or conduct experimental research on the cold energy monsters in the entire Tianzhu Mountain. This can be regarded as a surprise to Qi Xuan. Before, he could remotely control the floating gun, but the distance was not far, and it still relied on the communication center and satellite. Now with the signal module, the effects of both are directly enhanced. Doesn't that mean that the foundation of the Intelligent Combat Legion has been established? Qi Xuan thought of this. Yes, but it's just the foundation. At present, it is possible to control the floating gun, but the Intelligent Combat Legion you mentioned still needs. I know, it's still early. Qi Xuan quickly put out this idea. The module column is never enough. Chapter 149. Qi Xuan twisted off the head of a cold energy monster and threw it into the smelting furnace before stopping. Today is the 6th day since he arrived at Tianzhu Mountain. The plan against Tianqing Zun was proceeding in an orderly manner and is now nearing its end. The final explosion began and is moving away. The Tai Sui god took off directly, and then Qi Xuan heard a roar, and then all the floating guns flew out from the impact of the explosion. Because of the blessing of the Wind Rider's aviation system, the flight speed is much faster than the shock wave, and it successfully avoided the impact of the explosion. Then, a large amount of water flowed directly along the carefully calculated explosion. The pressure of Longling Lake changed in an instant, with the depth and volume of the lake. Under such circumstances, Tianqing Zun, who was at the bottom of the lake, naturally noticed it immediately. It rushed out of Longling Lake at a very fast speed at the first time, and the ice and snow were cleared by it in an instant. Venerable Tianqing didn't know why he was suddenly hit hard, but he was sure that it was definitely related to the disappearance of the water in Longling Lake and the explosion just now. At this time, Qi Xuan also saw the true appearance of the blood-heart worm of Venerable Tianqing. Venerable Tianqing is a cold energy monster that combines the characteristics of many insects. It is 5 meters long and covered with a deep dark red shell, like solidified blood. Its head has red flashing compound eyes and sharp fangs, and its antennae are slender and sensitive. Its body is composed of multiple hard links, and is extremely flexible. A pair of huge membranous wings grow on its back, which can glide and fly. Its many legs are like blades, covered with barbs and organs suspected to be toxin glands. It is both a walking tool and a deadly weapon. The tail end is equipped with a scorpion-like poisonous organ, which can instantly paralyze and dissolve the prey if nothing unexpected happens. However, Qi Xuan can also see the cracks on its body and the strangeness when flying, which obviously means that the plan has taken effect. The plan has been executed, and there is an 80% chance that Tianqing Zun will be seriously injured. And because the cold energy concentration is insufficient, and he was forced to wake up, his strength is less than 10% of the original. According to the plan, the probability of capturing alive is 60%. The intelligent brain gave feedback to Qi Xuan at the first time. Just do it, Qi Xuan said immediately. Tianqing Zun also noticed Qi Xuan, and after his compound eyes looked at the armored man coming towards him, he directly made a move to evacuate. Not only was he seriously injured, but he was also in a sluggish state. And if the other party dared to target him like this, he would definitely be sure to kill him. So it is a very stupid thing to fight head-on. After he successfully escaped and recovered from his injuries and state, killing the other party would not be a problem at all. As for the so-called dignity, it is not a human being. In those days, it was just an insect. If it really talked about these things, it would have been dead long ago. It was a pity that the previous injuries not only affected its internal organs, but also its membrane wings, so it was impossible to exert its normal flying speed. On the other side, Qi Xuan had the Tai Sui God's Wind Rider aviation system, and it was still in peak condition. The distance between him and Tianqingzun was getting closer and closer. This made Tianqingzun begin to weigh whether his escape plan was cost-effective. If nothing unexpected happened, at most 10 seconds, the other party would. No, Tianqingzun had miscalculated, and there was no 10 seconds for him to consider. Because only 3 seconds later, Qi Xuan had already approached it. Die for me! Qi Xuan landed directly on the back of Tianqingzun. Before Tianqingzun put it in, his hands had already landed on the root of its membranous wings. At that moment, it naturally understood what Qi Xuan was going to do, which was nothing more than breaking its membranous wings to prevent it from flying. When the idea came out, it heard a cracking sound, and at the same time it lost the perception of its own membranous wings, and severe pain broke out at the same time. Fortunately, this pain did not affect it. The most important thing is to consider how it should land steadily, and ensure that it will not be injured again. With its injuries, if it is hurt by the impact when landing again, then its own state may really have to choose to surrender. With a thought, he turned around and wanted to catch Qi Xuan. It can't fly, but Qi Xuan can still fly. As long as he can catch him, the crisis will be resolved by half. The idea was good, but the intelligent brain was faster. When Tianqingzun turned around, it kicked him in the waist. And this kick was assisted by the intelligent brain, and it also blessed the dragon and tiger mixed energy. Not only was it powerful, but it also kicked a hole in the crack that was originally formed by the pressure on the opponent. With the blessing of this directional force and the aviation system of the Wind Rider, Tianqingzun reached the safe range before he caught Qi Xuan. Tianqingzun didn't care about the injury on his waist. When he failed to catch Qi Xuan to solve the crisis, he could only decisively adjust his body shape. In this way, he could minimize the secondary damage when he landed. But Qi Xuan and the intelligent brain were so weak that they immediately noticed the idea of the venerable Tianqing. He took out a rocket launcher from the subspace stabilization pocket, approached the opponent within the maximum safe distance, and then fired without hesitation. The purpose of him and the intelligent brain was not to kill the venerable Tianqing with the rocket launcher, but to interfere with the opponent's plan to adjust his position to reduce the damage when landing. As they imagined, when the venerable Tianqing noticed the rocket launcher with a tail flame coming towards him, he immediately forced his position through his own structure and avoided the attack. It has never seen a rocket launcher, but it has seen ancient catapults, crossbows, and some artillery shells. The venerable Tianqing just hasn't seen modern technology, but this doesn't mean that his brain is bad. Simple logical deduction can still be done. Tai Sui God once again loaded the rocket launcher and fired it. Missing the target is not a problem. The problem is interference. Faced with this situation, the venerable Tianqing can only hide. Because it had seen the shell it had just dodged explode, and the power was very strong. In its own state, if it really faced it, there was a high probability that it would be directly killed. For its own life, it could only dodge again. It landed after dodging the third shell. Even with the snow as a buffer, it still hit the ground hard. Qi Xuan did not land on the ground with it, but still kept his distance. After landing, Tianqingzun pretended to be unable to move at the first time. As long as Qi Xuan dared to approach, it would immediately launch an attack. Even though it was seriously injured, it was confident that it could chop off Qi Xuan's head with its foot blade. Even if it failed to kill Qi Xuan, the poison could kill him. Well, it might not kill him in the short term, but it would affect Qi Xuan's condition. It did not realize the true situation of the Tai Sui God's armor, and only regarded it as an armor. So as long as Qi Xuan died or was poisoned, its chance of winning would increase. However, Tai Sui God had a reconnaissance network, and now a signal module was added, and every move of Tianqingzun was monitored. So Qi Xuan directly filled the rocket launcher, and the intelligent brain calculated and ensured that this rocket launcher would not kill Tianqingzun, but would only injure him more and more. Let it lose resistance to the greatest extent. After all, Qi Xuan was thinking about capturing the opponent alive. He couldn't capture him alive in his prime, but he was injured to the point that he had no ability to resist. If he still couldn't catch him, wouldn't Qi Xuan's protagonist halo, talent, and equipment be wasted? Protagonist halo, I want to capture Tianqingzun alive for experiments, you help me. Before launching, Qi Xuan also gave his protagonist halo an order, as a guarantee and a backup, in case of any accidents. The rocket launcher was directly launched under the control of the intelligent brain. The explosion sounded, and Tianqingzun, who was preparing to attack Qi Xuan, was caught off guard and was directly affected. If Tianqingzun was really targeted, it would be dead. However, because of the impact of the shock wave formed by the explosion, Tianqingzun was directly blown away, and his brain was directly shaken. It didn't die, but because of the accumulation of many injuries, it was directly knocked unconscious. The scientific calculation of the intelligent brain and the blessing of the protagonist's halo. Science combined with metaphysics allowed Tianqing, one of the strongest 12 cold energy monsters, to be captured alive by Qi Xuan. I have reached the 3rd level of Taiyin refining technique, and I have obtained all the opportunities one know in Fey country. I wonder how I compare with the violators now. Tang Qing felt the abundant power in his body, and at the same time his dual attributes had reached 2.5 points. You should know that he only had 1 point of dual attributes before. It is extremely difficult to improve attributes, but he has experienced it personally. If he did not practice Taiyin refining technique, the top Qi training method of the ancient Xianmen, but changed to an ordinary Qi training method, it is estimated that it would only increase by about 0.1 or 0.2. Unless it is very compatible, it can reach 1.5. Moreover, he had experienced that after the dual attributes reached 1.5, in addition to the attribute points rewarded by the Doomsday game, the difficulty of increasing by 0.1 points through the Qi training method was multiplied. He was able to reach 2.5 dual attributes, not only because of the Qi training method, but also because of the large amount of resources obtained through chance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach such a strong level by himself. There are 2 levels left in the Taiyin form refining technique. I need more resources. The Taiyin form refining technique has a total of 5 levels. It is difficult to get started, more difficult to master, and even more difficult to complete. Therefore, if you want to overcome the difficulties, you need a lot of resources as a stepping stone. The more Tang Qing practiced, the more he understood the power of this Qi training method, and he also understood that the qualification to practice the Taiyin form refining technique was just the threshold for entry. Only with sufficient diligence and countless resources can you start practicing. Fortunately, he was a reborn person, and had the help of foresight. Chapter 150. Tianqing struggled to regain the vision of his compound eyes. He realized that he was tied to a strange bed. His blade feet, tail stinger and other organs with lethality were removed. They were placed not far from him, soaked in transparent glass and some unknown liquid. Even his torn-off membrane wings were inside. His heart sank at the moment. He wanted to resist, but found that he had no strength in his body, and his body was abnormally heavy. Our boss-level life forms are extremely powerful in vitality and abnormal resistance. But I really didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. Qi Xuan noticed Tianqing's awakening. Because of the special nature of the other party, Qi Xuan's anesthesia, coma, and other drugs were limited in effect, and also affected his experiment. So he used a new restraint method to isolate Tianqing's core, so that it could not process the cold energy. At the same time, through drugs, the metabolism of its body is accelerated, so that all the cold energy in its body can be completely cleared in a short period of time. In this way, the simple body structure cannot support its body, that violates the physiological structure. It can fly high and run fast, and it has strong power, which is supported by the extraordinary energy of cold energy. If there is no cold energy, Qi Xuan even has to take corresponding protective measures to prevent it from being crushed to death by its own body. It is precisely for this reason that Qi Xuan's thoughts on the extraordinary system of cold energy are getting less and less. Take Qi Xuan as an example. If there is no Yusui virus, he will not die. At most, he will lose his extraordinary power, but he will not be crushed by his own body. Even if he is not dead, he can produce the Yusui virus again, because he is a life similar to the combination of humans and Yusui virus. He will not be as miserable as Tianqing. Although he is miserable, the other party is not simple. At least his weight can crush people to death. Tianqing wanted to ask something, but he couldn't stand up and open his mouth because his mouth was too heavy. I guess you didn't look like this originally, but evolved by yourself, and to a certain extent, you also interfered with your own evolution. Qi Xuan didn't care that the other party didn't speak, because he knew that he couldn't speak, not only because of the other party's mouth, but also because Qi Xuan cut off all the nerves in the other party's body. Otherwise, when Qi Xuan was performing dissection and experiments, how could Tianqing sleep so peacefully and wake up long ago? It was because he had no consciousness that he woke up at this time. But this is a good thing for Tianqing. After all, he doesn't have to suffer like the Jinzhou king. Interfering with evolution has both advantages and disadvantages. If you have enough knowledge, nothing will happen. On the contrary, it will greatly enhance your strength. But unfortunately, you don't have it, so you look mighty, but there are actually many disadvantages. It's just that these disadvantages are covered by the extraordinary power brought by cold energy, that is, the yin energy. Qi Xuan said, pointing to the other party's pores. As an insect, your respiratory system is limited by the efficiency of the pores. I don't think you have an additional respiratory system. You need more oxygen to maintain life activities, but the efficiency of the pores is not enough to support such a large body. In addition, your membranous wings, insects have well-developed wings, but their body size is proportional to the size of their wings. For creatures several meters long, such huge wings may not be able to achieve effective flight in reality, because the increase in wing area will cause the aerodynamic force required for flight to increase sharply. And then there is. Tianqing Venerable was confused and didn't understand what Qi Xuan was talking about. Of course, these shortcomings also indirectly illustrate the magical effect of cold energy in evolution. Qi Xuan changed the subject and turned back to cold energy. So, the other 11 Zooting Venerables, like you, have made changes to themselves. Qi Xuan finally understood that the Beast King level cold energy monsters of those venerable descendants would have certain mythological characteristics. This is naturally a change caused by the genetic self-esteem interference in their own evolution. Even the breaking of reproductive isolation may be related to this. According to Qi Xuan's research, the principle of interference in evolution is relatively simple, which is probably to convey the will through the spirit and enter the core, and then the body receives the pheromones emitted by the core and absorbs the cold energy from the outside world. Finally, get enough nutrients and wait for growth. The overly easy interference behavior makes the venerables very powerful, thanks to the fact that cold energy is a kind of environmental energy. When there is no shortage, you can do whatever you want. Once it is lacking, the stronger the strength, the bigger the problem. Unless they can use it scientifically. However, the winter humans do not seem to have this ability. It seems that they have wisdom before evolution, which makes the core unable to generate, and finally turns into superpowers. Without this key organ, they could only imitate the core of the cold energy monster, and finally form the acquired method of Qi training. At the same time, this led to the fact that even if they had the strength comparable to the 12 venerables of the ancestral court, they could not interfere with their own evolution as arbitrarily as the venerables did. It was equivalent to that each Qi training method and supernatural power would combine with each other to form a fixed evolutionary path. The upper limit of evolution does not lie in supernatural power. Theoretically, all winter humans are on the same starting line in evolution. Therefore, the only thing that can determine how far this evolutionary advance is the Qi training method. But at the same time, the birth of the Qi training method was created by humans, and because of the differences between people, the Qi training method also showed differentiation. In the end, this differentiation and the evolutionary path were intertwined. Who are you? Venerable Tianqing did not listen to Qi Xuan's words at all, but made a very difficult sound and questioned Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan shook his head. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is whether you know the art of tying body refining. I got an annotation. The opening chapter is called Blood Sacrifice. At this point, Venerable Tianqing understood it all at once. You are the descendant of Tying Tianjun. Venerable Tianqing was gradually adapting to his situation, and adjusting his way of speaking, making it more and more fluent. It seems that you know this annotation, so I want to ask, which of you Venerable did you refer to for this the art of tying body refining? Qi Xuan asked. When Venerable Tianqing heard Qi Xuan's question, he chuckled. The sound was very harsh and mocking. It obviously knew the answer to the question Qi Xuan asked it. But this answer is probably not good news, otherwise it wouldn't have such an attitude. It seems that you won't say it anymore, what a pity. Qi Xuan saw this, but he was not angry. It's normal not to say it. With this annotation, you are not practicing tying refining technique, but blood sacrifice demon sutra. Your ancestor, the daughter of Tying Tianjun, practiced this method. Although I don't know where you got it from, I have seen the miserable appearance of the daughter of Tying Tianjun when she died. Before she died, we, the Venerables, all sent her off. Judging from the words of Venerable Tianqing, in that era, the cold energy monsters and humans were not so incompatible, but it is also possible that Tying Tianjun simply had a friendship with them. What? Is there a problem with this Qi training method? Qi Xuan asked curiously. He can be sure that the intelligence-reducing effect of the protagonist's halo has taken effect. Otherwise, how could Tianqing Zun chat with him in this situation? He would either scold him or simply keep silent. You have to know that Tianqing Zun was separated by Qi Xuan. Whoever sees his treatment, it is impossible for him to speak a secret to his enemy in a friendly manner. Murder, torture, blood sacrifice, which one is not a heinous crime? She relied on her father being the Lord of Tying, and thought she was doing things secretly, but unfortunately, she still couldn't resist the mouth of the world. In the end, even her father couldn't save her. You are a nameless person, and you also want to practice this magic scripture, but you are just courting death. Tianqing Zun mocked Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan listened and flattered. Yes, 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 I think so too. In fact, this magic scripture is said to be created by the daughter of Tianjun, but everyone in the world knows that the other party's talent is like rotten wood and mud. How can it be accomplished? This annotation was originally made by Tianjun for his daughter, but in the end, he watched her die. It can be said that every sip and every bite is destined. You want to use my heart as a guide to forge the blood sacrifice magic. Oh, guess why the blood sacrifice chapter uses blood heartworm eggs? Is it because Tianjun's daughter can't bear the heart of the blood heartworm king? What do you think you can do to compare with Tianjun? Tianqing Zun's ridicule became more and more serious. Because I have the aura of the protagonist. Qi Xuan didn't say this, but remained silent, as if he was broken by the other party. He also hoped to get some more information from Tianqing Zun. It was impossible to refute it. It was just a few ridicules, and it wouldn't lose a piece of meat. The other party talked a lot, and Qi Xuan listened quietly. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a cold energy monster standing at the top of the pyramid in the same era as Tianjun, and he knows a lot. But at the same time, he also understood one thing, that is, no matter the so-called Tian refining technique or the annotated blood sacrifice demon sutra, these two Qi training methods cannot be practiced. Fortunately, he is not a cold winter human, and he only intends to use these two Qi training methods and his own dragon and tiger mixed Yuan Jin to melt into a new extraordinary skill. So what Tianqing Venerable said did not have much impact on him. He didn't plan to practice the original version, so he didn't have to worry about the original version. After Tianqing Venerable talked for about an hour, the other party stopped talking. Obviously, he also realized that he talked too much, but it was probably because he had said everything he should say, and the protagonist's halo withdrew the intelligence-reducing effect. Otherwise, it has been an hour, how could he realize that he talked too much? Chapter 151. The stronger the cold energy monster, the more the structure in its body is a pile of shit code. You 12 venerables are even more outrageous. You rely on your ability to interfere with evolution by absorbing cold energy, and dare to push anything on yourselves. When the cold energy disappears completely, you will know what it means to be a fish out of water. Qi Xuan discovered that the body, and even the core of the big insect Tianqing Venerable contained a large amount of seriously ill-discarded data. These data cannot be discarded. After all, if the program can run, don't touch it, otherwise it will not run if you touch it. After Qi Xuan carefully checked, he found that every time Tianqing Venerable evolved, all the original data would be discarded. But it didn't have a garbage station, so it directly piled the evolved data on the discarded data. It kept updating, discarding, updating again, and discarding again, making its strength stronger. But in this way, they will have a huge disadvantage, that is, if these discarded data are used to form a genetic attack. Then, not to mention killing them on the spot, they can also mutate. However, to have this ability, you have to be a venerable level cold energy monster. If it is a Beast King level, its own strength cannot achieve such a high level of interference for the time being. More importantly, even if it interferes with evolution, it will take enough time for the whole. The Beast King level does not live as long as these 12 venerables. As the pioneer of an entire system, you really have no in-depth understanding of cold energy. Qi Xuan was very disappointed. The reason for his disappointment was that he had to find a way to eliminate the various obsolete data in the core of the venerable Tianqing, and only keep the latest data. Otherwise, if it is really transplanted into the embryo body carrying superpowers, something might go wrong. Tianqing Zun couldn't speak because he cursed too badly. Qi Xuan couldn't stand it. He was indeed an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. So for his own peace of mind, Qi Xuan further divided it into more detailed parts, and then powered it through the equipment to keep it alive. In fact, his skills in this regard are not very proficient, but thanks to Tianqing Zun, it is strong enough, so its vitality is naturally tenacious. This allowed Qi Xuan to make it survive, after it was divided into various parts. Tianqing Zun's core was carefully taken out by Qi Xuan. It was a blood-red tough substance similar to jelly. And nerves similar to tentacles were derived from it. Although the nerves were small, it was not easy to cut them. These nerves were derived to form a huge neural network that covered the entire Tianqing Zun. Qi Xuan doesn't need these nerves, but in order to keep the activity of Tianqing Zun and the core, the two cannot be separated from each other. The two are originally one, and no matter who loses the other, it will cause huge losses. Tianqing Zun will be severely injured without the core, and Tianqing Zun will quickly wither and become inactive without the core, and its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Qi Xuan has to remove the data of the chronic disease while the core is in Tianqing Zun. After completion, it must be transferred to the embryo body that carries the superpowers as soon as possible. The whole process is not only difficult, but also needs to be completed in a very short time. More importantly, there is only one material, and it is impossible to conduct trial and error and rehearsal. Once it fails, it can only be regenerated by Tianqing Zun. However, the quality of the new core is naturally not as good as the core that Tianqing Zun has been carrying since birth. It is true that there are discarded data with serious problems inside, but it does not mean that the quality is poor. It is precisely because the quality is so good that it can run so smoothly even with a pile of shit code. Qi Xuan liked it at first sight. So before eliminating the discarded data with serious problems, Qi Xuan asked the protagonist Halo for help. With the cooperation of the intelligent brain, he is confident that he can complete it, but he will not despise luck. The whole elimination process is indeed a big project. In addition to the difficulty of the operation, it is also necessary to prevent Tianqing Zun's body from inputting discarded data into the core. After all, this is originally a part of it, and Qi Xuan's behavior will definitely have a great impact on it. You? The intense pain forced Tianqing Zun to wail. Qi Xuan saw that the opponent, under the stimulation of pain and sufficient nutrients, had forcibly evolved a sound formed by vibrating the air with a spiritual frequency in a short period of time. Just bear with it for a while, it's not going to kill you. The nerves on your core cannot be cut. It hurts a little, but it's no big deal, Qi Xuan said, shutting it up physically. Qi Xuan had experienced the pain of the venerable Tianqing before, especially when the virus talent was upgraded. The more time went by, the greater the pain. As for his operation on the core, the pain of the venerable Tianqing was nothing compared to the pain Qi Xuan felt when his A-level talent was upgraded to S-level talent. Your generation is still too hypocritical. Back then Qi Xuan paused when he said this. He seemed to have never experienced hardship. Back then, he had to enjoy happiness without any effort. As for the pain after the end of the world, it was not hardship, but it could really be turned into benefits. Well, you bear it for another half an hour, I will get it done soon. Qi Xuan could only change the subject abruptly. It must be said that the strength of the 12 venerables was a bit beyond his imagination. I thought that the dual attributes should be at least 10 points, but after checking, he found that the dual attributes were estimated to be only 7.5, not 8 points. As for the huge whale cold energy monster that Qi Xuan met in Bingzhou before, it was estimated to be around 7 points. You can't judge strength by size. People are born big, but their natural attributes are higher, which does not mean that their subsequent growth will be high. And those humans who practice the Qi training method will have a lower upper limit, and the upper limit of the dual attributes is around 7 points. The difference of 0.5 in dual attributes is made up by the fit between his own ability and Qi training method, but how much gap can be made up is uncertain, and it is not directly by increasing the attribute, but by enhancing it in a way similar to passive skills. The operation was carried out bit by bit, and Qi Xuan could even see with his naked eyes that the core of the Tianqing Zun was being optimized bit by bit. The simplest thing is the color, which gradually became purer. It was a blood-red hue before, but as it was cleaned, the color became darker and darker. And the material of the jelly gradually changed to a complete solid. Intelligent brain increased the nutrient supply. Qi Xuan took a look and then gave an order. Qi Xuan cleaned up the last bit of obsolete data in the core, and then he would indirectly restore the damage to the core by supplementing the nutrition of the Tianqing Zun. It was an operation anyway, and it was impossible to say that there was no damage. Qi Xuan could only reduce the damage to the lowest level. He was not strong enough to complete it without damage. Qi Xuan installed filter valves on all the surrounding nerves and blood vessels to ensure that what came in was nutrients instead of the obsolete data carried by the Tianqing Zun. In fact, it could also be directly transplanted into the supernatural embryo at this time, but it would affect the potential of the supernatural power formed later. If he went according to his plan, the potential was estimated to be the same as his own mental enhancement, at least SSS level. As for level X, forget it. Of course, potential is potential, and realization is another matter. The nutrient solution was continuously injected into the body of the Tianqing Zun through the equipment, and began to flow through the whole body through the blood vessels, and finally sank into the core. With enough nutrients, the core began to recover gradually, and even occasionally beat. The injuries on his body gradually recovered. As a part of the venerable Tianqing, he naturally inherited the venerable Tianqing's tenacious vitality and excellent recovery ability. If it weren't for being controlled by Qi Xuan with the filter valve, he might have once again become the source of power for the venerable Tianqing. You are very curious. Why don't you just take my heart? After Qi Xuan released the physical mute, the venerable Tianqing asked his question. Under normal logic, Qi Xuan should have taken its core directly, instead of using this unknown method to do something it couldn't understand. This is just a little hobby. Qi Xuan didn't plan to answer its question. Then when are you going to kill me? Tianqing Zun asked in a different direction. This is its main purpose. Tianqing Zun couldn't stand being tortured like this every day. Naturally, he thought that he would die sooner and reincarnate sooner. However, the idea was good, but he couldn't do it. After all, he was controlled very tightly and couldn't move. Not to mention running away, he couldn't even commit suicide. Let me check the time. Qi Xuan observed the recovery of the core and said, 24 hours. Although it can be recovered in about 5 hours, Qi Xuan is recovering in a targeted manner, so the speed will be fast. The extra 19 hours are naturally used to observe if there are any problems. If there are no problems, Qi Xuan will directly transplant. Tianqing Zun couldn't understand how long 24 hours was. After all, the last cold energy era he was in was still the feudal ancient times. It will be this time tomorrow. Qi Xuan also noticed the other party's doubts, so he explained it to it. After listening to it, Tianqing Zun was silent for a while, and then asked, has the whole world changed a lot now? It's okay. If it weren't for the problem of cold energy, 10 of you would not be enough for the current countries to kill. But don't worry, because there are not 10 of you. If you really meet the prosperous countries, you may be well protected. Qi Xuan said seriously. This is true. After all, Tianqing Zun is a unique copy and an extraordinary creature. If he really fights against humans, the biggest possibility is to capture him alive instead of killing him directly. Especially when the top leaders of the countries know that Tianqing Zun can live forever, they will definitely capture him alive at all costs. The 4 words of immortality are not something that anyone in power can ignore. Chapter 152. 24 hours passed in a flash, and Qi Xuan carefully transplanted the core of the Tianqing Venerable to the embryo carrying the supernatural power. A large number of tentacles emerged on the embryo, and began to connect the nerves and blood vessels on the core, and then injected the modified Yusui virus for assimilation. The next step is to wait until the assimilation is completed and the blood sacrifice supernatural power begins to be nurtured, and Qi Xuan will directly merge back into his body. This carrier embryo was made by Qi Xuan with his own flesh and blood, and is essentially a part of him, not to mention that it also contains his modified Yusui virus as an assimilation medium. As for time, it will take 3 days at the fastest and 5 days at the slowest. This is a process of assimilation, reshaping, and reconstruction. You are worthless, so I give you a quick death. Qi Xuan glanced at the Tianqing Venerable, who was seriously injured because his core was removed and transplanted. The other party is not dead yet. If it is given enough nutrients, it can still give birth to a core and recover. However, there will definitely be permanent damage. It is estimated that the upper limit of both attributes will drop to 7 points, making it the weakest cold energy monster among the 12 venerables. As for treating it as a breeding body that continuously generates cores, Qi Xuan has no such idea at all. Not to mention the time and cost required. Why does he need so many cores? And as the number of harvests increases, the quality of the core will become lower and lower. So the best way is to throw it into the casting furnace as fuel. If nothing unexpected happens, with the evolutionary energy burned by the Tianqing Venerable, it is estimated that it can almost make the Tai Sui god evolve once. The main reason is that Qi Xuan has tormented him a lot, and with all the shortcomings, if he were replaced by the Tianqing Venerable in his prime, he would definitely be able to evolve. Don't think about it now, just slowly check for deficiencies, and make up for them later. After Tianqing Venerable entered the smelting furnace, he was finally free. Intelligent brain, how much fuel does Tai Sui need to evolve again? Qi Xuan asked. Estimated demand. The intelligent brain listed the data for Qi Xuan at the first time. Qi Xuan glanced at it, and then said, go hunting. Before the blood sacrifice ability was born, Qi Xuan had a short window of time. Qi training method requires blood sacrifice ability as a foundation, so he plans to study it during this period, and at the same time shift his focus to low-level poison element enchantment magic. The main reason is that he has only this one project to study. Other projects were stopped either because of his lack of strength, or because he had no ability for the time being. Whether it is learning or researching low-level poison element enchantment, it is actually more about virtual calculation and simulation. Since Tai Sui God is not needed for the time being, it is just right to give it to the intelligent brain to control Tai Sui God to hunt fuel, so as to obtain enough evolutionary energy. In the cold winter world, whether it is humans or cold energy monsters, the average quality is much higher than the combustion efficiency of the two worlds of Yushin and Polar Day. Especially the cold energy monsters of the two levels of Beast King and Venerable. If they have the experience of living from the last cold energy era to the present, they can be called the best of the best. If Chi Suiyan can put all the remaining 11 Venerables into the smelting furnace, not to mention more, at least he can provide Tai Sui God with 3 more evolution times. You should know that the last time so many evolutions were obtained, the Sun Puppet was obtained by fraud. The strength of the Venerable is not at the same level as that of the Sun Puppet. A Sun Puppet stood there, and the Venerable could not get close to it. However, 11 could be compared to 6, so you can imagine how good the quality is. But it is not so easy to find the remaining Venerables, unless you rely on the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, there is no clue at all. How can you find them? Especially these ones are really hiding deep. Start to execute the hunting program. The intelligent brain responded to Chi Suiyan's command at the first time. They are still in Tianju Mountain. Although the Beast King level cold energy monsters have been cleared, there are still many ordinary cold energy monsters here. After all, to build a complete ecological chain, quantity is an indispensable link. Now all the benefits are in Chi Suiyan's hands. As long as all the cold energy monsters in the entire Tianju Mountain are cleared, together with the Venerable Tianqing, the 24th evolution of Tai Sui God will be stable. If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably happen in the next few days. In terms of burning efficiency, the Venerable is much faster than the Sun Puppet. Because it is not at the Beast King level, with the armor value of Tai Sui God and the support of Chi Suiyan's Dragon Tiger mixed Yuan Jin, it is basically an instant kill. Then throw it into the melting furnace. The whole process is smooth. It is simply a one-stop service. During this period, Chi Suiyan only needs to operate the Dragon Tiger mixed Yuan Jin, and does not need to pay attention to the battle situation. When the power is operated, it can already realize the circulation of power throughout the body when it reaches Gang Jin. So Chi Suiyan doesn't have to worry too much. Anyway, the intelligent brain will control the Tai Sui God to attack from the position where the power flows. Strange bone fragments detected. The sudden reminder from the intelligent brain brought Chi Suiyan back to his mind from thinking and learning. What strange fragments? Chi Suiyan had just finished asking when the intelligent brain showed the image detected by the reconnaissance network. Isn't it just the bones of a large animal? What's the difference? Chi Suiyan couldn't tell what animal's bones it was. Before the cold energy appeared, Chi Suiyan would be interested. But now, not to mention that there are large cold energy monsters everywhere that have evolved and mutated animals due to the cold energy, there are also a lot of them. Even if it is just a fragment of a certain cold energy monster, it is not a rare thing. According to the previous data comparison of Tianju Mountain, the bone fragment appeared after the planned explosion operation to capture Tianqing Zun. And according to the detection of its bone age and hardness by the reconnaissance network, its time and strength were determined to be far greater than Tianqing Zun. As soon as these two sentences came out, Chi Suiyan's interest was immediately aroused. Did it come out from the bottom of Longling Lake? And this is just one of the fragments? Chi Suiyan asked. Yes, the details can only be known after collecting all the bone fragments and piecing them together. Do you want to collect them? Then collect them, just in time to clean up the cold energy monsters. Chi Suiyan just had plenty of time. He suspected that his protagonist Halo might have triggered some opportunities for him to come out again, perform the merger execution program. For such trivial matters, the intelligent brain is not a problem at all. With the help of the reconnaissance network, as long as the Tianju Mountain area is fully explored in a comprehensive manner, all the bone fragments must be collected cleanly. I didn't expect it to be the manuscript of Taiyin Tianjun. A gleam of light flashed in Tang Qing's eyes. When he intercepted the opportunity, he got this manuscript by chance. At first, he didn't pay too much attention to this opportunity. After all, according to the rumors in his memory, there were not many good things. It's just that Taiyin refining technique is too resource-consuming, so he rushed over to take it away in advance. Although it's not satisfactory, it's much more efficient than collecting it by himself. Then it gave him such a big surprise. Looking carefully, the content of this manuscript tells the ideas and experience of Taiyin Tianjun when he created Taiyin refining technique. This made Tang Qing feel like he had found a treasure. With the help of this manuscript, he was more comfortable with subsequent breakthroughs. He practiced according to the content of Taiyin refining technique, which was equivalent to just applying the formula. Because of different personal understanding abilities, the efficiency of using the formula was also limited. This manuscript gave him a way to solve the problem, so that he could combine the formula, and it seemed like a fish in water. Ha ha ha, this manuscript came too timely. Not only can it speed up my breakthrough time, but it also saves me a lot of resources. After reading it, Tang Qing couldn't stop the joy on his face. At present, it seems that Tien Tianjun did not create Tien refining technique directly by comprehension, but by exploring it bit by bit. If I can get other manuscripts, maybe it will take less time to practice Tien refining technique to the 5th level. In addition, it also records the contents created by Tien Tianjun in the past by observing the red dragon corpse. And if you can get the red dragon pearl and swallow it into your stomach, you can let the Tien refining technique evolve to the unprecedented 6th level. It's a pity that the complete origin of the red dragon corpse is not recorded in it. It may be in other manuscripts. The manuscript only records that the red dragon was entrenched in Tianzhu Mountain in the past, and then died on the peak and fell into the mountain, forming a lake 1,000 meters deep. This lake is called Longling Lake. What Tien Tianjun saw in the past was not a living red dragon, but a dead, but not decayed red dragon corpse. After that, Tang Qing is not clear. After all, this manuscript records the contents of the period when the Tien refining technique was almost perfected. According to the calculation of Tien Tianjun, the red dragon corpse and the red dragon pearl should still be at the bottom of Longling Lake in Tianzhu Mountain. But I haven't reached the 5th level yet. Even if I get the red dragon pearl, there is no way to break through. I have to go to Tianzhu Mountain, but not now. Tang Qing was also distressed. Why was his progress so slow? The reason why he didn't go now was that once the red dragon pearl was taken out, it would soon be destroyed without the protection of the red dragon corpse and the warmth of Tianzhu Mountain. If he went to get it in advance, it would only cut off his possibility of reaching the 6th level of Tien refining form. But this manuscript records some of the remains of Tien Tianjun, so you can go and get it. Tang Qing was actually in a good mood. He saw that his chance was about to run out, and the manuscript was continued for him. This was good news for him. It made up for his regret that he couldn't get the red dragon pearl because of his lack of strength. As for being beaten to it by someone, he was not worried at all. At this stage, no one could go up to Tianzhu Mountain. And how could such a secret thing be known by ordinary people? The red dragon pearl was at the bottom of Longling Lake and could not escape. Chapter 153. A snake? It's quite big. After the entire Tianzhu Mountain was visited, the collected bone fragments were pieced together into a huge white bone snake. The initial estimate is that it is nearly 100 meters long. I can understand the other bits and pieces. After all, Tianqingzun is also of this character. But where to put this thing? Qi Xuan looked at the round white bone bead in his hand. At first, he thought it was an eye, but it didn't look like it. If I'm not wrong, the predecessor may be a snake, and now according to your thinking, it should be a dragon. So this thing is a dragon ball? Qi Xuan said speechlessly. No, I mean, this may be the core of this snake. Of course, if you regard it as a dragon, it can also be regarded as a dragon ball. Qi Xuan listened and it seemed to make sense. Then what's the use of this? Qi Xuan complained. It's hard, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. It's just a pile of calcified bones. You can keep the calcified core. You can install it as a module next time when there is a vacant space in the module column. As for the rest of the bones, they can be used as fuel. Although the value cannot be estimated, it is definitely not worse than that of the Tianqingzun. How did it break into slag when it is so hard? Qi Xuan did not ask why it rotted. It has been dead for many years. It is normal to rot. It is a problem of fragments. Data calculation in progress. Calculation completed. Preliminary estimate is that it is caused by energy-environment imbalance. As you know, cold energy monsters are extremely dependent on cold energy environment. The bone was originally at the bottom of Longling Lake and preserved by water pressure, temperature, and other environments. The environment changed drastically in a short period of time after it was separated from the original environment due to the explosion, causing it to break in the explosion. I understand. It couldn't withstand the thermal expansion and contraction, so it exploded. Qi Xuan briefly summarized it. Yes, the answer of the intelligent computer was very concise, but Qi Xuan looked up and down at the snake bone. But I always feel that this thing is not that simple. It is impossible that the protagonist Halo gave me such a fuel. In fact, this is not fuel. It is more intuitive if you regard it as an accessory of Tianqingzun. No, Tianqingzun can choose Longling Lake. There must be a secret. There is a big possibility that it is related to the snake bone. Qi Xuan denied the statement of the intelligent computer, but began to observe further. If it is really an accessory, it should have been brought when Qi Xuan captured Tianqing Zoom, instead of being discovered by him afterwards. And Qi Xuan can be sure of one thing, that is, it may not look like this originally. After carefully examining it, Qi Xuan felt a sense of familiarity. It's not that he has any relationship with this snake bone, but the feeling of memorizing the text, but forgetting the first sentence. As long as you remember the first sentence, the whole text will be recited naturally. Seeing flowers in the fog, Qi Xuan muttered, and then he began to count his gains in the winter world. In fact, his gains were not much, or the things that could be related to the snake bone were also extremely limited. I remember. Qi Xuan suddenly said, do you still remember that the venerable Tianqing was unwilling to say what kind of cold energy monster was used as the prototype of the Taiyin refining technique? Yes, I remember. Unfortunately, I know what it is. The original body of the Taiyin refining technique is this snake. No, it should be said to be a dragon. Qi Xuan pointed to a word mentioned in the Taiyin chapter in the annotation. Red dragon, that's it. Taiyin Tianjun did not mention the red dragon in the Taiyin refining technique, but it was mentioned in the Taiyin chapter of the Blood Sacrifice Demon Sutra after the annotation. I thought it was just a metaphor, but I didn't expect it to be more than just a metaphor. There is really such a dragon. Of course, the prototype of the red dragon is just a snake, but it has been constantly interfering with its evolution through cold energy, and finally became the so-called red dragon. Qi Xuan suddenly realized. The protagonist Halo knew that he would have to research his own skills later, so he directly sent the original body to him. But the question is, what's the use of this? Qi Xuan asked. Just a snake bone, even with a calcified core, is just a pile of bones for Qi Xuan. Perhaps you can try to study the snake bones from the perspective of Taiyin refining technique, and you may get some benefits. The intelligent brain also believes that the biggest role of snake bones for Qi Xuan is to throw them into the smelting furnace as fuel. If you want to create a Qi training method by observing the cold energy monster and imitating the other party's magic, even if it is not alive, it can't be just a pile of bones. Why not try to make soup directly? Qi Xuan's brain pulled and thought of this solution. With your digestive ability, you can indeed use it as food, but your bite force and absorption ability do not support you to do so. And according to calculations, even if you make it into soup, it is not much different from boiling a piece of stone. If you really can't think of a solution, and you don't want to use it as fuel, you can try to place the snake bones and core, and install them as modules. The intelligent brain gave a new solution. Well, can this work? Qi Xuan looked at the evolution of Tai Sui God, and it was not surprising that there would be an extra module column. Wait, can this be considered an individual? Qi Xuan reacted to such a thing. It was broken into pieces. How could it still be considered an individual? I can help you repair it. After all, it comes from the same source, so it can barely be considered an individual. Then if I stick the jade vein lotus to the core, and then repair it to the snake bone, do you think it will work? Qi Xuan was just thinking about the bug. It cannot be established. The nature of the jade vein lotus is completely different from the snake bone. Forcible adhesion will only be judged as two individuals. Then what if I merge the dragon tiger mix yuan gene and the jade vein lotus together? Qi Xuan found another blind spot. Cannot be deduced. You can try it yourself. The intelligent brain is not omnipotent. Facing the jade vein lotus that was once SSS level with it, even if it has become S level now, it will not be able to give an answer in a short time if it wants to deduce it. With this time and cost, it is better to let Qi Xuan try it directly. Theoretically, it can be done. Qi Xuan said suddenly. As long as I can integrate Qigong and ancient martial arts into one, and then integrate the new energy formed by the Dragon Tiger mixed Yuan power, and the Blood Sacrifice ability. Based on this, the Jade Vein Lotus and the Red Dragon will have a high probability of becoming a module. Your idea is indeed feasible, but doing so will waste the potential of the Dragon Tiger mixed Yuan power, the Jade Vein Lotus, and the Red Dragon. Without the fusion, you can get 3 SSS level modules, but doing so can only get 1 SSS level module. From the root, you have lost the increase of 3 modules. And it is a direct increase in strength. Intelligent brains represent quantitative changes, which can sometimes really be qualitative changes. Qi Xuan's expression gradually showed a look of fuck. When he heard this, he wanted to save the module bar, but the problem was that the module bar could grow infinitely as long as there were resources. At first glance, the module had 3 functions, but the upper limit of the module was SSS level. The amplification obtained by 1 module and 3 modules was naturally different. What you said really makes sense. I almost got myself into trouble. Qi Xuan was short of modules, but he couldn't deliberately reduce his amplification because of the lack of modules. It's good that you can understand it. After all, the number and coordination of modules are the advantages of Tai Suishan. Tai Suishan only has this one advantage, and I have to spend money to enhance this advantage. Qi Xuan sighed. It's a pity that the red dragon bone can't be burned. Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the snake bone. The next hunt will be temporarily stopped. I have to study the red dragon bone. I thought I could earn more fuel for Tai Suishan, but I didn't expect that because of this incident, I'd die directly. Even because of the usefulness, a large amount of fuel was lost. But it doesn't matter, as long as there is enough harvest. Anyway, he is almost getting used to the gold-eating beast of Tai Sui. Thankfully, the intensity of the Doomsday world is getting higher and higher, and the fuel formed by the resources that can be obtained can keep up with the needs of Tai Sui. If it is still in the deep world, and has not been exposed to the cosmic level, how could Tai Sui reach the current number of evolutions? Boy, this is the first time that someone has dug up my grave since I started practicing. An old voice sounded, which scared Tang Qing, who was looting. Then a middle-aged man was seen crawling out of the coffin. At first, he looked like a mummy. But as a large amount of cold energy entered his body during breathing, his flesh and blood gradually became fuller, and his original ferocious appearance became kind and gentle. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the descendant of Tien Tianjun. No wonder he could dig my tomb so accurately. The middle-aged man looked up and saw the origin of Tang Qing's Qi training method. This made Tang Qing's heart stagnate. Tien Tianjun actually regarded the resting place of an ancient monk as a treasure house and wrote it in the manuscript. Which manuscript did you take? The middle-aged man asked casually. Tien Tianjun has spread a lot of manuscripts, and there are many tombs of fellow Taoists hidden in them. Reporting to the senior, it is, Tang Qing replied respectfully. Don't be petty at this time. Judging from the other party's attitude, it is not an enemy, otherwise he would have taken action at the first time. What year is it today? Tell me about the current situation in the world. The middle-aged man sat down and motioned Tang Qing to sit down and talk slowly. Now is the era of Doomsday Games. We are experiencing the end of winter. Tang Qing did not hide it, and began to briefly summarize. Wait a minute, what era is the Doomsday Game? The middle-aged man looked puzzled. He didn't understand, so he interrupted and asked. Senior, you didn't become a survivor of the Doomsday Game? Tang Qing looked shocked. Chapter 154. SSS Dragon Tiger Mixed Primordial Power. Qi Xuan looked at the module that Tai Sui had installed after completing the 24th evolution after the armor value reached 30 points. This module is naturally his Dragon Tiger Mixed Primordial Power. No, why is your thing so strong? Qi Xuan looked at the power in Tai Sui's body, and couldn't hold it anymore. Before this, he was only at the level of robbery power, but when it came to Tai Sui, it was amplified to the SSS level, and directly became a divine power. You should know that even when the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus did not have the complete 7 stars, it was only robbery power, and the so-called Land Immortals did not have it. As a result, now it has completed the transformation in Tai Sui. Tai Sui, who has the Dragon Tiger Mixed Primordial Power, combined with the 2 ancient martial arts of Beidou 7 Yuan True Skill, and Soul-Devouring Evil Skill of the Intelligent Brain, Qi Xuan can retire. Especially in terms of defense, although there is no shield module, the Dragon Tiger Mixed Yuan Divine Power can also directly enhance the defense. As long as the opponent cannot break the body-protecting Divine Power, there is no need to worry that Tai Sui will be hurt. In addition, because the source of the Divine Power is Qi Xuan's Yushin Virus, it also amplifies each other with the Yushin Ruler Seal and the Virus Bloodline Colonization Suit, achieving a stronger effect. As long as these 3 modules are there, Qi Xuan's Dragon Tiger Mixed Yuan Power is also at the level of Divine Power. It is equivalent to forcibly improving the quality of Qi Xuan's power. After all, he is one with Tai Sui through the module. But the problem is that Tai Sui has it all, and it is controlled by the Intelligent Brain, which is much more useful than him. If I install the Jade Vein Lotus as a module, wouldn't it be even more invincible? Qi Xuan understood the terribleness of the snowball. As long as there are enough modules, even if they are unrelated modules, they can be connected in series, and indirectly improved through other modules. Not to mention this kind of module that is a complete set at first glance. Yes, but with the current resource situation, it is difficult for you to make the armor value of Tai Sui God reach 32 points in a short time to complete the next evolution. The Intelligent Brain poured cold water on Qi Xuan. After all, the venerable Tianqing has been burned out, and now the smelting furnace is empty. It all depends on the daily guarantee of the 3-piece growth set to obtain evolution energy. So if you want to evolve quickly, you can only carry out large-scale killing. But now that Tai Sui God has the Hun Yuan Dragon and Tiger Divine Power module, he is much faster in hunting. When I stuff the Jade Vein Lotus, the Red Dragon, and Qin Sheng's off-road vehicles into modules, I will definitely install a module specifically for capturing fuel for you. I hope it's in my lifetime. The intelligent brain knows Qi Xuan's character. He rarely considers the future and focuses more on the present. To be short-sighted, that's for sure, but Qi Xuan is in the doomsday world. If he can't survive now, how can he have any future? So it's true that it's in my lifetime. By the way, what do you think if I transplant my pineal gland and the subsequent blood sacrifice embryos, first fix them through death recasting, and then take them down as modules? Qi Xuan suddenly found that he was a treasure. If your module bar is sufficient, I actually suggest that you add brain, hand, heart, lung and other functions together. After all, you can recover, but for Tai Sui God, it is definitely a qualitative change level enhancement. This Qi Xuan never expected that the intelligent brain was much more ruthless than him. He only wanted to get some organs, but the intelligent brain directly chose to let him divide them into various parts and use them as modules. Sure enough, the wholesale price is only worth 3,000 yuan a month, but if it is sold separately, it is worth millions. Qi Xuan couldn't help but complain. No, this effect can only be achieved after your organs are amplified into SSS level quality modules. Otherwise, if it is used as a regular module, the value is still relatively limited. The intelligent brain gave Qi Xuan another blow, meaning that it has to be multiplied by 10. Okay, I still study the Red Dragon. Tomorrow the embryo of the superpower carrier will be transplanted, and I still have a little prototype of the Qi training method. Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the huge red dragon bone again. At the same time, he was holding a dragon ball in his hand. Although the red dragon was only a pile of bones, with the blessing of the protagonist's halo and the assistance of the intelligent brain, Qi Xuan still gained a lot. The simplest point is that he successfully reversed the principle and creation process of tying refining form. Even with this trick, some data has been obtained. For example, the most suitable ability of tying refining form is to find those cold energy monsters that can transform into dragons and devour their cores. The best is to use the core of the red dragon, which is the dragon ball in Qi Xuan's hand. Of course, there is a premise, that is, the core cannot be like the calcium in his hand, it must be alive. It's a pity that the red dragon has been dead for many years and can't be used. The second is to control the core of the dragon transforming type, such as wind, snow, ice and cold. Although it can't work with water and fire, it can also play the maximum effect of cold energy. According to the data, the core ability of the red dragon is flame, but because it is a cold energy effect, it is cold flame and cold fire. Qi Xuan didn't know what this thing was. After all, it had been dead for too long, and it was really troublesome for Qi Xuan to further deduce it. Let's go to Longling Lake to investigate first. Qi Xuan collected the red dragon bones. In fact, he had already studied almost everything that should be studied. After all, the red dragon with only bones left could leave only this little information. Besides, his subsequent cultivation did not choose tying refining form technique, but a new method based on this Qi training method and blood sacrifice demon sutra combined with his own dragon and tiger mixed yuan gene. As for the relationship, it can only be used as a reference relationship at most, rather than a real practice without any changes. Judging from the situation in Longling Lake, it is likely that the red dragon fell after being hit hard. This allowed Qi Xuan to indirectly confirm one thing, that is, there might be some powerful extraordinary life forms in the cold winter world. Just like the blood moon in the deep world, and the golden man in the midnight world. This made Qi Xuan act more cautiously. Of course, if these extraordinary life forms can be used well, all the survivors can be wiped out, and the survivors of the Doomsday game can be replaced. But this requires a lot of luck, but fortunately Qi Xuan is not short of luck. Are you going to look for possible dragon scales or other remnants? I'm afraid you can't find them based on the data formed by the reconnaissance network. It's okay, I let the protagonist Halo help me. I need some other organizations of the Red Dragon. Please help me find them. Qi Xuan said this to the protagonist Halo. When you are in doubt, look for the protagonist Halo. If it can be solved, everyone is happy. If it can't be solved, Qi Xuan can't do anything. After all, if even the protagonist Halo can't solve the problem smoothly, Qi Xuan, with his small body, may not be able to solve it. The protagonist Halo should be in the process. We should be able to pick it up when we go there. If you can't pick it up, don't send it to me from other places, so as not to cause any big trouble again. Qi Xuan said the first half of the sentence to the intelligent brain, and the second half was to instruct the protagonist Halo. the protagonist Halo can understand human words, but sometimes it may not understand too much. Of course, if it really can't be cancelled, it should be that the food has been put into the pot, and you can't just say you don't want it. In terms of intelligence, it is really not good. Tai Sui God took action directly, and headed towards Longling Lake. You said, we have walked a lot of places. Why is there no red dot on the treasure map of the Lost? It's impossible that the protagonist of this world is also single. Chi Xuan looked at the module of the treasure map of the Lost in the map. Since I came to the Winter World for so long, I have never met the protagonist once. As the native of the Winter World, the protagonist of this survivor has a very high priority, just like you in the Deep World. With the advantage of the venue and the increase of the home field, to a certain extent, if you meet the opponent, if you can't cause an instant kill, you may let him or her turn danger into safety. You haven't met him or yet. It is very likely that the opponent is developing, and it is not convenient to contact you, the Violator. It may not only be the help of the Winter World, but also the support of the Doomsday game. So you need to be careful next. To avoid being killed by the protagonist of the survivors as a villain, the intelligent brain gave Chi Xuan some guesses and analysis through some previous logic. The venue advantage and home field increase plus the cooperation between the indigenous protagonist and the survivor protagonist are not good things. In the Doomsday game, you are a top tool man, but in the Winter World, you are a trader who eats from the inside out. Now you enjoy double convenience, but when the limited time event of the New World Pass is released, you will be like Shu Beiji looking in the mirror, neither human inside nor outside. Either pay off the debt to the Winter World, or stand on the Doomsday game. There is no third situation. Chi Xuan belongs to the former situation, and he paid off the debt by killing the creditor and ran away. Of course, his situation is special, so there is a solution. If he changes to the dual protagonists of the Winter World and the Doomsday game, it will not be so easy. Especially when Chi Xuan's protagonist Halo was at a relatively low level at the beginning. After all, it was just a small piece of scum after the death of the Deep God, but Chi Xuan was not clear about the protagonist Halo of the Winter World. Chi Xuan was able to get rid of it so easily only after Yusui God died. This was the premise. If Yusui God was still alive, or if it was not a small piece of debris that came down at the beginning, but a larger one, Chi Xuan would not have been able to succeed so easily. Longling Lake was soon reached, and Tai Sui God sneaked into it directly, and carried out operations through the reconnaissance network. Seeing this, Chi Xuan also stopped chatting with the intelligent brain, and focused on his own affairs. Just leave the search to the intelligent brain, he doesn't need to keep an eye on it. Tai Sui God and the intelligent brain searched much more detailed than Chi Xuan, so there was no need to worry about missing it. Chi Xuan didn't have things like divine consciousness, and scanning force fields, so he naturally couldn't compare. Chapter 155. There are indeed some problems with the data. It seems that it is not the blood sacrifice ability I need. After Chi Xuan merged the supernatural seed body fused by Tianqing Zun and the supernatural embryo into his body, he could feel the difference in himself. But it's all within expectations. He knew that there would be a gap between using blood heartworm eggs and blood heartworm kings, not to mention that he used the ancestor of blood heartworms, Tianqing Zun. So what he got was probably the source of the blood sacrifice ability, not the real blood sacrifice ability itself. As the supernatural seed continued to grow, it soon completely merged into his body, and under the absorption of the pineal gland, it was combined with the mental strengthening ability. In fact, Chi Xuan didn't care much about what the supernatural power evolved from Tianqing Zun's core was. In his opinion, it was just a stepping stone. If it was useful, he would further develop it. If it was useless, it didn't matter. It was a threshold to improve his own strength. As long as there was this threshold, it would be fine. So in his opinion, it would be better to let the mental strengthening ability swallow it directly, or simply merge the two together. As the two powers were strengthened and gradually merged together, the discomfort of the pineal gland made Chi Xuan a little dizzy. Through the data, Chi Xuan understood that this was a new ability being born. This was originally his idea. Too many abilities were not a good thing, especially the blood sacrifice ability, which was very limited. Unless it was combined with the blood sacrifice magic sutra, it would have little effect. On the contrary, his mental strengthening ability, as a passive type of ability, has always been very powerful. This is considered a success. Chi Xuan sensed the completed fusion, and his pineal gland had changed into another appearance. Blood sacrifice is to forcibly absorb the cold energy in the opponent's body as a supplement through killing. And I use the core of the Tianqing Venerable, so the effect is not only more domineering, but also not only plundering cold energy, but also swallowing blood and flesh. Finally, it is mainly based on mental enhancement. The resulting superpower seems a bit weird, right? If people are divided into essence, energy and spirit, the original blood sacrifice superpower can only plunder the energy as energy, and the core of the Tianqing Venerable is upgraded to plunder the essence as the body. Finally, with his second superpower of mental enhancement, which failed to become the zombie master, he can even swallow the gods. In other words, Qi Xuan can completely devour a living body. As long as it covers the three ranges of essence, energy and spirit, it can be used for recovery, temporary enhancement, or even direct release. Isn't this the star-absorbing technique? Qi Xuan opened the panel, and saw that the name of his ability had also changed. It changed from the original mental enhancement to a feast. Feast. Quality, S. Trait 1, mental attribute plus 50%. Trait 2, physical attribute plus 50%. Trait 3, feast food, it is still S-level quality, but the effect is indeed much stronger. What Qi Xuan is most satisfied with is the addition of Trait 2, which can increase the effect of both his mental and physical attributes by an additional 50%. As for Trait 3, he doesn't care much about it. If Qi Xuan can permanently enhance his own attributes after swallowing, he will definitely be happy. After all, this is a way to become stronger. Unfortunately, it can't be strengthened temporarily, and he has tried it, but the effect is just average. More importantly, it conflicts with Tai Sui God. After Qi Xuan swallowed it with the feast, the value of the fuel dropped. But it doesn't mean that it is useless. The energy swallowed can be used as energy for cultivation. So it is not used for killing, but as nutrients for absorbing exercises. The disadvantage is that this thing is an active skill, which needs to be activated and absorbed by itself. And it only provides a means of extraction, without long-term preservation technology. Once it stays in the body, it becomes a substitute for nutrients and is absorbed. It's good for fighting a protracted war. Qi Xuan quickly figured out the use of the feast food of Trait 3 in the feast. He suddenly thought of a way to use it to get a bug. He used the feast on himself without hesitation. Normally, it is used against enemies or objects. After all, it is a combination of the supernatural power of blood sacrifice. When he used the feast on himself, Qi Xuan could feel that everything in his body was being transformed into unique nutritional energy. Because he not only did not resist, but also cooperated, the effect of the feast was very powerful, and Qi Xuan was completely squeezed to death in just 10 seconds. When he was resurrected again, because the resurrection position was the original position, the energy transformed by the feast was immediately absorbed by Qi Xuan. And because it was originally from the feast ability, and it was transformed by Qi Xuan himself, except for the energy lost during the resurrection of the death recast, the remaining energy was absorbed by him without loss. Fuck. It's a real bug. Qi Xuan's voice was half a pitch higher. Eating other people is to compete with Tai Sui for food, but if you eat yourself, and then use death recast to revive, there will be no problem. I really melt in my mouth. With this thing, the death potion can be further improved. If I can find a way to store energy, doesn't it mean that I can get a lot of supplies? Qi Xuan thinks that the ability of feasting, in addition to passive amplification, has active skills that are also quite good. However, he carefully checked the principle, which is actually very simple, that is, to eat by releasing the deep virus, and in the process, it is converted into nutritional energy that is only useful to Qi Xuan. For him, this is nutrition, but if it is placed on other people, if they really dare to ingest it, it is a terrifying virus. In essence, it is still a variant of the deep virus, and Qi Xuan named it Feast Energy. With this energy supply, you don't need to obtain the resources needed for cultivation in the future. You can convert it yourself. Qi Xuan knew that the feast was actually an enhanced version of the blood sacrifice, but in terms of usage, Qi Xuan chose a more efficient use. According to calculations, you don't have to choose to convert by recasting your own death. You can directly absorb the energy of the supernova nuclear reactor through the flesh and blood conversion of the virus blood colonization module. Of course, if you can find a flesh and blood energy module to install, and then use the pineal gland as a carrier of the feast's superpowers as a module, then you can obtain long-term input energy as a supplement, so that you can always maintain high efficiency. Other things are easy to say, but the flesh and blood energy module is hard to find. Especially the type without hidden dangers. Qi Xuan also wanted to, but it was difficult. As for using his own heart, that can't be considered an energy module. At most, it can only be considered a material module. To put it simply, when the deep god was alive, his heart, this is very suitable. Therefore, If you want to meet the two terms of flesh and blood and energy, the worst you have to do is the hardcore of some powerful creatures. You are too worried. The core of the cold energy monster may be enough. Not very good. The first in my research report, Chi Xuan stated the argument. The activity and strength of the core of the cold energy monster cannot support it as an energy module. This is a troublesome matter. Put it aside for the time being, and use the energy of the supernova chimera reactor to supplement it. Add my energy consumption, it should be enough. Chi Xuan asked. The conversion efficiency will indeed be reduced, but it is enough for Chi Xuan. After all, he is not a strong man. The armor value of Tai Sui God is not high, but the module is ridiculously strong. Since the debut of the floating cannon, except for the Blood Moon and the Golden Man, no matter how strong the enemy is, they will definitely die if they are touched. Therefore, the supernova strong nuclear reactor, which is also an SSS level module, is more than enough to borrow some energy from Chi Xuan, even for him to squander. The reason why the intelligent brain chose to provide additional reminders is because it is beneficial to Chi Xuan. But for Chi Xuan, a flesh and blood energy module is not worth wasting for the feast at this stage. Even without energy supply, he can use himself as nutrients by using a bug. Of course it is enough, and it can even keep you in the most extreme state of the feast energy at all times. Then I will officially start the connection for you. Execute. By the way, show me the amount report and total amount report wasted during the conversion process. Chi Xuan had just finished saying this when he felt his feast being mobilized. Then, a large amount of feast energy was formed through the module of the virus blood colonization suit, which made Chi Xuan feel what it meant to be full in an instant. However, due to the lack of good storage technology, it began to be absorbed and lost continuously. If the amount was small, it would be directly used as a substitute for nutrients on the spot by the body, but now the amount is large, so it can only overflow. But as long as it is absorbed and lost, the supernova strong nuclear reactor will be replenished through the virus blood colonization suit, so that he has always been at the peak. Chi Xuan finished reading the report, and this waste can be said to be a drop in the bucket. Added up in a year, it is not as much as the energy provided by a SSS level module on Tai Sui God running for 10 minutes. If the Dragon Tiger mixed primordial divine power is enhanced by the feast, the effect will be TSK. It seems that I have changed from a mixed up person to an auxiliary. Chi Xuan can enhance Tai Sui God through the feast. Although he cannot enhance modules such as floating guns and reconnaissance networks, modules such as blood virus colonization equipment and Dragon Tiger mixed primordial divine power can enjoy corresponding enhancements. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of Tai Sui God can be directly improved. At that time, he will output the feast to Tai Sui God, and Tai Sui God will transmit energy through the supernova nuclear reactor, forming a complete virtuous cycle. Without saying too much, Tai Sui God can at least increase his attack power by +1 and his defense power by +1. You have always been important. Please don't belittle yourself. Both Tai Sui God and I exist for you. Chapter 156. The Titan shape refining technique is the formula for solving the problem, and the red dragon bone is the solution idea. With the luck of the protagonist's halo and the assistance of the intelligent brain, and finally my efforts, the new technique is here. If nothing goes wrong, it should be able to grow my dual attributes to 7 points. As for the 50% of physical strength and spirit added by the feast, these are additional attributes, not basic attributes. That is to say, the strength is indeed enhanced, but it will not be included in the basic attributes. If calculated through data, it is not calculated in the way of 7 plus 3.5, and then Chi Xuan can have 10.5 attributes. If it is really so cheap, the Doomsday game will not be so stingy in rewarding attribute points. Don't think that the Doomsday game only gives 0.1 attribute points each time, but this attribute point will not have a bottleneck and ignore the attribute volume. As long as you add it, you will definitely be able to increase the attribute by 0.1, which means that this reward is at the rule level. Converted to quality, it must be at least S level. When the attribute is low, it may not feel very obvious, but if you use it to break through the bottleneck, for example, the attribute is stuck at 9.9, then using 0.1 point of attribute will directly form a qualitative change. Chi Xuan didn't understand it at first. Until he experienced the hardship of improving his attributes, he realized that the attribute points rewarded by the Doomsday game were indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, he couldn't get this reward at all. How could the Doomsday game give him a reward as a violator? The only reward is the pass to the new world, which should be written into the core operating logic of the Doomsday game, and has a higher priority than violators. That's why Chi Xuan was able to obtain it, and then follow the Doomsday game to other Doomsday worlds. Otherwise, he would be free. Yes, the the Doomsday game can't kill him, and it won't take him out of the Doomsday world, so it must let him go free. However, in the core operating logic of the Doomsday game, it seems that the identity of the survivor cannot be removed at will. Otherwise, facing Chi Xuan, this cancer, if you can't kill him, can you still fire him? Of course, it is also possible that Chi Xuan became a violator, causing the firing procedure and the killing procedure to fail to operate normally, which is why it is stuck. As for which one it is, Chi Xuan doesn't care much. The name will be temporarily set as 7 Elements Refining Technique. Chi Xuan directly gave it a name. Chi Xuan doesn't care much about the name. It has already gone through 3 stages. From the beginning of slanting wind and drizzle to the dragon and tiger mixed yuan gene with added strength, and finally the 7 yuan refining form formed by Taiyin refining form and blood sacrifice demon sutra. At the beginning, it was just a state, but now it is indeed a bit like the prototype of a method. If a new extraordinary system is added later, Chi Xuan will definitely modify the name further. There are 7 levels in total, all relying on resource stacking. Chi Xuan glanced at his 7 yuan refining form. Because there are 7 levels, so it is called this name. The overall practice is still relatively simple. It is nothing more than taking in a lot of nutrients, which he has a constant supply of feast energy. Then, through the feast ability, connect with his own 7 yuan refining form to digest, absorb, and grow. As for some mysterious things involving artistic conception, perception, etc., none of them exist. In the deep world where Chi Xuan was born, humans do not have such functions at all. In his opinion, it is a problem if one can comprehend some laws and comprehend some artistic conception by watching some sword dance or some natural landscape. In any case, no one in the deep world can do such a thing. It is as strange as letting a fish look at a bird flying in the sky, and then it can fly. Of course, this refers to Chi Xuan, a deep human. Humans in other worlds have this ability, which is a function that they have evolved or created. Chi Xuan also understands his shortcomings. As a deep human, both his foundation and potential are very low, and he does not have the ability of sudden enlightenment. So he has been trying to make up for his shortcomings while playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. If he really makes up for his shortcomings, then we can talk about it later. There is no such thing as perfection in the world. Didn't you see that the stronger his strength is, the stronger his symptoms are? However, for him, the disease is no longer a negative effect and torture, but a positive reinforcement and a confirmation of his self-state. Through the frequency of breathing, energy is absorbed, and the whole body is strengthened through energy organs. The energy organ is the core of the cold energy monster, and in humans, it is naturally the carrier of the superpower. Therefore, Chi Xuan's energy organ is the pineal gland. Fortunately, the feast and 7 elements refining art are not the original versions of the cold winter world, otherwise they would be limited to cold energy. Chi Xuan can not only absorb cold energy and feast energy, but even more ruthlessly, he can use his own flesh, blood, bones, and spirit. The soul is not enough for him to touch. But if he can touch it, he can eat it all. Not only can he eat himself, but also others, but most of the time, others are used as fuel. Feast is very greedy, which is good news. It means that as long as I provide enough resources, I can keep the 7 elements refining art in a state of cultivation. Coupled with the growth plus 10 effect of the deep source virus frenzy, as long as the feast energy continues, my growth efficiency will be 10 times. So now there are only 3 targets in the entire winter world. Chi Xuan sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, he was always being chased and had no chance to breathe. Kill all the survivors in the winter world and use the high-quality cold energy monsters as fuel. Then study the low-level poison element enchantment and learn by the way. The first 2 goals are okay, they are more dependent on luck, but luckily he is not bad. On the contrary, the low-level poison element enchantment is all knowledge of fantasy magic from another world. Even the original F-level virus resistance has been upgraded to S-level deep man by him. But this thing can't be said to have no progress. It can only be said that it has not even entered the door. The main thing is that it is completely different from his style. He currently focuses on biology, medicine, biochemistry, ancient martial arts, and chi training. The latter 2 may be a little watery, but they are complete systems. Unlike this low-level poison element enchantment, it is just one of them. But Chi Xuan could tell from a glimpse that the energy level of the world where this enchantment magic was located must be quite high. In fact, even if it was just a part of the knowledge in the subject, if Chi Xuan had the corresponding materials, he could also figure it out. Unfortunately, without the materials, he couldn't even do the experiment, and had to rely on his brain to deduce, And the result was just talk. Chi Xuan just wanted to see if he could use the enchantment array by talking about it on paper. The first goal is too difficult. You need to destroy an entire planet or let the temperature drop further to a point where even extraordinary life cannot survive. So it is recommended that you trace the source of the cold energy and then detonate it. According to the report formed by the data, let the overall cold energy environment become the source of the explosion, and not to destroy the planet you are on. The intelligent brain gave a reminder. There's no rush. Kill the protagonist of the winter world first. With the protagonist's halo, I have half the home advantage. It's not too late to fight him then. It's best to wait until the limited time event of the New World Pass of the Doomsday Game comes out, Chi Xuan said. Otherwise, if it explodes in advance, Chi Xuan will have to wander the universe. If you don't intervene, the limited time event of the New World Pass of the Doomsday Game will not be opened in a short time. The intelligent brain said that every limited time event of the New World Pass was caused by Chi Xuan. In the deep world, because he went to the universe to pick up satellites, the blood moon was stimulated and revived, and then the Earth and the moon impacted. Not to mention the polar day world, if he hadn't tossed the sun in the bottle and used those weak sun puppets as fuel, the sun in the bottle would not have entered the cycle reset in advance. If Tai Sui hadn't run fast that time and escaped before the temperature of the sun in the bottle rose, Chi Xuan would have died. So if Chi Xuan didn't act rashly, even if it was the end of the world, it would be unlikely that the planet would be destroyed in a short period of time. But Chi Xuan's goal was to kill all the survivors in this batch, so there was only one way, which was to blow up the planet. As for the temperature continuing to drop, that's useless. Whether it's humans who practice the Chi training method or cold energy monsters, they are not like those in the polar day world, who will be defeated by high temperatures. The lower the temperature, the higher the quality and active intensity of cold energy. At that time, it will not only not become their weakness, but will make them evolve stronger. So after all the things the intelligent brain said, there is only one solution, which is to detonate the cold energy head to blow up the planet. Don't be so blunt about this kind of thing, be more euphemistic. Chi Xuan certainly knew that he was the culprit, but his actions were very consistent with the identity of a violator, weakening the Doomsday Game, and at the same time gaining himself a larger living space. Although the second and third batches of survivors are much stronger than the first batch in terms of individual extraordinary, this has also accelerated Chi Xuan's growth. He has always been trying to survive in death and maximize all benefits. The danger is indeed great, but he has the protagonist halo. Why is he shrinking? If he doesn't know, he can just stay alive. Since everything is clear, and there is a death recast as a backup, then he will definitely do it at all costs. So the survivors come with the extraordinary system, which is an advantage for the survivors, but it is also an advantage for Chi Xuan. If there is no ancient martial arts system, Chi Xuan has no way to make the dual attributes reach 5 points in the polar day world. Not to mention smelting the dragon and tiger mixed power. It is a blessing and a curse, and it depends on whether Chi Xuan can grasp it. I will let the protagonist Halo cooperate with you to catch the remaining 11 venerable level cold energy monsters as fuel, Chi Xuan said. Chapter 157. Tien Tianjun is not dead? Tang Qing was shocked when he heard this. Ever since he dug out an old senior who had survived for many cold energy eras from the tomb through Tien Tianjun's manuscript, he has been practicing with him. The other party seems to be a close friend of Tien Tianjun, so he has a deep understanding of Tien refining technique. Coupled with his outstanding strength, Tang Qing's growth is rapid. This old senior is called Tiger Roar Taoist, and he practices White Tiger refining technique. Although it is not as good as Tien refining technique, it is also a top-notch Qi training method. As for what his real name is, Tang Qing doesn't know, just calls him Tiger Roar Senior. Even I can't die, how could he die with his strength? It's just that because of some things back then, he was depressed. Even if the Yin Qi returned, he was sleeping most of the time. Tiger Roar Taoist touched his long beard and said very kindly, "Then Senior Hu Shao, what are you telling me for? Looking for Tien Tianjun together?" Tang Qing didn't quite understand. Since he doesn't want to come out, just let him sleep, why bother? For these old antiques, Tang Qing doesn't think they have much value. The end of winter is a suitable living environment for these old antiques, but it's different for them, the people of the new era. Everyone has become a survivor of the Doomsday Game. In the future, they will leave their own world and go to other Doomsday worlds to continue to survive. By then, it will be difficult to return to their homeland. And those old antiques, because they missed the era, are not survivors. This means that from this cold energy era, they have parted ways. You are the most suitable person I have ever seen to practice the Tien refining technique. I want him to accept you as a disciple and not waste this talent. And I also want him to get out of the shadow of the past and stop indulging in the past. With a disciple like you, maybe there will be some changes. Taoist Hu Shao said softly. These words made Tang Qing happy in his heart. This is simply a good person. He has naturally heard of the reputation of Tien Tianjun. The 4 words the first in the world are typed, not blown. But soon, worries emerged in his heart again. The reason is very simple. From what Taoist Hu Shao said, it can be concluded that Tien Tianjun seems to have some kind of heart knot. The purpose of Taoist Hu Shao asking him to be Tien Tianjun's disciple is to untie this heart knot. This means that he may be rejected. And even if he is accepted as a disciple, he will not teach him wholeheartedly because of the heart knot problem. After the help of Taoist Tiger Roar, he finally understood how convenient it was to have someone as a guide. Especially such an experienced person. Treating me as a tool, as expected, there is no good without reason in the world. Tang Qing thought to himself. Of course, it was also because he showed enough value. If he hadn't had the opportunity, he got through foresight, and the qualifications improved by the supernatural power of the Winter-Eyes Dragon to allow his tiny refining technique to reach the 3rd level, he would not have been in the other party's eyes at all. Tang Qing, who lived in the end of the world for 3 months in his previous life, did not have much resentment. For him, as long as he could seek enough benefits, he didn't care if the other party treated him as a tool. He wanted to make himself stronger, as much as possible before he went to the next doomsday world. It was nothing more than an exchange of interests. After all, he didn't have much advantage now, because he had basically intercepted everything he could. To become stronger in the future, he had to rely on himself. I don't know what kind of knot Tien Tianjun got. Tang Qing asked the topic in a way that was beneficial to him. If he could know what the knot was in advance, he could make some preparations early. In order to avoid Tien Tianjun having a bad impression of him because of his carelessness, resulting in failure of apprenticeship. Or if the knot was too big and would affect his growth, he would directly choose to refuse. In terms of strength, he was indeed not as good as Tiger Roar Taoist, but if he paid the price himself, he could escape with the help of Tien refining technique and the supernatural power, Winter-Eyes Dragon. Hard knot, I told you, but it can't be untied. If you are willing, let Tien speak out himself, then there is a possibility of untying this knot. If I tell you now, and let you know it in advance, it will be a hindrance. Taoist Hu Shao looked smiling, but he just refused to tell the cause and effect. This made Tang Qing's heart sink. From the other party's answer, it can be concluded that Tien Tianjun has a big knot in his heart. It won't be for me to fill the hole. Tang Qing still has some understanding of his own situation. If he didn't have foresight, he would only be a small figure, otherwise how could he only live for 3 months in his previous life? I'm afraid I can't do anything about things that even Senior Hu Shao can't solve. Tang Qing said calmly. He had already thought of retreating. After all, this matter was indeed strange. Unless it was something shameful. But if it really became a knot because of something shameful, and he knew it, wouldn't his life be in danger? So after peeling off the gorgeous coat of apprenticeship to Tien Tianjun, Tang Qing keenly noticed a lot of problems. This also made him understand one thing, that is, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Ha ha ha, the knot in the heart is not about the level of strength or seniority, but about people. You are smart and have good qualifications, so you should come. Besides, now that we are at the door, you are not backing up in time. Tiger Roar Taoist grabbed Tang Qing and dragged him up. Tang Qing's strength was far inferior to Tiger Roar Taoist, so he could only be dragged by him. He did not resist. Even if he wanted to escape, he had to find the right time. Now his hand was grabbed by the other party, and his strength was not as good as the other party. The only way to break free was to cut off his arm and survive. Senior Hu Shao, please let me go first. I didn't say I won't go. Tang Qing said in a flattering manner. The other party had a good attitude, but his actual actions were forced. As long as the other party dared to let go, Tang Qing would immediately transform into a Winter-Eyes Dragon and escape. How could I not know what you were thinking? As soon as I let go, you will turn into a dragon and leave. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Taoist Hu Shao saw through Tang Qing's thoughts at a glance, and then comforted him. I have no ill intentions in this matter. I really just like you as a good material and beautiful jade. If Tien Tianjun doesn't like you, I will pay for your compensation afterwards. I believe you also know the huge amount of resources required for this Tien refining technique. Tang Qing did not respond, but just listened silently. Not to mention the aftermath, the other party controlled him, and did not allow him to refute anything. Seeing that Tang Qing did not speak, The Taoist Hu Xiao took him directly to the sleeping place of Tang Tianjun. After arriving, he let go. Tang Qing did not leave at this time. Since the other party dared to let go, it meant that he could defend himself. Obviously, there was a backhand waiting for him that he did not know about. Then I saw the Taoist Hu Xiao took out the wine gourd hanging on his waist. It was naturally filled with high-concentration strong liquor brewed in modern times. Tayan, try this wine, it is better than what we had back then. The Taoist Hu Xiao said while pouring wine in front of a stone tablet. It was almost like offering sacrifices to the dead. So before he finished speaking or emptied the wine, a lot of cracks appeared on the stone tablet. Hu Xiao, I'm not dead yet. Why are you giving me a taste of wine? A hoarse and vicissitudes of life voice came out. As soon as the voice fell, the stone tablet shattered, and a middle-aged man in a white robe and with a melancholy temperament walked out of the stone tablet. Unlike the Taoist Hu Xiao, who was like a mummy at the beginning, Tang Tianjun was full of flesh and blood, and his dormancy seemed to have no changes. From this, we can see the difference in strength between the two sides. Wine is secondary. I came here mainly this time, said the Taoist Hu Xiao, handing the wine gourd to Tang Tianjun. After taking the wine gourd, Tang Tianjun took a big sip and said, "Good wine," interrupting the words of the Taoist Hu Xiao. "Let him be my disciple." When Tang Tianjun saw Tang Qing, he naturally understood what Hu Xiao Taoist meant. He has good qualifications and strong magical powers. In those days, he would have been my last disciple, but now... Tang Qing was relieved when he heard Tang Tianjun's words. Things were not going well. "You are still so stubborn, Tang boy. Go over there and wait for a while. I will persuade him." Hu Xiao Taoist sent Tang Qing away to say something. Because of Tang Tianjun's attitude, Tang Qing thought that the other party had no other intentions and really wanted him to be a tool to solve his knot. If that was the case, it would not be unacceptable to become Tang Tianjun's disciple. So he gave up the idea of leaving, and went to the side according to Hu Xiao Taoist's words. I don't know what means the two used to directly soundproof it. This boy can make such progress, it's not just his talent. He should be the destined person of this era. Tang Tianjun said softly. There is a 90% chance, so I brought him to see you. When he has mastered the 5th level of the Tang refining technique, he can use this as a guide to let you and me live another life. Thanks to your many arrangements, you can lure the destined person into the trap. Tiger Roar Taoist said in a serious tone. Humans are not as old as cold beasts. If you and I want to live another century, we can only rely on the sacrifice of the destined person. Tang Tianjun looked at Tang Qing deeply and asked, the others haven't woken up yet. Yes, the other clones will take some time. Tiger Roar Taoist said, because I found the destined person first, I came to wake you up first. And this era has changed again. Then he talked about the Doomsday game, and Tang Tianjun frowned. Perhaps it's because I'm no longer a human, and you are just my clones, so I can't become the so-called survivors. Chapter 158. There are really not many old antiques that survived the last cold energy era. What kind of things have been caught recently? The quality of fuel is so bad that it is unbearable to look at. Qi Xuan took a look at the recent evolutionary energy report, which was a little bit inconsistent with his expectations. It may be that the protagonist Halo is helping you find the venerable level cold energy monsters, and at the same time it has to cooperate with you to study low-level poison element enchantments, which has caused some dispersion. This has led to the low harvest in recent days. In other words, it is holding back a big wave for Qi Xuan. It is really possible. Maybe a venerable is on the way. Qi Xuan was not dissatisfied. Not meeting his expectations does not mean no harvest. He is not the kind of person who will lose money if he does not make much money. There are still gains, but the evolution of Tai Sui God is slow. Fortunately, the evolution of Tai Sui God has never been fast, and Qi Xuan has long been accustomed to it. Let's find a place to rest for 2 days. I'm going to start experimenting with enchantments for low-level poisonous elements. When there's no progress, go out hunting again. With the current progress, the Tai Sui God can evolve in these 2 days of AFK. Qi Xuan looked at the armor value, and said immediately, of course, if you go hunting for fuel, you can naturally evolve faster. But Tai Sui God is here to serve Qi Xuan, not for Qi Xuan to accommodate Tai Sui God. Plan completed, execution started. Tai Sui God quickly changed a route, flew for about 15 minutes, and found a safe place previously recorded. Before landing, he used floating cannons to clean the ground, and after dealing with all the survivors still alive inside, he let Qi Xuan live in it. You don't have to build a safe house yourself. Wouldn't it be better to take someone else's? If they are well managed, it would be much easier for him to use it directly. Then he started to plunder. After all, they are all survivors. It is not impossible that there is a lucky person or a pig pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger among them. Special items detected, being interpreted. The sudden reminder from the intelligent brain made Chi Suiyan's eyes fall on a piece of parchment in Tai Sui's hand. It seems to be made of sheepskin, and there are dense words on the parchment. The translation was completed quickly, and the content appeared in front of Chi Suiyan. The content of the first half is a suicide note and an epitaph, which roughly tells the story of a Taoist named Longyin who finally cultivated the Qinglong refining technique, but eventually died because of the decline of cold energy. At the end, he lamented how unfair the world was. Why could the cold energy monsters live to the new cold energy era by hibernating, while humans, even if they practiced the Qi training method, could not do it? They would only die because of the lack of cold energy replenishment. The second half is a map that records the location of the ancestral home of the cold beasts, that is, Bingzhou. In the era of Longyin Taoist, Bingzhou, as the ancestral home of the cold beasts, was indeed very far away, and even required a detailed map. It was not like the new era when the end of winter had not yet arrived. Modern vehicles such as airplanes and cruise ships could reach it. As long as you have money, you can go there once a month. The reason why this map was left is that it is said that Bingzhou is the source of cold energy. If you can reach it, you may not have to worry about dying because of the lack of cold energy. This parchment indirectly proves my previous speculation. But there is a problem here, that is, humans who practice Qigong cannot survive in an environment without cold energy. However, whether it is the information of Tianqing Zun or the obscure records in ancient books, many humans have survived through hibernation across the ages. According to Chi Suiyan's previous data, it also fits the suicide note on this parchment. It's just because there are witnesses and physical evidence, so Chi Suiyan just treats it as a miscalculation. Fortunately, this mistake has no effect on Chi Suiyan, otherwise it would be a big trouble. So who is true and who is false? Chi Suiyan has no way to judge the specific situation. Judging from the content on the parchment, the Taoist Longyin is definitely one of the top human powers in his time. It seems that he is still a contemporary of Taiyin Tianjun. Otherwise, how could ordinary people be able to draw a map of the ice continent? Only with sufficient strength can it be done, otherwise, with only motivation, it is likely that you will be swallowed by the cold energy monsters as soon as you leave the county. The ancient times were not like now. The countries are still fighting openly and secretly, but they have also begun to gradually eliminate the cold energy monsters. Most of the thermal weapons are ineffective due to low temperatures, but as long as they do not encounter Beast King level cold energy monsters, ordinary cold energy monsters are not the opponents of regular troops at all. However, there are indeed many Beast King level monsters distributed on a whole planet, and there are also many in various countries. But if we go further down, there is probably only one in each city, or even none. On the contrary, in ancient times, due to the popularity, feudal dynasty system, productivity, etc., cold energy monsters still posed a great threat to civilians. According to your research results and the data report on the parchment, there must be some hidden secrets in the Qi training method. Perhaps it involves the source of cold energy. You can continue to investigate along this clue. The intelligent brain gave Chi Suiyan suggestions. The only clue here is Bingzhou. We can't stay in the outer circle. We must go into the inner circle. That place is known as the ancestral home of cold beasts. Even if you have the dragon and tiger mixed power, you may not be able to beat it. You can't use a floating cannon to kill it. That's a waste. Besides, if another blood moon or golden light man is provoked, it's hard to escape. Chi Suiyan certainly wanted to go, but he was not prepared. It's not that easy to just let him rush to the boss. He has the protagonist halo, which can only allow him to gain something and then retreat alive. However, the price he paid may not be able to offset the gain. If the source of cold energy is also of X level quality, then the protagonist halo may not be able to protect him. When it does not involve the source of doomsday, it is mostly not a threat to Chi Suiyan. Once it involves the difficulty, it will be difficult for him to survive. You don't have to go in person, you can send the message to the countries and let them help you explore. You just need to sit back and enjoy the achievements. The top leaders of the countries are immersed in the power of superpowers and Qi training methods, and dream of immortality. When they learn that their power and lifespan will change because of cold energy, they will definitely be unable to sit still. The intelligent brain gives the method of the mantis catching the cicada while the oriole is waiting behind. No matter what the countries have gained, Chi Suiyan can go and rob them. Robbing the countries is much easier than going to Iceland. It would be best if the countries can research something, which can also save Chi Suiyan a lot of costs. The plan is very good, but you underestimate the means of human beings to commit suicide. Also, the Doomsday Game will give rewards for this kind of exploration. Not to mention whether they can find anything. Just for the rewards of the Doomsday Game, the countries will probably have to beat each other's brains out. The plan of the intelligent brain is still very good, but it ignores the issue of interests. This has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, you are the beneficiary. If they really have some influence on the source of cold energy, it means that the source of cold energy can indeed destroy the world. As long as you operate properly, it would be better if all the third batch of survivors died. The only thing you have to pay is this parchment with some outdated information. And you can reap the benefits. No, in fact, we can just make a fake one, and we don't even need to give the real one. Chi Xuan rolled up the parchment and put it into the subspace pocket. We can just keep the real one and use the fake one as bait. I remember you should have the corresponding knowledge. Chi Xuan was convinced by the intelligent brain. It was already the end of the world. How bad could it be? It was nothing more than the explosion of the entire planet. It's not like he hasn't experienced this before. Yes, it can be forged, but it takes time to collect the materials. In the final analysis, there is still no time. There is only one Tai Sui God. Chi Xuan needs to use it, and the intelligent brain also needs to be used. He really can't be divided into two. As for Chi Xuan not using it, that's impossible. Without Tai Sui, his fighting power would have been cut directly from his neck to his ankle. Wait 2 days, when Tai Sui evolves, we will set off. Now I will experiment with low-level poison element enchantment magic. As long as it succeeds, energy technology will definitely have a qualitative leap. Tang Qing successfully became a disciple of Tai Yin Tianjun. With his guidance, he grew by leaps and bounds. But the growth in strength was much lower. Tai Yin refining technique requires a lot of resources, and Tai Yin Tianjun did not reserve any resources. Therefore, what increased was the understanding of Tai Yin refining technique. This is not a waste of time, but it can indirectly enhance and further reduce the supply of resources and the speed of cultivation. Taoist Hushao left the day after he became a disciple, and gave him a gift as compensation. It was a secret technique of Qi training. He has not practiced it yet. At present, he is still mainly studying. But during the time he followed Tai Yin Tianjun, Tang Qing always felt a sense of discomfort. Tai Yin Tianjun treated him very well. He didn't know what he talked about with Huxiao Taoist at that time, but he did regard him as a disciple. Except for the hard conditions such as the inability to supply resources, basically everything he wanted would be met. It gave him a sense of déjà vu of raising pigs. However, he attributed the discomfort and inexplicable déjà vu to the illusion that he had been under too much pressure and too nervous before, and suddenly relaxed. You know, he is not even a match for Huxiao Taoist, let alone Tai Yin Tianjun. If the other party really has intentions towards him, why would he need to go through so much trouble? He could just take action directly. He also has to cultivate himself and let himself grow up gradually. What does the other party want? If he has ill intentions, he should take action when he is weak, instead of waiting for Tang Qing's strength to improve. Isn't this a waste of effort? Chapter 159. Due to an exploration, Yin State obtained the suicide note left by Taoist Longing in ancient times. Then, because of spies, the content of this suicide note was soon known to the top leaders of various countries. At the beginning, some people did not believe it. But according to the content of the letter, the test was carried out, and the results were completely consistent. Just this one time, all the countries were confused. Everyone agreed to be immortal and become noble masters together, but they could become noble masters, but immortality was gone. What is the difference between this and the past? Didn't the top leaders of various countries still hold power and live a luxurious life of extravagance? What they value is the effect of immortality, which makes them eternal nobles. In fact, they are already immortal, provided that the cold energy must always exist. Once the tidal nature of the ancient times begins to disappear, then their immortality will also disappear. As for hibernation like in ancient times, at the beginning, they still had this idea, but they soon realized it. That is, the Qi training method they obtained has content about becoming stronger and fighting, but there is no content related to dormancy. Occasionally, some advanced Qi training methods will have records, but the contents of the records are mostly vague. Because the cold energy of this era has just been born not long ago, the leaders of various countries did not have much urgency to prepare dormancy measures in advance. Thinking about where to bury the baby after death, and preparing the coffin at the same time as the baby is born? What's the point? If the baby dies tomorrow, the coffin will be too big. Then, the leaders of various countries secretly held a meeting and began to arrange an investigation team to go to Bingzhou for investigation. At the same time, a strategic layout for Bingzhou was formulated. In any case, the entire Bingzhou must be controlled by the top leaders of various countries to ensure their immortality, wealth and power. Therefore, their first priority is to destroy the remaining cold energy monsters in Bingzhou. This is not a trivial matter, but requires a lot of manpower and material resources. In normal times, such a large action would be extremely difficult to approve or execute. Even the docking between the countries cannot be done without a month or two of wrangling. But now, special matters are handled in a special way, and all the procedures are completed in just 2 days. However, because of this behavior, the national strength of various countries has declined, and there is a lot of emptiness inside. The top leaders of various countries have selfish motives, but they have never ignored the horror of cold energy monsters. They naturally know the existence of the Beast King and the Venerable, especially the latter, which is unknown to most survivors. However, with the help of the state machine, how could they not even know this information? In addition, they have a more secret plan, which is to find those humans who have lived through several eras. However, they did not gain anything, but found a lot of cold energy monsters from the previous cold energy era. After being captured and tortured, they also concluded that humans can indeed live through several eras. On one hand, there are oral statements from cold energy monsters, and on the other hand, there are the results they have proven themselves and the humans of the previous era who have no trace. Naturally, the countries are more inclined to the latter. In fact, the countries have conducted various investigations through their huge national strength and have actually found some clues, but there is not enough intelligence. Qi Xuan looked at the countries that were mobilized, and also had a lot of gains. The most basic thing is the research of various countries on cold energy, superpowers and Qi training. It must be said that the entire national machine is indeed very powerful. Artificial clones have begun to be created. These clones can be directly infused with cold energy, and give birth to unified superpowers to be used as war machines. The effect of its superpower is also very simple, called clone link. It can obtain the corresponding attribute increase by linking others, but there is an upper limit. According to Qi Xuan's observation, the upper limit of dual attributes is 2 points. The most important thing is to be able to obtain the superpowers of the link subject, but it is a low-profile version with about half the power. But it can't stand the large number. Although this group of superpower clones can only have one link superpower at a time, the large number of well-trained clones cooperate tacitly to work together, and their terrifying degree can be imagined. To put it simply, choose a superpower that can guarantee the temperature. Without the interference of low temperature, the advantages of various countries will be directly pulled back to the original level. It is precisely because of this trump card that various countries dare to attack Bingzhou and intend to control the source of cold energy. Qi Xuan got the corresponding technology, but he didn't think of using it. The reason is very simple. The overall technology, whether it is cloning, linking or cultivation, is centered on the core energy of cold energy. The degree of dependence is very high. The plans of the top leaders of various countries are actually not flawed, but they ignored the doomsday game. Until now, they have subconsciously ignored that the doomsday game will take them to another doomsday world at some point in the future. After all, the presence of the doomsday game is not high to this day, but it can give them enough convenience. Whether it is the attribute panel, the inventory, or even some rewards, etc., it is a right for the top leaders of various countries, and they do not need to pay any obligations. Another thing is that even if they know it, it is actually useless. They will definitely not give up the cold energy, and they will only find a way to take it away. Then, they can only pray that the source of the cold energy is an item like the sun in a bottle, rather than a natural landscape like the deep god. Otherwise, they will definitely not be able to take it away. If it is really an item, it means that only one person can enjoy the cold energy, and the other survivors will still be useless. However, there is another option, which is to hand over the source of the cold energy directly as a task item to the doomsday game. Then the indigenous survivors of the winter world can use the data of the doomsday game to fix their own data and eliminate the disadvantages. But the problem is that money can move people's hearts, and those who get the source of the cold energy may not think so. Without saying too much, Qi Xuan would definitely ignore the deep source virus frenzy if he was asked to hand it over, even if the doomsday game would give generous rewards. However, for its holder, the value of this reward would definitely not be higher than the value of the handed-in items. If the leaders of various countries were really survivors with a broad mind, there would not be so many horrific experiments on civilian survivors. If it really fell into the hands of the leaders of various countries, it would not solve the future troubles, but would only set off a more terrible bloody storm. More importantly, Chi Xuan also wanted it. If it fell into the hands of the other party, Chi Xuan would also snatch it. If he tried to rob, the high-ranking officials of the countries would definitely not give it to him, so Chi Xuan would have to kill them. So unless he didn't get it, bloodshed and conflict were inevitable. Alas, I failed again, Chi Xuan sighed. The progress of the low-level poison element enchantment magic failed again. There was progress, but it was not even enough to get started. It's really hard to build an aerial attic without a foundation. I thought it would be successful in one fell swoop, but it can only be used as a poison gas bomb, and it only took 3 seconds from the completion of the production to the explosion. Chi Xuan's original goal was energy restraint technology, but because of the different enchantment arrays and the lack of basic theory, it was a success. After all, the energy was really restrained, but the problem was that it was not only unstable, but also only had 3 seconds, which was indeed difficult to handle. After the failure, Chi Xuan went to find materials to forge the last letter of Longing Taoist, and through some small tricks, let Yinghui get it, and successfully leaked it to the countries. The whole process was controlled by the intelligent brain and the cooperation of the protagonist's halo, so there were no waves. Then the countries were caught in the trap. Chi Xuan suspected that there might be an effect of lowering intelligence, otherwise how could it be so easy? Even Chi Xuan could see a lot of flaws. Secondly, for such a big action, the countries actually reached a consensus. After all, even Chi Xuan was not sure whether the content of the suicide note was true or false. The countries actually made a decision at once. It is unrealistic to say that it did not lower intelligence. Fortunately, the 2 days of waiting were not in vain. The armor value of Tai Sui God reached 32 points, and completed the 25th evolution. Chi Xuan looked at the last module column, where the module had been installed. According to the preset plan, he installed the S-grade Jade Vein Lotus as a module. SSS Jinwu Jade Vein Lotus. It seems that because Chi Xuan took away the 7 stars, even if it was restored to the SSS grade quality, it did not become the 7-star Jade Vein Lotus again, but mainly based on the original characteristics of the Jade Vein Lotus, so that the prefix changed from 7 stars to Jinwu. The effect is that Tai Sui Shen has a copy of the Wanxiang Qianjin Balian Gong with the effect of the Great Perfection. Combined with the Dragon and Tiger mixed Yuan Jinjin, it has completely reached the level of divine power. The Tai Sui Shen is an armor with divine power in the ancient martial arts realm, and Chi Xuan is quite speechless about this. As for Chi Xuan, he also reached the level of divine power because of the virus bloodline colonization module, and the disadvantage is that the attribute belongs to the additional blessing. Of course, the most important thing is that Tai Sui Shen has martial arts intuition, martial arts will, and other things that should not be there. It ensures that Chi Xuan and Tai Sui Shen have attacks such as fighting spirit and will. Chi Xuan didn't have it, because he was a shared one. As for the fact that he also practiced Wanxiang Qianjin Balian Gong, he couldn't practice it. Because Jinwu Yumai Lian is now the characteristic of Tai Sui Shen, it is forcibly upgraded to SSS level quality, resulting in this ancient martial arts that is far more powerful than Qi Yuan Beidou Zhen Gong can only be used by Tai Sui Shen's armor. Even if it was given to Qin Shen at the time, he couldn't practice it. Moreover, Tai Sui Shen was not practiced, but installed by modules, which was directly perfected, and there was nothing more to practice. In this regard, Chi Xuan can only say that Yumai Lian is worthy of being the source of ancient martial arts, and the effect is indeed strong enough. Today's Tai Sui Shen's armor value is still low, but the Dragon and Tiger mixed Yuan Jin plus Jinwu Yumai Lian, even if these 2 modules are not shield and defense modules, are enough to make Tai Sui Shen no longer fragile. Chapter 160. After having the Dragon Tiger mixed primordial divine power, and the true martial Jade Vein Lotus, the efficiency of the Tai Sui God in hunting cold energy monsters and the survivors is getting higher and higher. This behavior naturally attracted the attention of the various countries. As for the cold energy monsters, they are not like all the survivors in the various countries, who can communicate through the chat channel of the Doomsday game. So they are indeed far inferior in intelligence, so the large-scale deaths and disappearances of cold energy monsters have not attracted attention. On the contrary, the various countries are already paying attention to the violators, and Chi Xuan's behavior naturally attracted attention. The main reason is that the Tai Sui God has become stronger, and no matter how many cold energy monsters there are in some areas, they can't withstand its harm. So they can only include the survivors in the target. Whether it is cold energy monsters or survivors, they are not good enough in quality, but good in quantity. As extraordinary survivors with a special power in hand, the value of fuel is far better than ordinary materials. However, Although the various countries are concerned, they have not taken much action, and the focus is still on Bingzhou. Qi Xuan calculated the time, and followed the survivors, with extraordinary powers, from various countries to Bingzhou. His purpose was nothing more than picking up leaks, and finishing off the enemy. Anyway, none of these survivors would be able to leave Bingzhou alive. By the way, he explored the situation in the inner area of Bingzhou. If it was not as dangerous as Qi Xuan imagined, the next step would be the hunting ground of Tai Sui. Qi Xuan still needed 3 module columns to guarantee a minimum feasibility, red dragon bone and giant modified car. He finally understood that the cross-system module was indeed powerful enough to enhance Tai Sui. Since the ancient martial arts strength system is available, if the cold energy training system of this world is also added, it will definitely be able to obtain a similar enhancement effect. Roar! The violent beast roar came, and then Qi Xuan heard explosions one after another. The extraordinary strength of the winter countries is indeed not high. Excluding the protagonist and the cyborgs, the highest dual attribute is only about 2 points. It is much stronger than the first batch of survivors, but compared with hot weapons, this extraordinary is really immortal and remarkable. As for the others, they are really not very useful. So Qi Xuan did not get close. Tai Sui God can block it, and even react in advance to dodge it, and even catch bullets with his bare hands at some times. But this is only limited to the opponent not using heavy weapons for saturation attack. Otherwise, if he is bombarded with 100 or 80 missiles, Tai Sui God will not be able to withstand it. The effects of the Dragon Tiger mixed primordial power and the true martial Jade Vein Lotus are powerful, but they are ultimately limited by the armor value of the Tai Sui God himself, and still need to evolve to grow. At present, it is just a module that has not yet fully exerted all its effects, and it is not invincible. The survivors can kill indiscriminately, but when they encounter such an organized extraordinary army with weapons of mass destruction, these 2 modules cannot completely protect the Tai Sui God. But they can use floating guns as a kill. He can do without this batch of fuel, but he has to strike at the survivors to weaken the Doomsday game. The battle lasted about 3 hours, and the explosions never stopped during the period. In addition, there were a lot of beast roars, bird cries, etc. erupting. The most terrifying time was when Qi Xuan saw a cold energy monster breaking through the ice. It was the whale cold energy monster that Qi Xuan had seen before, and its appearance was completely different from before. Its body was covered with dense scales, like armor, and it had human-like wisdom. When the opponent broke the ice and suppressed it, its movement even briefly overshadowed the roar of the hot weapons. Then this whale cold energy monster was killed. It was too big, and was focused on the spot. It seemed to be repeatedly killed by multiple powerful weapons, and blood and flesh were blown up everywhere. Qi Xuan felt so distressed when he saw it. Such a big monster, if used as fuel, let alone other things, with this physique, it would definitely burn a lot of evolutionary energy. However, after the extraordinary people of various countries killed this whale cold energy monster, it seemed to have angered a certain existence in the ice continent, which was known as the ancestral home of cold beasts. Not long after, the movement of hot weapons gradually disappeared. The lives of the extraordinary people of various countries disappeared together. How he died is not very clear. Qi Xuan did not get very close. He could only see the general situation from a distance. Fortunately, one thing can be confirmed, that is, from killing the whale cold energy monster to the complete destruction of all the extraordinary people in various countries, it took only 1 minute. This means that the opponent not only has strong strength, but also has a large-scale killing method. Qi Xuan compared it, and found that his strength should not be underestimated. He might be a venerable at his peak. In Bingzhou, the opponent is likely to have the blessing of the Venue, and can exert a powerful force far beyond his own level. Otherwise, he would not be completely destroyed in 1 minute. At least the venerable Tianqing, who was captured alive by Qi Xuan, could not do it in such a short time in his prime. The extraordinary survivors sent by various countries totaled about 3,000 people. This was the vanguard force, and their strength was at the upper level. In addition to the pressure of the whale cold energy monster before death, and the siege of other cold energy monsters, through the subsequent sound of hot weapons, the enemy probably killed about 1,000 people in 1 minute. Even if the venerable Tianqing burst out with all his strength in his heyday, it was very difficult to do it. So Qi Xuan guessed that there was a Venue blessing. Fortunately, I didn't go. If we didn't use the psionic storm of the floating cannon, we would never be able to kill in a short time. It was so forward-looking to seriously injure the venerable Tianqing in advance. Qi Xuan said to the intelligent brain. He did have a feast that could increase the physical and mental attributes by an additional 50%, but why did he think that the enemy was gone? Everyone is a boss template, and they have lived longer than him. In addition to the advantage of the protagonist halo, he only has the advantage of Tai Sui God. To survive from ancient times to the present, unless one's intelligence is reduced, he is just a pig, which is also the top existence among the cold energy monsters. So you let the floating gun charge up, and immediately throw a wave of psionic storm to me. Chi Suiyan said that he was cautious, and it was time to act recklessly. His plan was relatively simple. He first took advantage of the fire to weaken a wave of cold energy monsters, and then ventured over to investigate the situation. Not to mention much, harvesting a wave of corpses was enough for him to earn. It would be best if he could meet the cold energy monster that was suspected to be the venerable level that just destroyed all the extraordinary survivors of various countries, and entered a weak state after the explosion, and then he could take advantage of it. If it were someone without the aura of the protagonist, he would be caught in a trap if he rushed in, but Chi Suiyan was different. He would most likely just pick up the benefits. He still remembers asking the protagonist Halo to help him find the venerable cold energy monster as fuel. It was on the way before, but now it may have arrived. Whether he can seize this opportunity depends on Chi Suiyan. The protagonist Halo has been delivered to your door. If you can't get it yourself, you can't blame the protagonist Halo. Protagonist Halo, please do me a favor and let me catch it alive. Chi Suiyan added. Delivery to the door is delivery to the door, and helping to pick up the goods is another matter. Maybe the protagonist Halo is already included in it, but it doesn't prevent Chi Suiyan from asking the protagonist Halo again. Anyway, it's just a matter of one sentence, and it's best to help. Detected that a survivor is fleeing, should we chase him? The floating gun should store up power and fire later. First catch the survivor, and see what the other party is like. Chi Suiyan said. The survivor who survived was one of the extraordinary survivors from various countries, who had gone deep into the polar regions of Iceland. He was not dead because of the help of the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, it would be such a coincidence that someone came out right after he finished speaking. So the other party might know some keys to capture the powerful cold energy monster inside alive. Chi Suiyan did not ask for much. For such high-quality fuel, it would be best if he could capture it alive, but if not, it would be okay if it died and had a complete corpse. The worst result would naturally be that the cold energy monster was decomposed by a single shot of the floating cannon. Then Chi Suiyan worked in vain and got nothing. Sometimes it is also a troublesome thing if the weapon module is too powerful. It seems that the melee weapon of Tai Sui God can also be arranged. It was not possible before, but now it has the help of the ancient martial arts module. At least, I can keep a complete body as fuel. He was reluctant to remove the module, so he could only delay it, and let Tai Sui continue to fight with his bare hands. Anyway, the dragon and tiger mixed Yuan divine power is quite useful at present. Thinking about it again, if they can't win, they will use floating guns anyway, so it doesn't matter whether they have weapons at this stage. Yusen rolled and crawled out of the purgatory-like battlefield. This was thanks to his special ability, the scapegoat, which allowed him to escape successfully. In fact, he didn't see what happened, but his eyes went black, and then his special ability was triggered. When he opened his eyes again, he had come back to life, and then he saw the battlefield full of corpses. Fear prompted him to run away from the battlefield frantically. However, with a quick glance, he saw a huge figure passing under the ice. He suspected that he died in the attack of the huge cold energy monster. But now, his mind is full of escaping, and he has no extra thoughts to think about these things. I was targeted. I must have been targeted. Yusen couldn't stop thinking, and his body began to tremble. The other party must be curious about the ability to come back to life. That's why he didn't kill himself immediately. However, the ability of the surrogate doll has a cooling time, and it takes a year to activate it again. If he dies now, he will really die. The more he ran, the colder and more desperate he felt in his heart. Crackle. The ice layer suddenly made a clear cracking sound. This made Yusen's body stiffen. This was definitely the terrible movement caused by the huge cold monster's body touching the ice layer. This also proved that the enemy had been following him. There is still a chance, as long as he returns to. Unfortunately, before Yusen finished thinking, the reminder of the Doomsday game gave him another heavy blow, completely cutting off his last chance of survival. Warning, violators are 1 kilometer away from you. This is called a house leaking when it rains.